tell the story today. In game one of this 3-game series, it goes to the Yankees. So, day off tomorrow, get after them on Saturday.
Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball, strike 3. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win. So they win the home opener, a 5-0 shutout, with the home runs by Judge and Gleyber Torres and the brilliant pitching by Garrett Cole in the bullpen.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A rough opener for the San Francisco Giants. And we're going to talk a lot about the Giants, the NBA, what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. Steiny and Guru did a great job yesterday chasing her. We'll have some reaction about some of those interviews, specifically Draymond Green, and whether or not we're really ready to move on from Draymond Green, as a lot of fans seem to be willing to do. I'm not so sure about that. It's going to be a lot of fun, but we're going to have some fun on the Morning Roast on a Friday, a Frisco Friday, Payday Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun with Joe Shasky, the Butcher. As I say, good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is up? You know the drill. Firefighters, cops, paramedics, teachers, students on the way to school. What is happening? Spadoni, Lubman, and you, Joe Shasky, as you heard from John Sterling. Of course, WFAN in New York City. You heard from Dwayne Kuiper, NBC Sports Bay Area. A lackluster season opener, opening day for the Giants. One of the worst lineups I've seen on opening day from the Giants. Logan Webb strikes out 12, but he gets a loss. Garrett Cole strikes out 11. Believe 8 of the first 9 outs for the Giants were all strikeouts. They couldn't hit the ball. They get shut out 5-0. But we're not going to go crazy over game number 1 of 62. What's up, Shasky?
Good morning, Bonte. No, we're not going to go crazy over game 1, but there are some things that, obviously we kind of have highlighted, heading into the season that are rearing their ugly head. You talked about the lineup. I mean, Bonte, this is one of my biggest problems with this era of baseball. There's just too many strikeouts. Just way too many strikeouts. The ball needs to be in play. And what ends up happening, whether it's Garrett Cole, whether it's Logan Webb, when you're throwing the amount of pitches to accumulate a ton of strikeouts, you're out of the game too quick,
Right.
Garrett Cole, by the way, I mean, I know he's had his playoff failures. He's a stud. Like, to be a Yankee starter 4 years in a row on opening day, maybe not out here on the West Coast, that doesn't mean a lot. But to me, I'm like, that puts him in rarefied air. It's like him, Whitey Ford, it's a handful of guys. And when you watch him dominate like he did yesterday, I get why he got $300 million.
I'm not the biggest Cole fan. I'm not going to lie to you.
Why is that?
Because of those big moments. When you get paid that amount of money, and you're expected to perform in the big spots for the New York Yankees, you have to perform in those big spots. And, when he goes to Fenway Park, Boston just seems to knock him around. When he plays Toronto, they seem to knock him around at times. And that one big inning always derails him. But yesterday, he had it on. I mean, he came in there just mowing down the Giants. Ask Jock Peterson, who struck out 3 times in 3 at-bats. Ask Michael Conforto, who struck out 2 times in 4 at-bats. Ask Mike Yastrzemski, who struck out in 2 at-bats. I mean, it was just... They couldn't even get the bat on the ball yesterday. I mean, the Giants ended up with 4 hits on opening day. And, I'm looking around the league, and I'm seeing all these young studs playing. It was an exciting day in baseball.
I know.
And I'm just thinking, here's my biggest issue with yesterday with the Giants. They were picked to play the New York Yankees in the baseball opener in front of everybody. ESPN, New York City, the nation. You were picked to go against the New York Yankees, the Giants. And that means something to go to New York City, to the Bronx, and play in that game. And that's what you trotted out. Like, to me, that's the equivalent of the 49ers opening up on a Thursday night against the defending Super Bowl champ. That's the equivalent of the Warriors hosting a Christmas Day game. The play in that game on ESPN. There's a pride factor there, and that's what you trot out. You couldn't give me Casey Schmidt at Yankee Stadium to prove himself and give him that platform and show the nation that, hey, I'm the next young stud that's going to be playing for the Giants. That, to me, was disheartening.
Well, I'm with you on that. Like, the lineup doesn't have a lot of punch to it, and it doesn't have a lot of name appeal. And then you look at it, and they're all old. Like Bonte, it's a very old roster. And so as you survey the landscape, and I've got a little segment, 3 Up, 3 Down, that I do want to run past you at some point. You guys tell me when. Just some of my takeaways, my overreactions, if you will, from day one. Bonte, as you look across the diamond and the shortstop, as the team is trying to compete, the shortstop for the Yankees, Volpe, is 21 years old. 21 years old. I looked at the St. Louis game. I'm watching Jordan Walker at 20 years old get his first Major League base hit. I'm looking at the Oakland A's, and they've got a lineup of guys that are younger.
Hey, you know what? The A's
have a fun lineup.
They have a fun lineup, and the way they were running on,
Exactly.
I watched that entire game against Shohei Ohtani. They were running on the base pass, hitting runs, going from second to home, first to third. I mean, that was a very well-played game by the $35 million Oakland A's. Give them credit.
I agree with you. And someone's going to find the new money ball, the new data, and maybe base running is one of those things. But I'm looking at the Toronto game against St. Louis. Is that a World Series preview? I don't know. We'll get to that. But, like, you're seeing so much young talent. Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero. Then let's look at the Reds. Hunter Green versus O'Neal Cruz with the Pirates. It seems like to me, as Sandy Alcantara, who's under 26 years old, it seems like to me, as you survey the land of baseball, every team is putting out their young players. And then I look at the Giants lineup, and they're pinch hitting for their number 5 hitter 2 at-bats into the season.
That's sad, man. That's sad. And the A's, like, the way they beat up the Giants in that spring training tune-up, that final game, I'm looking at the Oakland A's. I'm saying, man, they put the bat, like Aguilar wearing that number 99. Yeah. Langeliers is a nice little player. Their pitching staff and rotation looked good yesterday. I mean, I know it's just one game, but you can see the style of play where Mark Kotsay had them in action. Mm-hmm. Hey, we need to try to steal games here. Totally we're going to play hard out here in the AOS. We don't have a lot of talent, but we're going to try to steal baseball games. The Giants couldn't even get on the base pass. You tried out that boring lineup, and you're pinch hitting your 5-hitter on the opening day at Yankee Stadium to open the Major League Baseball. Like I'm watching Astros White Sox. Hard, fun game. Yeah. Guardians Mariners. I mean, Dodgers Diamondbacks are going hard. Will Smith goes 3 for 4. I mean, you're looking around the league, and you look at Colorado still won in San Diego, beat up on the Padres and Blake Snell, and that's what the Giants trotted out there. That was just sad. Our team on the opening, like that's, again, to me, that's the equivalent to the Warriors hosting the Cavaliers. Well, maybe not the Cavaliers, but hosting the Christmas Day game against the Memphis Grizzlies. The Niners opening up against Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field. That's the equivalent to it, and that's what we trotted out there, and that didn't give a lot of fan base hope, especially after the comments Larry Bear has made, the comments that Farhan Zaidi has made. So it's just one game, but it's at Yankee Stadium, and you get blanked, and you have 4 hits. 4 hits. Casey Smith can do better. We couldn't see Matos. Really?
I mean, again, I've been frustrated with the philosophy of the organization for quite some time and where they're going. Let's talk about some of the positives. Look, I hate to be this guy. I thought Logan Webb looked better than whatever the output is. I think it was a 6-inning, 3 runs given up. You call it a quality start. I think quality start is one of the dumbest, criterias because there's context to everything, right, Bonte? Quality start. Well, did you have guys on in every single inning? Did you blow through everyone and it was just a one-swing performance where, one guy hit a home run and it went off somebody's glove? Like, there's more context to it. But I thought he pitched well in that game. And I'm looking at Logan Webb and I'm saying to myself, boy, this feels like Matt Cain 2.0. This is a guy who I think has the golden arm right now, where he's in his prime, and he's going to pitch really well, and he's not going to have a lot of output to show for it, and that's kind of frustrating, because if I look back at Matt Cain's career, he deserved, and you look at just the raw wins and losses, boy, he deserved like 50 more wins, right? Like maybe I'm just rounding the numbers up, but like I look at his career and his baseball reference page doesn't reflect how good of a baseball player he was because they didn't complimentarily add run support. They didn't give this guy defense behind him, and I feel like I'm watching the same thing happen with a young Logan Webb, and I do feel for him.
Well, 6 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, 12 Ks, and of course, the big knock was this play right here in the bottom of the first inning.
Pitch is swung on and hit in the air to center field and deep. Back goes Yastrzemski on the track, at the wall. She is gone. Unbelievable. Aaron Judge, in his first at-bat of the year, hits a home run to dead center. It is a Judgian blast. All rise. Here comes the Judge.
By the way, here comes
good.
John Sterling at 8:30 this morning on the Morning Roast. John Sterling, the longtime voice of the New York Yankees, will join us at 8:30 to talk about that home run and some of the rule changes in baseball and what the Yankees look like this year. That was just hilarious. That Aaron Judge,
so predictable,
the guy the Giants wooed, and I'm not on board with hitting him. Look, I'm not mad at Aaron Judge for picking the New York Yankees. If I'm Aaron Judge and I'm in that other clubhouse and I'm looking across the way and I'm seeing what the Giants are presenting out there, I don't blame Aaron Judge for staying with the New York Yankees. And this is why I thought the Giants, when they were courting Aaron Judge, and they started off solo with, $300 million? You had to start at $400 million to woo Aaron Judge. That was the starting point. And because when you look at this lineup, Aaron Judge would get no protection here. No protection. And that's what happens when you have a big-time star. Look how deep he makes that lineup look with Aaron Rizzo and DJ LeMahieu and Gleyber Torres and Giancarlo Stanton. Aaron Judge going yard in his first at-bat against a team that really, really wanted him. It was laughable. It was ironic, but I can't be mad at him. And no, I don't want the Giants to throw at him. It's not Aaron. I don't blame Aaron Judge for re-signing with the Yankees.
No. See, I think where my frustration lies is it's not re-signing with the Yankees. It's the process of how it went down. You, premeditatedly hopped out of a limo, a moving vehicle, and had a cameraman waiting at a hotel. Now, this is inside the negotiations. He used the Giants as a ploy and staged the entire thing, hopped out of a moving limo, had a cameraman at the front door, even though he had access to the back of the hotel, and winked into the camera, put it on social media. I don't know, B. We're going to go old school. I know it's a new era. I'm not advocating hitting guys and starting a big fight or anyone getting hurt. I'm just saying, in the history of baseball, had you done this to Nolan Ryan's team, there would have been some pride behind Nolan Ryan. He would have ear-holed somebody. Okay, that's old school baseball. Pedro Martinez would have stood up for the B on the hat, and even Madison Bumgarner, going back, I do think Madison Bumgarner would have at least brushed him back at minimum. Now, again, we can all disagree. It's the first batter. It's the first inning. It's his first at-bat. You can't put him on. Well, he hit a damn home run against you. Now it's a highlight that lives forever. And it's just more than anything, it's just so damn predictable.
Yeah.
It was so predictable.
It was predictable.
And my heart sank, and I'm like, I felt bad for Logan Webb. And then I looked over at the manager, and I'm so out on Gabe Kapler and Farhan. It's just, I could not be more out on. I know it's not one game. Joe, they won 106 a couple years ago. No, it's the pattern that I've seen over a 3-4 year period. Well, it's their reluctance to play young players. It's their reluctance to develop young players. It's their baseball strategies and philosophies. I don't care what the data tells me. You're pinch hitting for your number 5 hitter that you started in center field, 2 at-bats into the baseball season. The 5 hitter? How many teams in baseball pinch hit for their 3, 4, or 5 hitter yesterday?
No, not many. Not many. I know the Oakland A's wasn't when they beat the Angels 2-1. The A's. Listen. The pace of play yesterday overall
was incredible.
I thought the pace of play is really a game changer. I was able to stay up and watch that entire A's game, and I enjoyed that A's game. I mean, Shohei Ohtani was just throwing gas. I mean, you talk about a team blowing wins for him. Shohei goes 6 innings, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts, 3 walks, and at the plate he goes 1-3, 1 for 3, including a walk there. But look, Mueller pitched well in 5 innings. I thought the A's bullpen looked good. Tony Kemp played hard. That A's team, man, I was very impressed with how scrappy they were and how they used the base pass to their advantage. Knowing that the pace is quicker, knowing that, hey, pitchers got to load up and throw that ball across the plate. It was just a stark contrast between the A's and Giants. The A's may not win a lot of games this year, but damn it, I enjoyed that.
Well,
watching the Giants just whiff and pinch hit and knowing what was going to happen and look slow and unathletic yesterday at Yankee Stadium. You open the season with that.
I know.
With that. It's only one game, but that was disgusting.
Well, I think it was just more like the crystallization of where we're at. It was just it hurts. It really hurts. And then I look up, I'm like, if I'm paying, we always talk about Joe Lacob paying the luxury tax and the bang for buck he's getting for young players or Jermichael Green or whatever. Can you imagine being part of the Giants ownership and you're looking up and you're like, we've got a $170 million payroll. And Wilmer Flores is starting at third base on opening day because the manager feels that he's earned it. What? What about putting out the best roster to win the game? What is this lifetime achievement participation award?
Yeah.
My coach, who
about Wilmer Flores? How crazy was that?
Did you hear that sentence?
He deserved to start because of what he did last year.
What?
Let's not put our best players out there. Let's give a guy a shot because of what he did last season. Now, Morelli, and I was thinking about this last night.
I couldn't believe that sentence, Bonte.
Well, Morelli on YouTube. Bonte, please, bro. We spoke about the Giants yesterday, the complete 4-hour show. They don't deserve us to speak about them. And this is where it goes back to why do we treat the Giants so differently than the Warriors and the 49ers? When the Warriors stunk for all those years, this market ignored the Warriors.
Yeah.
They were on the back page of the Sporting Green, the back page of the Bay Area News Group. They were on the back page of the Oakland Tribune. Nobody talked about them.
The secondary version of the radio station.
Yeah, they didn't even get talked about.
I agree.
When the A's stink, we don't talk about them. When the Niners stink, we barely mention them. I think the best way to navigate with the Giants, and I'm sorry, until you do something, you don't deserve airtime. You don't deserve attention. You deserve to be treated like the minor league team that you trot out every single day. I'm sorry.
With the major league payroll.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to spend 4 hours a day talking about these guys. They don't deserve that attention. Farhad's basically told you all why he can't sign free agents. He's made that excuse. They failed the physical of Carlos Correa and made a mockery out of themselves. All right? Larry Bear last week discussing the Giants saying that, hey, the light bulb went off. Hey, we do have a Ross Stripling. We do have this guy. And it's like, wait, what? We have what? So my thing is, moving forward, they don't deserve all this airtime. They really don't.
Think about this. We can talk about that lineup yesterday and how kind of putrid it was. They're handing the ball to Alex Cobb tomorrow as their number 2.
That's embarrassing.
I'm and all these people that tell me that they have deep pitching. Let's have a serious. How many teams would have Alex Cobb as one of their top 4 pitchers in baseball? We are handing him the ball as the number 2 to start off a season.
I'm telling you, man.
Bonte.
My heart was hurting yesterday. Screaming and yelling about the Giants. I'm not wasting that energy on this team.
Well, it makes me sad because, Bonte, you know why it makes me sad? Is because they brought so much joy, and I had such a deep-rooted connection to them, my community. They felt like one. I have never felt more distant from the Giants in terms of the connection to the players, the organization, their status amongst the community. And it really hurts me. The way when the Niners were irrelevant, it hurt me. I'm being real, B. It really hurt me. It really did. And I think for a lot of people, when the Warriors were irrelevant, it hurt them too, because it's the one team that unites the entire Bay Area. Mm-hmm. And I look at the Giants and I'm like, what I'm watching hurts me to my soul, because this is an organization that I love with all my heart, and I feel like the team that they're putting out on the field doesn't love me back.
You better get out your emotions.
I know.
Because I'm going to separate the emotions from what they really are. And taking my emotions out, they're just not a good baseball team.
No.
They're boring. They're losers right now. They've been losing a lot of games. The front office has done nothing to just inspire this fan base. There's a lot of people who reach out to me, and this is what hit me in my car.
What do you mean?
The fan base is just so down. Harry Bearson. My guy Harry Bearson.
One of the more optimistic sports fans I know.
Out there when it comes to the Giants, Niners,
everyone.
He'll cape up all the time. He texted me yesterday.
He's a good fan.
He texted me yesterday. He goes, I'm out sick from work. Nothing else for me to do but watch a ball game right now. It's opening day, and I feel like turning it off. With the way Farhan runs the club, unreal. If the team is good, then it's entertaining, because winning is entertaining. But if they're not good, it's unwatchable. The fans aren't invested in any of the players because the team isn't really invested in any of the players.
Exactly.
Then you layer on top of that the fact that baseball sucks in general right now. Now, I don't agree with that one. Just not enough balls in play, period. He's right about that. Balls need to be in play.
That's my number one takeaway when I watched baseball yesterday, is that this era of launch angle is terrible. It's terrible for the game. Pace of play, all this. I am praying that this next generation in wave, because of the shift rules, because of the pitch clock, contact gets brought back into the game. We need more Wade Boggses and Tony Gwynns and Ichiro. Those guys are outliers, but I'm saying guys that put the ball in play. In 2004, Bonte, we had 40-something guys hit over 300. All right? 40-something guys. Last year, I believe it was 9?
Yeah, if
9,
that. If
9
that.
guys hit 300.
If that.
Right? And
If
so
that.
and those guys are outliers. I want to see the ball put in play. It was the lowest league-wide batting average since the 60s.
Yeah,
So
it's not
I
good
need
enough.
to see that improved. And I truly believe this. The skill level of the young guys, the Volpes, the Jordan Walkers, the Bo Bichette's, all these guys you're seeing around baseball,
Right.
they're complete ball players. And that to me is most fun. Did you see Volpe make that play in
I
the
did make
in
the
the
play.
in the hole?
I did
mean,
make- I
that
see it.
kid's gonna be he's 5'10", 5'11".
I mean, I saw a lot of plays. Again, the big takeaway for me yesterday, I'm watching that A's game. I said, damn, I like the way they play.
Yeah,
they
me
may not
too.
win a lot of games.
Speed.
That's a scrappy team.
Yeah.
And then the presence in the batter's box. They looked like they meant business. You know what I'm
agree.
saying? There's a presence that you have in that batter's box. They look like they didn't fear Ohtani. They didn't fear anything the A's. Just throw it at him now.
Ohtani.
Look, Ohtani was blowing
He is
gas,
so
right?
fun.
He's so fun, and he
Oh,
was blowing
man.
gas. But that's the thing.
I
Ohtani's walking off the mound, and you see Angel fans pumping their fists. I'm like, come on, let's go. They have hope. The A's, Legaliers. I want a Legaliers. We don't have that on the Giants. And by the way, Joey Bart, he's basically done in San Francisco.
He
He can't get on the field for this team.
I know.
He can't get on the field for this
sad.
team.
It's really sad.
All right, we're going to talk a lot of Warriors today.
Oh, and
no
also,
doubt.
can I give you
Go-
one more? There's a team. Everyone goes to the Padres. There's a team that I envy more than the Padres right now, and I think this is the team that the Giants need to look at really hard as a model.
All right, shout out to all our YouTube and Twitch streamers, Xfinity Mobile text line, brought to you by Go to State. The segment that is serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. John Sterling, 8:30. Our main man, Frank Isola, 9:20. Frank Isola to talk about the National Basketball Association. Boston blowing out Milwaukee yesterday. Jokic didn't play yesterday for the
40?
Nuggets.
Tatum?
Will Jokic not play Sunday against the Golden State Warriors in a road game? We don't know.
Brandon
We don't
Ingram
know.
triple-double?
The Brandon Ingram special, man. They got it. But by the way, Zion Williamson looked huge. Warming up
Dude,
yesterday.
did
Looked
you
huge.
see that?
He looked huge.
My dad couldn't get over how big he looked.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. When we come back, we have your Fix It Friday code word. Any chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card? That's coming up on the other side here on the roast.
The Yankees win.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my
Take it away, Bonte.
Stephen Curry. You're going to hear from him at 10:30 with Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. They taped an interview yesterday, chasing with Steph. His arms looked huge. Looked like he just left the weight room. Very eager to listen to that. Wonder what Steiny and Guru got into with Stephen Curry. That'll be at 12:30 here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Warriors basketball. Of course, they play the Spurs tonight. San Antonio's in the building. That should be a gimme for the Golden State Warriors. Should be a gimme.
Doing this?
Oh, it should be. I know Fitz is probably cringing somewhere saying, Ponte, this is the NBA. No, I mean, the Warriors would be
Size
heavily favored.
matters.
It does matter. It should be heavily favored. By the way, Minnesota taking on the Lakers at home. No Nas Reed. Broke his wrist.
Are you rooting for the Lakers in that one? I feel like I have to.
No, I was rooting for Minnesota to make sure that the Lakers are 2 games behind the Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
And you remade a game up on the T-Wolves, but, man, no Nas Reed for the T-Wolves. That means more minutes for Karl Anthony Towns. I'm going to root for the T-Wolves in this.
Okay. I'm trying to follow your guide to rooting. Last night we were rooting for the Nuggets, and I was like, God, they're down almost the whole game. I'm like, come on, Jamal Murray.
Yeah, no, they I mean, without Jokic, you can see the difference there. I mean,
Yes.
if you wanted MVP votes, boy, they look completely different without Jokic. They got blown out by 19 to the Pelicans. They didn't even score 100 points. They scored 90, I should say. Jamal Murray had a decent game. Porter had a decent game, but no Jokic and Igor with the triple-double, 31, 11, and 10. He looked good. CJ McCollum, I'm iffy on him. But, look, man, we'll put a ball on the Giants here. Josh Early's going to join us at 8:30 to talk about them. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got something I want to get off my chest. I think everybody's looking at the Padres and the Mets right now, just in baseball. There's behind the scenes, there's a war going on, and most people aren't aware of it, but it's big market teams versus small market teams. And there's going to be a lot of issues, right? And the small market teams obviously don't have the revenue. They don't have the television deals. They don't have ownership that has the kind of money to be able to spend for it. So you're having this arms race, right, across baseball.
Yep.
I look at one team, and everyone's looking at the Padres like, look at what they're spending. And I don't know. We'll see. It's a great experiment. They're putting together tons of players. The Braves are doing something that I find to be very fascinating, locking up a ton of young players that they believe all came up in the system together under good deals that are expensive, but actually, if you let them hit free agency, they'd probably be twice as expensive. You know what I'm saying? So they're trying to get ahead of the market. The team that I envy the most, if I'm a Giants fan, because I think this is the most realistic path to being good again, it's the Seattle Mariners. Yesterday, the Seattle Mariners trotted out for opening pitch Ken Griffey Jr., Gary Payton, Marshawn Lynch, and it felt like a party yesterday. And they ended up winning 3-0. Luis Castillo was a trade that they made at the deadline last year. He's a good player.
Yesterday.
He's a good player.
Hit yesterday, 6 Ks.
Yeah, he's a very good player. But they're basically a team that got life breathed into them by one player. One player, Julio Rodriguez, changed the dynamic of that franchise, and they went from being a laughingstock perpetually to a team that everyone's like, that's a fun team. That's a team I want to play on. That's a team I want to watch. And so I look at the Giants right now, and this is why I keep going back to the same thing. I don't care about you spending money on a Mitch Haniger or a Michael Conforto. You're going to do that. Okay, whatever. I need one young player to pop. And that's the one thing as I look at the Oakland A's and we make fun of their payroll. I'll give them this.
Well,
they're constantly trying to find that one or two players that are young that'll play, and they give them chances.
I think the Cardinals are the model.
Well, no, I agree.
I think the Cardinals are the model for the Giants.
But their Cardinals are up here.
Yeah, but that's where the Giants should be. That's where the Giants should be.
They're not good enough.
But that's where the Giants should be.
Okay.
Look what the Cardinals did.
Okay.
They traded for Goldschmidt.
Yes.
They traded for Arenado. And they made them their anchors in that infield.
But they
made
had
them
prospects.
the anchors of the team. But then they also develop prospects.
Yeah.
And they play their prospects. Gorman as a DH was a hot prospect last year.
Yeah.
We're all talking about Walker, who's playing right field. He had a hit yesterday,
Jordan
1 for
Walker.
5.
Yeah.
The Cardinals, to me, are the model for the Giants. Not the Mariners have been waiting on prospects forever, and that's still Julio Rodriguez is special. Trust me.
Didn't it feel like he changed their organization, though?
He did change their organization. Got him that flair again. But the Cardinals, to me, should be the model of the Giants.
Okay.
That should be it right there. To smack that right in your face. And they lose yesterday to the Blue Jays 10-9, but also the Blue Jays. They developed some young players in Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette. They make the big signing for George Springer, who goes 5 for 6 yesterday.
Yeah,
They signed Brendan Belt. They signed Matt Chapman, or they make the move for Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of models for the Giants. And that's what they trotted out yesterday. That was depressing yesterday, but we got to keep it moving here. Let's get to Kerr's Corner here. Kerr's Corner, of course, he joined Willard and Dibs yesterday at Kerr's Corner. Go ahead, hit it, Spinoni.
It's time.
All right, forget the Giants. I just, how do you not ratchet it up and get angry about them? I mean, we'll see them this weekend. And again, we take it one game at a time. But I'm in basketball mode, man. And the Giants give us every reason to not care about them. Just not good enough. That wasn't good enough yesterday. 4 hits at Yankee Stadium in the opener, and that's the lineup you tried out. Anyway, Kerr's Corner. Of course, we joined Willard and Dibs yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game, and he discussed that Pels game. Here's what Kerr had to say.
I take him out so he's angry because he's a competitor. And then he sits for a minute and a half, and the other team goes on an 8-0 run. And then I go, all right, let's put him back in. You know, he's just so good in terms of the way he impacts our defense and the way he impacts the game emotionally and competitively that we have to have him out there. And you know, that I thought that Pelicans game was the perfect example of just how competitive he is and how much we need him.
All right, that was Steve Kerr, of course, Kerr's Corner here on 95.7 The Game, and that's where I want to go here over the next hour or whatnot.
Okay.
Is Draymond Green and how important he is to this organization. 888-957-9570. Is Draymond Green irreplaceable? Because we're going to play a lot of sound from Chase Center yesterday with Steiny and Guru. They interviewed everybody, right? Mike Dunleavy Jr., Kitty Atkinson, Shaw Livingston, Bob Myers, of course, Steph Curry at 10:30. We're going to play that here on 95.7 The Game at 10:30. Draymond Green, a lot of them spoke about Draymond Green's importance to this organization. And are we sure as a fan base, because it's not everybody, it's some of the fan base, are ready to just move on from Draymond Green? Are we sure we're ready for that? This guy's been here over a decade. He's part of the Big Three. He's helped to win 4 championships. You don't win those 4 championships without Draymond Green. And a lot of these guys, Steve Kerr, again, everybody, Rod Adams, GP2, discuss the importance of Draymond Green on this roster. 888-957-9570. Do you want – we all talk about Steph Curry being a lifer with the Warriors. We all discuss Klay Thompson, how we never want to see him in another uniform. What about Draymond Green?
Bonte, he is someone that I admit, I'm going to be the first one to raise my hand. He drives me crazy. But I know that they can't win without him, at least currently. And I know that when you move off of someone like that, let's say he leaves you, it's different. But if you try to move off of someone like him, you're losing that trade. Like, there's just no one player or even 2 players that replicates what he does. There just isn't. He's such a unique player. He provides so much. He fits the core of what this team does, not just defensively, because everyone's going to go to the defense. Offensively, what he provides for Steph Curry. I think he's one of the great off-ball screeners of all time. Yep. I think he's one of the great on-ball screeners of all time. Think about how many different times he does a dribble drive handoff, the DHO, whatever people call it, their terminology. He is as good as anyone I've ever seen. When you know Draymond is never going to shoot that three-pointer ever. He's not even going to look at the hoop. He won't even square up. His back will be to the basket, and he still finds a way to not only scoop it to Steph Curry, but screen 2 guys simultaneously. Like, he drives me crazy. And there's times that I've traded him away 15 times in a season. And every single time I come back to, they can't win without him.
Yeah, well, look at already on the Comcast Business text line. We must keep Draymond. He's a lifer. That's from the 408-925. Keep Draymond. You see everybody on YouTube. He's going to opt in. He will be back. So let's get into that. But first, this Fix It Friday's code word is tires. Text tires to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Again, that is tires. Tires. Text that to 20357 and you have a chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Again, that closes at 10 a.m. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. We'll get some sound from Myers, who joined Steiny and Goo yesterday for the executive show. That's what's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start...
Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP has been playing well as of late. Big fourth quarter against the New Orleans Pelicans, 27 against the T-Wolves Sunday night. Had a big game against the Sixers last Friday night with 19 in the fourth quarter, 33 in all. Let's see what he does against the San Antonio Spurs, who are in the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes. Of course, they're a bottom 3 team in the league. They're locked into that bottom 3, or top 3 when it comes to the NBA draft coming up. And there's some good players coming out this season. Scoot Henderson, Brandon Miller from Alabama, although he didn't have the best tournament, I still think he's a stud. And, of course, Victor Wembanyama. The Spurs will get one of those 3 players. So we'll see them tonight. Greg Popovich is probably enjoying Napa Valley right now as we speak. We'll get to some of the Warrior sound from yesterday. A lot of good sound from Bob Myers. Steve Kerr, of course, was on with Willard and Dibbs, and we're discussing Draymond Green because with about 3:44 left in the second quarter, a lot of people believe that lit the fire in the Warriors and rallying from a 20-point deficit against the Pelicans. And Draymond Green went crazy. And you heard from Steve Kerr there during Kerr's quarter. Look, he took out Draymond Green. They go on an 8-0 run. The Pelicans, that is. They go up 20. He throws Draymond back into the game. You see him pick it up full court in the third quarter. And so that just led me to believe, hearing all the rhetoric about Draymond Green over the past couple of days, is Draymond Green replaceable? Like, are we sure we want to move on from Draymond Green?
Well,
why don't we discuss him as a lifer? And I know the answer to that.
Well, what do you mean?
But,
what is the answer to that?
Well, I know the answer because of all the off-court theatrics, right? The podcasting, what happened to training camp.
What about his body breaking down as a player who's, having to go up against, like, it feels very footballish in the sense that, he's a smaller guy compared to the guys that he's guarding and crashing against those guys for 80-something games plus however many playoffs year after year. Right. Like, there's a depreciating aspect to his game that maybe other players don't have because they're jump shooters. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you can say his body's breaking down, right?
I'm not saying that it's broken down. I'm saying you're trying to project what will happen over the next couple years.
Right. So he has the opt-in, and he can opt in for another year at $27 million. But you look at his career, this year he's played 68 games. Despite all the nagging injuries, he's played in 68 games.
How many did he play last year
left
with the back injury?
Well, he played 46 last year.
Okay.
46
games.
games.
I'm just curious.
46 games with the back injury. Remember, he missed.
He was great.
Missed about 36 games.
Yeah.
No, did he miss 18? Miss 18, I believe.
Wait.
No, last year he missed 36 games. He played in 46. Played in 46 in the regular season, so he played in all the games in the playoffs. So he had the back injury last year. Remember, Mama Green, Mary Babers Green joined us during the playoffs, during the NBA Finals, and said nobody knows what he was going through with that back injury. Nobody knows. So that tells me that it was serious.
I agree.
This year, despite all the injuries, the neck, the back, the knee, the wrist, he's played 68 games. He's played 31 minutes a night. I mean, it's the most minutes he's played a night, basically since 2017-18. So he's still playing in a lot of games. So I'm not sure I'm ready to move off from Draymond Green. And we just don't discuss him as a lifer with the Golden State Warriors. And I wonder, and again, I know the answer to that, but why not Draymond Green? Don't you want him to ride into the sunset with Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson and maybe have a fairy tale ending?
I think there's a lot of people that would like that. But here's the thing on the whole lifer thing. Like, is Chris Mullin a lifer for the Warriors?
He's not.
No, but I still consider him an all-time Warrior legend. Like, Rick Barry wasn't a lifer.
No, he wasn't.
Nate Thurman wasn't a lifer. Wilt Chamberlain wasn't a lifer. Very few guys are. Michael Jordan wasn't a lifer, And yes, Reggie Miller and Dirk, those are the outliers, the Tim Duncans, But the majority of guys, even Tony Parker, not a lifer, I don't know.
Here's the thing, though. You get a Warrior fan like Tyler Miller who says, hey, look, this is not shade at Chris Mullin. This is not shade at Rick Barry. They're not four-time champs.
Well, okay. Yes, four-time champ. Those guys are all-time legends.
They are all-time legends.
They're
all-time legends.
Just because the team around them wasn't good enough, like, you can't. I don't know. I have a heart when people say, "Oh, Chris Mullin didn't win nothing." Like, come on, man.
No,
Chris Mullin
I
was
do too.
one of the all-time. He was on the original Dream Team.
It's no shade. It's no shade at Chris Mullin.
I get triggered by that.
No, but it's no shade at Chris Mullin and no shade at Rick Barry. And trust me, I love Bully. I hated reading that sentence because what Bully means to this organization and what he still means to this organization. However, there's going to be some fans who say he's not a four-time champ.
I agree.
And some of our best memories with the Golden State Warriors Draymond Green was involved in.
Well, I guess there's a little give and take here, right? Because if you're all about winning championships for the team, then at some point, if a person's not ready to accept a reduced salary or a reduced role, I don't know when that comes. Like, it could be a year from now. Could be 5 years from now. I don't know when that comes. But there has to be concessions made on both sides, right? Like, if the team wants to keep you around, are you willing to accept a different role or a different salary slot? Because there is a salary cap, right? This isn't baseball where you can just keep someone on as a fifth starter or as a sixth starter or as a utility guy till the very end. And then the other part of this is, are fans willing to accept even Kobe in the final couple years because he was such a legend? It was very difficult fielding a great team around him because of the salary that he had in place. Are you willing to accept the down years of a Brandon Belt at the end because he's a 3-time champion? I don't have that answer for fans.
Are down years coming from Draymond Green? Because he's played at a pretty high level this year. You cannot dispute that. He's playing at a high level. And I think Draymond Green, going back to his Michigan State days, he came into the league as a role player. I think he had no problem reducing his role with the Golden State Warriors, whether that means in the future coming off the bench, being a sixth man, being less of a shooter, playing less minutes. I believe Draymond Green would be willing to adapt his game, but this is very interesting. Bob Myers was studying
Cool yesterday. But doesn't the price have to be right for both sides?
Of course
he
the price
needs
has
to feel the respect.
But what is this worth? Is this worth more
it's the $1 million
in that locker room? Because the way Steph speaks about Draymond Green, the way Kerr speaks about Draymond Green, and the way Bob Myers talked about his relationship with Draymond Green, his value is worth more than what it is on the court. It's more than the box score.
Of course.
You think about what he means in that locker room here. I think we underrate that. We've underrated that with Draymond Green. We look at all the shouting and all the him berating the referees, but his value in that locker room obviously means something. Here's Bob Myers on his relationship with Draymond Green, the person.
You work with somebody over a long time, you go through things with him, and Draymond is more than most players I've worked with. If you try, he'll let you into his life a little bit. A lot of guys don't do that. So, and he's got a lot going on in there. And he's very smart, and he's very sharp, and he loves the NBA. And so over the time we drafted, he was my first draft ever as a GM. He was obviously not the first. It was Harrison, then Zealy, then Draymond. I bet you would have a relationship with two, or you could. But you gotta be willing to deal with some stuff.
Right.
You want a relationship with him. There's times where you don't want to, but I think he's worth the effort.
He's worth the effort. And you had to deal with things with Rodman.
Interesting quote.
It's an interesting quote, right? You got to deal with some things.
There's some admission on some level that, there are days, like myself, like we've all experienced with Draymond, where you're like, I can't put up with this anymore, right? I mean, sometimes the guy's so maddening, like you realize all the value he brings, but yet he makes you want to trade him and cut him immediately. And then 2 possessions later, you're like, how could I have ever even thought that? And that's what makes him so frustrating. Well, there's a tolerance level of this, right? But I also believe, you're asking, what's his worth? Right. That's the $1 million question. I think the Warriors value him rightfully more than the Orlando Magic would. Yep. I think that the Warriors see all the other things he brings to the table, and I'm not sure if the Knicks would see those things. I'm not sure Draymond would be the same type of a player behind the scenes with a Knicks team, or I'm just using them as an example, of Toronto Raptors. Pick the random
It has to be
team.
a championship team. It has to be a championship team, I think, to maximize Draymond Green's value.
Yes.
I don't think Draymond Green is willing to be in a position to just tutor youngsters right now. He wants to win rings because it validates his resume as one of the more dominant forces defensively and one of the better two-way players in the league. Because we forget, at one time he was a good two-way player for the Golden State Warriors. We don't think of his offense, but you just broke it down with the screens, the screen assist, the hockey assist, the IQ offensively. Yeah. And the Warriors win 78% of their games when he does score at least 10 points.
The new stat that I want the NBA nerds to create, you know how we have pancake blocks in the NFL? Yeah. Give me pancake screens. When you take out one or more players on a screen where a guy hits a shot. No, I'm serious. That we should be quantifying that. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know about all that. I mean, some people will laugh at that. Maybe that's looking too deep into the data. Pancake screens? I mean, some people may look at that and say it's moving screens.
What? Of course, there's some of them are moving screens. Andrew Bogut was the king of getting the moving screen in the first quarter. But, it's funny with Draymond Green because I really do. Does he want to stay? We could talk all day and night about Bob and Steph and everybody viewing him. KD was ready to leave because KD wanted to leave. What if they all want him to stay and he wants to leave?
Do you get the sense that Draymond wants to leave this?
Bonte, I can't get inside.
He
that
helped
man's
build
head.
this. There's a pride factor. Like, for example, we come here 95-7 a game. And, 95-7 game, a lot of people said, oh, man, it's a minor league station. And And you look at where 95-7 a game is now. Being part of the build of 95-7 a game, and everybody's had a hand in it.
I take pride.
Divs, Willard, Steiny, everybody's had a hand in helping build this radio station and making it respectable. There's a pride factor. So when you Draymond Green, and you drive into Chase Center every single day. Now, I don't know how he thinks. I'm not going to try to psychoanalyze him, but you got to think. You have to assume that there's a pride factor when he walks into that gym and he sees 4 banners.
Totally.
And he sees his picture up there with trophies and champagne. There's got to be a pride factor saying, I helped build this thing. And I want to continue to be part of it. And I want to continue to help this organization win because I helped build it. Like Michael Jordan, he looks at the Bulls. There's a pride factor there. Isaiah Thomas and the Pistons.
A sense of ownership, if you will, on the project that was completed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I thought this was an interesting quote from Steve Kerr on the recovery here, as this segment is presented by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. John Sterling, 8:30, longtime voice of the Yankees. Frank Isola, Sirius XM Radio, ESPN. He'll join us at 9:20 to talk about the NBA. Steve Kerr he discussed, hold on, where it is, on the recovery process at Draymond Green's shouting match. This was very, very interesting on Willard and Dibs.
It's like just being brothers. I mean, it's like nothing. You don't even take it personally. I mean, we don't even have to discuss anything. I think he texted me, that night after the game and just said something like, appreciate you always allowing me the space or whatever it was, something, something like that. And my response is, of course, like this is, we've known each other for 9 years and we've been through everything. And we both understand that we're just trying to win, so we're gonna be on each other occasionally, and that's fine. It's just in the name of winning, and we can get through that.
And then we could get through that. So I don't know if people, and Steve Kerr later on mentioned how whether or not people understand Draymond Green's value outside of the organization.
Yeah,
because a lot of people, you think about Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320, you're like, Draymond Green, it says he's that. A lot of people don't understand his value with the Golden State Warriors. And I think at times, here in the Bay Area, we don't understand his value with the Golden State Warriors.
Well, yeah, and also, to his credit, he does wild, crazy things that are defendable. Like, I love the guy. We all love the guy, but he does stuff that drives us crazy. Like your children, your friends, your spouse, we all do these things. What's interesting to me is that if you just look across sports, business, family, life in general, Bonte, sometimes it's money that breaks people up.
Yep.
Sometimes it's respect that breaks people up. Sometimes it's just you're at a different spot in your life. You know what I mean? Like timing, if you will. Whatever you've got going on, new challenges. There are a variety of reasons why people split up in life. And sometimes you have the best intentions and both parties want to come together, and for whatever reason, life gets in the way. So I don't know what the deal is with Draymond, and to me the option is it's in his lap, right? The option's in his lap. But I'm sure from his point of view is, no, I shouldn't be presented with an option.
Right.
You should have presented me with a multi-year extension.
No doubt.
Right? And so there's an impasse here. And I believe both are doing what you do during negotiations.
What if Steph Curry says, I need Draymond Green here? You do what Steph Curry wants, right?
Well, I think everything's within
You're
reason.
You're not going to do what Steph Curry wants?
Well, of course, no, but everything's within reason and everything's negotiable. So, of course, you want to try to appease Steph Curry.
Curry walks in that office and said, Joe, I need Draymond here.
Yeah, but if Draymond's saying I need $60 million a year, we would all go, okay.
Steph's going to look at Joe and say, hey.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not going to let Draymond make more money than him, number one.
He's
Number
not going to make more money than him. Steph's making $50 a year.
But it's got to be pragmatic is what I'm getting. No, I'm saying like it's all within reason. Yes, ideally you would love to come to, if Steph wants it, you're going to try to do everything you can to make that happen. But if the guy is asking for something that you either financially can't afford or that you don't think is value for your organization, you can't sabotage yourself.
All right, here's what Kerr had to say about people outside of the organization not fully understanding the value of Draymond Green.
I don't notice a lot of the outside stuff. I pay attention to the organization's response, and we all like winning, so we like Draymond. It's pretty much as simple as that.
That gets underrated as well. Draymond Green is a winning basketball player. We get distracted with everything else, but he is a winning basketball player.
That's undeniable.
Going back to Michigan State, the guy just is on winners. And so, are you sure? Are people sure that they want to divorce? Real quick, we'll get to the lines about this. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the Free Odyssey app. Let's go to Uncle Gene on Draymond Green. Uncle Gene, what's happening? Good morning. How you doing? You're on the roast. Uncle Gene, going once, up.
One or two.
Go ahead, start over, Uncle Gene. We didn't have your fader up. Uncle Gene, go ahead, start that over, man.
Yeah, I said that I'm taking one or two of the grandkids to the game tonight. I'm hoping he gets to meet you and the guys.
Oh, man, I'm off tonight, Uncle Gene. I'm actually off tonight.
No.
Believe it or not. Stunning hit me up. A lot of people come to the game, and I'm off tonight on a Friday.
All right. Anyways, turning to Draymond, okay? So I'm going to put it simply, all right? What happens to the human body when the heartbeat stops?
You pass away.
It dies. Okay?
Right.
It dies. All right? All right. And that's what's going to happen to this team once he's gone, all right? He is the heartbeat. He showed it the other night, all right? Without him, they don't have that drive when they need it, okay? They don't have that desire. At this point, hey, I'd overpay him to keep him. All
wow.
Right? Because once he's gone, that is the end of the dynasty. Okay? Mark that down.
Wow. Uncle Gene. Do people agree with Uncle Gene? 888-957-9570. If you move on from Draymond Green, and Draymond Green is no longer here, is that the end of this dynasty?
I need more context. Because, like, what if you trade Draymond in a package for... these are all hypotheticals, but like Giannis Antetokounmpo, like I think people would still feel they've got pretty good championship odds.
Let's be honest, they're not getting a Giannis. I know it's a hypothetical.
I'm saying like in a package. These are all hypotheticals. Like in a package, you've got multiple players, and Draymond's a part of that deal, and you go get yourself a Giannis. Like, but hypothetically, you lose Draymond for minimal. Yeah, you have no chance of winning.
Because I'm seeing a lot. I
agree with that.
I'm seeing a lot of Kuminga's going to slide right in and start. Kuminga's a different player. Very different. And is Kuminga ready for that role? Think about what Draymond Green does defensively, offensively. He's the battery pack, right? And he's the IQ. He knows where everyone is supposed to be. He's the coach on the floor. Sure, he could be a loud coach. He could be a demonstrative coach on the floor, but he is that coach. I like the way the season is played out. And some of the big games that you see here with Draymond Green, he becomes more and more irreplaceable. Yeah. And it's kind of funny here. 888-957-9570. As everybody's speaking about Draymond Green, I do want to get to the dialogue Bob Myers had with Draymond during the timeout, but go ahead. Finish that thought.
Like I keep coming back to, like, ideally everybody would want to compromise and stay together. But one of the parties may have something else in plan or is just over. Like if Draymond is just overplaying here and he wants to move his family to location X, right? Like it has nothing to do with basketball. He's just ready to move to this place for whatever reasons that he holds personal. How can we fault the Warriors for that? How can I fault Draymond for that? You know, like these things happen all the time. But gosh, it does feel like the two of them could come to some sort of an amicable, resolution that serves both parties, where they pay him, some sort of an extension. Either he opts in or they rework the final years of these deals and keep him here long term. I would love to do that. But what if something happens between now and the end of the season? Like there's so many unknowns.
What if it ends with the championship?
Oh, if it ends with a championship, I feel obligated to roll it back.
Yeah, I mean, what if it's a deep run?
But
what
if he
it's
pulls
a Western Conference Finals run?
if he wins it all and pulls a Kawhi and opts out and leaves, how can I be mad at him?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy would have, at that point, he would have given me 5 championships as a fan.
Yeah,
5?
That's tough. Ariel, Simmons Hill. Ariel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
So real quick, just want to say about Draymond Green, I completely agree. Once he's gone, the dynasty is over.
Damn.
There are certain things that don't show up in the stat sheet, and that's who Draymond is every single night. He plays the mental game. A lot of people forget, yes, the game is physical, but the game is also mental. That's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Hey, you know what, Ariel? That's a good point because mentally, he took the Pelicans apart the other night.
You mean verbally?
He verbally and mentally, he took the Pelicans apart the other night.
He did.
We saw it in Game 5 against the Boston Celtics. He's responded from that Game 4 where he got benched in the fourth quarter, made some plays down the stretch when he was inserted back into the game at TD Garden, and in Game 5, literally tore each and every one of them apart. Whether it's Ime Udoka, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, walking into their huddle, mentally, I don't know if there's 5 smarter players in the game than Draymond Green. Mentally. That's saying a lot.
Man, mentally, who's...
IQ,
that's such
knowing
a great
the game.
question. Like, it's like Al Horford, and I don't think Al's on the level of Draymond.
LeBron James.
LeBron's absolutely
KD's
there.
up there.
I would put Chris Paul. I know everyone hates Chris Paul. Chris Paul's pretty damn smart. Like, he plays the game at such a high level. Like, I'm giving it. But yes, B, it's a small list.
It's a very small
And I
list.
feel ridiculous for even throwing Al Horford in that mix, but I have respect for the way Al plays the game.
No,
but he's not even, I don't think he's on Dre's level. Do
No,
you?
he's not on Dre's level. He's not on
Wouldn't
Dre's
you consider
level.
him a more high IQ type of a player?
He is, but Draymond Green is probably at the top of the top.
Yeah, like it's LeBron, it's him, it's CP3.
Steph's got a great
Steph's
IQ,
absolutely
but
in there.
Draymond, what he does for this organization and this team on both ends of the floor,
Yeah.
and he's got to play that small ball
Yeah.
5, and he's got to bang with these bigs, and the taxing that it does on his body, it's kind of irreplaceable. 888-957-9570. We're heavy in the Warriors this hour. By the way, shameless shout out, 745. Shameless shout out, 745. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Your track team, your travel ball team, your baseball team, your dog. You want to shout out anybody, that's at 745. Shameless shout outs. What's coming up on a game? Sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. More Warrior sound. Don't forget Steiny and Good with Steph Curry at 10:30. 10:30. That's going to be a lot of fun. We got a lot of sound from Chase Hitter yesterday. Also, Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs discussing the Golden State Warriors as they're right now in the 6th spot in the Western Conference. They take on the San Antonio Spurs as basketball heats up here. 5 games left for the Golden State Warriors. Spurs, Nuggets, Thunder, Kings, and Blazers. Where will the Warriors end up in the Western Conference? We'll get into it here. 888-957-9570. That's sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night through March 31st. So you better get on it. Today's the last day. Enjoy stunning views, refresh rooms, and free breakfast. Book now at inatthethides.com. And also, when we come back, we have your Fix It Friday code word and a chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. That's coming up on the roast.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm.
7 the game.
All right, it's a 50-cent / payday / Frisco Friday here on the roast. Good morning to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody's driving safely to work or to their schools, dropping off their kids or daycares. Hopefully everybody's getting ready for a good weekend. We had the Final Four this weekend. We got Spurs-Warriors tonight, and then Warriors and Nuggets on Sunday. And, of course, the Miami Hurricanes taking on UConn. Lubman is jacked up for that one. That is the marquee game tomorrow down in Houston, Texas. Don't forget, this Fix It Friday's code word. Fix It Friday's code word is TIRES. Text TIRES, TIRES, to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. We got a question for everybody out there. We're talking about Draymond Green and his value to the Golden State Warriors. You heard from Myers yesterday with Steiny and Goo. You heard from Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibbs right here on 95.7 The Game. Can the Warriors sustain this dynasty without Draymond Green? 888-957-9570. Would the Warriors be able to sustain this dynasty without Draymond Green? Now, Steve Kerr, when he joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday, this was on the TK podcast, Tim Kawakami, this quote right here. A lot of people are comparing this season to the Last Dance and what the Bulls did in 98. Well, here's what Steve Kerr said about that. Here's his thoughts on whether or not this is the Last Dance.
Well, we don't know what's next. This is not the Last Dance, like that was, it was made clear in Chicago that was going to be it. Phil was done and, everybody's contracts were up. That was going to be it. That's not the case here at all. I know that Joe would love to keep this thing going. He's been incredible in his financial commitment to keep this team strong and relevant for a decade. And he's always committed to that. And so I think there's a really good possibility that we, keep things going here. So there's no need to speculate or worry about anything going forward because we have plenty to concern ourselves with right now, just trying to win and prepare for the playoff.
This is not a Last Dance situation because he believes they can keep this thing going now. 888-957-9570. Save a shout out 745. Don't forget about that. Line them up for that. What do you think about that quote, Shasky?
I agree with him. I think conceptually, knowing that everybody's contract is up at the end of the year and the coach coming out and saying this is my last year with the team for the Bulls I'm talking about, that creates there's a finality here. This one feels more like Spin the Wheel or Wheel of Fortune or something like that, right? You know what I mean? Like, spin the wheel. We win it all. Okay, let's try to keep everyone here. Spin the wheel. Does Draymond want to stay? Like, okay, what's the price point? Spin the wheel. We lose in the first round. Anything's on the table. This one feels more like a Jack in the Box. Like, I'm not sure when the musical chairs, as I go 15 different cliches here, is going to stop, and I don't know what the results are going to be. But I think, in a weird way, isn't this a little more compelling than like a Last Dance scenario? Because everything feels like it's on the table.
Well, Bob Myers, obviously,
right?
No contract after the end of the season. Kerr with 1 year left.
Yes.
Draymond with the player option. After next season, Klay Thompson will be an unrestricted free agent.
Young guys.
What do you do with the young guys? Extending Kuminga. What do you do with Moses Moody?
Does Wiggins come back?
Right. Well,
there's a whole, we haven't even gone
different.
Down the rabbit hole. There is an entire Pandora's box of Wiggins questions that don't feel appropriate for right now.
No doubt about that. So the calls are lining up here. 888-957-9570. I wonder, can the Warriors sustain this dynasty without Draymond Green moving forward? He's having a spectacular season. 13 assists the other night against the Pelicans. Now, he went crazy. Went crazy in the first half. No doubt he almost lost that game. The Pelicans going to 8-0 run once he got benched, but once he got back into the game, you saw that fire lit. And a lot of those players, look, we're not in that locker room. But when Steph Curry comes out on the podium and says he lit the fire, how can I disagree with that? No. They're in that locker room. Let's go to May Buddy in Oakland. May Buddy's back. And you know what, May Buddy? I'll say this as I say good morning. A couple people sent me some pictures of me in a blue suit, and you're right. It's not just me blending into the blue couch. It's Bully, too. We all blend into the couch. Hey, buddy, good morning.
All right, top of the morning.
Top of the morning,
my peoples. What's up?
Hey,
You're now
buddy.
a legend.
You
You're
are a legend in these streets.
Yes.
You know that, right?
Oh, my bad.
No, what are you apologizing for? It's good to be a legend.
All right. So first of all, I'm going to answer your question. No, to the Draymond Green, all that this nonsensical talk that you guys have going on. We.
Damn, man.
Let's keep Draymond exactly where he's at. Like, I don't know what y'all talking about.
We're not saying move on from Draymond
I-
Green. No. Let's get it straight, babe, buddy. Don't accuse us. We're not saying move on from Draymond Green. But with all the rhetoric this year and all the conversation about Draymond and the player option, we're just asking if fans believe they can sustain this dynasty without Draymond Green. And I'm having a hard time believing that they can sustain the dynasty without Draymond Green.
And I just answered your question. I said no.
Okay, all right, cool. So, all right.
No, we're going to keep him exactly where he at.
All right.
And I just wanted to say, actually, I called this morning just to say, like, how dope, like, Dub Nation is, like, and to, like, just to chime in on that because, like, this is the best team that you can be on. Like, these fans, us fans, me, you, Shasky, you know, we love this. Every player that joins this team, we love them. Like we take them in like fam. So, like, don't go anywhere. You know, like you're in a safe place, and that's why we love Wiggins. Like, ain't nobody mad at him. Like, you know, like do your thing, do what you have to do to be better. Like, we genuinely care about our people. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I just wanted to spread some love this morning to all y'all. And Draymond ain't going nowhere, so you guys can stop this.
You know what, B? It's funny, and I know.
Thanks, mate, money. Thanks, mate, money.
Yeah, you're
Hopefully
gonna roll your eyes at me, B. You're gonna. I'm just gonna say it on the front end. You're gonna roll your eyes at me, and you're gonna say, "Look at you equating yourself." I'm not equating myself to Draymond Green, but what I'm going to say is, it takes one to know one. I'm pretty irrational. I'm pretty passionate. I do some wild things, and I have to walk it back and apologize to people later. But the people that are in my life, they love me dearly. And when I play ball, whatever it is, I tend to have explosions left and right amongst my own teammates. And people from afar go, I would never want to play with that guy. But guys that play on my team will say, I do kind of love some of the craziness that this guy brings to the table.
Depends on the day.
From afar, I view Draymond, and this is me being totally honest, and I go, oh my God, is that what I look like from afar sometimes? And I go, people probably want to kill me and wouldn't want to put up with it. And then there are other times where I'm like, I can't live without this guy. And so it's kind of like it takes one to know one.
I've tried to think about living my radio life without you. I go back and forth.
Exactly.
It drives me crazy. My hairline has been pushed back because of you, Shasky. Just know I've receded more the last 2 years working with you and picked up more gray hairs.
And you've never had more success.
Probably not. Those are facts. Joe in San Jose. What's happening here on The Roast?
Hey, guys. Absolutely, the Warriors can win without Draymond. They don't need him. They proved it last year.
Whoa, Made Money disagrees with it, Joe.
I love this.
I do love
it. They proved it last year. He was a non-factor. He's a one-way player. He put too much stress on Curry and Clay. They have to work hard to get open because he's no threat on offense. He's just a one-way player. I think they need to put Kuminga in. They need to put the other Green in, but they definitely can win without Draymond Green. That's my take on that.
Well, and 408 here on the Comcast Business text line says, Made Money doesn't speak for everybody. I wouldn't mind seeing Draymond Green. I don't like his antics. I actually like the Made Money better than Made Money. That's pretty cool.
Can I ask you an X's and O's type of a question here?
Sure.
Is there any redundancy in terms of positional fit as you start to forecast, not this year, but next year and beyond, if you have to make a decision between Clay and Draymond in terms of their positional fit on the floor together? I'm asking from an X's and O's as Clay can, because you heard Kerr allude to this. He's transitioned more to a 3-4 at times. Does it become clunky when you have Clay and you have Kavon under contract for the time being and you have Kuminga? Are you worried at all that maybe Draymond on the floor offensively or defensively is maybe limiting some of the other players you have on the roster, or is that not a consideration? I'm asking the question just generally out loud.
So, I mean, I guess...
Do you get where I'm going?
I guess what you're saying is if you have Looney and Draymond Green, does that compromise the court? Does that congest the court and limit the spacing that Klay Thompson and Steph Curry needs? And at times, yes, it can be congested on that floor in the half court when Draymond and Looney's on the floor because teams will say, hey, the Lakers, Willie Green with the Pelicans.
Yes.
There's a lot of teams, good teams, that say, Draymond, go ahead and shoot it.
Yes.
And we saw that in the 2019 finals with Nick Nurse in Toronto where Iguodala and Draymond was on the floor together, and Nick Nurse said, go ahead, shoot it. You got no problems. And Draymond committed 30 turnovers in that series. So that's why I like the one big lineup.
Yeah,
when you go to one big and you split up Looney and Draymond, all of a sudden now you're cooking with hot grease.
But
now,
can you go Draymond as the lone big for a whole regular season?
You can't.
In the playoffs, I think you can do it.
You can't. Maybe you could do it in stretches.
Okay.
You don't want to do it because it is taxing on Draymond Green, and that could be tough on them. And I think Draymond Green at times maybe is not pleased with being a lone big or playing the five because he understands that, man, I'm doing a lot of banging in my back, my knees, I'm banged up here.
Yeah, it's
I would
taking
like to give
off
another
the back
big.
end of my career.
No doubt about it. Now, also, you look at the other night, and from an X's and O's standpoint, I've been eager to see how Draymond and Kuminga work together. And at times, they don't work well together. But in that fourth quarter against the Pelicans,
it was dynamic.
You saw Draymond and Kuminga work really well together on the back end while you had Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry there on the perimeter. That worked really well. So can that line up in the future work well together? We know Draymond Green and Wiggins can work well together, but at times you're still a little too small. So from an X's and O's standpoint, when you have Draymond and Looney on the floor at the same time, it does hurt. However, you see in Game 6 against Memphis, you say, okay, it can work. So you got to pick and choose from an X's and O's standpoint on when to deploy Draymond Green and another big together who can't space the floor.
When I'm looking at this from, let's say Bob Myers stays, or whoever the GM of the Warriors, and Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr, if I'm looking at it from their perspective, if Draymond opts in for just the 1 year, I almost feel an obligation to extend him because I would like to shape the roster with some certainty, knowing it's a multi-year deal, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I want to go into another year of uncertainty and then have a roster that has so many questions. Like, I would want to know what my next couple of years landscape is looking like. And I know the Klay thing is out there too. Like, I think it makes it. I think we underrate how difficult it is fielding the team around guys when you don't know if someone's going to stay, when you don't know if you are going to be able to lock someone up into a multi-year deal.
Well, or you could go into next season and say, okay, Draymond, you're going to opt in. Klay Thompson's got an expiring deal, and now we really see how we can shape this roster. How do you play during the contract year?
I hadn't considered
and
that.
And you
part.
have Poole and Wiggins under contract as well, especially if you go on a deep playoff run. And then you say, okay, next season, how do you look?
So now
are they aging overnight?
Yeah.
Now you have a lot more flexibility with those salary slots. And you can maybe do some sided trades, maybe extend Klay Thompson. How does it look next season?
That feels so baseball-like.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't it?
It does feel baseball-like. And you put the pressure on Draymond Green to perform. You put the pressure on Klay Thompson to perform for that multi-year extension. It all depends on the opt-in. Does Draymond Green want to opt in for one more year, or does he want that extension now? The way he's playing, it looks like he wants that extension now.
So what if he came to you and he said, I wanted a 3-year deal or I'm out?
Depends how this year ends, right? It depends how it
Does
ends.
the money matter to you at all?
If it's 20 a year, I don't mind it. I mean, Draymond's value to this organization and to this team, isn't it worth at least 20 a year?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that the salary cap's going to go up when they get the Apple Plus or the whatever the new streaming deal is, because they're going to have a streaming deal. I think that the max salary is going to go from whatever it is, $50 million at the apex to like $75 million. So that $20 million deal for Draymond doesn't look bad at all. I think 2, 3, 4 years from now. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm doing. If he told me 3 years for $65 million, $70 million, I think I'm doing that yesterday.
Now I want to make sure that everybody's following us here. We're discussing Draymond Green. I want to make it clear that we're not saying that the Warriors. Like, here's my position with Draymond Green. I have a hard time thinking about Draymond Green moving on. I have a hard time thinking that this dynasty can continue to roll on without Draymond Green when you look at his value to this team. and you look at that Pelicans game, you got the, like you said, Shaska, the other day on Twitter, you got the full Draymond Green experience, right?
Crazy.
He's yelling, he's barking at assistant coaches, he's barking at players, he's barking at the other team, but you see his value within this team, and you saw the way he balled out in that second half, and you see the way he does ball out for this Golden State Warriors team. Thanks, Spinoni, for that burrito as I left my breakfast at home. Can the Warriors can they win without Draymond Green moving forward? I have no idea because we haven't saw it in over a decade. We see the Warriors win with Draymond Green. We see that when they're without Draymond Green, and it's kind of like the triplets with the Dallas Cowboys. When you took away Emmitt Smith, or you took away Michael Irvin, or you took away Troy Aikman, the Cowboys were not as successful.
Can I ask you this one? And I know we don't view them the same way. I'm not here to say Brandon Belt equals Draymond Green. We all know Draymond is more impactful
no doubt.
in his sport for his team and his organization than Brandon Belt will ever be. I don't mean any disrespect to Brandon Belt when I say that. But don't you think there was buyer's remorse for Giants fans being loyal to the core when the back end of those deals started to come to fruition?
It did, but I never considered Brandon Belt one of the top 3 important players for the Giants.
Okay.
Draymond Green is a top 3, top 4 now baseball.
How about Crawford? Maybe there's not a proper like for like. I'm just asking because I do feel like when I watched Giants fans in real time, it was keep all these guys. They're champions. They've earned it.
Right.
And look, Draymond's done more than Draymond is again more impactful in his sport than these guys.
Right.
I'm just using this as a microcosm or a metaphor to kind of didn't Giants fans have buyer's remorse? I guess is the question.
Yeah,
that
would
I had.
Warrior fans have buyer's remorse for Draymond Green? I think when you think about all the banners and you think about how he's flipped this organization defensively, the way he talks, and the way Draymond is role for this community, you think about off and on the court, the impacts.
Oh, no doubt.
The impact that all these Warriors have had on and off the court, embracing the Bay, embracing Oakland, embracing the culture. To me, I have a hard time with that because I see Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford. I don't think that's tough for me, Shasky.
Okay, let me phrase it this way then. And these are all hypotheticals. We're just throwing things out. I can guarantee if you keep the core together for 4 more years, you don't win another championship. Let's just say I'm guaranteeing you don't win another championship, but they all retire Warriors. Would that be happier than them, pushing rolling the dice and seeing something else out there?
Don't you want to go down with these guys? Don't you want to go down with these guys?
I feel like you owe it to them.
I
feel like you owe it to them.
And I don't know if it has to be 4 years. What if it's 2 years? What if it's 3 years? What if it's another year with the player option? Yeah. What if it's like Iguodala who signed 1-year deals with you, or Kevin Durant who signed those 1-on-1 deals? Yeah,
and came back. I don't know. I just Iggy. I love Iggy. But Iggy's on a tier just below those in terms of endearment and being all time.
And think about Iggy. Think about Iguodala with this fan base.
It's been checkered.
It's been a little checkered.
It's been a little checkered, but he's very beloved. I'm not here to say that he's not very beloved. I guess the question that we keep coming back to is just how many more years do you think these guys have in them?
Yeah.
Which has been the question for 6 years now. And then what are the sacrifices you're willing to make to accommodate them?
And it's all dependent on this playoff run they're about to go on.
I agree.
It's all dependent on that. Now, you need Andrew Wiggins, and if he comes back and he can help, how deep do they go in this playoff run? By the way, King of the Hill in the 8 o'clock hour.
What if they hadn't won last year?
Yeah, I know. Well, but they did. See,
I know, but I always
if they had won last year, everything would be different.
I agree with you.
Would Jordan Poole get an extension? Would Andrew Wiggins get an extension?
No.
Would Draymond Green have been traded? But they did win.
I know.
They did win.
I know.
And they won without going to a Game 7 in each and every series.
That's the craziest part.
They didn't go into a Game 7. And they lost one game at Chase Center, which was a fluke. Shameless shout-outs, 10 minutes. Shameless
Remember
shout-outs.
how scared to death we were coming off that loss to Boston in Boston?
In Game 3?
It felt like we were it was walking the plank.
But you know what, though? That Friday,
Chris Mullin?
I talked myself into winning Game 4, and then Chris Mullin calmed everybody down.
Did you see the thing? I think you sent it to the chat, but I saw it all over talking about Steph Curry's Game 4 performance.
Al Horford said that after Game 4, he could hear the Warriors in the locker room. And yeah, they tied the series at 2-2, but the Warriors have felt like they won a championship. And I kind of felt like that was the game, too. We all felt coming out of Boston that Friday night that series was over.
I think that's the greatest road victory of all time in Bay Area sports. I'm dead serious on this in terms of legacy defining.
Yeah.
It was a dynasty defining moment, and it was a Steph Curry defining moment. His signature performance against a signature blue blood organization. That is a bold statement, but I mean that with all my heart.
Well, considering there was a championship on the line, and if you go down 3-1, you're probably not winning that series. Yeah, it catapulted Game 6 Oklahoma City in 2016.
Is it better than the Game 7 against the Royals on the road with Bumgarner?
Ooh.
I feel like they're pretty close.
Game 7's Game 7.
But this is Steph Curry cementing himself as a top 10 player in the history of the game.
No doubt. Let's go to Robinson.
I don't know. It's just interesting. I'm asking all these questions. Seeing that Channing Frye, I was like, Al Horford. I was like, yeah, that's one of the great games that we'll be talking about for 40 years.
Let's go to Robinson Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
Rob?
You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, that game 6 play when Kevin Durant, Westbrook, Curry, all them cats on the floor, and you telling me Warriors down 3-1, and the guy on the floor is Klay Thompson. I think that's the biggest game in his dynasty history because they lose that game. Okay, so he probably wins the finals, and they don't get Kevin Durant. So,
that's a good point.
So Klay Thompson really,
that's a
Klay Thompson really saved the dynasty. But I'm gonna go to this. I feel like if the Warriors had kept Wiseman and want to develop him, you can get rid of Draymond. But now you can't get rid of Draymond because who are you going to replace him with?
Yeah.
Who's going to come here and play with the Warriors and play that style of play? And I think it's too short. I don't think no team in the NBA is going to allow Draymond to play the way he plays here. They're not going to put the ball in his hands like that. But Klay Thompson, I think Klay Thompson going to have options. So I think that's going to be a tougher trick for the Warriors. He's going to have options.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson go to the Sixers. He can go anybody else and play the third, second role because he can shoot. He's 6'6". Draymond, I'm sorry, Draymond, but you've been in the league this long. You should be able to hit a corner three like Bruce Bourne. Bruce Bourne could hit nothing else but a corner three.
PJ Tucker.
You should be able to hit if Draymond can consistently hit a corner three and an 18, 15-foot jumper, the Warriors can continue winning. But until he develops that, I think that this year and I think next year they got to flip their roster and try to do something different because I don't think they can continue winning with this style of play. Because people are getting older and the teams have figured it out. So
it will be fascinating to see how they retinker this roster if they do move on from Draymond or Draymond Green opts out. Remember, Draymond Green has a control.
He controls it. And he had a great point at the beginning that I want to ask you about. So many ball-dominant players in the league, so many point guards that have to have the ball in their hand, so many superstars that have to have the usage rate, the ball in their hand. How many other teams out there in the league would allow Draymond Green to play point forward?
I don't know. You see a lot of it, though. The Pelicans don't have a true point guard.
That's true.
The Lakers, when you look at their point guard situation.
The point guard.
Yeah, but exactly. He's the point guard. He's a point forward. So, you think about the Clippers, like Russell Westbrook. Kawhi and Paul George had the ball in their hands a lot.
Yeah, it feels like your
turn. The Nuggets, Jokic is handling the basketball. Yeah. They don't have a true point guard. So a lot of teams have gone away from the prototypical point guard.
Yeah, but where does he fit in? Like, how many teams would allow him to be the primary ball handler?
I think a lot of teams.
You think a lot of teams?
Well, it depends on who's that co-star, right? If it's, say, LeBron James, well, he's not going to have the ball in his hands. If it's Kawhi Leonard, he's probably not going to have the ball in his hands.
So why does the Laker fit then? Why do we keep connecting Draymond to the Lakers?
I think that's just a fan thing.
Is that just a clutch?
I think that's a clutch fan thing.
Okay.
I don't know how much.
Because I'm kind of with you on like the fit. Like, how does Draymond as an off-ball shooter help LeBron? Isn't their big issue like off-ball shooting?
Well, yeah, and think about LeBron James. He wants shooters. He wants to be surrounded by shooters.
So I'm saying
that he's always wanted that.
Yeah.
So, by the way, 5 minutes shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570. Spadoni, get in here.
Oh, well, I was just saying the addition of Jared Vanderbilt, I think, kind of puts that to mood. The way he's been playing, why do you need Draymond Green now, right? It's kind of redundant at that point.
Yeah, younger, longer, athletic, no doubt. Let's go
Thank you, Spadoni, for chiming in between burrito bites.
Yeah, that is
I just inhaled that thing, too.
I cannot wait to get to the break, no doubt. I'm starving.
Well, no shameless shout-outs as I stuffed this burrito down my gullet.
No cap. Oakland, what's happening?
Back.
He's back.
Alcatraz.
No cap. What you got?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man? Are you calling us about the Bill Simmons podcast?
Good. Huh?
Are you calling us about the Bill Simmons podcast?
No. That's over done with. No, I was saying, okay, so with the Draymond Green situation, I wouldn't feel comfortable. I mean, Draymond's gonna be 34 next year. He opts in, and then it's a new contract to give him a 4-year deal. He's gonna be what, 38, 39?
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable paying Draymond Green for the next 4 years. And as far as Clay is concerned, Clay, I don't trust him going into the playoffs right now. He's too up and down. I believe in Steph, but I don't believe in Steph's Robin going into the playoffs, especially without Wiggins. I think Wiggins and Poole really hit Clay in the playoffs last year. Clay had maybe 2 games out of 3 series in the finals where he was like really, really good.
Clay,
that's where I'm at on it. And also, I want to go back to something y'all said earlier. You asked, could this team win without Draymond?
Right.
Let me ask you guys this. If they had Mikal Bridges instead of Draymond, can they win?
Well, Mikal Bridges is a dynamic player.
I mean, I don't think they would trade Mikal Bridges straight up for Draymond.
It feels like Brooklyn is going to build around Mikal Bridges as opposed to like moving on from him. Plus, he signed that big deal when he was at the Phoenix Suns. I love Mikal Bridges.
I think he'd be a great warrior.
He would be good. He would be good.
He'd be great on a lot of teams, though.
Yeah, Mikal Bridges is a baller. He's a champion, too, out of Villanova. I mean, obviously not an NBA champion, but he's a really, really good player. Why would Brooklyn give up on that? But that's going to be fascinating if the Warriors do flame out in these playoffs. Now, you mentioned Klay Thompson being up and down in the playoffs. Klay Thompson's streaky. He is streaky.
Always been.
But when you think about him in the playoffs, he shot the same percentage from 3 and from the field that he did in the 32 regular season games.
That's crazy.
And you think about his Boston series. All right, game 3, he woke up. He went 7-17. Game 4, he scored 18. Game 5, he was 7-14. Hit 5 threes in game 5.
Yeah.
He was really good. Game 5 against the Dallas Mavericks, he scored 32 points and hit 8 threes.
He carried them.
Think about his game 6 against Memphis.
Yep.
Think about some of those games against Memphis. He played really, really well. So
wasn't the first half against Memphis? He hit a bunch of threes in Game 6.
Yep, and he hit the dagger 3 in Game 6 as well. Game 5 against the against the Nuggets. You look at his Nuggets series; he was really, really good. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Warriors retinker this roster. By the way, shameless shoutouts. I see him lining up 888-957-9570. Shameless shoutouts coming up in a couple minutes. And again, a reminder: shout out anybody you want to shout out. If your husband's in jail or your wife is in jail, shout them out. They're in Santa Rita. I'm serious. Shout out anybody you want to shout out the correctional officer.
Shout out Chico bail bonds. I mean,
there
what
you
are we doing?
Yeah, we're shouting out people. That's what we're doing. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. There's no limitations to shouting out. Now, if you want to start shouting out body parts, that gets a little weird. We're not going to do all that. But, I mean, come
Chris
on.
Ryan's on line 1. I'm shouting out feet.
Yeah, I'm going to shout out my pinky toe for holding up over these years from playing all these basketball games. You can shout out whoever
What are you, LeBron James now?
Yeah, look, my family. Shout out to No Cap. That's all right. No, we're not going to shout out to felons because they're in jail for a reason. 888-957-9570. Let's go ahead and hit the intro, Spinotti. Shameless shout-outs.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Shout out Made Money for calling this out for a nonsensical conversation. And shout out to D and Doo-Wop out there in Oakland. D and Doo-Wop, absolute legends. Doo-Wop didn't even speak. D brought it, and everybody on Twitter was going crazy over D, Shasky. So shout out to those 2, or those 3.
Is that what we're okay? I want to shout out Agnello Farms. My buddy Alex owns a beautiful meat shop. I believe it's on 20th in Connecticut. And he hooked it up 10 tri-tips and 10 pounds of sausage and a ton of ground beef for a huge barbecue that I'm throwing tomorrow. Check them out, Agnello Farms. You can find them on Instagram. The best, highest quality meat out there right now. Support local, folks. Bodega Bay, it's the good stuff.
By the way, 510 wants to shout out Comcast Business Text Line 510. Shout out to all the UPS drivers in Menlo Park getting ready to sling these boxes. That's UPS Zach 510. Also, shout out to the end of Giants talk after one game. Good riddance. Good riddance to Giants talk. There'll be some Giants talk, but your boy ain't going to do 4 hours every single day on that baseball team. Oh, my God. What a snooze fest. Spinotti, what you got?
Shout out Meg the Stallion. Great first pitch last night for the Houston Astros. Just a great competitor, great artist. Wow. What a performance.
Man, those white jeans. Man.
White jeans. And by the way, to wear white jeans before Memorial Day, she pulled it off.
Can't tell you.
Heather, Santa Clara. Heather, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Last time we talked Meg the Stallion, you got in trouble.
What's up, guys? I wanted to give a shameless shout out to my 49er and 95.7 loving daughter Inara, who celebrated her 7th birthday this week and also scored her first 2 competitive soccer goals last weekend. They have a back-to-back tomorrow. So let's go, Inara, and 2016 girls Santa Clara Lions.
Oh, I love the shout-out to the Santa Clara Lions. Great shout-out, Heather. Let's go to Day in Pleasanton. Day, what's happening? You're on the roast. Who you shouting out?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Can you name one player in NBA who can play like Day? Thank you.
No.
There you go. There you go. Day. Shouting out Day on the Golden State Warriors. From YouTube, Mustafa Ward. Shout out to all the barbers blessing the community. Shout out to my barber, Pat. Don't push my hairline back today. Come on, Pat. I'm holding off for dear life. I'm coming to see you at 2 o'clock, Pat. But you're right, Mustafa. Shout out to the barbers who always bless us with those nice linings, those crisp haircuts. Yeah, I'm trying to hold on for dear life, though.
You have good hair.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
think
not
so.
guru level hair, but it's close.
We'll see. No, my hair. I'm curly, dog.
What do you mean?
My hair. I probably had the best and most underrated hair at this station.
Why do you say that?
Because it's soft, it's curly, it's wavy. I don't need a wave cap to get waves.
Oh.
I don't need juice to get the waves. I'm just saying.
Oh.
Well, I stay swimming out here.
Oh.
Some of us need a little product. It's all right. Get a little volume in there.
I don't
But
need
you
no
got the
product.
Natural, flaunt it.
I don't need no product, baby. Let's go to Deli Boy.
I don't need no iron. I'm already creased.
Yeah, I don't need no money. I got mouthpiece. Deli Boy, airport. What's happening?
Deli Boy.
What's happening? Hey, I got to shout out myself as the reigning champion. I'm going back-to-back this year. I want to thank nobody. That's me. You guys are all coming for the throne this year. Get ready to be humbled.
Hey, Deli Boy.
Shasky Family Golf Tournament.
Respect the Deli Boy who won the championship last year, and I didn't find that out until yesterday because Joe Shasky was so damn jealous and hating on his own little brother. Shout out to Deli Boy. I'm rooting for you. I'm putting my money on you to go back-to-back. Go out there and do the damn thing. Stanley, San Francisco.
It's like a WWE promo.
Stanley, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, man? I got a shout out for Kevon Looney, man. He's getting down with his business, man. I love Kevon Looney, man. They call him winter washer, man. I love him.
Oh,
Hey,
I love
come
that. Hey, Loon Dog. I love Looney. He's going to play in 82 games for the second consecutive season, which is a badge of honor these days. Back in the 90s and the 80s, they'd be laughing at us. But Loon Dog playing well, and he's banking with some big boys. Valanciunas, Gobert, Nas Reed, Karl-Anthony Towns, Embiid, you name it. Looney has been there day in and day out. Vote for Looney for most improved NBA player. He's been balling 14 double-doubles this season. 415, Bonte, I want to shout you out for making my daughter's day at the Warriors game on Tuesday.
Cool.
Thanks so much, Tony. Hey, I don't remember you. You know what? I do remember you guys. Shout out to your daughters. Anytime you come by the Gatehouse, it's all love. It's all love for Dub Nation. Loved it. What you got? Who you shouting out?
Oh, you already know who I'm shouting out. We're going to the Final Four. The Hurricanes, we're taking it by storm. I don't care how good UConn is. Canes, FAU, that's going to be the final. I want that 305 final. Shout out to my Miami Hurricanes and my guy, North Chadomir. Bring in those rebounds, baby.
I can't believe you're not traveling down to Houston after the show to go check out your Hurricanes.
Not everyone has first-class mileage like
you don't need
Bonte.
first-class mileage. Lubbock lives in Walnut Creek, man. You telling me his family don't got long money?
By the way,
I'm not rolling
Bonte,
that flat.
there's a conversation to be had. My dad also takes his shoes off on the plane like you.
Yeah, you should. Rest your feet.
That's unacceptable.
Thank you,
Not if you have clean socks on. My hygiene is really
My
good.
dad said he'll also eat whatever the hell he damn wants to eat in the airplane.
Yeah.
I said, you and Bonte need to go spoon each other on an airplane. then.
But you know what? Because we pay for our own ticket. If I want to eat crab fries on the plane, I'm going to eat crab fries on the plane. Don't sit next to me.
So
I
inconsiderate.
pay for my ticket. I pay for my seat, top dollar. And if I'm hungry, I'm going to eat when I eat. Put a mask on. Mitchell is San Jose. Mitchell, what's happening? You're on the roast. Who you shouting out?
Hey, just
hey there.
shout out my nephews, Jaden and Jordan Chan. They should be on their way to school right now.
Very cool.
Donna, let Joel go to another basketball game with me, please.
Ooh.
Yes, get him to another basketball game. Get him to another basketball
That sounded
game.
like the Boys to Men. Baby, you know I'm sorry. Like when the guy's talking over the beat like there, that's what that was.
My boy Sakti. Shout out to Sakti over there at NBC Sports Bay Area. The pace of play just sent this to me. This tweet.
Yeah, 30 minutes underneath the average time of last year.
Look at this.
I've got entire data on it.
Yankees Giants 2 hours 33 minutes. Milwaukee Cubs 2:21.
Yes.
Detroit Tampa Bay 2 hours and 4 minutes. Minnesota Kansas City 2:32.
Scoring up,
Wow.
pace of play through the roof.
I love that. Cleveland,
Yeah.
Seattle, 2 hours, 14 minutes. Dodgers, Diamondbacks, 2 hours and 35 minutes. And that'll do it for Shameless Shoutouts. Shameless Shoutouts here on the Frisco Friday.
Fonte, who was the character that Sam turned into as he became hype guy?
I don't know who the hell he turned into.
I mean, I guess basically he put the Farhan costume in the closet, and now he busted out the hurricane. What is it? The Idris? What do they call it?
The Ibis?
Ibis.
Sebastian the Ibis. Sebastian the Ibis.
So is that you? I want to become Sebastian one more time again for us here on the Rose. Hype up the University of Miami.
We're going into Houston. We're bringing that Category 5 storm. Man, they can't handle that swagger down in Houston. UConn's going down. I don't care who we get in the finals. It could be the Aztecs. It could be the Owls. Man, Canes all day long. You know what it is, baby. It's hurricane season.
Oh, my God.
I know who that is. You guys remember the Hurricane WWE?
Yes,
He's
I do remember
Hurricane
Hurricane.
Helmsley. The guy that was the fake gimmick guy. That's who that is.
Take the.
That's
It's hurricane
That's literally just a
season.
mashup of every single person I walked through in the parking lot on the way to games on Saturday.
I mean, Sebastian the Ibis, I'll never forget him. Wide
I
right
love you,
one in Tallahassee when Florida State was number 1 against Miami. When Bobby Boughton was looking like, what happened? What happened? And Sebastian the Ibis is in the end zone waving
That
no
was the
good.
best.
Whoa, good. That was
the
my
best.
first memory of Sebastian
the
the Ibis,
best.
and I can't stand him since.
How many Bobby Bowden games were lost because of a kicker?
Yes, three. At least 3. Wide right 1, 2,
Three of
and
the
3.
biggest games
Then you
in
had the
school
wide
history.
left, too.
Yeah, wide left as
Yeah,
well.
no, too.
No, trust me. I know all about that. 510, shout out to Just Us Basketball, AAU out of San Leandro.
Nice.
Just Us Basketball, AAU. Go out there and keep doing the damn thing. Shout out to the Oakland
and
A's,
Bonte.
510, on pace to win 162 games. Wow.
And shout out to Marin Catholic. We had a special guest this week on
Yes.
the high school podcast. You can email us at hss@957thegame.com. Former SF Giant, former USF legend, Jesse Foppert, the head coach of Marin Catholic, joined us, and we talk about high school baseball. So if there's anybody out there that needs to be shouted out in the high school level, I know track and field's going on right now,
Yep.
baseball's going on right
Yep.
now, girls softball's going on right now. Please let us know about it. Jesse Foppert, thanks for joining us. You can check that episode out on our podcast feed.
Yeah, Jayden Jefferson, my sister Camille, her son, my nephew, of course. Jayden Jefferson and the De La Salle track team are breaking records out there on the 4x1 relay team. They're doing the damn thing, and Jayden is going to visit all these colleges. He's still a freshman.
Congratulations.
Freshman, yeah, so shout out to Camille.
Congratulations.
Shout out to
Track
Craig.
and field people are built different.
Yeah, I love track. Dude, track and field meets are underrated. If everybody's going crazy over Meg Thee Stallion, go to a professional track and field meet. I mean, when I was a
Those
high
are
school
two different
kid.
conversations.
Well, I went to...
I remember when I first saw Jeremy Canaris run at Reardon's track, and I said, oh, that guy he's built different.
I remember going to a track and field meet in Vallejo, and I was a sophomore in high school. And the girls in Vallejo back in the day, when I was a sophomore in high school, let me just say, it was one of the most fascinating track meets I've ever seen in my life.
Anna, I hope you're not listening.
Wow. I was a sophomore in high school. All right?
This is
sophomore.
not good radio.
All right, let's go to the injury report.
Just chew it and do it.
Oh, man. Shout out to my kids, Mackenzie and Caleb, on their way to Latimer School. Shout them out as well. Shout out to Darian Trebell. That's right, City Basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Marin City finest. Also, St. Ignatius High School played in the Final Four, San Diego State. Shout out to the Aztecs. Bring it home for the West Coast. Bring it home for the West Coast. WrestleMania this weekend at SoFi Stadium. 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. They split it up. Wow, a lot going on here. Our injury report, it seems to all be baseball these days. Deanna LeBray started off the season with a win, but suffered a loss on the mound. Left-handed starter Max Fried departed his start against the Nationals after 43 pitches and 3 1/3 of an inning with left hamstring discomfort after running to record an out at first base. After the game manager, Brian Snicker, told reporters he expects Fried to go on an injured list. The good news is that there is no indication that Fried's injury is serious, and the expectation is that Fried will miss no more than one start. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. More sound from Chase Center yesterday. Bob Myers, he discusses his contract situation. Steve Kerr discussed his contract situation, and the Golden State Warriors taking on the San Antonio Spurs. Plus, we got 3 up and 3 down with Joe Shasky, and 3 of the biggest storylines in the NBA heading into the playoffs. That's all coming up on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Phone lines open right now for the 8 o'clock hour. That's coming up on the roast.
I have a wife.
Why do
Oh, baby?
Oh, baby, that burrito was good. Oh, baby, that burrito was good. A Frisco Friday / Payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. So, baby, good morning, everybody getting ready for work. Good morning, everybody taking their kids to school. I saw something earlier. Shout out to the South City Park directors out there. I think that's what they said. So shout them out. Shout out to the Sacramento Kings. Good morning to them. They're lighting the beam, and they ended their playoff drought. D-Lo and Casey up there, ESPN 1320, can't stop popping champagne. Yeah. Oh, my God. You see their drink bars yesterday? They are filling themselves. Yeah. Good for them. And I hope the Warriors get to play the Kings. By the way, we're going to have a fun version of King of the Hill later today.
Oh, nice.
The most fun opponents in this upcoming playoff run for the Golden State Warriors. We're going to rank the most fun we're going to have with an opponent.
Homework today.
Yeah, you like that?
We're prepared.
We're always prepared. What are you talking about?
Well, I had a bunch of fun things dialed in for today, and you had some fun things dialed in today, and it's a beautiful Friday.
It is a beautiful Friday. We're prepared every single day. We do our prep on the morning roast. You can't be successful without doing prep. We make it. We don't. I mean, it's organized chaos.
You know what my prep is?
What is it?
Watching and loving sports.
Unless it comes to the NBA.
Hey, I watched last night, both games. They're blowouts.
Oh, wow, look at you. They were blowouts last night. Not a great night. It was interesting to see Boston put it on Milwaukee, and it made me think about the long-term future of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Oh, you did?
That's
interesting.
Not saying
tease for later.
I'm just saying.
It's one of my
I'm not saying for the
lines.
Not saying for Dubs or anything like that. But we have John Sterling at 8:30 coming up. We're going to do 3 Up, 3 Down at 8:20. So in 15 minutes, we'll do 3 Up, 3 Down from opening day baseball, getting ready for John Sterling, the longtime voice of the New York Yankees, as I get that burp in.
Yankees win.
The Yankees win. The Yankees win. My favorite, the Yankees win, was last year in Cleveland, Game 4. Remember he was in the booth?
Awesome.
The Yankees win. He was so fired up.
But caught.
Please do not play that coming in. How sensitive would he be to that? How sensitive would he be to that? Shaw Livingston yesterday with Stardy and Guru S-Dot, obviously working with the Warriors organization. S-Dot is a real smooth dude. Stardy and Guru asked him about the final stretch run of the season. Here's what Livingston had to say about that.
You look at an 82-game season, try to put together good stretches of games where, you can kind of get a look at the whole roster. And unfortunately, we haven't had that this year. A lot of moving parts, moving pieces, trades, injuries, et cetera, et cetera. But I think going into the final stretch here, you want to get guys healthy. You want to get rhythm going into the playoffs and try to build that chemistry. And luckily, the schedule's kind of in our favor as far as, having a few games at home to do that.
And that's Sean Livingston there. And I wonder, 888-957-9570, and you guys can get on the conversation out there, all the roasters and folks who listen to 95.7 The Game. By the way, A's, good win, 2-1. We get the A's or flowers. We take the A's. I love the way they played yesterday, running on the base paths, pitching, defense. I thought the A's did a really good job yesterday. Yeah, I love what the A's did yesterday at the Coliseum in their home opener. The Warriors last year won 5 straight games going into the playoffs, and they caught fire there going into that Denver Nuggets series. And I look at these last 5 to 6 to 7 games. You look at them beat Philadelphia last Friday night. You see them beat the Pelicans the other night, rallying from a 20-point deficit. Are we nearing another run heading into the playoffs? Now, there's 3 road games left. And you heard from Bob Myers yesterday saying that we've sucked on the road. We have not been good. And you know how last week Steve Kerr said, yeah, I'm having fun right now. And Steph Curry said, yeah, we're having fun. These are playoff-type games. Bob Myers admitted yesterday, I'm not having fun. We only won 9 road games. But do you feel like maybe they're on the brink of a nice little run heading into the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, it's so difficult to pin this team down in terms of what they're about to do, B. Like, every moment I feel like they've turned the corner, they stub their toe. Every time that I feel like, the season's a wrap, they reel me back in. I would love for them to finish the season on a high note, feeling as good as they want. What do we say in sports? I don't care what sport it is. It's not about clicking at the beginning of the year. It's about, are you in form and are you in rhythm at the end of the year? I look at what the 49ers did, where they won how many? 13 in a row? What was the number? 12 in a row at the end of last year? Right? And they were in form, and it really showcased itself in the Seattle game, in the Dallas Cowboy game. And then obviously they ended up getting buzzsawed by Philadelphia. But I do think those things matter. When I look at the Warriors, part of what made last year so remarkable, They hadn't played together the final month of the season, of the regular season.
Right.
Like, Steph Curry was out. Draymond was out. Clay was rounding into form. I would much rather have them gel a little and have some high notes going into this year's playoffs.
Well, what about the potential return of Andrew Wiggins? Steve Kerr spoke about that on the TK podcast.
Well, I mean, we're to the point now where there's only 5 games left. So we're just taking things as they come. And I know we've all talked publicly about, we're giving Andrew the space he needs to deal with something that's incredibly serious and difficult. And that's really the only thing that matters. And, the door's open for him if and when he's ready. And if not, that's fine too. We all love Andrew and we're concerned about, his well-being more than anything. And so we're supporting him. He's fine. He's healthy and he's working out. But he has to have the space to do what he needs for his family. And we're supporting that.
And Steve Kerr added yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, about an update for Andrew Wiggins. Here's what he had to say about that.
No, nothing to add. We've been in constant touch with him. He is training every day, but there's really nothing further to add to that.
And the most important question I think a lot of Dub Nation has is, can this Golden State Warriors team win without Andrew Wiggins? Can they get back to the finals without Andrew Wiggins? Here's what he had to say about that on the TK podcast.
I think so. I mean, I really believe in this team. I think the fact that we traded for Gary and the way that JK has stepped up in Wiggs' absence. If you look at last year's team, we had, the 2 on-ball defenders in Wiggs and Gary, and, you plug JK into that Wiggs spot now. It's not as seamless as it was a year ago because we had a whole season together and we had all that rhythm and continuity. But I do feel good about our chances, just with the talent that we have and the experience that we have.
Steve Kerr believes they can win without Andrew Wiggins. You just heard that. They can win without Andrew Wiggins because JK and his development.
Yeah.
But Shasky, do you believe they can win without Andrew Wiggins?
Well, I guess I want to ask you a question. What is their record without Andrew Wiggins this year?
Record without Andrew Wiggins, slightly above 500. I can look that up right now. Now, he's missed 20 straight games.
20
straight games, which is crazy, right?
Wow.
20 straight games Andrew Wiggins has missed. And
I
how
feel
long
like
would it take him?
Quite honestly, they've done better than I thought they would with his if they're above 500. Like that surprises me. I'm going to be honest with you, because if you would have told me at the beginning of the year you're going to miss Andrew Wiggins for 20 games, I would say 8 and 12,
2 games above
9
500.
and 11.
So 2 games above 500 without Andrew Wiggins, 21 and 19.
That's pretty impressive given how wild this year's been and how unreliable all the rookies have been. Like, had you told me at the beginning of the year, JK took this quantum leap forward from day one to the end, and he, like, it really hasn't been this quantum. I mean, recently it has for Jonathan Kuminga, but like, Moody's done nothing. Wiseman's not here. You know what I mean? Like, it is kind of wild how they've weathered the Andrew Wiggins absence, quite frankly.
Wow. What's more fascinating? 888-957-9570. The fact that they're 21 and 19 without Andrew Wiggins. They have won 4 or 5 without Andrew Wiggins. Or the fact that he's missed 40 games.
Both?
I mean, Andrew Wiggins never misses time. Over the course of his career, he's been there 77 games, 78 games, 82 games. Play without Andrew Wiggins 40 times this season, and tonight will be 41. Sunday will be 42. Tuesday will be 43.
I don't know what to make of it. I mean, it's crazy. It's really crazy, and
now
it feels like he's not coming back. But how? Like, I'm just going off of what I'm hearing. Like, for the way it lands on my lap, from the way Steve said, like, hey, there's only so many games left, and it was like him basically reading the room and saying, like, yeah, it's probably not going to come back for the regular season. It would galvanize the team, if he were to come back in the playoffs, but that feels unfair to even ask. I'm not asking, but it feels unfair to even put out there.
Can they win without Andrew Wiggins in the playoffs?
What do you think?
I think it's going to be hard to do that because all of a sudden you're thinner, right? If Kuminga does pick up 2 quick fouls in a playoff game, how compromised will he be? Where will Gary Payton II be he was already on the injury report last game. People forget he was questionable with the Achilles injury. Now, a couple days off. Obviously, he talked to Steiniku yesterday. Feels like he's going to play.
That's not good.
But your depth, the experience. Kuminga didn't play last year in the postseason. He didn't. This will be uncharted territory for him, especially defensively.
Yes.
You've got some dogs in this playoff
and I worry
run.
about his whistle. Meaning,
right,
I feel like he gets an unfair young player whistle way too much. Like, I get it. Young players are going to get foul calls, but don't you? He's gotten a really bad whistle his first two seasons.
He has. So, can he win without Andrew Wiggins?
I could see him in foul trouble in a lot of these playoff games just by how he's officiating.
Right. And physical
that scares
and young.
me the more I think about it. Well, here's the other thing.
I don't even know. If they played Sacramento, sorry to cut you off, Shaska, but if they played Sacramento in a series, I think about Keegan Murray on that 3-point line. I think about a veteran presence like Harrison Barnes. I think about Malik Monk coming off the bench and being instant offense. De'Aaron Fox, as you mentioned. Can GP2 hang with him for 30-plus minutes? Will Kuminga be able to stay in front of him? I have my doubts with this team getting past the Sacramento Kings without Andrew Wiggins. Now, would I bet against the Warriors in the series? No, I wouldn't. Not especially against the Kings. But that's a tough series without Andrew Wiggins going up against Sacramento. They're deadly offensively. Don't forget about Red Velvet, Kevin Huerter, who can get hot from the 3-point line. It's going to be really difficult to beat a team in the West without Andrew Wiggins.
Of the top 4 guys, in terms of salary, Steph being number 1, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond. If I took Steph off the board, I said, of those other 3, who's the one that they could ill afford to lose? I think a lot of people would have said Wiggins at the beginning of this year.
I think a lot of people say Wiggins now. Honestly. I'm talking about a two-way guy who can give you 19, 20 a game.
Yeah.
And his importance in last postseason. Nobody saw that coming from Andrew Wiggins.
What was the big thing? Well, I've got to see him do it in the playoffs.
Right.
Is he going to shrink in the playoffs?
We don't trust him. And look,
exactly.
And he went through a slump. I mean, he went through a slump from the free throw line, the 3-point line. He slumped hard after the All-Star break. And then he got it going. And did you see him against the Memphis Grizzlies, dunking all over Brandon Clark? And you see his Game 6 against Memphis. Did you see him in the NBA Finals? You see him in the Western Conference Finals. Boy, I have a hard time seeing this team winning a series without Andrew Wiggins. Now,
see, I think they can win a series. This is where I think it gets complicated. It's not just winning it. This team's about winning 3 series in the Western Conference and the big one at the end. Like, right? Like that's where they're calibrated. Right. I don't see them winning 3 series in the Western Conference with no Andrew Wiggins. That's where I draw the line. It's not can they win an individual series. I can see them winning any individual series. It's can they string together 3 in a row.
Could you see them beating the Memphis Grizzlies in a potential first-round series?
Yes.
Without Andrew Wiggins?
Yes.
Ooh.
I can convince myself because of Steph and Clay and Draymond and me believing in one other guy stepping up to the plate that whether it's DiVincenzo, GP2, Jordan Poole, whomever, in a given series. Yes, in a singular series, I can make the argument the Warriors can beat or lose to anyone. It's when I get to 2 and 3 series in a row where I start having trouble visualizing.
So they could play the Nuggets, the Kings, or the Grizzlies in the first round. I don't see them jumping into that 4 or 5 spot playing the Suns or the Clippers. I think it's either going to be 6, 7, or 8 for the Golden State Warriors.
I love the 6 seed. If we could just keep it, I love it.
I think we're underrating Sacramento offensively without Andrew Wiggins. Because here's how Sacramento feels.
But they don't play any defense either.
But here's how Sacramento feels. Kitty Caraway on how the Sacramentos will fare against the Golden State Warriors.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
That's Kitty Caraway, ESPN 1320, and that's how Sacramento feels about the Golden State Warriors.
Well,
you heard
I
him
remember
chanting,
my first playoff series.
Yeah, well, you hear him chanting, "We want the Warriors. We want the Warriors. We want the Warriors."
Be careful what you wish for.
Without Andrew Wiggins, I don't know. 888-957-9570.
No, timeout. Draymond Green, after everything this team's done, Klay Thompson and Steph Curry are going to bow out to the Kings in the first round.
That's going to be
I have a hard time
fascinating series.
And maybe I'm in denial. Maybe I'm just caught in the bubble. I have a hard time believing that.
Without Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is so important to this team, man. He's so important to what the Warriors do.
And by the way, that would not be a road game. That's a Northern California home game for the Warriors. I mean, what are we talking about?
I don't know if Kings fans going to be selling those tickets up there at Golden One. I think we're underestimating. I don't want to do this.
I'm talking about from a travel perspective.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about from a location perspective. Forget the actual in-game noise. This Warrior team is so veteran-laden. They went into Boston. They went into OKC. They went into so many wild environments on the roads over the last 8-9 years. The environment of the arena is irrelevant to me. I'm more worried about traveling back and forth and things like this is an older team. That's what I'm thinking about.
Nobody's scared of the Sacramento Kings. But I am not going to underestimate how fired up that building's going to be in their first ever playoff series in 17 years. There is something to that. We believe there was something to that, not making the playoffs for 14 years, and then you come into Oracle Arena where the fan base is just going crazy, and you have that college atmosphere. That's what it's going to be at the Golden One Center. The firepower, the whistle. Will the Warriors get the benefit of the doubt with the whistle? Remember, the Kings are top 5 when it comes to free throw differential this season in the NBA. I don't know. You got to get there first, but without Andrew Wiggins, gosh, I think we're underestimating his impact and his value on the Golden State Warriors.
Am I simply dismissing? Does it sound like I'm dismissing the Kings or more crediting the Warriors?
I think as a fan base, we're underestimating the Sacramento Kings. Because the Warriors, let's face it, against athletic teams, they have not been good defensively. Why would that all of a sudden change in the playoffs, especially without one of your 3 best defenders in Andrew Wiggins if he doesn't come back?
Because I look at this team as a team that regular season defense feels like a drag. You know what I mean? I think that when it comes to the playoffs, they know the requirements that need to be made on defense in terms of the effort and the energy and things like that. So I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating them.
Maybe.
The Warriors, that is.
Maybe. All right. 888-957-9570. We're going to get back into the Warriors a little bit later. But, Shasky, let's go around the diamond. We have John Sterling coming up at 8:30. 8:30, John Sterling, the voice of the New York Yankees. 3 up, 3 down. Your takeaways from opening day baseball.
All right, let's start with the positive, baby. Let's go 3 up. Up first. The pitch clock is a smashing success, Bonte. 15 games on opening day. They averaged 2 hours, 45 minutes. That's almost 30 minutes shorter than last year's average, indicating that, to me, the pitch clock is a smashing success.
I love
this. This is unbelievable. How do you feel?
I love the pitch clock. Oh, my gosh. I was able to watch the entire A's-Angels game and get some very good sleep last night. The games were breezing. Cleveland, Seattle, 2 hours, 14 minutes. Look at the data here. You had a 2-hour game against with the Tigers and the Tampa Bay Rays. 2 hours, 21 minutes at Wrigley Field. Milwaukee, Chicago. Don't stand in line too long, folks. These games are breezing by. I love the pitch clock, and I love the pace of play. How about Dodgers, Diamondbacks? 2 hours, 35 minutes.
It's absolutely incredible. All right, my number 2 of a 3 up, 3 down. This is a positive one.
Number 2.
Young players are dominating baseball.
Yep.
Yesterday, O'Neal Cruz went up against Hunter Green. That's a guy for the Pirates and a pitcher for the Reds. They're going to be going up against each other for years. You saw the Baltimore catcher go 5 for 5 yesterday as he looks like an absolute stud. What's your boy's name, Bonte? That's your guy.
Who it's what?
Baltimore Orioles catcher.
Richmond.
He looks ridiculous.
Aldi Richmond. He's a baller.
We watched Volpe for the New York Yankees make his debut at 21 years old for the Bronx Bombers. And then I watched Jordan Walker, get multiple hits for the St. Louis Cardinals at 20 years old as he faces off against a Toronto team loaded with young talent. I have never seen more unbelievable high-end young talent in baseball than ever before. Don't tell me they can't market their stars, because every game I'm watching, young guys are balling.
Well, young guys are balling unless you're wearing a Giants uniform. In the moment that was stolen from Casey Smith yesterday, from not playing at Yankee Stadium to being in that lineup, to showcasing his skills and showcasing his bat and his glove on the biggest stage in baseball was criminal. Did not see Casey Smith last night, and instead we're throwing out, we're letting Matt Beattie pinch hit. We're letting Yastrzemski start in center field. What a joke the Giants put out there yesterday in their first game, the marquee game on ESPN to start the season off. Just criminal that we didn't get to see our young guy play. That made me sad yesterday.
I'm with you on that. My number three most positive thing from yesterday, and as we go 3 up, 3 down from opening day, my overreactions. God, it was great to see shortstops diving up the middle. Did you see Volpe? Did you see O'Neal Cruz? Every single game was showcasing one of these shortstops going deep into the hole up the middle to the left, diving because there's no shift anymore. Yeah. B, we are bringing athleticism back into the infield. I don't want to see a base hit go up the middle and Wilmer Flores just happens to be standing there and he doesn't have to move left or right. It was so refreshing to see.
Yeah, Tony Kipp, even the second base for the A's, was getting to the middle. He was showing off his range. He did have the error where he threw one in the dugout, but it was cool to see shortstops, the second baseman, go deep in the middle and try to make plays. You better be athletic. And the Giants are not that athletic. But it was cool to see the shifting and being limited yesterday. 3
of my downs, all right? Let's start with the first one.
Number 1.
Shohei Ohtani is an absolute must-see superstar. And my God, the Angels are doing what everyone knew what they were going to do. They let him down again. He comes out of the game, and what happens, Bonte?
And they give up the game to the Oakland A's. The Oakland A's put a lot of pressure on them, and the A's come back in the late innings. They're still 1-2-1. A's, by the way, again, I will reiterate this all day long. The way they played yesterday, running on a base pass, their presence in the batter's box, I really love the way the Oakland A's looked yesterday on the mound. But Anthony Rendon, and I'm a Rendon guy. I really like Rendon with the Nationals. That looks like the next bad contract for the Angels. He's doing nothing for them. It's embarrassing how much money he stole from the Angels. Get paid $40 million this year, I think. Anthony Rendon, just an utter disappointment for the Angels.
All right, my number 2 downer when it comes to baseball yesterday, just look at the Yankee and Giants game. There were 29 strikeouts between the two teams. More than half of all of the recorded outs in the Yankee-Giants game were strikeouts. Go to the A's game. Ohtani struck out a dozen, or 10, double digit. There are too many strikeouts, and I'm hoping that the shift ban over the next couple of years will start to reintroduce putting the ball in play. Yeah. We want to see the ball in play. I'm tired of seeing strikeouts. Yes, it's great for pitchers to get a bunch of strikeouts, but it wears their arm down, and they're out of the game by the 5th inning.
No doubt. Yeah, I think we will see a lot more action. We'll see less strikeouts because I think this pitch clock is going to really force pitchers to take some velocity off of their pitches. I think we'll see a lot more bats on balls. And I think we will see some action there. It was a lot of action in Arlington with the Rangers and Phillies. Guys are running around the bases. A lot of hits. Yeah, it was crazy seeing Bochy getting a win with the glasses and the Texas Rangers uniform alongside our boy, Donnie Ecker.
And that comes to my biggest downer of yesterday. The Giants trotted out one of the worst lineups in my adult life for Giants baseball on opening day. I cannot believe how pathetic that lineup was. I'm not even going to scream and yell. That was the boringest lineup that you could possibly pencil in as a Giants fan. B, that had to make you sad yesterday.
It did. This Diaz kid from the A's was batting third, shortstop. And I was like, he was so composed on that RBI single.
More swag than the entire Giants.
Yeah, I was like, give me Diaz. Give me Tony Kemp. Give me Jesus Aguilar. Give me Brown.
Langoliers.
The Giants. It's a depressing lineup.
Ponte,
and no wonder Aaron Judge.
They got 1 minute of our 8 o'clock hour because that's all they deserve.
The Giants, yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, they don't deserve airtime. They really don't.
Joey Bart can't even get a start on opening day. Like, what are we doing?
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. We also have the Fix It Friday code word and a chance to win $250 for a Kirby gift card. John Sterling, the longtime voice of the New York Yankees, joins the roast next here on 95.7 The Game.
The Yankees win.
Have you been in a car accident?
pitch is swung on and hit in the air to center field and deep. Back goes Yastrzemski on the track, at the wall. She is gone. Unbelievable. Aaron Judge, in his first at-bat of the year, hits a home run to dead center. It is a Judgian blast. All rise. Here comes the Judge. The pitch is swung on. Torres hits a fly ball to deep right. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. It's Glaber Day. Glaber Torres just went to right field and hit a 2-run home run to give the Yankees a 3-0 lead. Like a good Glaber, Torres is there.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
You gotta love it, man. You gotta embrace John Sterling, longtime voice of the New York Yankees. Aaron Judge picking up where he left off. 62 home runs last year, an American League record, 131 RBIs, batted .311, the MVP, the captain of the New York Yankees. Glaber Torres with the 2-run bomb, and the Yankees shut out the Giants 5-0. Giants limited to 4 hits as Garrett Cole was dominant. The Yankees looking to try to get back to the playoffs and possibly win their first World Series in over a decade. Let's bring in John Sterling to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. John, good morning. How are you, my friend?
Well, Bonte, good morning to you and to your audience, and a pleasure to be on.
Absolutely. Let me start with Aaron Judge there, because he called, for Giants fans like me and Shasky here, we thought we had a shot to see Aaron Judge wear the orange and black. What did you believe was going to happen this offseason with Aaron Judge? Where was your mind at? Did you think like, okay, he's going to come back? Or were you a little concerned about Aaron Judge moving on from the pinstripes?
Well, I certainly was concerned, but I felt that it had to do with the Yankees. A Judge had a year last year that almost no one has ever had. I mean, he led in everything. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009. A long time in Yankeedom, and so I didn't feel they could absolutely afford to let him go.
Right.
So no matter what the highest price was, I figured the Yankees would top him. And as you know, the Yankees have a little bit, as they say, set aside. So that's a pretty well-to-do franchise. So I figured they'd get him.
John, that's just, I love hearing your voice. Like, this is really special. Me and B, we love hearing your calls, and it's just, this is awesome. That being said, we know that he courted with the Giants, the whole wink into the camera at the hotel, and then he goes back to the Yankees, and then, like baseball, the poetry that it is, he faces the Giants, and on the first at-bat of the first swing for his new season after breaking Roger Maris's record for the Yankees last year, it's a home run. That felt like it was out of a Disney script.
Well, I thought it was just as unbelievable as you did. You know, baseball is a game of failure, and New York fans, they don't take failure very well. They're a middle ground. You know, I always say with a New York team, I don't care which one it is, hockey, basketball, football, baseball, I don't care which one it is. When they lose, they're the worst team in the history of that sport. When they win a game, championship. So there's not a lot of middle ground. So that was spectacular when a Judge hit his Judgian blast to dead center field in the first inning.
Yeah, no doubt. John Sterling here in the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. So, John, obviously you're on the East Coast. You're in the Big Apple. You're paying attention to the New York Yankees. Us as Giants fans are a little disappointed. You know, you guys bring up your young hot shot shortstop. He's batting ninth. The Giants have this kid named Casey Schmidt, and he's down to AAA. We're saying, why not introduce him to the world at Yankee Stadium with the monuments in center field in the Bronx, in the national game, the first game of the season? Do you understand why Giants fans could be ticked off at the lineup that they trotted out yesterday?
That was not a great lineup. And in the American League, you know, the Yankees are in a division with really good teams, Toronto and Tampa and Baltimore and Boston. And their lineups are a little stronger. I'd say the Giant lineup a little young, and they need Conforto and they need Hageder to come back, who's always injured. And they need those two guys to really hit for them.
Yeah. Well, John, I'm looking at the way the game's changed so much with the rules, and I'm loving the pace of play. But the big takeaway, watching that Volpe kid. I mean, first off, 21 years old, playing shortstop for the Yankees. I mean, that's surreal in itself. When he made that play up the middle, going to his left diving, I said, this guy, he's a player. I mean, just seeing this kid play. Speak about them having the confidence to play a 21-year-old on a team that's trying to win a championship.
With about 200 of his people in the crowd. No, it's a wonderful story, and I want to tell you that Susan and I were on that. The minute we started doing games, we were all on Volpe's bandwagon. He's got to make the team, and finally, after all their nonsense, ball clubs never say anything. They say nonsense. But they know what's going on. They won't say it. But anyway, it was apparent to everyone. This kid has won the shortstop's job, and you got to give him a run. Now, batting ninth is another thing. He's batting ninth because they think he will get on base. And that will allow he and LeMahieu to set the table for Judge, Rizzo, Stanton. So his batting ninth is like an extra leadoff man. So, I'm not one of those who wants my star, Judge, to hit second. I want two great table setters in front of him.
Yeah.
That's the way they play the game now. But with Volpe batting ninth, that's the reason for it.
No doubt. John Sterling here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, longtime voice of the New York Yankees. Now, your workload, you're going to reduce your workload this season, huh? You're not going to go on many road trips this year, John?
No. No. I wish that was true. No, I'm going to take off. I have a great boss, Chris Olivero, and Howie Rose and the Mets work with the same company. They're on WCBS. We're on WFAN. And Howie's going to take off about 30 games or so, and I will too. You heard and saw Dwayne Stats say that I'm 70 years old and I love the game as much. It's just I hate traveling. So Dwayne's going to take off about 30 games. The lucky guys, Denny Matthews in Kansas City and Bob Uecker in Milwaukee, are not doing any road games. That's the ultimate. But anyway, I'm going to do about 132 games this year. So I'm doing enough games.
Yeah, that's a lot of games. Now, we wonder here, because we always play your calls, and we get a chuckle out of them. How you come up with them, the text message back in the day with Mark Teixeira.
A text bomb.
An A-bomb for A-Rod. I mean, all this stuff. Where do you practice this stuff? Do you come up with this stuff on the fly? How do you come up with these great calls?
Well, at the beginning, it was absolutely on the fly. It was not meant to be a home run call for every player. It's like a cottage industry. It's grown. But when I said burn, baby, burn, or an A-bomb for A-Rod, or Robbie Cano, why don't you know? That was all thought up at the scene. And now I have to work a little bit more. I had to work to get one for Giancarlo, and I have worked to get one for Anthony Volpe. I have one in Italian and one in English. And so whatever he does.
John, I just love broadcasting in general. The voices like yourself. When I hear your voice right now, I'm smiling, number one. And number two, I just think of Yankee baseball. And like when I think of John Miller or Kruko and Kipe and guys like that, I think of Giants baseball, Vin Scully with the Dodgers. Who are the guys that you grew up listening to? And who are the guys that maybe you emulated?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because I grew up and I loved all the music. Stayed with me to this day. All the movies. I lived near 5 movie theaters in New York. And radio and television, I was going to be a disc jockey. I wanted to be a disc jockey at WNEW AM, which were, then those days, the darlings of Madison Avenue. I thought that'd be the end of the world, going to WNEW. I never even fantasized or dreamt about the Yankees, even when I'm in the business, because I felt it could never happen. Now, that's a lucky story, which I'd be glad to tell you sometime. But I listen to everyone all the time, everyone. Mel Allen, of course. Russ Hodges with the Giants was great. Mm-hmm. And then this young Vin Scully from Brooklyn. And I knew, this sounds terribly egotistical, but I knew Vin Scully was going to be great, I think, before almost anyone. I thought he was terrific when he began. I love Bob Prince and the Pirates and Harry Carey, and I like all of them, and they're all different. This is what Harry Carey told me once. He said, John, they're all good, but we all have different styles. And so, I obviously like the ones whose style I like. Yeah. And when I was auditioning, little boy disc jockey, I would make a lot of my trips on Friday evening, where they then were a lot of triple twi-nighters, and I looked at see which station I could get. Oh, yeah, I can get this one, I can get that. And so I would drive, and I'd drive to baseball. So I'm very much a baseball person.
No, I love this. I love these stories because my dad talks about it. He actually called in yesterday, and he says he remembers when he was a little boy listening onto the radio because the games weren't televised, and his favorite player, Willie Mays, was playing in the game, and Lon Simmons and Russ Hodges were doing the call. I remember, listening to Ted Robinson with Barry Bonds and stuff over the years. We were lucky enough to have the television. So who was the seminal Yankee that got you into the game? Like, who was the guy, when you go back to your childhood, that made you love baseball?
No, when I started to love baseball, I just simply loved baseball. I loved the whole thing. I loved the names. This is the late 40s. I love the names. I love the fact that the New York had 3 teams. Mm-hmm. I listened to everyone. He was a Yankee fan now, but I listened to everyone's games, and I went to the Polo Grounds a lot. That was easy for me. I only went to Ebbets Field a couple of times. I didn't know where the heck it was. But anyway, I liked all of it, and it isn't one announcer. What you do on the air, you gather all these guys. Don't forget, a lot of mine were disc jockeys, and you broadcast kind of the way they do. And then you get in the business, you get on the air, and you start to find your sound. And let me tell you something. No one broadcasts the way I do. So I know I have a different way. I didn't say it was good. I said it's different.
No, we enjoy it out here on the West Coast. We're talking to John Sterling, of course, the voice of the New York Yankees on WFAN. I want to get back to the Giants for a second and get your impressions on Logan Webb, who we think can be a top of the rotation starter. He pitched well enough to win, I thought, yesterday, even though he gave up the 2 home runs. What was your impressions of Logan Webb yesterday in the Giants uniform?
Well, I thought he was terrific. My good, he struck out half the team all the time. He's a very smooth, strong right-hander who's in the strike zone, and he changes his speeds beautifully on his fastball and cutter and sinker and breaking ball. Now, I was very impressed. Well, we know the Giants have good pitching.
Right.
And now the question, how much will he hit? Because they're in a division, like the Yankees, they're in a division with San Diego and the
Dodgers.
And an improving Arizona team. So, they're going to have to hit a little bit to win.
The Steinbrenner family, when you bring them up, man, people in baseball get triggered. What's the big thing about the Steinbrenner family in general that people get wrong?
Well, that's George. It certainly isn't Hal, who's a very quiet, easygoing, calm presence. George was something else. But in my case, George loved me. So, and Susan too. So we thought George was the greatest. Now I know that he was a little mercurial, or a lot mercurial. But with me, I could tell you the stories. He was absolutely great to me.
You didn't walk on the eggshells around George? He didn't ever want to fire you like he fired everybody else?
No. Well, I'll give you a story, quick story. Got to do this quick for you. 5th game of the Seattle playoff series in '95. Great series.
Oh, yeah.
A great series.
You remember it. Yeah.
Anyway, the Yankees lost. And after I finished my post game, I came downstairs, and the only way to get to the bus, which was behind the center field boards, was you have to go through the dugout. And you go through the dugout, and standing on the field, kind of in front of the dugout, was George. And he was the steam. The proverbial steam was coming from his ears. So I walked out, and I have to walk past him, and he said to me, "Don't worry, there'll be changes. Not you and Michael. You guys are great." So that's George in that moment telling me how good I was. So That's a relationship I have with George.
We watched that captain doc, and we saw how steamed he was after that Seattle game. And boy, was there changes after that one. Changes pretty good because you guys won 4 championships in the next 5 years.
Right.
All right. Go ahead,
John,
Chesky.
if you could do like the captain was a great doc, right? We all watched The Last Dance with Michael Jordan. Knowing the Yankee history the way you do, who's the guy? Is it Billy Martin? Is it the Dave Winfield saga? Is it Babe Ruth, the Yankee Clipper Joe DiMaggio? Who's the guy that you think needs the 30 for 30 breakdown documentary for the New York Yankees? Which player is it?
Without question, Babe Ruth. He totally changed the game. And 2 different years in the 20s, he literally out-homered every team in the league. So if you're larger in life and you produce, one thing to be larger in life, but you got to produce in New York. And Babe Ruth totally changed the game. And he was fortunate to have a Robin with him in Lou Gehrig. One year, when Ruth out-homered every team in the league, Gehrig out-homered every team but one, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it was like? Imagine what it'd be like now if you had 2 guys on your team who out-homered every team in the American League.
Gehrig is special.
So, anyway, Shohei Ohtani is a fabulous player and is doing just great things. But he doesn't come close to what Ruth did as a pitcher or as a hitter. Ruth was really unusual.
Well, there's a lot of people who think Shohei's already catapulted Babe Ruth and already surpassed him as a 2-way player, John. So I'm glad you're holding on to that Yankee shield representing for the Bronx Bombers.
We have a day off today.
Well, I know that. I know you have a day off. What about Shohei in the offseason?
Yeah.
Shohei, are the Yankees going to be after this guy? I think he's going to make $500 to $600 million on his next contract.
I don't think he'll come east. And if he wants to stay in L.A., he's got 2 pretty big franchises bidding for him. So I figure he'd stay out there.
All right.
But you never know. And by the way, forget about the Yankees. How about the Mets? They got a guy who's willing to spend some money too.
What do you think of him? He's got a lot of George Steinbrenner in him. What's your thoughts on Steve Cohen, the Mets owner, trying to fight for spots on the back of that daily sports page?
Well, that is a battle. It's a good battle because it helps both teams. But I think Steve Cohen is a godsend for the Mets and for baseball. And you always want a franchise like that. The other one wants to get. It's always been the Yankees. So. No, we're seeing things that happen. One thing before I get off, these unbelievable salaries. You know what it tells you?
Huh.
They're making money. Yeah. They wouldn't be giving money away.
John, you are a legend.
Hey, by the way, Yankees, Astros, you guys got to get over those guys, man. It feels like that's been the curse for you guys, the Astros.
Yeah. It's not a curse. They're a better team. They got it. Yankees have to get better than the Astros, and maybe this year they will.
All right, John. A lot of fun with you,
Thank
man.
you
Thanks
so
for the
much for your
time today. We know you're busy. Enjoy your off day. Giants, Yankees tomorrow for game 2 of this 3-game set. Giants got to score a run for crying out loud out there at Yankee Stadium. John, thanks so much for the time. Have a good season.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Anytime. John Shirley, longtime voice of the New York Yankees. He is hilarious.
Bonte, I'm a big history buff. History buff. And just hearing him, I geeked out right there. I don't know how many other people do, but I geeked out right there. When I look at the Yankees history, I can't stand the Yankees.
Well, they're baseball. They're baseball.
100%. I just watched this whole thing on Joe DiMaggio recently, the Yankee Clipper, and how him and Mickey Mantle never got along for a variety of reasons, and how Joe had to step out from behind Babe Ruth's shadow and was the captain for so long, and then Mickey tried to take his spot. And there's so much in the Yankee mystique that when I see those pinstripes, I respect it and hate it simultaneously.
Well, no, you got to go to Yankee Stadium. Now, the new Yankee Stadium, a lot of people tell you it's not the same as the old Yankee Stadium. But going to new Yankee Stadium and so I was out in New York. Last time I was out in New York, I think 2016.
Okay.
And so I scalp a ticket, take the subway to Yankee Stadium, get like a $15 ticket, and just walk around the stadium and walk in. And you see, it hits you when you start seeing the photos of Babe Ruth.
Right.
And you see Joe DiMaggio at the Italian restaurants, and they have the photos in black and white. You see Mickey Mantle. You see Roger Maris. And you see Lou Gehrig. You see Whitey Ford. And then you see Reggie Jackson. You see all the... damn.
Thurman Munson.
This is bait. Thurman Munson, who should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
If you're going to put Buster Posey in the Hall of Fame, you got to put Thurman Munson in the Hall of Fame. Very comparable numbers of what Thurman Munson meant to the Yankees is what Buster Posey meant to the Giants. There's no doubt about that. It hits you in the face. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
This is baseball. This is where it's born at. And so when you think about the New York Yankees and their brand, like, we were foolish to think that Aaron Judge would leave that for what's going on out here in San Francisco. Like, we're crazy.
Well, I kept thinking yesterday when he was coming up in that lineup, it's like they got Rizzo and they got Stanton and they got Gleyber Torres and they got Volpe and it's like a never-ending list of guys coming up. LeMahieu. And then I'm looking at the Giants lineup and I'm thinking, what was I thinking? He was going to bat with Yastrzemski getting pinch hit for 2 at-bats into the game as your 5-hitter?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Well,
Jock Peterson was going to protect. Like, Jock Peterson. Is Jock Peterson cracking the everyday lineup for the Yankees?
No, not even close.
And I like Jock, but
he's getting $20 million with the Giants this year. I don't care if it was a qualifying offer or not. $20 million for Jock Peterson. It feels like it's laughable. Like if he went out on the open market last year, got $6 million. If the Giants didn't qualify for a contract for him, what would he get? 10?
I know.
If that.
Well, my favorite one is yesterday. I saw a lot of Giants fans. Well, they tried. They tried to spend money. And look, on some level, I do respect that. Like, yes, they did try to spend money. But, like, we're handing out awards for trying?
Yeah, no. Well,
like, if Joe Lacob used that as an excuse. You know, we tried to get Kevin Durant, but we whiffed.
Well, no, we had that conversation in the offseason. You're like, you know what? To the Giants' credit. And, like, I know you pivoted and we're having a conversation, but I said, you don't get credit when you whiff over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, now I'm kind of with you on this.
You don't. You got to close the deal. You have to seal the deal with some of these big money players, and you haven't done that in the last 6 years. By the way, you brought up George Steinbrenner, and while he was talking, I went back and thought about Mike and the Bad Dog. Mike and the Bad Dog. And Mad Dog, Chris Russo on High Heat.
Yeah.
I don't know if he still does it, but when he first started High Heat, he would every single week play the best calls of the week, or he would rate the calls. And John Shirley would always be on there. And he'd be like, oh, John, give him a 3 for crying out loud, because it's just out of control. Some of his calls there. But no, if you got some of these crazy calls from John Sterling, please play them.
I'm going to play the Gleyber Torres one more time, because I had never heard this one ever.
The pitch is swung on. Torres hits a fly ball to deep right. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. It's Gleyber Day.
So good.
Gleyber Torres just went to right field and hit a 2-run home run to give the Yankees a 3-0 lead. Like a good Gleyber. Torres is there.
I mean,
oh my God.
Torres is there? Are you kidding
Oh my God.
Well, you have a Giancarlo Stanton call for him. Pull up a Giancarlo Stanton call.
Oh my God. By the way, Giancarlo Stanton, is that guy... Beach Body 101. Does everyone in the league have envy when it comes to he stands in the plate and I can see the muscles popping through the pinstripe jersey.
But I mean, he scalded that ball off of Tyler Rogers yesterday.
God.
He scalded it to center field for a base hit.
God.
By the way, the new Yankee Stadium, I'm seeing some commentary on YouTube,
Yeah.
Rebel 444. But isn't that deep in that park? You go in that park, it does look like a little league field.
It's a home run field.
The
It's a home run
outfields
field.
are so short. It was like, wait, this is where they get to play?
I know.
This is not fair.
But you
if
also
I'm a
have to-
hitter, I would always forget the pressure of being in New York City and forget the rules about the facial hair. If I'm a hitter, why wouldn't you want to hit in Yankee Stadium with the jet stream to right center?
Think of how many great left-handed hitters have played for them over the years. Like Tino Martinez had some great years. Paul O'Neill had some great years there. Giambi, although, fell off, he did have some good years toward the end. Rizzo's been successful there. Teixeira, who you referenced.
Switch hitter.
Yeah, like so many left-handed power hitters have had. Matsui comes to mind. Have had monster
Matsui,
triple deck shots down the line. Like, Reggie Jackson. Like, I can go right down the list and think about all the great left-handed players that they've had over the years. It's no surprise. And Bernie Williams, Posada, like they've had so many of them. I keep going back to the same thing. When I hear John Sterling's voice, I instantly think of Frank Sinatra, New York. Welcome to New York. I don't know why. Don't you?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's Frank Sinatra.
The National League
I just think
MVP
of
last
old school
year.
music.
Swung on and drilled to deep right center field. It is high. It is far. It is gone. It is first Yankee at bat. Giancarlo non si può stopparlo. It is a Stantonian home run.
Stantonian.
That is unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable. So, look, I don't think of Frank Sinatra when it comes to John Sterling at all. I think it's just crazy Yankee announcing New York City, the pinstripes. The Yankees win. That's what I think of. By the way, you brought up George Steinbrenner.
Well, I think of long top coats and cold New York weather.
Well, you brought up George Steinbrenner, and it takes me back to the interview he did with I was in Europe, and I go figure. I'm in Europe, and I'm on YouTube. Here? And I sent you this interview with George Steinbrenner with Mike and the Mad Dog.
So good.
Back in 1989 when he was about to get suspended for 2 years. And it was an hour, and the back and forth between owner and radio host was fascinating. He was basically coming at Mike and the Mad Dog. I love to see you come here and see some of the moves and see if you're right or wrong about that. And it just...
and Mad Dog was like, I think I could do that job. Like, he was dead serious.
He was dead serious. That'd be like Lakem coming in here saying, oh, well, you know... Hey, what do you guys think about that? You guys think you can do a better job developing James Wiseman? What you want to go coach the team? But, that'd be the similarity. So he brought up George Steinbrenner there. Steinbrenner was one of a kind. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and download the Odyssey app. Favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Real quick, we got to do this because we didn't do it yet. We'll get to the calls in just a second before King of the Hill. This Fix It Fridays code word is tires. Tires, Tires. Text tires to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. That's right, a $250 Kirby gift card. Your driveway mechanic, they come to you. They change your oil, they put air in your tires, they clean your car. They do it all right in front of your home. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Real quick, let's get to Brett before King of the Hill. Brett, Walnut Creek, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Yeah, I love you guys were talking about. I love the fast pitch now, basically, where
it's so good.
13 seconds, 14 seconds in between pitches. But the Giants are actually making me turn off baseball. Baseball itself isn't making me not want to watch baseball. It's the Giants' style of baseball.
Totally
it's four lousy singles in their home in their opener, and just blah. I mean, it's like watching paint dry.
No,
I don't know how this gets. I don't know how this gets better before it gets way worse, but I mean they need to get something going. But anyways, that's my take.
No, it's a great point. And like my big takeaway, and Sam throws all the data at me. Sam Lubman, our producer, and I love Sam for that because it gives me context, it gives me more tools, it gives me more reference points. I'm just going off my eyeballs. You pinch hit for your number 5 hitter on opening day. You brought a guy up literally off the trash heap of 4A ball. Okay, you're obsessed with 4A players, Matt Beatty, and you put down a kid, 27 years old. Now, I don't even know if Bryce Johnson's any good, but what kind of message are you sending to that entire farm system that you've been hyping up for 5 years? If one guy finally has a great spring training, all right, he does everything you need him to do. He leads the Cactus League in terms of stolen bases. You tell me you're going to get more athletic. You tell me you're going to get younger. And I look at this opening day lineup, and it's the oldest that you've had since 2008, okay, for the Giants, and it's the least athletic I can ever remember. And you're sending down one of the few guys who played well as a reward. Like, it just, I am rejecting this method of baseball.
Well, it's funny because all the optimism that you guys have for the first 90 minutes is all but gone.
I was wrong.
And Giants fans, all the optimism is all but gone because of that lineup yesterday, because of the way they played, because of the way they struck out.
Well, and also, it's the way they went back on their word,
exactly.
Basically. Like, that's why it's like a week ago you're saying that it's over, that, the roster turn is over, and then a week later you're doing the exact same nonsense that you said was done. That's what really, it wasn't the move that irritated me, it was just the context and the fact that, you said it yesterday, Bonte, the banana in the tailpipe. Shasky and I, we got tripped up on the banana in the tailpipe, and that stung.
Well, yeah, that's, I mean, so I'm not going to get angry over this. The Giants, they've got 161 games left. We'll see how it plays out.
Well, can we have fun? 1 second.
What?
Who is I know you're going to get to King of the Hill. Who is your favorite, if you were to just have one Yankee of all time that you're allowed to love?
Derek Jeter.
Okay, it's Derek Jeter. Is that because of watching him?
No, I told you before that we've argued about Derek Jeter for 2 years. I think he's a great shortstop. I think he was Mr. Yankee playing in that environment for that many years, leading off and being a captain. Derek Jeter, to me, in my lifetime, there's no better Yankee.
Okay, well, I'm going to go Joe DiMaggio, even though I never saw him play.
Yeah,
I love the Yankee Clipper. I love Joe DiMaggio. You know that. Number 5, my favorite number.
I thought you said present day player. If it's all time
player.
no,
I meant all time. Like, that's
for
my
me,
guy. Like,
if it's all time for me, I'm going Mickey Mantle.
Really?
Yeah, I remember playing.
See, I can't stand Mickey Mantle because of the Willie Mays stuff, because the East Coast wouldn't give Willie the kind of love.
Yeah.
He hated Joe DiMaggio because
I get it.
There's a lot that goes
into
it.
There is a lot there, but I'm just talking about the player.
Yes, 500
switch hitter,
home runs. Yes,
switch hitter, power,
speed.
The Mick would get drunk at night. Yeah, he was. I love Mickey Mantle. Then playing with him on video games was just awesome too.
Number 7.
Yeah, I love the Mick.
And there was a question, and I asked John Sander who was his player. I think he interpreted it as announcer, like growing up, who the announcer. I meant because if you're in New York in the 40s, the Duke, Duke Snyder, into the 50s, the Duke, Willie Mays, and Mickey Mantle. That was the question. Who's the greatest center fielder?
No, but present day Yank like Derek Jeter was number 2. Derek Jeter. Number 2. Number 2. All right, let's get to King of the Hill this week. We're going to have a lot of fun. King of the Hill this week will be the top 6 fun opponents for the Golden State Warriors in the NBA playoffs. Top 6 fun opponents.
And this is for first round?
This is for any time, any round.
Okay,
Just the top 6 East, West, does not matter.
I like this.
Top 6 fun opponents that you'll have the most fun playing this postseason. So number 6. The Boston Celtics. A rematch of the NBA Finals. There's been a lot of talk. We heard from Al Horford yesterday saying we could hear him in the locker room. That Game 4 felt like more than a win. To them, it felt like a championship. And you know what? It was a championship as the Warriors won 3 straight to end that series and win their 4th championship in the last 8 years. Number 6, the Boston Celtics. Number 5. The Fighting Kate Scotts and the Philadelphia 76ers. Embiid, you'll get another Bay Area versus Philly. We'll get the trash talk Philly again. Sixer fans will throw stuff at us again if that was to happen. Philadelphia 76ers and the Golden State Warriors will make for a fascinating finals. And, of course, the Warriors started off in Philadelphia in franchise history. Their roots are out there in Philadelphia,
Would you need security if we played in the finals against the Sixers and you had to fly out there?
I've got Fezzi, got Mully, I got D. Wright. We're all good. I got some 7-footers, some 6'7" guys. We'll be all right.
They might mistake you for a player like they did in Boston, too.
Yeah, how funny was that?
That was great.
All right.
Yeah, Bonte let himself go. He's the Eric Snow of this crew.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Number 4.
Number 4,
the Sacramento Kings would make for the most fun opponent. Number 4, some people may think this is low on the list because of the proximity between the two clubs. NorCal versus SoCal, hour and a half away. The Sacramento, it will be a lot of fun, but I got 3 other matchups that may be a lot more interesting and a lot more fun for Dub Nation, including number 3. Kevin Durant, Chris Paul, and the Phoenix Suns. We've had very tasty. We've had the back and forth with Devin Booker and Klay Thompson. You've got Damian Lee and JaMychal Green going at it last time out when they played at Chase Center. And, of course, Kevin Durant in a playoff series against the Golden State Warriors. Are you kidding me? That would be so great. That would be my number 3 fun matchup when it comes to the opponents in the playoffs for the Golden State Warriors. That's number 3, the Phoenix Suns. Number 2. The Memphis Grizzlies. We all want this again.
Who could be number 1 then?
Who could be number 1?
Because I want the Grizzlies. That feels like the most fun.
It feels like the most fun until you get to my number 1 club.
Number 1,
the L.A. Lakers.
Oh, no, I didn't even think about them.
You telling me Dub Nation wouldn't want another crack at LeBron James in a series, Lakers-Warriors? And now the Lakers have dominated the Warriors back in the past. Remember the late 80s and early 90s, they beat the Warriors in 5 games. We all got the Sleepy Floyd as Superman call. We all have that. But the Warriors lost in 5 games in that series. Exactly. That was the one game they won to prevent a sweep. So Lakers, with the way they've dominated the Warriors this year, Austin Reeves, Anthony Davis, of course, LeBron James, D'Angelo Russell against the Golden State Warriors. Did we have to look at Spadoni over the course of like 10 days? That'd be the number 1 fun opponent.
Who's getting more foul calls that series, Austin Reeves or Steph Curry?
Oh, Austin Reeves will get more foul calls than the entire team.
Just a grinder. That guy's just a total gym rat.
He is.
First guy in, last guy out.
Game the right
he
way.
Does. Smart guy. Not the fastest, but definitely quick.
What a flopper. He flopped the other day. Stacey King on the Bulls broadcast. That's a flop. Just can't miss that one.
He said it?
Yeah, he said it. He flopped on, who'd he flop on? Was it Pat Bev? Or no, DeMar DeRozan, I think.
By the way, we are getting to the point where the "you're too small" thing has jumped the shark.
Well, Yeah, it is. Somebody's going to get socked over that.
Oh, someone's going to fight someone over that.
You too small, but Pat Bev is doing it to
It's
LeBron
getting out of
James.
control.
It is out of control. So that's my top 6
I saw a
fun
7-year-old do that to another 7-year-old online.
I mean, they're all doing it.
It's crazy.
They're all doing it in AAU. They're all doing it too small. There's dudes who don't even score the basket who are doing it for the guy who scored the basket.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it's
no, they're not.
Dude. And it's tough to shit. It's been going on for 4 years now. Dude, I swear it's an AAU team. And the guy was at the 3-point line. Some dude went in for the layup, got the and one. Yeah. And the guy from the 3-point line was looking at the other team doing it too small, mugging them. And it started doing the gritty. It's like, what is going on? Frank Isola in 13 minutes. Frank Isola 13 minutes is going to join us. Of course, ESPN, Part the Interruption, Around the Horn, Sirius XM Radio has a show with Brian Scalabrine. Frank Isola is a lot of fun. We'll talk about the NBA as a whole with Frankie Ice at 9:20. So top 6 fun opponents. Top 6 fun opponents on King of the Hill this week. Celtics number 6, Philly number 5, Kings number 4, Suns number 3, Grizzlies number 2, and the Lakers will be the top fun opponent for the Golden State Warriors in the postseason.
I need the NFL to adopt this "you're too small" thing. I need wide receivers doing it on cornerbacks. I need D linemen doing it on quarterbacks.
They do it. I've seen DK Metcalf do that.
He's done the "you too small."
Yeah, like he's too small. He's too small.
He is.
I've seen it on the football field.
He's built in a lab. I remember when he was coming out, people were like, "The 3-cone, though." Like, shut up, the 3-cone. As we get all like, dude looks like Megatron. What are we talking about here? Isn't it Adonis?
No Bucks, huh, Bonte? No Giannis on that list.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I crossed them out. I had the Bucks at initially I had the Bucks at number 5. Then I crossed them out and I had them at 6, and I crossed it out again saying, nah, they're like number 7 or 8.
I'm glad you say that because I'll give you rat-a-tat-tat my 3 big NBA storylines heading toward the playoffs, Monte.
Oh, we're using the same beat.
Yeah.
Let's go. NBA and NBC.
Number 1.
Way to recycle.
Number 1.
What happens with Giannis?
Boy,
it sure feels like if they lose, he could be on the move.
They're getting older. They're getting older. Middleton doesn't look the same.
Exactly.
They've gotten blown out by the Celtics twice this season, and one win they had was an overtime win. I mean, maybe not this offseason, but I don't think Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be in Milwaukee.
I'm with you.
For the duration of his career.
Number two. Can Jokic and Embiid actually go far in the playoffs? Like, these guys have been dominating the regular season.
Nope.
I think there are a lot of people, not myself, but I think a lot of people are saying all the regular season stuff gets invalidated by the playoff losses. Can Jokic and or Embiid actually take their team to a finals?
Well, Embiid hasn't even been to a conference final yet. He hasn't gotten out of the second round yet. Remember the Kawhi Leonard shot that went around the rim, bounced all over the rim in 2019 in Game 7 against Philadelphia. And then Jokic had the conference finals in the bubble against the LA Lakers. They lost in 5. It's a big year for Jokic in the playoffs and Embiid as well. I mean, Embiid and the Sixers, no doubt.
And then the number 1 storyline, this is nationally.
Number 1.
Are the Golden State Warriors going to stay together or are they going to crumble? Like, I really think this is the number 1 story. We know that the people view the Warriors and watch them. It's the one NBA team that we actually watch as a nation. All right? What happens to Draymond Green? What's going on with Steph Curry? Is the coach going to stay? Is the GM going to leave? What is going on? Do they completely implode? Do they stay together and win another one? To me, are the Warriors still a contender?
Yeah, that's a great storyline. We'll see. We shall see. 5 games left in the NBA playoffs tonight. The Warriors and the Spurs. Top 3 storylines from Joe Shasky. Let's go to South Bay Mike real quick. 30 seconds or less in San Jose before we get to Frankie Ice. South Bay Mike, what's happening?
Yeah, hey, preach on about the Giants, Bonte. They're smoke and mirrors. The party continues, as they like to call it. I didn't watch yesterday's game because I knew it was going to be a colossal disappointment. And Gabe needs to put down the analytic binder and manage. As for best all-time Yankee, Joe DiMaggio, because I met him when I was a kid at one of those autograph shows. They were herding people through like cattle to get his autograph. And so my dad and I approached the table to talk to him, and the handler pushed us away. And Joe says, no, let them through. So it's like, I'm talking to the Pope here. So I'm like, idiot, ask him a question. Who's the toughest guy for you to face in your career? He looked at me and said, you never heard of him, kid. But his name is Mel Harder. And I said, yes, he pitched for the Cleveland Indians. And he had a look on his face as if to say, you're not supposed to know that. I'm impressed.
Wow. That's a hell of a story, South Bay Mike. Hell of a story. I love a good baseball story. A good story like that, meeting your idol, and your idol comes through in the clutch with something like that. That's awesome. Joe DiMaggio, Bay Area guy, of course. When we come back, and it's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body, Frank Isola is going to join us, Sirius XM Radio. Of course, you see him on ESPN all the time. A partner interruption and around the horn. He's going to join the roast coming up here. And when we come back, also, we'll have your Fix It Friday code word and a chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Don't want to miss that. That's coming up on the roast.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Bonte, good morning to you.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Save that one. I mean, you know how many people call me Bonta? And I sit there, I honestly, in my head, I sit there and I want to see how long it goes. It's like, wait, you listen to the radio show. Bro. If you watch Warriors pre and post and you still say Bonta, I'd like to see how long it goes.
John is a pro. He asked Sam specifically right off the top, how do you pronounce his name? And that's how you do it.
Dude.
So, you know what's funny is we had my father's retirement party, right, B, that you came to.
Mm-hmm.
And my aunt, God bless her, listens every day.
Yeah.
She said she got so nervous finally meeting you, she kept calling you Bonta over and over and over again. And God bless you, Auntie Babe, if you're out there. It's all good. I love you. And
Why was she getting nervous meeting you?
Because she loves you so much. She's like your biggest fan. And she's like, I kept calling him Bonta, and I didn't realize until I got about the fourth Bonta in there that I was like, oh, my God. And I was like, just tell him you made a mistake. Like, it's all good.
I had a vice principal at Gene Parker Elementary School, which is the elementary right by the Broadway Tunnel. Now, when we went there, I went there for kindergarten. It got tore down. They rebuilt it. And then we were in North Beach by the old Exploratorium.
Huh? 5 years in kindergarten? 4 years in kindergarten?
I mean, K, 1, 2, 3,
No,
4,
I meant
5.
like repeating the years.
Oh no! I graduated high school as a 17-year-old.
Ooh,
because I'm a September baby.
They wanted to get you the hell on out of there.
I was a September baby. But I had a vice principal call me Bonta every single year.
No.
Kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, by the way, LeBron James just tweeted out, this is funny, the whole blue checkmark brigade. Well, guess my blue checkmark will be gone soon, because if you know me, I ain't paying the $5.
No.
So, I guess all our blue check marks are going to go away. Who cares?
Is there anybody who is like faker on social media than him?
Magic Johnson.
Like him reading the books. Magic Johnson's just funny. Like when he reads the books and like he'll take a photo of the book of him. It's like, Doug, you're not reading. You're on page 1. You've been on page 1 of the Malcolm X book for 10 years.
I know some fake people on social media, but I am not going to name names.
I meant the high profile people, not like not us low level snakes in the grass.
I'm saying there's a lot of
you know who's not fake?
Media. Frank Isola.
Frankie Ice, baby.
Frankie Ice, ESPN's Around the Horn at PTI, Sirius XM NBA Radio, the starting lineup Monday through Friday from 7 to 10 a.m., and he is tapped in. Right now, the Knicks are playing well, but I got to ask Frank as we say good morning to him, and welcome back to the Morning Roast. Frank, we love talking hoops with you. What was your impressions the other night of Draymond Green? Because we've had this discussion about whether or not the Warriors could sustain this dynasty without Draymond Green if he opts to opt out of his deal and move on elsewhere. What did you think of his theatrics Tuesday night against the Pelicans?
Yeah, I thought, good morning, first of all. I thought the way that he was carrying on, listen, the NBA's changed. He did enough to get a second technical when he said the word how about 8 times to referee Ed Malloy. So they should thank Ed Malloy for not ejecting him. He could have gotten a second technical for kicking. Who was that in the back of the head?
Herb Jones.
Herb Jones in the back of the head. And I thought the comments after the game was strange. They were giving him all this credit, but he's the reason that they won. When he got the first technical foul, they went from down 9 to down 20.
I know.
I'm not exactly sure how that. Listen, I think the guy is a terrific player. He's so important to everything that they do. But let's face it, he's been walking that fine line. I thought when he was walking off the court with Steve Kerr, he didn't want to come out, obviously. And I think he's smart enough to know this is not going to look good if I'm arguing with my coach. So let me put my arm around him. And then I thought what Bob Myers did, I thought he kind of threw him a lifeline. Because let's face it, I mean, I don't know how it is in the Bay Area, but whenever something happens with Draymond, it's hard not to think about the fact that he assaulted Jordan Poole during a practice. So this idea that, well, he knows how to walk the fine line but not cross it, well, I mean, that did happen in the NBA Finals against Cleveland, didn't it? And it easily could have happened the other night. The only reason he wasn't kicked out of the game was because of Ed Malloy, and the league has changed. Luka Doncic got a 16 technical last week. The referees, it was on Sunday, the referees in their pool report said that he cursed at them, and that technical got rescinded. And then Draymond the other night said about his 17th goal, it'll be rescinded by the league. That's what the players do. Where the referees don't have any more power. I give Ed Malloy a lot of credit because Ed Malloy showed great restraint not to give Draymond a second technical.
Ed Malloy is probably not the vehicle to be discussing with me because I have my own personal beefs with him. I'm not a big Ed Malloy fan.
What would you have a beef for? You guys have won how many titles?
Ed Malloy is consistently out of position, calling fouls from across 7,000 pounds of bodies.
What are you, Earl Strom? You know what position he's supposed to be in when he's making calls?
And he's trailing the play.
Frank, the fact that we know all these names of the referees is one thing. Like, I know when Mark Davis is in town, or when Tony Brothers, or Gucci Man James Williams, or Scott Fun. Like, the fact that we know Natalie Sago.
Hang on. You guys have won all the time. I go drive 90 minutes up to Sacramento and ask them about the officiating, or some other cities that don't win. What do you guys want? Everything? You win all the time, and now you want every call?
No, we do. We watch some calls. I mean, they did get a good whistle Sunday against Minnesota.
I want to watch a better product, and I just feel like the officials
you got
in general.
The call. You got the Dallas Maverick call that they were whining about. That changed their entire season. A play at the end of the third quarter. I mean, give me a break with Mark.
But Frank, to be fair, in that game there were 5 other missed calls that could have gone in the other direction. We actually broke that game down. But on Draymond,
no. I'm messing with you on that. Okay, that's absurd. That is that's a misdirection by the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay, good.
I also think that's why Luka got that technical rescinded. Because I think Cuban must be calling up the league office. I think he's at war with the league office. So they said, all right, we're obviously not going to uphold this protest, but we'll give you Luka back a technical foul, so he's not suspended. How does Luka not have 30? Forget 16. How is he going to have 32 technical fouls?
Frank, now that we're here, you've opened the table. Like, I'm watching Luka the other night, Warriors, and look, Draymond is one of the worst. He's the most egregious on this team by a mile, by a country mile. Every possession on defense, complaining, screaming and yelling. Luka, I charted this. Frank, I swear to God, first half only. 21 times he turned and berated an official. Didn't just scream, berated an official. It must be unbelievable if you are one of the officials to have a guy 45 times a game screaming at you on both ends of the floor.
No, it's a great point. I said that a couple of years ago, or the last year. I said that the guy leads the league in complaining, and I should know because I complain all the time as well. So I'm an expert at it. It's completely out of control. It's the league's fault for letting it get to this point. And you guys know this, and I guarantee Steve Kerr would be the first one to say. It used to be, and we'll look at Steve Kerr's Chicago Bulls teams. They would let Phil Jackson complain to the referees because he's Phil Jackson. They would let Michael Jordan do it because he's Michael Jordan. He's the best player on the team. And then Scottie Pippen gets a little bit of leeway because he's Scottie Pippen, the second best player on the team. So each team has like 3 guys that are allowed to kind of get a little bit of leeway. Steve Kerr wasn't complaining to the referees. You know, that wasn't Judd Buechler complaining or Luke Longley. There was a bit of a pecking order. The problem with today's NBA, you ever watch the Boston Celtics play? Grant Williams acts like he's Luka Doncic. He complains and stares at the refs and yells at them just as much as Luka does. It's out of control. The star players have completely crossed the line, but it's also those role players who just have at it with the referees, and the referees stand there and take it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Just real quick, we were having this long Draymond Green conversation. Remove him from Golden State. How is he valued around the league, whether it be financially or for team building? How do other teams, not the Warriors, the other teams, how do they value him?
Well, it's weird, right? Because you know on that team, he's perfect because he's the leader on defense. When he has the ball in his hands and just the quickness in which he gets the ball and finds an open guy, he's thinking 2 steps ahead, and he's with the perfect couple of players, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. If you could find guys that are somewhat, could he fit in? I'm not saying he's going there. Could he play with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker? I think he could do that. Obviously, he played with Kevin Durant in Golden State and was pretty successful. I think he has to be around the right cast of players. But a big thing, and players don't look at this anymore, and I think even like Lamar Jackson factors into this from football. You know, Draymond is getting up there a little bit, and he has had some injury stuff. So, yes, is he worth making a lot for one season? Absolutely. You sign him to a long-term deal, I don't know. I mean, he's punished. To his credit, his body's taken a pounding. He's played a ton of playoff games. You know, he plays all out all the time. That eventually catches up to you. So let's face it, even if you think he's valuable and you know how good he is, that's also something that other teams, I think, would factor in.
Frank Isola here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. ESPN's Around the Horn at PTI. Does a great job of Sirius XM NBA radio, the starting lineup Monday through Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. I do have a Wiggins question for you a little bit later in this interview, but we were talking about Dallas, and now what are they, 3-9 when Kyrie and Luka plays together? Are we not surprised that that situation hasn't worked out? And what teams would be interested in giving Kyrie any type of money, let alone a multi-year deal?
Well, I think I think most people think you put a player like Kyrie who needs the ball to be successful on a team with Luka. Luka has to have the ball all the time.
Right.
So that doesn't seem to make any sense. Kyrie's another one. Getting Kyrie on a one-year deal, he was playing really well for the Brooklyn Nets on a one-year deal. They went 18-2 over a 20-game stretch. It was the best 20-game stretch in the history of the franchise. And Kyrie at one point was leading the NBA in fourth quarter scoring, and then he went to the Nets and said, okay, I've done well for 20 games. Where's my money now? And the Nets said, well, no, that's not how it works. I would not give Kyrie a long-term contract. I understand that he's a great player. I watched all of his games that he played in Brooklyn. The guy's a brilliant player. He just doesn't play enough. And with Kyrie, it's always something. Forget about how you feel about the vaccination. That was a ton of missed games. He had a thing a couple of years ago where he ghosted the team. He's dealt with injuries. He just doesn't play enough to warrant giving him a long-term deal. You're going to give him 1 year, again, like $50 million? I could see that. He'll be motivated to play. He's certainly good enough to make a crazy wage like that. But somebody will give him the money. I just wouldn't. And not because I don't think he's a good player, not because I don't think he can help you. I think on the right team. Remember, guys, 2 years ago, with him, James Harden, and Kevin Durant, the Nets beat Boston in 5 games. Then they beat Milwaukee in the first 2 games. So over 7 games against Milwaukee and Boston, they went 6-1. And then they all started getting hurt. James Harden got hurt. Kyrie got hurt. And ended up losing to Milwaukee in a Game 7. So Kyrie was part of a team which, for my money 2 years ago, was the best team in the NBA.
Yeah. I was listening to Jaylen Brown last night in the postgame, and he's talking about how they want the number 1 seed. Obviously, Milwaukee getting throttled. There's the Giannis questions. Will he stay there forever? Embiid and Jokic, can these big men win in the playoffs? Do the Warriors still have it? Which of these narratives, or one off the board, do you find to be the most compelling, that should be the number 1 talked about thing for NBA circles as we head into the playoffs?
The West being wide open, so just from the standpoint of Denver, can they do it? Can Jokic and that group make a run as the number 1 seed? I think the other one would certainly be the Golden State Warriors. Everyone kind of keeps waiting for them to get it together, even though on the road they've been a really poor team. And then I think the other one is your old friend Kevin Durant in Phoenix. Can they get it together quick enough to make a run? I think some of that supporting cast clearly isn't as good as it once was, but we also know if Kevin Durant's playing well, you have to defend both Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. That's not going to be easy. The West is completely wide open. I'd be shocked if anybody other than Boston, Milwaukee, and I'll even throw Philadelphia into the mix. If any of those teams, anybody besides those 3 were in the finals, I think it'll be Boston or Milwaukee. And in the West, I don't know, you could probably, let's face it, the way the Lakers are playing, people are now all of a sudden making a case for the Lakers to go on a crazy run. But I don't know if LeBron physically could hold up. I'm pretty sure he's probably carrying an injury. I get it. The playoffs are no back-to-backs, but he's going to have to, for them to win, he's going to have to play 40 minutes a night.
No doubt. Frank Isola here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. So there's an Andrew Wiggins question with the Golden State Warriors, but real quick, are we underestimating the Sacramento Kings? Because that place in a couple weeks, when they get that first home game after not having a playoff game in 17 years, is going to be bonkers. Are we underestimating the Sacramento Kings? Because it seems like all these other teams, whether it's Minnesota, the Warriors, the Lakers, they're trying to line up for that 6th spot to play Sacramento. But I think it's getting to the point, Frank, where we're kind of underestimating Sacramento and how well they play offensive basketball.
No, that's fair. Defensively, they need to be a little bit better. They've done a great job. The front office up there. It's impossible not to root for Mike Brown. It's great to see what he's done. Sabonis, that was a great trade, one that worked out for both teams, him for Halliburton. I love Kevin Hurt, obviously De'Aaron Fox. The only thing is about underestimating them, I think it's kind of like the Cleveland Cavaliers. Whenever you have these kind of new teams that have never done it, like I always look at it, can they win 3 playoff series? I'm not so sure. It's kind of a new team being in the playoffs. They could win 12 games to get to an NBA Finals. Could they make a little bit of noise? Maybe. But for them, and they know a lot of teams I'm sure a lot of teams privately wouldn't mind playing them just because of their inexperience. And I thought what Draymond said was pretty smart. They'd love to play them in the first round if based on nothing else, then they wouldn't have to travel so much. But I was up there for the last big game they've had, which was really the Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals when Peja Stojakovic could have won the series on that corner 3, and the crowd up there is incredible. Back then, obviously, it was Arco Arena, which completely rocked. They built a much nicer, newer arena, but their fans are going to be breathing fire.
I know. And if the Warriors have to play
I hope
them,
it's them and the Warriors. That's what I'm hoping.
Well, what if the Warriors have to play them without Andrew Wiggins? I think without Andrew Wiggins, it's going to be extremely tough because of all the players you mentioned. Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray's having a great rookie season. Harrison Barnes, a veteran who probably wants some payback at the Golden State Warriors for being blamed for the 2016 NBA Finals, going 5-32 over the last 3 games of that series. De'Aaron Fox, one of the most clutch players in the league. Wouldn't it be hard for the Warriors to win that series without Andrew Wiggins?
I think so. I mean, we all remember, and we were, you were up in Boston last year causing all kinds of trouble. Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on the Warriors last year in the NBA Finals. That to me was eye-opening, how well he played, how confident he played. He seemed like he understood that the Warriors really needed him to play at a high level in order to win. So, you look at Andrew Wiggins, he's a laid-back guy. He's almost like his personality sometimes is almost flatline, but he was engaged. He was into it. I think you're right. Again, without him, can the Warriors win 12 playoff games? I mean, they're not going to have home court advantage.
No.
And at least they wouldn't have home court advantage in probably 2 of the series, maybe 3, and they've been a terrible road team. Again, I get their experience, but you also need talent. I think not having Andrew Wiggins would be huge.
From a coverage standpoint, I respect your journalism background, and obviously I think of you as an East Coaster, right? Mm-hmm. Clearly. The way that this has been covered has been fascinating. We're obviously growing as a society and becoming more aware of privacy and mental health, and there's some aspects of this that are filled with landmines that people don't want to trip over. If this were in a different market, would this be covered differently, you think? Just using your background. I'm not saying we're wrong here. I'm actually happy with the growth. I'm just thinking, like, if this were New York or if this was Philly, I think there'd be some different ways that we talk about this.
Yeah, I mean, the rumors that are out there are unfortunate, but it's also, the guy is, it's a former number 1 overall pick. He was a key player in a team that won a championship. I don't think there's anything wrong with every single day asking the Warriors about it,
right?
And trying to track down Andrew Wiggins, because it is a pretty bizarre story. It's over 20 games now that he's missed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly what
20 games tonight would be 21, Frank.
Yeah, I can't really remember. I'm trying to think. I think early in the season, a few years ago, Drew Holiday missed a lot of time while his wife, I think, was undergoing cancer treatment. So I know there's been situations where players have missed a lot of time, but usually there's some clarification. I kind of think it's fair game from the standpoint if a reporter tracked something down and had people on the record saying something. Again, it is kind of odd that the guy's been out for this long and nobody really knows what the situation is.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We hope he's well, but definitely the Warriors need him as they have 5 games left. Right now they're in the 6th spot. Nas Reed, by the way. Nas Reed, a big injury with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I know you know about Nas Reed. He kills the Warriors. I love this guy.
I want him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Roselle Catholic. He's a Jersey guy.
No.
Is he?
Yeah.
In fact, the Timberwolves have him. They have Karl Anthony Towns. And why am I missing? Oh, and Slow-Mo. Kyle
Slow-Mo.
Anderson.
Yeah. Mully always talks about Slow-Mo, and there was rumors that he was the best player to ever come out of New York City. And everybody's like, yo, calm down. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar played there. Like, relax with Slow-Mo. But he's a nice fit for Minnesota. Slow-Mo?
I'll tell you what. That dude knows how to play. He went to St. Anthony's, which, of course, is Bobby Hurley. Mm-hmm. Danny Hurley's coaching
UConn
in the Final Four.
Yeah.
I think Carl went to Catholic school. I forget which one it was. And then Nas Reed went to Roselle Catholic. Nas Reed, I did the net game when Nas Reed hit a 3 at the buzzer to send the game into overtime. I mean, they invested all these, they traded all these assets for Rudy Gobert. I mean, what's wrong with Nas Reed? I don't know if they should have made that crazy of a trade. That's probably going to come back to haunt.
Talk about a guy who's going to get paid this offseason. Man, he's making himself some money.
Hey, Frank, you're a New Yorker. Watching Aaron Judge get a free swing first at bat against the Giants after basically using them as leverage, in my mind, I'm hearing my dad scream, you think Nolan Ryan would have let him swing the bat? You think Pedro would have let him swing the bat? God, baseball's changed.
It's so true. And I kept thinking when the story originally came out that it looked like he was headed to the Giants. I'm thinking, man, that's going to be a crazy opening day in the Bronx. Chances are it'll snow. It has snowed a bunch of, it never snows all year long. Then on opening day, there are flurries. And I kept thinking maybe it'll be interesting to see Aaron Judge's first at bat. Instead, his first at bat, your Giants groove him pitch, and he hits his first at bat. He hits a home run. You're 100% right about that. Baseball has changed because he clearly used his hometown team as leverage. You know the way it was painted here? What did he? Was it 340 or 360 that he got?
It was not enough from the Giants.
They should have started at $400 million.
Exactly.
When you have a lineup like the Giants, you need to overpay to steal a star from the Yankees.
It's amazing, though. It was treated here like he did the Yankees a huge favor by taking the 340 or 360 million. It's like, you're the Yankees, for crying out loud. He's doing you a favor. But he seems like he's the kind of guy, it seems like all of his teammates like him. They made him captain. Derek Jeter came out of the woodwork and was there the day that he, for his press conference. It's a big deal. He's certainly a likable star. But, the one thing about the Yankees when they had that great run in the late 90s into 2000, everyone was judged on whether or not they won a World Series. Yeah. And our guy Aaron Judge has yet to get to a World Series. I know that's, you could say that's being a little harsh, but when Alex Rodriguez came here, it was going to be you either have to win or you're a bum. And Aaron Judge is yet to get out of it. He's yet to win an ALCS.
Yeah, no doubt. They can't get over the Houston Astros. Yankees haven't won since 2009. Frank, you're always good to us, man.
Frankie.
We love conversing with you about the NBA.
Happy
Take
Friday.
care, man. Have a great weekend. Enjoy some
All right,
hoops.
boys. Take care.
Anytime. Frank Isola,
just
ESPN's
makes me
Around the
feel good.
Horn, and PTI, Sirius XM, NBA Radio, the starting lineup Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. We got to meet him and get to know him a little bit better out in Boston during the NBA Finals. So we'll see what happens with the Golden State Warriors as Papa Shasky. And who else is that?
It's
Pull it
JP
up.
Money. JP
Get
Money.
JP
and
Money
Papa
out the camera,
Shasky.
man. Get JP Money.
Oh, don't be hating on
He's
JP
killing our
Money.
ratings. YouTube numbers that went down from 450 to 350 just like that
Oh,
because
my
of JP
goodness.
Money. JP Money, by the way, Roasters, JP Money's the only guy I've seen come to a Warriors game looking like he's going to the Olympic Club to play golf. It's like, dude, tuck your shirt out, zip down the pullover, and have some fun. Loosen up a bit, buddy.
I feel like an interpreter. I have to explain to them because they can't hear. He's saying that you dress like you went to the Olympic Club to go play golf, but you're going to a Warrior game. He's saying you gotta be more relaxed, bud. Oh my goodness, we got our
dial it
family
down.
golf tournament.
I'm a professional.
He's a professional.
Dial it down on the weekends, dude. I mean, come on.
Hey, we've got our family golf tournament this weekend where we hand out a green jacket. The Masters is next week. Bonte, we thought we'd make you smile having JP Money, the accountant, on one side.
Make me smile, make me throw up. I mean, come on. Which one is it?
Well,
No,
the
I love
throwing
JP
up is
Money.
my dad over here, Mr. I take my shoes off in an airplane with Bonte as I'm sitting in first class.
Scoot up and share the mic with Papa Shasky.
Yeah.
Hey, as I read the Kirby gift card
ask
here.
him, I shot a 36 yesterday, and I has to teach these young kids how it's done.
Well, Papa Shasky, I had some crab fries from Philadelphia. I was hungry. It was a long flight.
Yeah,
We're
I
not
heard
going
about
to
the
eat.
crab fries.
Yeah, I mean, I pay for my seat. I'm going to take my shoes off and eat some crab fries. I take showers. My socks are clean. I make sure I bleach the white socks. You got to do what you got to do on the plane. You pay for the seat. You get to do what you want in that seat. Right.
I've taken a burrito with me onto the plane. I got to economize.
There you go. Wait, you're kind of freaking me out talking so low. I'm used to the crazy guy. Opening day lineup yesterday. How depressing was that?
You know what? You made a good point earlier when you're talking about, here, this is opening day in Yankee Stadium. Why aren't you letting the young kid shine just like they did for their shortstop Volke, right?
Right.
I mean, what do we got to lose? I don't know what they're trying to. I don't know what are they trying to save these guys for. Right? I don't know. They want to bring them up later in the season. You got Wilmer Flores at third to start opening day.
Did you hear the excuse?
Are you
because he
kidding me?
played so well last year, Kapler felt like he owed him an opening day start.
You know what? Unfortunately, we got to get rid of Kapler. Right? That's where all this analytics goes. It goes to die. It goes to die.
They pinch hit the number 5 hitter.
So you've got Yastrzemski and Jock Peterson both striking out the first 2 times up. That's 4 strikeouts right away.
Right
Are you kidding
away.
me? And that's the heart of your lineup. You can't even get the ball in play.
And what about Judge hitting that home run in the first inning?
Oh, good for him. I mean, that's what he does. That's what he's paid to do, and he did exactly what he's paid to do.
What about pitching to what's his face, Aaron Judge? You got to put one on his back.
You know what? If Nolan Ryan was there, he would never have even swung the bat. You know that.
Well, it's not. Do you blame Aaron Judge though?
No,
he's in
not
that
at all.
clubhouse with the New York Yankees, and he looks across. And there's Gabe Kapler, there's our boy Kai Correa, and there's Mike Yastrzemski batting 5th, and Jock Peterson batting 3rd. What? He made the right decision.
He absolutely made the right decision. Looking around, he's got still Giancarlo Stanton behind him. Are you kidding me? That's a win-win for him.
No doubt. Get JP Money on the air. Papa Shasky, good to hear from you. Good luck tomorrow. Get JP Money real quick.
Money.
We got the Fix It Fridays cold word in just a second. JP Money, the reason why I love JP Money is because...
My radio debut.
Yeah, because, you're looking like a square right now, but it's all good. I love you. But you, like me...
Dude,
love the Indianapolis Colts all-white uniforms, right?
Absolutely. And have you seen these new Denver uniforms, the new helmets they came out with, the throwback?
I did see the throwback helmets.
Those look hot.
So,
I like that.
So break down this tournament tomorrow. What are the odds you take home that green jacket?
Oh, really high. I'm playing a little, long con on the Shasky boys here. Yesterday, I played like doggy doo-doo. I'm trying to keep it safe for the radio. And, I got them fooled. So, Northern California.
Northern California. Save that. I like that. Deli Boy called earlier today with shameless shout-outs. And he says nobody is putting respect on the champ's name. What about Deli Boy going back-to-back?
Why would we put respect on Deli Boy's name?
He's the champ.
It's a broken clock strike twice a day.
Well, by the way, JP Money, our YouTubers, as we tell you to take off the sets in a second, they're saying that it looks like you have sued somebody before. You look like a lawyer.
I'm an accountant. I'm a CPA.
There you go. Good luck tomorrow, JP Buddy. Welcome to the roast. Yeah. Can't wait to see you next time. Dress like you're going to a basketball game, not like you're going to jury duty or something, man. Come on, loosen up a little bit.
No, this is who I am, and that's who I am. That's it.
All right,
that's what you got.
Good to see you, JP Buddy. Good to see you. By the way, this Fix It Friday's code word is tires. Text tires to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's Curbee. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up in 5 minutes. Your final thoughts on the week, your final thoughts on the Friday show. Warriors Spurs later today. Don't forget about Steph Curry on Steiny and Goo at 10:30. They were at Chase Center yesterday. They talked to everybody. They talked to an entire damn roster, including the coaching staff. Steph Curry, 10:30 here on 95.7 again.
Oh, hey there. Wow, they got to talk to Steph Curry?
Yeah.
Did Guru post that on his Insta?
You know Guru posted it.
I would have too.
Yeah, he flexed, of course.
That's not flexing.
I liked it.
It's called assessing. Yeah, he looked great.
The fact that Steph Curry took a photo with those guys says a lot about Steph Curry. It says a lot about the respect
Speaking
they have for
flexing, guys, freaking stacked. Steph hitting the weights, man.
He is strong. There's no personal beef with JP Money, guys. It's just all fun.
Yeah, what was going on? I missed that.
I said he looks like he's dressed for jury duty right now.
He's going golfing, bro.
The roaster said he looks like he's sued somebody once or twice in his life before.
That is everyone on the golf course. That is.
Our roasters are the best. By the way, you made my cousin JP Money and my Father's Day by allowing them to come on air. I bet the boss is like, look, we can't do that ever again. But
it's
thank
a Friday.
You for doing that.
It's a payday Friday.
I know. I wanted to make you smile.
/ mail it in Friday. Although we have not mailed in today's show.
Today
it's not been a morning mail in. Yeah. It has not been. We've been on our game here talking Draymond, talking Giants, talking basketball.
You wait till I start barbecuing those steaks that we have, and I start, let's just put it this way. We were talking gummies the other day, and somebody came through with some. So I might be passing those out like Skittles. Call me Marshawn.
Wow. To try to get an advantage, huh? Try to get an advantage on the golf course.
No, this is just for me to sleep.
Will you guys watch the Final Four after the tournament tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. So tomorrow's day is booked to the fullest. We're obviously going to be doing golf at the ceremonial first shot by my grandfather will be hit approximately 9 o'clock. We'll all be on the course. I'm guessing about 4 hours it'll take. So by about 1, 2 o'clock, we'll be back barbecuing already, rocking and rolling with gambling going. NCAA and baseball.
Yeah, I love that. San Diego State against Florida Atlantic and Lubman's Hurricanes against the UConn Huskies. By the way, I want to throw this at you. Team's first game of the season in Major League Baseball, the last 2 seasons. So last year, 2022 season opening day, I should say. There were 6 stolen bases in all. 11 stolen base attempts. 54.5% stolen base success. This season alone, 21 stolen bases yesterday and 23 attempts, a 91% success rate when it came to stolen bases. Did you see the A's run the base pass? Giants are too slow. They didn't even get on base yesterday. The A's are running left and right.
The misnomer is that home runs are what everyone loves. The most exciting plays in baseball are first to third,
Yep.
double plays,
Triples.
scoring from second. Yes, triples, exactly. Inside the park home runs, stealing bases. Those are the most exciting. My favorite players were Ricky Henderson, were, guys like Vince Coleman, guys like Brett Butler, like guys that would slap. Ichiro could steal bases when and needed to. Like the most famous play in Boston Red Sox history is a stolen base by Dave Roberts. You know what I mean? Like, we've gotten away from those things. You know the last time the Giants called a pitch out?
When?
2019.
Wow, that's insane. That's insane. Your pop is all over Kapler.
He's ready to see him
JP
go.
Money's getting roasted. He's definitely the cop that pulled me over last week.
He's not a cop. I would.
Alex
we know that.
Yeah, Alex in Atlanta, that dude 1,000% works for Morgan & Morgan.
He will definitely get your taxes right.
Yeah. JP Drew down. JP says oopsie when he makes a mistake.
No, JP Money will literally hit a bucket in your face at the O Club and yell, "Money time! It's Porter time!"
Does he yell, "It's Porter time"?
I swear to God. Everyone knows him as Money Porter.
That makes
JP dollar signs. That's been his nickname for years.
That makes me like him less.
Money time! Money time!
He did it a decade before Jordan Poole was even in the league.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm dead serious.
Oh, my gosh. All right, with that said, it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. All right, my final thoughts for this week, Shasky, is when we come in on Monday, where will the Warriors be in the Western Conference standings? Will they still be in the 6th spot? Will they move up to 5 and surpass the L.A. Clippers? They're 2 games behind the Phoenix Suns in the loss column. Where will the Warriors be in the standings? Again, they have the San Antonio Spurs tonight. Should be a gimme game. It should be. Don't tell Fitz that. And the Denver Nuggets on Sunday. Yeah. Will Jokic play? Will the Warriors pick up their 10th road win of the season? And then, of course, you got the T-Wolves and Lakers tonight in a monster game
7 thoughts.
in Minnesota. So my final thoughts. I said final thoughts, not 7 thoughts. Final thoughts. So I got a lot of thoughts. And will the Giants score a run over the weekend in Yankee Stadium? That's another thought I have. Go ahead, Chesky.
Oh, that's an empty think cloud. My final thought is this, all right, for everyone. Don't propose at a ball game. It's very awkward and very weird. Did you see the guy who ran out onto the field and tried to propose to his girlfriend?
Yeah, that's
and then got absolutely speared by one of the security guards. It's all over the internet. John Boy did a great breakdown if you look at on Twitter. Do not propose in public. A, that's not romantic for your significant other. And B, things like that going onto the field, don't be a dummy.
Yeah, I don't like the whole proposing on the field at a stadium.
It's uncomfortable.
In front of 19,000 people you don't know. Let me propose to my wife.
Yeah.
The most memorable moment she's going to have.
Exactly.
And let me share it with a bunch of no-names.
Thank you, B. You agree with me. That's the least thoughtful thing you can do.
I can't stand that. Lubman and Spadoni, final thoughts on the week.
Yeah, I'll just say that I really hope that the success that the Miami Hurricanes basketball program has had this year really inspires Mario Cristobal to kick it in gear and transfer some of that success over to the football program.
Can you do it in voice that you had earlier?
No, we don't need to do that right now.
All right. But what you got?
Too much pressure right there. You know what? Maybe the A's can just be fun this year. That's all I want to see. Hey, be fun, win more than 59.5 games because I might have a little cheddar on that. Just be fun. That's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, I am with you. I mean, the A's look I had a lot of fun watching that A's game.
That was fun.
I mean, they were running the bases. They had presence in the box. They look intimidating. The Diaz kid at shortstop, I loved them in the 3-hole. The A's who knows how many games they win this year. They had $35 million payroll. They played hard yesterday, man, in that season opener. They showed a lot more passion and pride than the Giants yesterday at Yankee Stadium.
Well, that's the thing. I think if I'm a Giants part of the brass, it's you think just because you spend money and you put together an 82-win team that makes us like you. We would much rather you be a 65 to 71-win team that's fun and young and building toward the future. Just because you're above 500 slightly and you're backing into the playoffs, that's not, to me, that's not fun. There's no one I love on this team right now.
925 Comcast Business Text Line proposal for a Shasky drinking game. Take a shot every time you hear him say, "I'm dead serious." Thoughts? Joe and Sam Marone. Thanks for talking some A's baseball. Pate, and I start laughing, but I'm dead serious.
Well, I think people, they mistake everything that comes out of our minds. That's a take. That's a take. No, dog, these are my thoughts. This is what I'm thinking.
All right.
I'm dead serious when I say it.
Payday Friday. Let's get out of here in a second.
God.
Steiny and Guru.
I already
with
made
Stephen
about
Curry
15 payments.
And at 10:30. Yeah, rent is due right now, huh? It's first of the month. Damn, we're
I have
already
another
broke
final thought real quick. I'm going to take the little guy to like this little Easter egg hunt thing in Oakland tomorrow. Like it's a little event. You got a bunch of little kids. If you're a parent of an older kid that has, please just monitor. We don't need these bigger kids bullying the little 2 and 3 year olds. Please monitor that.
Yeah, no, I'm with. And again, I'll say this: clean up after yourself at these kids' playgrounds.
That's
not cool, dude. They shouldn't be.
For real.
Because kids pick up anything, trash flying around, debris. So many kids picking up trash, and you gotta even the kids that are not mine. Hey, put that down, young man. That's garbage. Put that down. Clean up after yourself. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Warriors Spurs tonight. Final Four tomorrow. Got Giants Yankees. You got A's Angels. It's going to be a fun sports weekend. We will see you on Monday, but don't go anywhere. Steiny and Guru next are going to be joined by Stephen Curry at 10:30 right here on 95.7 Game. Oh, hey there.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your
Morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you from the studios downtown San Francisco.
Not like yesterday.
Yesterday, of course, we were some Warrior players were lucky enough to spend some time with us. And
we were around money yesterday. Big money.
That's what you came away with.
That's
what you came away with.
You didn't have. No, that's not what.
My
we got some good stuff. We got the chef at 10:30.
Yeah, we
had a good time.
After 2 o'clock yesterday, we got Steph Curry. He came by. We talked to him for 20 minutes. We're going to run the Steph Curry interview at 10:30, so half hour. And he was.
We asked him pretty much everything, man.
He's great as always.
Yeah. There's some takeaways though.
Okay. Like what? Okay, let me set it up for the bit. So yeah, we spent all day yesterday at the Chase Center, Warriors practice facility there. Talked to a plethora of management, coaches, players.
Great day.
And my question to you, Goo, is just that. What were some of your takeaways from yesterday?
I'll start with the leader. And to me, the leader is Stephen Curry. And we talked about the road record. And he opened up to us and the people were here to where he's had conversations with his comrades about why they're so bad on the road. Like, it's a thing. This is not cute. And they're searching for the answers. But when he ended his answer, Steiny, I took it. This is just me now. You know I'm different. I took it like he knows that they have a remedy. And they've yet to play their most important road game. And what I keep telling the masses is that's going to come in the second season. And the second season is called the offs. So he was honest about, I know it's ugly. It bothers us. We've never been here. But I just got a feeling like, I ain't going to call him Superman, Steiny. But you know what? In Steph, we trust. And he was like, all it takes is for us collectively to win one game in a series to flip it. And I totally expect that, whoever they get in the draw.
All right. So Steph Curry left you feeling more confident. For me, my biggest takeaway was I was right.
And Spadona, you hear that?
I mean, that's my biggest takeaway from yesterday.
You were right, what?
I was right about the schedule and about the games behind and about where they are in the standings.
I thought you totally what? Not that you said, Goo, they don't know where they're at.
Yes. The only person that knew
Looney.
was right, and the only reason he knew, he said, is because they lost to Minnesota and he checked. Every other person who came through that door yesterday, and I said, what's your record? They got it wrong. Where are you in the standings? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, now we're talking about our guy, friend of the program, Coach Ron Adams, who said he listens to the show. Said we do a good job. Kenny Atkinson, Bob Myers. Man, Steiny, the stuff, the heights or the depths that you'll go to get a win when I feel like it's a L.
No, you're right.
But more power to you, brother. You were great yesterday, too.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There was one guy that wasn't great.
Hold on.
One guy.
I know what you're going to say.
You know where I'm going?
I think so.
I'm calling out our boss. He took a picture that we had with Steph Curry. It didn't allow us to suck or me and Tuck. Oh, my God, Steiny. But the camera don't lie. I'm in the lab, boy. You see no Red Bull today. I look like a house.
I look like a vending machine.
Oh, my nose.
I look like a shoebox on top of a vending machine. My head is a rectangle.
Like, Matt, let us get ready for the picture. We ain't Steph.
You know what?
No more for me, but I'm telling you, it's over. Sugar and salt, out.
Here's another thing that I thought.
Why are they laughing? Evan
they know that you're fat. We are. I'll say we are. You know what I liked? I liked when Ron Adams told us about one of Draymond's defensive techniques.
Man. And he threw Gary Payton in there too.
Draymond takes his left or right hand and puts it across his chest and goes up with one hand, and by keeping his one hand there, that can't foul. And
other hand on
fascinating.
That was fascinating.
It was really cool. Really cool. Is that it? So it was all about Curry for you. You don't care about him?
Oh, no, it was Bob Myers and the Draymond Green. I'm taking this from Shasky because it was great. The Draymond Green experience. He opened up. He said I couldn't be him because, if I were to come down and talk to him, two guys that are, to wear their heart on their sleeve, that wouldn't work. But he just talked about, you opened up and let Dub Nation know what it's like to be around Draymond Green, just how great he is. And you got to take the good with the bad. That's what they do. But, Stoney, that's what makes them who they are. And it's what makes Bob Myers the guy that can come up out of our seats and talk to Draymond. Like I appreciate that, man.
They were great. They always are. Here's the one thing the one comparison I would make. And last year we did the same thing about this point of the season where we went over there and talked to a bunch of players, including Steph. And then we did the same thing this year. So it's been a year apart. There was just a touch more, I think, last year of kind of being carefree, of being loose. And it makes sense because even though they had a nice year, the expectations weren't title last year. I mean, yes, we all wanted them to, and we were hoping they would win it, but they really, in a way, were going into the playoffs for the first time as a new group, and anyway, they got it done. And this year, I felt, they sense, all right, it's getting serious now, and I don't know. Uncertainty, maybe that's the word. Just a little less loose and a little more serious.
I'll tell you what.
Maybe I'm reading into it, but that's kind of the way I felt.
And Looney, to me, was the Stoney. He may play like we asked him. In an era of load management, dude, how are you just there every game? In an era of load management, how do you just find your way to the court? And if you really do the history on Kevon Looney, Stoney, and how he had the hip issues, I mean, the neuropathy issues, where he's at now, it's almost incredible because he is the guy that, honestly, I know you're going to laugh or scoff. Some may or may not. But if you wanted to really give an MVP, Stoney, I mean, Kevon Looney could be a candidate because we talk about the offensive rebounding, giving your body every night to a bigger dude. I mean, my respect, I'm serious, for him has grown. And that game against the New Orleans Pelicans where three-pointers were splat, 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 and you're like, oh, that's a big miss. He was there to get the board, kick it back out to one of the Splash Brothers of pool, and whop, whop, whop. So my appreciation, not just yesterday, for Kevon Looney has grown. And shame on me, Stoney, I should have already been there. He don't miss time.
I think it was there.
He don't miss time.
I think it was there. You've appreciated Kevon Looney. 831 saying, my favorite takeaway was when Mike Dunleavy asked Stoney why he can't be a head coach.
That wasn't a fight, and I started it.
Oh, boy. The bottom line, so, by the way, I clarified. I'm dead right. I'm dead right on that. Okay, I got a question. Oh, I know what I want to do.
But there was some dead air.
So what?
Right.
You know why, Goo? You know why sometimes there's dead air?
I didn't say it was
because
bad.
People think before they speak sometimes. Every once in a while. Mm-hmm.
But you weren't expecting him to say elaborate.
I didn't. It's fine. Okay, I do need help on this because this is two things I meant. One is, name me the son of an NBA coach. I'm looking for the son of an NBA coach who played in the NBA and became a head coach.
Well, damn.
For example,
I was gonna say
you could say
Luke
somebody
Walton.
like J.B. Bickerstaff.
He didn't play.
His son didn't play in the NBA.
Okay, what about Luke Walton?
Bill Walton never coached.
Oh, damn it. Man, I don't think that person exists.
I don't know. And that's kind of the reason.
But he still told us he hadn't ruled it out.
That's fine, but I don't think he will.
Yeah. It was just interesting the way he answered it. Like, hey, I get what you're saying, Stoney, and you know him more than I do. But the fact that he didn't totally rule that out almost was like, and I asked him that he's thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because normally when you know you're not doing something, I could never do that, you know?
Stephen A. Silas, no, he played at Brown, but he did not play in the NBA. Stephen A. Silas. He coaches the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, and there was a bad report about him breaking down and crying, and he clarified it after a game. And his breakdown and crying was about his dad. It wasn't a so what. It was like, reporters, what are you guys out here doing? The thesis was he broke down and was crying because he couldn't get across to the younger players on his team. That would have been a negative? Case, no, that would be fine. But when it's about he broke down, cried because he lost his father, that's different. So the reporter they were on his head for running with that story.
Wait a minute. So had he been crying over
what are you looking for from me? You're not going to get it. I just told you the story came out that Stephen Silas broke down and was crying. He broke down and was crying because he couldn't get across or a connection with his young players.
Okay.
No, and I'm with you. Had he done that, fine. But he rebuked that and said, you know what? That's fine, but if you're going to report it right. I broke down and was crying because I'd lost my father. I didn't break down and cry because I couldn't get my message across or a connection to the team.
Oh.
Yeah. But you were looking at me like, had he cried because of that,
that's what I thought you were saying.
Oh, no, I'd be like, that's fine, too.
707, Luke Walton coached the Lakers. I know. His dad did not.
Yeah.
Was not a head coach in the league.
Yeah, that's a hard one. And for you not to have one off the top, I don't think they exist.
Well, I don't know. There's got to be one, I would think. And just to expound more. So I've always thought this, and I've said this a million times about like guys like Dunleavy and Curry and Klay Thompson. You know, Dunleavy was a high school All-American. He was at 12 years old. He was already, everybody knew he was going to be a great player. By the time he got into the league, he was essentially a pro. Yeah. He'd gone to Duke. He'd done the media thing. He'd been big man on camp. Then he comes to the NBA, plays 15 years. Mike Dunleavy played 15 years in the NBA. Then he retires, has a family, comes back in the front. He's got 4 kids.
Yeah, he told us.
Mike Dunleavy has 4 kids. That's why.
You think he's the coach?
Yeah, it's more like circumstance. Not that he doesn't have the, what did
you
Jimmy
didn't
the
say
Greek
that.
say? I shouldn't even go there.
Yeah, be careful.
No, but it's not because of that. It's just because of his shared
But see, he could have told.
experience.
We hear people say that all the time. Well, I got kids I want to be around, so that's why it'll never happen. He was like, they're going to grow up too.
We got Steph Curry coming up in 15 minutes. Steph Curry, it's got him yesterday for about 20 minutes. I'm trying to think all the stuff we asked him about to tease it a little bit. Obviously, where they are in the season compared with last year. He addressed the disconnect between the young players.
I love that.
And the older players. I thought that was kind of interesting what he'd said.
Yeah.
If you've been listening to the show, you know that I brought up the fact that the big three were able to come in on come into a bad team, essentially. And because the Warriors were a bad team, they were good enough as young players to play, and they got to play early for the most part, and that's very different from the young guys listening. So, I'm sorry, the young guys playing right now. So, there you go. This is the one I want to play to start, though.
Okay.
And this is from, we didn't get Steve Kerr, but he was on yesterday with the afternoon guys.
Willard and Diaz.
Take a listen to what he said this is from Tim Kawakami's podcast, rather. We got sound from both, I want to be clear. Steve Kerr.
Well, we don't know what's next. This is not the last dance, like that was, it was made clear in Chicago that was going to be it. Phil was done and, everybody's contracts were up. That was going to be it. That's not the case here at all. I know that Joe would love to keep this thing going. He's been incredible in his financial commitment to keep this team strong and relevant for a decade. And he's always committed to that. And so I think there's a really good possibility that we, keep things going here. So there's no need to speculate or worry about anything going forward because we have plenty to concern ourselves with right now, just trying to win and prepare for the playoff.
What'd you think of that?
I think he's right, and I
think there's a very good possibility that we keep things going here. Do you think that means he knows Draymond wants to stay?
I hadn't thought of it until you just brought that up.
Or does that mean, look, if Draymond chooses to leave,
we still got the Steph.
We still got action.
Yeah, we got the Steph, Clay, and Wiggins. And Jordan Poole, most likely. So that's what I told you when this season first started. I'm like, yeah, the last dance, everybody was gone. I mean, out. But this one, I already told you, Steiny, where I'm at with Curry. Is Curry on mine? If he's here, you still got Michael Jackson to kind of put pieces around. I think we got an answer, Steiny. Doc Rivers.
His dad played in the NBA?
No, Austin.
Austin's an NBA coach right now?
You're right. I went off the text line. Yep. Doc's dad is.
You got to take it. I'm asking you guys to take it one step further. But then we're doing it.
Yeah, the dad.
So I caught some heat by telling Mike Dunleavy I didn't think he was going to be a coach. But the reason is because I'm looking for the son of an NBA coach who played in the NBA, who then became a head coach. And that was another big part of it. Mike Dunleavy grew up seeing his dad be a head coach and how just rigorous that lifestyle is. And I think there's something probably where he's like, yeah, it's a lot of, what a grind.
Yeah.
And he's been in the grind for 20 years.
Speaking on, and also another takeaway.
Yeah.
Shocker, athletes in shape, but even the coaches, including Stotty, everybody was fit. Everybody was fit. Ron Adams came in there looking like Curry. I
Atkinson.
told him, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, the only guy who said he was out of shape was Gary Payton II.
Well, you asked him.
He's fat.
Please.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, he was great.
That's starting to get to me.
I did. You did see that GP2 bonded with me when I told him about my dad.
You don't care about that stuff, do you?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, we had a good time.
Yeah, you could tell.
I'm floating.
You could tell.
Yep.
Is that from being at the facility yesterday?
Oh, yeah. No
okay.
doubt.
I just wanted to
and
make
bonding
sure.
with Steph. I can't ruin the interview, but
easy.
He's a staple. This is his show.
See that?
This is Curry's show.
I like to kid around with the best
honest,
of them.
I changed my avatar. It's us at the table. Because
like
Lord knows it can't be that picture the boss took. I'm hurt.
I like to have fun with the rest of them, but now when you say we bonded.
It's our second.
I know, but people may actually think you're serious about that.
Wow. I asked him a favor. I asked him a favor. I won't tell the people you hear it in a minute. I asked him a favor, and I asked him a favor. Don't ruin it. That's a tease, people. And he came through for your boy, us. Yeah. Just embrace it. Stoney, don't run from it. Curry said he listens to us.
You guys, 408 with some advice. Thank you very much. Your guys' jackets are too big. You're supposed to wear one size down. My jacket.
I had a sweater
I actually didn't have a jacket on either.
I had a sweater.
Kind of like Kenny Atkinson's T-shirt.
You know.
I'm kind of mad at Evan.
See, that's where, I've got some humility. You know what I mean? If I were swole.
Yeah. You look good,
I still wouldn't wear a tight shirt.
Yeah,
Kenny is cut.
I know.
Dude, all of them were.
You know what, though? I'm not, you know what?
No, I hear we got to work 9 to 5.
I'm not idolizing those guys.
No,
they
I just
work at a gym.
See, you sound.
They should be in shape.
Yeah, you know what?
8 to 80. If you're working for the Warriors, you better be in shape.
You know what? When you put it like that, maybe I'm not as flattered as I thought I was.
Get a treadmill in here. We will.
Now, you said Dibs did a show on air here in the Bay Area on the is that in fact true?
Okay,
no doubt.
It is true.
There's no way.
No, yeah, absolutely. 650. Y'all look thick in that photo.
Yeah.
Is thick good or
no? You look good.
When they
man.
say, I thought thick was good.
I'm gonna leave that alone. Yeah.
Warriors, San Antonio Spurs tonight.
What's
7 o'clock
spread?
at the Chase Center. Warriors live at 6 o'clock. And, look at the Pelicans. Pelicans went. What if Denver's playing chess? Denver's saying, you know what? Let's let the Pelicans come in here and beat us.
Isaiah Thomas was alluding to that last night.
and then we go put one on the Warriors on Monday. Light years. Denver.
No, Sunday.
Sunday. What I say Monday?
Yeah.
My bad.
Well, I'll tell you what, Isaiah Thomas, the great Isaiah Thomas, Donnie, the Hall of Famer said, this is a byproduct of being a top 3 or 4 top 3 kind of said, where they'll whisper to themselves, Donnie, who do we really want to play?
Yep.
And kind of finagle it that way. But again, right now, we talked to Bob Sack now another takeaway real quick here. I am really blown away that if the Warriors were to tangle with Sacramento, Ritter didn't agree. The travel is a big deal to these guys. But Ritter was like...
No, he said it's not a big deal to him.
Yeah, no doubt. Well,
personally to Raymond, he doesn't mind traveling.
Oh, I thought he was saying from the athlete's perspective, he didn't see why it was a big deal. I just was like, but I get it, but Steiny, these planes are hotels in the sky. You get massages on them.
No,
you can do
don't.
whatever.
No massages on a plane that I've seen. And
Well, it's been a minute since you've been up with the boys.
8 years.
Planes might be a little bigger, Steiny.
I mean, look.
But you know what I mean. You ain't flying like
I'm saying you're
Charles
wrong.
Barkley when you have to wash your own uniform.
Now, why would you do this when Draymond Green has already come out and said, well, I'd love to play SAC because we'd only take an hour bus ride instead of, what if they play Memphis in the first round? Got to fly to Memphis? Back? Like, that'll take it, that will not be an advantage for an older team. So, I think it's big for both teams if they play each other because the winner may have a little edge going into the second round.
Steiny, I've been getting a lot of this, so I'm if you let me handle it real quick. I'm 6'4", TJ Johnson, and I got a lot of this on social media last night. Goose, Steph's taller than you. He had a hat on.
But he's 6'3". He's listed at 6'2". At least Wikipedia says 6'2".
Yeah.
I think officially he's 6'3".
I always thought those were like 2 or 3 inches more.
No. Well, they might be, but
not for Steph.
I think everybody does have like an official height.
Like, what's your driver license say? Is it because you do the tippy toe? So I know
5'11".
you add a couple inches on it.
Says 5'11".
That ain't true.
Hey, that's pretty good.
The chef.
I knew you were going to do that,
dude. Be honest.
I just
Didn't you
wish
sleep a little different. He walked through the door, Steiny. Come on. You can't hate on greatness.
No, but you can't fawn over it either.
Oh, I didn't fawn. He knew what
We should keep a running counter of how many chefs in the interview there were.
Give me one more
Steph
chef,
Curry's
Steiny.
in the middle of an answer. The chef. Guru's doing play-by-play of Steph
But
Curry's
he's lying.
answers.
Y'all know he's lying. But that's great. Give me one more chef, Steiny.
The chef.
That was your worst one, but that's pretty good.
Here's what we got going today. We're going to get into some of the sound from yesterday. Coming up in 10 minutes, 5 minutes actually, the interview with Steph Curry. And we'll probably run that again at 1 o'clock. But at 10:30, we will run the Steph Curry interview. 12:30, we got Keith McPherson, WFAN 660 in New York. A's win, Giants lose, and you are taking one of the biggest L's in station history because the pitch clock is a godsend, baby. The pitch clock may save baseball. Mm-hmm. And
is this material? Because you sound like Bonte.
If you don't like it,
caught me in the hall.
lump it.
He was
If
like,
you don't
Guru,
like
this
it,
pitch clock.
lump it. Go watch some other.
All right.
Go watch other sports.
All right.
Pitch clock, baby.
You want to keep it real right
They're
now?
going to have a chant for it. Pitch clock, pitch clock, pitch
The
clock.
things that get you excited amaze me. Listen, I'm going to be honest. Today, I'll watch the pitch clock. We had a company party after a great day at Chase. For me, your boy was seeing a kind of double. So I really didn't get the pitch clock experience. So I'm going to get it tonight.
I have not heard one negative on the pitch clock.
What?
I'm just telling you.
But it's not about that.
Yes, it is.
Are young people coming to the game?
I think so.
Is it getting new fans?
Bonte's going to watch.
No, he's going to watch. He's been watching. I'm
Not
first
really.
place in the Fantasy Basketball League. Frisco Ballers. First place.
Don't
Don't
watch.
do that, Guru.
Don't watch.
I'm going to watch. I'm just telling you.
I know what you're telling me.
Okay, you got 20 minutes. You got 20. What you going to do with the
Taking a
new
big
20
L.
minutes?
Taking a big L. Like, think about it. You're painting yourself as a traditionalist.
Yeah. A purist.
Purist, yeah. And guess what? There are no more. There are no more purists. Have fun. Have fun on that island.
I hate you sometimes.
Jimmy Sterling. What's the guy's name? The Yankees announcer?
John
Sterling.
Who the hell is
he's
John?
He's 117. He goes back to Babe Ruth. He loves the pitch clock.
I don't do age shaming like that.
Oh, it's not shaming at all.
Just say
It's
something.
called experience.
He was just on our station.
I know. How'd he do?
What did I do wrong?
How did he do? We're going to commercial. Oh, no, we're not.
He was talking to him. He was pretty
He's on
good.
for 20 minutes. He's
Yeah,
doing great.
but Tony, I was
Of
like,
course he
John,
was.
It is gone, but caught.
There you go. I bet you guys didn't have the guts to play that in front of him.
Did you play in Spadoni or
Of course not. You can't do
we
that.
played the great ones you had yesterday. We should play the
Dude,
Glaber
he
Torres
did.
one
We
because
got
it's an
to.
all-timer.
Do you have that right now? It is pretty good.
That is great.
This is good. Here you go. This is they can
He's
do
great.
it. Here you go, John Sterling.
The pitch is swung on. Torres hits a fly ball to deep right. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. It's Glaber Day. Glaber Torres just went to right field and hit a 2-run home run to give the Yankees a 3-0 lead. Like a good Glaber. Torres is there.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that's, oh my goodness.
I'm coming around.
Yep.
I am coming around.
Can't touch this.
All right. Steph Curry. We're going to talk to Steph Curry on the other side. We did yesterday. We're going to run that interview in 5 minutes, and then we'll take some calls on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress.
taking the field?
You know what?
Look
How about
at-
this?
He
First of
don't
all, how do you know that?
I know everything. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to get to that in about a minute. I do want to see. This is where I'm. This is what it should be all about: civility. 707. Listen to this convoluted text. I'm going to try to be a nice guy.
All right.
John Lucas III played and coached in the NBA, as did his dad, John Lucas II. Steiny, you're wrong as usual. Don't you get it? I get the don't you get it. I'll take
right.
that as
That's yours. Don't you get it?
You're wrong. First of all, there's no John Lucas II.
You're right.
It goes the third to John Lucas. No, the question is this. Can you name me the son of an NBA coach who played in the NBA? The son had to have played in the NBA. The son of a head coach plays in the NBA, then becomes a head coach in the NBA. Name me one player that's done that. All right, I'll tell you what. This was a lot of fun yesterday. We were at the Chase Center talking to a bunch of guys, and one of them is Steph Curry. Here's the interview with Steph Curry from yesterday. All right, everybody, we're joined by Steph Curry, the point guard of the Golden State Warriors.
You see what I deal with, Steph?
And he has been for over a decade. Steph, it was a year ago we came in here and talked to you. You guys obviously went on a championship run. It's been a little different this year, but I mean, do you think you guys got a run in you?
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, this has been an interesting year. A lot of some highs, a lot of lows, and just trying to figure out who we are, what our identity is, and we obviously have maintained confidence and faith that we can peak at the right time, and if we get into a playoff series with whoever, that we're tough to beat. And then it's just about who can play and get the 4 wins and then do it over again. So it's always been the recipe. Last year was an amazing journey, an amazing run. This year we've had guys in a lot of different roles and some newcomers, and for us to be the champs and have to take everybody's best shot all year, and some self-inflicted wounds that we've had, games that we should have won. So with all that said, absolutely, we feel like we are a team that's a force when we're locked in on a specific task of trying to beat a team 4 times in a playoff series, and obviously we need to get there and finish this year strong and hopefully stay out the play-in, but that remains the same.
Now, Steph, last time we saw you, we talked about the Jackals. You said you keep receipts. You shut everybody up, and I know it's a team game, but do you just sometimes think about if you win this one, if y'all get it done, you from a personal standpoint would have 5. That put you past LeBron, up there with Kobe and Duncan. How do you not think about that?
I mean, that's why we work. It's not that you think about. You definitely understand the list that it puts you in every time you get another one, and understanding like the historical context of it all. But that it's the motivation is always just how much better can I get individually. It sounds cheesy as hell, but it's like literally how much better can I get? What is the challenge of this season? And to that first question, do we have a belief that we can do it? And until proven otherwise, absolutely. So whatever that comes with that, hopefully potential accomplishment, and the greats that have been champions over and over and over again, and the 5-timer list or whatever it is. You imagine what it would feel like, but the motivation is just always what you can do. So that's why continue to try to play at this level and be grateful for the opportunity that even at 14 years in and the level that I'm trying to play at, that is a really realistic goal.
Steph Curry joining us on 95.7 The Game. One of the themes this year has been the old guys meshing with the young guys, and then there's the word disconnect has come up. What I want to ask you is, when you, Draymond, and Clay came into the league, you were lucky in a way because you got drafted by a team where you could play right away. Young players now get drafted by the Warriors. They can't play right away. How difficult is it for a young player, both coming onto a great team, but also coming onto a team that plays differently than any other team in the league?
both difficult challenges, but then I would ask myself, and I mean, you can ask those guys. We all have different journeys, and how we got here. Me, Draymond, Clay, and I guess me starting with some rough years in my rookie year, second year dealing with injuries, all that type of stuff. If you told me I was coming into a team that legit could, be in a postseason and was chasing a championship, I felt like I would have that same, adrenaline rush and excitement about what it would require of me to do that. I know it's not easy. I'm not saying that. It's just, if you think about playing basketball at the highest level and what you're playing for and having realistic chances to chase championships, like that to me is all that really matters. I know, human nature says I want to prove myself, and, some guys have different motivations and goals, and our young guys have been amazing in terms of their approach and dealing with, the struggles of championship expectations and aspirations and growing up in front of a fan base that has, extremely high expectations because, we've been in that environment for, the last 7 years. So it's interesting to live in that space because it's what's required right now. We have a core that's been through the ringer and has shown that we can win at the highest level, but we do need those guys to take those leaps to keep us in that conversation. And, my message to everybody is, it's all worth it. And, everybody's going to shine if you bring, your best effort to, do what coach is asking you to do, understand how we play. There's a little bit of sacrifice involved, but I think the benefit at the end is worth everything. And you'll be well suited to understand what winning basketball is like for the rest of your career. A lot of guys don't ever experience that. So, it's kind of whatever you kind of buy into.
Steph, let me ask you this. He kids me every day because I come in. We got a saying on the show. I react to new information. If it's a good day or a bad day, I'm just going to keep it real. And he's like, nah, you can't do that. But I'm like, I'm human. Right. So let's just say there is no Wiggins. Jordan Poole. He gets, I think, overly criticized. And then I give him his flowers. Like last year, he was phenomenal. He did a great job. But he's so, like, the fan base is torn. Do you ever put yourself in his shoes knowing that, okay, here's a young player, he made the strides, and there you are, the Splash Brothers, two of the best shooters. Do you ever, pull them to the side to kind of guide them? Like, do you see any young Steph Curry and Jordan Poole? Because he gets a lot of hate when it's bad and a lot of love when it's good.
And all of that is a part of the experience because what I try to tell him is, you're in this stage because you helped us win a championship last year. I know Clay the other night pointed at a
I love that.
And that's real talk, but it's also people talk about you because they think you're great, and either the attention that you get or Clay hyping you up in that type of press conferences because we all feel your value. Whether people rock with you or not, whatever it is, and how volatile it is on a day-to-day basis, that's all a part of the NBA experience. Me, Clay, Draymond, we went through all of that before we were champions. Mine was, injury based, or could I be a point guard, or could I lead a team, or was I strong enough, and this and that. And you show little bright spots, and then you fall on your face, and you show some bright spots, fall on your face. It's just now with championship, flavor around here, like it's magnified, hundredfold.
Yeah, no doubt.
And so, again, in his first 4 years, he's had an unreal experience. He's been, first round draft pick to
G League
to coming back, helping us, finish out that condensed season 15-5. He was a part of that rotation, was playing amazing, to becoming a starter the next year before Clay got back, to being a reserve and having to figure it out, to then helping the championship run. Like, that's a crazy experience in 4 years. And this year's been tough for him. Like, emotionally, trying to, manage his expectations and getting to that next level. And it just comes with the territory. Thankfully we got the contract done, so he's taken care of on that front, and the expectations continue to rise because of that. It's all a part of it, but how he responds, and you've seen the way he's been playing all year, that shows you who he is. And there's still got to be growth, because we all, feel like we can all get better. The way we think the game, the way, we physically show our, show out there on the court. So it's all a part of it. I love it. And we've all been through it.
This is like the first time in a long time that you guys have had a little bit of uncertainty that is coming up, whether it's Bob's contract, whether Draymond's going to opt out or not. I'm not asking if you know or not. What I'm asking is, if there is that uncertainty, how does that play into? Are you conscious of that during this season? That there might be some changes going into next season that at least will be more dramatic than any in the last 10 years.
I think we can all acknowledge and keep it real that had we not won a championship last year, it might have been a little bit. Those questions would have been a lot more every day, I guess. Yeah. But when you prove that you can win, then you kind of can hold off the dogs in terms of how hard it is to do what we've done and keep this together for as long as we have. And I still feel like we can. I still feel like obviously we understand how important Bob is. We understand how important Coach is. Our core, Draymond, Clay, myself, Andre. Even though he's had a rough year with injuries and whatnot, he's been extremely valuable behind the scenes and helping maintain our culture. But it's proven that it can win, and you don't really mess with that. So I feel like as long as we can continue to prove that, it makes the conversation a little bit easier. But we know, like, it's a business. We all, I'm not the first person to say that or acknowledge it. So it's just a matter of making sure that there's trust and a singular focus on what we need to control now, or what we have under our control now in terms of trying to win at the highest level, and then let the rest kind of settle when that time comes.
I got to believe each season is its own entity.
Absolutely.
And last year, you guys started off 18-2, no matter where you at, home or away. But, Steph, talk to us about the road woes. Is that something that you guys talk about while you're on the road? Is that like been the biggest title of the Jam when you think about and look back on this regular season as it comes to a conclusion?
Honestly, I'm still confused about it. I don't really
What
understand.
happens and what's not happening?
Yeah, early in the year, we had, I think the expectations from last year to this year, and you realize, we had 4 guys who were a part of the rotation in the playoffs that weren't here. Belly, Otto, GP at the time, and D-Lee, Juan. So we had guys that, knew the system. You probably didn't even have to have a training camp, and we could have rolled it back and understood how we were supposed to play. You add some, guys that were taking another step in their early careers and being a part of rotation, and things just didn't go our way. We had, mixing rotations. We had, guys in different combinations early in the year, just trying to figure out what worked. And usually you can learn through winning through that. But for whatever reason, like I said, we were getting everybody's best shot because we had the championship target on our back. We were trying to, figure out who we were. And to your point, this season, this team, this identity. And that kind of set the tone where you started, 0-8 or something like that, until you finally got a win. And for us to be defending champs celebrating a win in Houston like it was a playoff win was kind of hilarious. But I honestly don't know. But it also doesn't give me any fear going into a playoff series that we can win. I really feel like that both can be true. But just for whatever reason, it just... What are we? I don't even know what our record is. 10-9 and something.
We got a test for you coming up.
Unbelievable. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I have no idea.
Oh boy.
I have no idea.
All right, so there's a joke between Guru and I.
It really ain't a joke.
He's like, Steiny, they're playing Minnesota on Sunday. If they lose, Minnesota jumps over them. They drop to 7. I'm like, they don't know all that stuff, the players. And he goes, what are you talking about? They know exactly. I'm like, look, when we go in there Thursday, I'll bet you if I ask these guys their record, where they are and who they would play, they wouldn't know it.
Looney was 3 for 3.
Looney's the only guy. Looney knew it. Looney knew.
GP got 2.
Looney knew. You guys were in 6th or whatever.
So, I did know we were in 6th.
40 and 37.
We're 40 and 37. So we have 10 wins on the road. Is that right?
9.
See, I overshot it.
9.
I had no clue.
You know who you'd play if the season ended today in
Sacramento.
Oh, see.
Yeah, I do know.
There we go.
Would that be like a benefit to both you guys in a way? The travel, like Draymond said.
What they said was absolutely right.
It is.
If you can nitpick a part of like playoff preparation and maximizing rest in between games and just the familiarity of our bus rides up there and all that, like that would be ideal. It's not saying anything about Sacramento as an opponent, but he went through the whole thing. The travel that we had to go through and back and forth, and even starting on the road, most likely because we probably won't have home court advantage. Like it'd be nice to start as close to home as possible.
Yeah. When I do you have you ever thought of the magnitude of like what you guys are actually trying to accomplish this year? And what I mean by that is your first title was 15. This would be 2023, and you have the same core, essentially. Now, KD came for a couple, but it's still the same core. Any dynasty that you look at, there's always an iteration, a next kind of iteration. Like, that's why I'm so skeptical that you guys can do it again, because you're trying to win back-to-back titles at the back end of a dynasty. Like, it's never been done before.
What we did last year, I don't think it's been done before in terms of, taking, being for good reason. We had two guys that were, Clay had his injuries. I was hurt for a year, but we were the worst team in the league, right, for whatever, 50, 65 games, whatever it was. Missed the play in the next year and then ran it back with me, Draymond, Clay, Andre, and a very talented cast of characters that helped us win, and the pieces fit and it made sense. So, until we get beat, we take the skepticism and we run with it, because
that's not hating.
No,
and it's not slander. It's somebody say this is what I say.
They might. The camera's right here. When you said skeptical, I was like looking. My eyes might have squinted down a little bit.
No, here's kind of where I'm coming from. Sometimes I think the fans have gotten so accustomed to you guys winning, and they're just saying, "Oh no, they're going to repeat." And all I'm trying to do is say, do you realize how hard and historic it would be if they can pull this off? Absolutely. Like, that's all that's where I'm
think about it, though, that I guess when you ask the question about do we realize what we're trying to accomplish, winning a championship is hard. Like, it's supposed to be just winning one, let alone whatever the narrative is on trying to add to that. So I guess my question, are you still taking the field?
It's like, I don't have to root against you guys.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be, you guys win around, and then I'm like,
you're pissed off.
Because I'd rather win the bet than see you guys win, because I'm that competitive.
I respect it.
So now at least I can watch you guys, all right, objectively, without any kind of rooting interest. By the way, it's I think it's the 40th anniversary of Keith Smart's game winner in the 1987 National Championship.
My guy.
Yeah, your guy.
Steph,
I was like, you stuck it to me early.
I didn't have many opportunities to hit game winners under Coach Smart. So
and people are getting on. No, you didn't. People are getting on Jordan Poole and his turnovers, and I'm like, man, Steph was a turnover machine early in his career, especially at the top of the floor. Keith Smart used to hate that.
He hated it. I still throw those same hook passes. I'm just a little stronger. I throw them faster.
The other one the other night was pretty nice to Clay.
Oh, that was nice.
That was nice.
Steph, you gonna call me a groupie, but I'm married, you're married, I got a wife and daughter. You only live once, and I know you got commitments, but before you dip, we got to get a photo of me, you, and Stein.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because if I go home, if you didn't do it again, I didn't get it. Is that cool? That's okay.
No problem.
He gonna be on you groupie.
You could have asked him that after the interview, so not everybody heard it. But that's all right. That's all right. Thanks, Steph, man. Appreciate it, Steph. Good luck the rest of the way, man.
Right on. The chef.
All right, that was Steph Curry from yesterday. Talked to him after 2 o'clock, and we ran it just now. 18 minutes, Steph Curry.
He listened, Stein. He said you had the field.
That was one of the least important things he said. I think we should talk more about the things of substance.
I know everything.
Wow.
The winning a championship is hard. Even winning one championship is hard. I kind of took that as, not that we can't win it, but that they, almost for the first time, they know they're going to try to win it without being the best team. Like, I almost feel like, when they won their first 3, they were the best team in the league. Last year, they thought they think that they were the best team last year. I think they know this year that they've got to catch lightning in a bottle, that they can't play the way they've been playing. But last year, they had reached a level, so they knew they could reach that level.
Yeah.
This year, they haven't reached it, and even though they're 4-time champions, I do think nobody really knows what's coming.
No doubt. And to that point, and I'm not being a groupie here, Steiny, I told Evan this, and I'm asking you, because you were right there. Maybe me being in front of him or us being in front of him, don't you feel like a run's imminent?
No.
And I felt like he opened up about the road woes, and he knows, like, obviously they care. And he doesn't have the answers, but they still got time to get the answers for the final exam. And that's to win a road game or games in the playoffs. But just being around him, I just feel like a run is coming.
Yeah.
And he knows they're going to need
So in
the
other
guy
words-
you asked about, Jordan Poole. Like,
Yeah.
that's obvious.
So, in other words, if we hadn't gone to the facility yesterday and you hadn't been around Steph Curry, you wouldn't feel as optimistic as you do now.
I feel like I got the perfect example to why you're wrong is that bet we made. Forget where it's at. I made the bet predicated on, okay, hey, this has not been peaches and cream, the regular season, but they're sleepwalking. But when it's go time, tell me the team in the Western Conference that's going to beat this team 4 out of 7. See, that's the math that I'm looking at. So we got glimpses of it against New Orleans the second half because that first half was stinky. But I'm just like, if they're all clicking and things are going right, Clay is going to take. Let's forget if it's going in or not. He's going to take and hunt the big shot. So I've seen him hit those more times than not. Plus with Curry, the way Jordan's playing right now, and Stephen Curry and Dre and Coach Kerr, I'll believe it when I see it. But and I know you're like, you get excited when you wake up. But I'm so excited to find out if the regular season really was an indicator on this Warrior team. Maybe just doesn't have the stamina nor legs after what they pulled off last year.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and that is the number of the Comcast Business text line. It's also the number to get onto the show. You heard all the interviews yesterday. You heard the interview with Steph Curry just a moment ago, and I guess my question to Warrior fans is, what was your takeaway with some of the things you heard? Do you feel any different now that you heard from some of the key players as the Warriors head into the stretch run?
A lot of people are saying that they feel like a run's imminent on YouTube, Stoney.
And that means nothing.
It's how they feel. Their feelings do mean
right,
something.
but it impacts zero.
So does yours, and so does mine.
But I know that.
Right. And the medium is YouTube, and you type how you feel.
No,
so don't say their feelings don't mean anything.
Their feelings mean nothing to what will happen to the Warriors.
Hello, either does yours nor mine.
No, you think the Warriors have a better chance today because you were at the facility.
And they're saying that after hearing the Curry.
All right. Yeah. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. On 95.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to
First of all, how do you know that?
I know everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on a payday Friday. Let's not bury the lead. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, thanks to Raymond Ritter, James Kincaid.
Oh, man.
Tim Jordan. Got to give a shout out to Tim Jordan, our digital crew. They were great yesterday. A lot of fun. And
phenomenal.
The Warriors. Oh, thanks to Gott's.
Yeah, teriyaki
restaurant
sandwich.
right outside the arena. But now Steph Curry once again, all class all the time. Steph Curry.
And he does think about number 5, Stoney.
Yeah.
That would put him in a hole. We already know what it is, but man, do they got the weaponry and firepower. Let me ask you this. I know it's 48 hours after Steve Kerr's presser, after the game where he said Wiggins was working out, just in regard on that front, because we didn't bring that up yesterday, but they did. A couple guys did. Do you still feel like, you know what, Gooder? I wouldn't be shocked at this point if he were to come back.
I don't know.
The other day you felt something, though. That's why I asked.
I said it seemed like there was a tinge of optimism, but like I have no idea. It's unbelievable. Every time Kerr gets asked about it or a player gets asked about it, they're so careful about their answers.
Man.
It almost makes it clear that they don't know because they want to the players and Steve Kerr want to make sure that they don't deliver the wrong message.
You know what's funny is since this has happened, we've tried to come up with a comp or an example. We were talking to the great Raymond Ritter yesterday, and I was thinking about this driving home. Stoney Cedric Sabalas. Now, the circumstances, I believe, again, not knowing what's going on with Wiggins, were different, but he left the Lakers midseason before they went to the playoffs. So, not actually Andrew Wiggins-esque, but, a player that needed some peace of mind.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to talk about the Golden State Warriors? They have 5 games remaining. 5 games remaining. 2 at home, 3 on the road. And it starts tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. And that's a game that you would figure the Golden State Warriors win. Especially because they are at home. How about this? I'll just throw this out to you. Saw this today on Twitter.
What you got? Oh, Twitter.
So if it's the Kings-Warriors, conventional wisdom is, Warriors are champs. Kings have never been there.
Okay.
You know how many Kings players have played in the postseason? 11. The Kings have 11 players on their roster that have played in the postseason. Now, the Kings haven't gotten there, but a lot of their key players have. Harrison Barnes is a champion.
Yep.
Sabonis was in the postseason. Kevin Huerter played in an Eastern Conference final. Trey Lyles, been part of many playoff-type teams.
He's in the rotation.
So maybe that experience thing won't quite be as pronounced as some people think. Because I was under the impression that most of their players hadn't been to the postseason, but then you start going through them one by one and you realize a lot of them have experience. It's just they don't have experience playing together. We had Bob Myers on, obviously, yesterday, and there was a lot about Draymond in there. And it was, Bob Myers went down to calm Draymond down. He did, and some of the things that Bob Myers was saying about Draymond, they really kind of let us in terms of what Draymond's all about. Take a listen to this.
You work with somebody over a long time, you go through things with them, and Draymond is more than most players I've worked with. If you try, he'll let you into his life a little bit. A lot of guys don't do that. So, and he's got a lot going on in there. And he's very smart, and he's very sharp, and he loves the NBA. And so over the time we drafted, he was my first draft ever as a GM. He was obviously not the first. It was Harrison, then Zealy, then Draymond. I bet you would have a relationship with 2, or you could. But you gotta be willing to deal with some stuff.
Right.
You want a relationship with him. There's times where you don't want to, but I think he's worth the effort.
Wow. Worth the effort, Stoney.
Yeah, there's a little more because he really got into the ins and outs of Draymond.
What you don't know about that game was in the first quarter when we were not playing well.
Yeah.
He's yelling at me. We have no focus. Yelling at me.
Oh, see, we didn't.
So you didn't see that stuff,
Oh,
right?
wow.
So my wife's like, "What's he doing?" And I said, "He's just, I don't know." He says, "We have no focus." And then I'm sitting there
But
going,
it's
like,
true though, right?
What do you want me to do? Like, I go, just play. I'm kind of mouthing. I go, just keep playing, man. Just keep playing. But he's not wrong. Our team had no focus. But it's like he's looking for an ally, and I guess he views me as that, which is a compliment. And so he began that dialogue in the first quarter, and then because he did that, and then I just saw him. You guys saw what I saw. It was incredible. In a different place,
Yeah, no doubt.
And I don't do that. Sometimes I'll go down and talk to Iguodala when he's not playing, and say like, "What are we doing?" Because he's in the huddles. But I don't do that. And by the way, had I known it would have been picked up, I didn't think it would be seen.
Right.
But then it was.
It actually could have been more of a scene.
He would have taken it the wrong way.
I actually think Bob made it not a scene by coming down there. And I mean, I don't think it could have been portrayed in pictures any better for everybody involved. So you got Bob Myers walking down. Draymond is a little bit out of control, shall we say. They have a dialogue for about 10 or 15 seconds, and Draymond nods his head, yeah. Bob Myers walks back. I mean,
they dapped each other up.
It was. I mean, it was
incredible.
Yeah, it's the way you wanted to see it handled, no doubt about it.
Do you think we see that? Well, I guess.
I mean, the issue is what happens.
Answer my own question.
What happens if Draymond Green isn't feeling it, and
or they lose that game,
and tells Bob, "I don't want to talk to you right now." I guess maybe he doesn't do that to Bob.
But you don't want to get down 20 and have no focus for Dre to feel that way. But damn, that's just. They allow him. They take the good with the bad, Steiny, and I guess that's what good friendships and relationships are all about.
Steve Kerr. Here's the, let's finish up with the Draymond stuff because this is the one that I think is interesting.
You can talk to him. I know that may seem hard for people that are listening to understand. They probably think you can't reason with this guy. He's not in a place to hear anything. I don't think that's true. The times where I've called him and we've disagreed on whatever it is, he'll hear my side. When we suspended him, he didn't like that. But he'll hear my side of it, and then he'll give me his side. But I'll tell you what, he smells fear. You cannot approach him with fear or intimidation.
The Pelicans, they bowed down.
Well, I'm just telling you, you can't do that with him. So if he sees that you're not afraid, and the truth is, most people are afraid of him.
Yeah, wow.
It is the truth. Like, most people are afraid of him. And if he sees that, he loses respect. So you can't be afraid. And maybe I'm not saying I'm anything special, but I've known him a long time and been through some stuff, and it doesn't work like that with us. So
interesting.
He can smell. Wow.
And the thing I was thinking about is okay. So when Bob Myers said that, I'm trying to think. I wonder what he means, or I was trying to think of examples of what he's talking about, and I think the Barkley thing is part of it. To me, the reason I think Draymond respects Barkley is because he knows Barkley's not afraid of him, and because Barkley obviously played in the NBA, but the one thing, Barkley ain't going to back down either.
Oh, he is not.
Like, Barkley is not going to even though now they've kind of become friends, Barkley will still rip him if he has to.
Remember, he told him you're just part of the band. You know, you're right.
So, Draymond knows he can't steamroll Charles Barkley. I think over the years we've also seen that with Draymond in the media. He's more than he can give a reporter an answer and then they get a little intimidated. That's one thing. But there are reporters that he knows who cover the team. They're not afraid to follow up with a question or to present another side to him, and he's not gonna beat him up. He will engage in give and take when he respects the other person.
Damn. And I'll tell you this, because it was a show. It was an incredible show. What we saw from Draymond on an individual basis against the Pelicans. But the good part of what we saw, and there was a lot, and I feel like he willed that team, to victory, Steiny. He was a big part of it. They have to have, even it shouldn't take them being down 20, but if they get that dialed in Draymond Green, who looked like Wolverine, that's what Dub Nation's banking on, Steiny. That's the type of stuff that it ain't a three-pointer. It's the other stuff to keep his troops in line and not be scared and attack. That's what they're going to need from Draymond Green if they're going to make some noise in the playoffs. And just going back to Steph and his mannerisms yesterday without saying it, I think he knows that's what Draymond he's going to get.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's also the Comcast business text line. And the Golden State Warriors have 5 games remaining in the regular season, and then it's either they're out, they're in the play-in, or they are in the postseason. That's what's to be expected. But, it's interesting. Somebody, the 408, saying, do you think Draymond and Bob are connected? It's like, I don't know if they're connected, but they definitely have a connection. And would it be the craziest thing in the world to wonder about the two guys who have a great relationship in terms of Bob Myers and Draymond, and they're both possibly on the last year here with Golden State?
That would be surreal, man, if it were to happen. But one guy controls that, Stoney, and his name is Joe Lacob. Well, not in the dream.
I thought you were going to say his name is Draymond Green.
Well, that's a double.
Because Draymond is the guy who can.
Do you think he wants out of here? Like, if they were to give him the money, I don't think he wants to don another jersey. Like, that stuff, here I go. Goo, how do you know? You think you know. I think Draymond is such a student of the basketball, the game, the history, and what he's accomplished. I think he wants to ride off in the sunset with Steph and Clay. Like, I know, like, if he had to go to another team, L.A. to me would be the front runner, but I don't think he wants to put on another jersey. Now, the chick money talks.
I don't know.
Chris Tucker, Charlie Sheen.
I don't know one way or the other.
But that, you know what? I was going to bring it up yesterday, but it didn't fit. Words we all remember, and they're powerful. You said, words are my life, Goo. I'll never forget that a couple weeks ago. But Draymond said the handwriting's on the wall about his situation. Now, that was a couple months ago, but that came from his chest. Like, I'm asking you, Stoney, you think those were just words? Maybe that was a light little message. Hey guys, I'm already thought about life after here. I don't want to say ploy, but do you really think he's thought about life outside of here?
Of course. Absolutely. Goo, let me remind you. That for 6 months, you thought KD was coming back.
Oh, I did. Oh, when he had that helmet on at the groundbreaking thing. Good God, he sold me.
And so, I mean, it's one of those things where I have no idea. And it's also, if you were to tell me, Steiny, he wants to ride off into the sunset with the big three.
Right.
Well, I would say maybe after 12 years with the big three, he's ready for something else to finish his career. That would be to me, that would be just as possible. Draymond going to use other teams like Aaron Judge used the Giants. Then he's going to stay right here.
Who didn't get thrown at, by the way, yesterday in New York as he hit the homer.
Why should he have been?
That didn't bother you.
What?
You from Reading, PA, hardcore.
What should have bothered me?
The fact that he used the Giants?
Used the Giants.
No. He came
He doesn't
out
even
here.
know the Giants exist.
See, I just
dead
want to
serious.
Stoney, stop. He knows.
As Joe Shasky would say, dead serious.
What about that? I have you saying that. That's your term. But what about? This was his team growing up. He used
that.
No,
you fans did that,
see, wow.
and you media that wanted to create it did that. He's not from here. He's from like an hour and a half away. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you what would have happened.
His ass would have got thrown at if I was.
This would have been. This would have actually been how it all would have come down. Logan Webb hits Aaron Judge.
Right.
He runs to first base. The game's over, and they say, "Hey, what'd you think about Logan Webb hitting you?" What about it? Hey, you think it was payback for not signing with the Giants? I was never signing with the Giants. Wait, they thought I was signing with them, and that's why they threw at me?
You're special.
Seriously, the whole Bay Area thinks you left them hanging.
No doubt.
I didn't even consider the Giants. So if I'm not even considering the Giants, why would the Giants consider hitting me?
Hey,
that's what I
love that. But the bottom line is he got on an airplane, 747, came to San Francisco.
And visit his family an hour and a half away. Where else is he supposed to fly in?
They talked to the Giant brass. He had conversations, Donnie.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
And
the
I
Giants
get it.
are like,
It's his prerogative, but don't play us. Don't play the Bay like you wanted to come here and this your favorite team.
He didn't want to come here. You guys wished it. You guys wished and hoped just like the Giants front office. You got suckered. You got snookered.
I'll still throw at him. I don't care what his. Do you know why you got thrown at? Don't matter
for you to throw at. It's kind of like when Alex. Hey, Spinoni will remember this. It's kind of when Alex Rodriguez ran over the mound while Dallas Braden was pitching, and Dallas Braden goes, "Get off my mound!" And A-Rod, one of the greatest players of all time, goes, "Who are you?
It was pretty.
Who the hell is Dallas Braden?" And that's what the Giants. The hell are the Giants?
I don't care.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Free agent Gary Sanchez is in agreement with the Giants on a minor league contract pending a physical, source tells The Athletic. He's going to report initially to the team's spring training home in Scottsdale, then join a minor league affiliate. They are making moves.
It's amazing how Steiny, when he came up with the Yankees, he was going to be the next catcher. He was going to be a star, and he got some pop. It's just amazing how things go left, they figure you out. But damn.
And another catcher, Joey Bart, days numbered. What is going on there?
I saw
Didn't
him
start
yesterday, Spadoni. I saw it. I don't know how you thought about it or even. It looked odd. Like this was supposed to be the wow. Steiny, strike while the iron's hot, fellas. I'll tell the youngsters you never know, man. Joey Bart. Now he's just an afterthought. Jesus.
It reminds me of when
I hate when you laugh though.
Well, it's just.
What do
you know what I remember? It was 2 or 3 years ago. We actually did I couldn't believe this. We actually had about a 90-minute discussion. I want to say Bonte was doing it too with you. And you guys got excited over Mauricio Dubon. And you're like, hey, I think he's a prospect. He could come in here and hit 300 and steal 20, but...
Well,
hey man, pandemic radio was tough, Steiny. Come on,
talk to him, boy.
We were grinding as a station.
He's a nice utility
Fight
piece.
for my life.
I know Dallas Braden pitched the perfect game on Mother's Day.
Yeah.
By the way, that's World Series champion Mauricio Dubon Tuesday.
Astros are good. Dusty Baker,
Meg the Stallion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Whoa, man.
Well, what?
She's a national treasure.
She was part of the opening day festivities.
She sang the national anthem.
Yeah.
Dynamite.
Mm-hmm. Let's put the right on. She looked great.
I thought she sang great.
Of course she did.
Great voice. What?
Just stop. That picture would have made her like, good Lord.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah. I'm a grown man.
Oh. Grown mans need love too. Yeah.
Oh man. What else you want to talk about from yesterday? Because I thought just pick a guy and I'll tell you, boom.
Gary Payton II, when you said and asked him how you feeling, are you healthy? You did.
He said he's getting there. He's getting there. He's getting there.
Yeah.
How about the way? You know what? You're not going to want to hear it. No, you are going to want to hear this.
After that picture of me yesterday, you can run me over with a truck. Your boy will be fine. Go ahead. I'm going to want to hear it.
Let's start talking more about the Warriors and less about Steiny and Guru. What do you think?
You sound like a friend I know. Nobody cares about his golf game, or you.
They're right. They're right.
Tune in
sometimes I get caught up in that, and I try not to.
Well, I'll tell you what, Spadoni, you and Evan can chime in here. I come in here and try to be myself. And if that's not good enough, they'll walk us out. I can't share with you things that happen in our life. We don't do 4 hours on it.
Well, they will not walk us out. They don't walk out the least paid at a company.
They tap you on the shoulder.
They're the last ones out the door.
Well, how do you exit, Steiny? Somebody escort you. Yeah.
We've talked about this. Have you ever been escorted out of a building?
I never have.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I'm lying. Yeah, once. Icon Office Solutions. I know one name. So I was a salesman. Got a young lady a job. You asked, so I'm going to tell you. I got a young lady a job, and I vouched for her. She was from Union City, but her britches got too big. So some things went around the office, and she lied about her nationality. So her dad coached me. I knew the family in Little League.
Right.
So I knew her origin of her nationality.
This is unreal.
So all the girls came back to me and said, hey, I'll leave her name. I won't name her. Hey, I didn't know such and such was black. And I go, she's not black. Not clowning. She's not black. I grew up with her. They're asking me. So somebody put a note on that person's desk that read, you're not black. And the company, who do you think? Because the only one that knew the truth was me, but I didn't put the note on the desk.
You may as well have.
And they tapped it. Hey, I got paid some thousands. Wrongful termination.
What is going on here?
God, if ever there was
They
a
came and
rightful
tapped
termination.
me. I said, why'd I got to leave if you don't
you're
know
an
the
office
facts?
gossip.
What's the drop?
You were an office
I don't
gossip.
have all the facts. I didn't do any of that. But they wanted me back. They asked me to come back, but that hurt so much that they thought I would stoop to that level to put a note on a desk. EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, got me some G's.
So wait a minute.
More than 10. I got paid. That's when I was playing Madden.
And I gave you $100 for a bet I didn't even lose.
This is years ago. Well, it's 80 now. I owe you 20.
Hey, so seriously, you theoretically got fired for the note?
Yeah. And then we did it.
Good for you.
Yeah,
then,
and we
seriously.
did an invest. Mike Homer from Arizona. We did an event. They did an investigation.
I bet I know who wrote the note. Was it Relaford?
I never know, and he worked there. We never found out who wrote the note.
Relaford.
But what hurt was.
Did you stick it to your boy 10 years ago?
Just listen to me. I got paid. Your
You
boy
took a
was
bullet for
balling.
Relaford.
Yeah.
Nice job, Goo.
Well,
you can't go telling everybody what somebody's nationality is.
No, if they ask me.
Don't talk about that.
Spadoni, what was I supposed to say? Yeah, Spadoni's black. Like, it wasn't gossip.
That's a drop.
I'm the only one that knew. And I was like, I didn't know why they wanted to know. Then I was like, oh, brother. Norm wasn't happy. Like, what's up with the job? It's a long story. I'll see you soon.
But Norm had enough. Like,
Norm is the guy that thought I put the note on the desk. That's how Norm thinks.
you're like, when
Papa didn't do it.
You remind me of Ewing. You know, when Ewing said, well, we get paid a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money.
Well, I think that was
You're
free
like,
will.
No, he was like, I got a family to feed.
Oh,
you're like, Guru gets fired a lot, but he gets hired a lot
that's
too.
That's the only time I've been fired. Keep it real now.
But you've had a lot of jobs.
Yeah, and I leave on good terms.
Do you?
I just said that was the one time.
Have you ever burned a bridge?
Never, Sonny.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I don't think I have either.
Oh, you know what? Here, last one. Food for Less in Newark. It was Christmas. It was raining. I was getting the carts. This was my first job, and it was the twins. I think it was the Robello twins. And he came out and said, Johnson, you're going too slow. I said, you get your own effing carts, and left. I was borrowing Norm truck, so I lied to my dad, said they let me go. Of course, he went back up to the place, found out I got fired because I was still living under the roof. Norm, man, Snarty. You had to be on your game.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you. We're going to talk some Warriors and NBA on the other side.
Baseball, too.
We are going to talk some baseball at 12:30 with Keith McPherson. He's a radio host at WFAN 660 in New York. He knows all about the New York Yankees, and they have yet to allow a run this season against the San Francisco Giants. 16 strikes.
But yesterday, that didn't bother you.
It doesn't bother me. In fact, I'll tell you why it doesn't bother me on the other side. I'll give you, again, I'll tell you why not to panic on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, but Donnie's black.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to age.
bucket. And good Lord, the cameraman fired.
One time yesterday during that interview, one time in the middle of Steph Curry talking, did I once say, the chef?
hey, I try to. You're right. Dre gave him that name.
Did he?
Yep.
I didn't know. Like,
yep.
650. Oh, go ahead.
No, hip hop's 50 years old. If we had more time, I was going to ask him what that meant to Steph. Why are you laughing?
Because he's 35.
What's that? Lupe Fiasco is one of his favorite artists. Yeah.
Lupe who?
Fiasco.
That name sounds made up.
Chi-Town.
Chi-Town's finest.
Yeah. We were Digital Underground.
Yeah, like that with Tupac. Too Short.
Pac was there.
Yeah.
Pac was in there.
Rest in peace.
Who else was in there?
Right, slow down.
Little
Money B.
Little Juju or something was there. Was the guy's name?
Digital Underground.
Yeah. Digital Underground. Yeah.
Let's move this down for you. Hey. For shizzle.
Oh, man. Steph sounded like a GM. This is from the 650 during your interviews with him yesterday. Maybe this will be his next job after he's done with playing basketball. What do you think Steph will do when he retires?
Honestly, golf. I think he'll try to
53.
I think he'll try to do the Tony. Well, Tony's doing the broadcasting, but I really could see if he loves it like you. I think he loves
play
it.
On the senior tour.
Tell me why.
It's
like Dudley V. Tell me why.
This is really because as great as Steph Curry is at golf.
Yeah.
The guys who play on the senior tour have been golf pros for 30 years, and there is a difference.
So he's not good. He ain't good enough.
He's not good. No, you're right. Yes, I don't think.
Do you think he thinks that?
I think he knows one way or the other, probably. But I'd be surprised if he can compete. Now this is 15 years from now because I think you got to be 50 when you play on that tour.
I did not know.
But I think now there's a difference. There's a difference between Steph Curry, who's a hell of a golfer, to like a golfer who's a pro. But you know what? He's still pretty good. Dude, the guy's like a 240 bowler.
Now that's wow.
Freaking God.
Twinkle toes on Fred Flintstone with the ball.
That's what pisses me off about God. Why did he give Curry like 17 things he's great at?
Yeah.
And other guys get stiffed?
Yeah.
Why does Steph Curry like have to be great at ping pong? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man. Just move on, Stoney. I got like 80 examples.
Of what?
Of where I look at guys like, how did you didn't need that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
a hater.
Think. Huh?
I said I'm a hater.
Yeah. But we were having a little fun with this before the show. The big three. What are they going to do? Like when they retire, like it's funny because Evan said something that I kind of disagree with. Evan said, well, Clay will probably coach because he's going to want to be close to the game.
Now, I had a phone call that went bad this morning. I didn't hear Evan say that. What would make Evan say? Clay is going to disappear, vanish.
That's what I would think.
That's what I believe.
Why don't he's right in
Evan,
the other room.
Can you please explain when the boss is talking to him?
Oh, they're not? No. Okay.
I heard the boss.
What did he... Unbelievable.
Giving orders.
He just plucks guys right off our show. Evan, if Evan's... Oh, he's not here. If Evan's still in a good mood after he comes in out of the boss's office, tell him I got to ask him something. No, I kind of with you. I think Clay will get on that boat and roll.
Man, no doubt about it.
Steph, I think Steph's going to be like Kobe started to be after his career, where he's mentors,
but
in a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, what you did is daughter Gigi, he had people. Kobe loved giving the game back. You could see that was starting to manifest. And I just feel like I could see Steph doing that. Also, with Cannon coming down to shoot, and Riley, I don't know if Riley's going to play, but you got to think they're going to have a love for the game.
Draymond, I think we know, is headed into the media.
Now you got me. Let me step back. I was about to, coach. He's going to be the next Barkley. And he's going to be damn good because he can explain the game.
He's
just like
good.
Ron Adams explained what gifts he has. Draymond is a defender.
So one of the things yesterday that came up was, the young guys. Where's the one? Okay, Bob Myers on the Poole situation. Poole represents the young players.
Yeah.
Poole's been really good the last how many games?
Yeah.
Was he in a fun? Absolutely. I often look at it like a hitter in baseball where there's a guy that's a 300 hitter. He may hit 200 for 3 weeks. And people probably rip the guy. He can't hit, Posey was a guy like that. He's done. Now he's back. And so I would say no, not disconnect, I think is too strong a word. I don't know how you characterize slander, but I will say that I think I heard you guys talking about when slander, if I was going to use that term, it's when it becomes personal. Like that guy's an idiot.
Yeah. Okay.
Or he's a clown. That stuff's that's not right.
Right.
You might say he's turnover prone or he lost the ball. I wish he'd give it up to Curry. Whatever people want to say, okay, that's sports. But when it starts getting into someone that they don't know or don't see work, I think that the thing we get to see more is who these guys are off the camera.
Right.
So you don't know how hard a guy really works.
That was Bob Myers talking about Jordan Poole.
We had a great guest list. I mean, it was phenomenal. We capped it off with the chef. I was hoping we got Jordan.
Real quick. 415. This'll, you know what? If the 415, if you want to keep texting like this, I'll walk right out of this studio.
But they're playing with
no,
you.
they're not.
They want.
I don't think they are. I think they're so.
But why don't you think they are?
Why don't I think they're playing
You've never called a player that.
I know. Somebody says Steinmetz calls players clowns and idiots all the time. No.
You get mad at me for calling players chokers. Right.
Stop it.
Somebody playing with you. It's Friday, payday.
Thank God.
Payday for me was yesterday with this job and what we were able to experience. I didn't even check the deposit this morning.
I
did
mean
it last night, but you know, like that. I'm on a high, man. You can't tell. I'm off a little bit.
Here's the difference. Yesterday, I mean, it was just a day of work for me. For you, it was like Make-A-Wish. You were like one of those Make-A-Wish kids.
Please
yesterday.
don't act like that was my first rodeo yesterday. We've been around this show. I saw you over there snickering and laughing. I can tell you just the ambiance. And let's be honest, we had to wait for Steph. Raymond Ritter, he told us, I didn't tell you guys, but I was like, he ain't good. We ain't getting them. It was like 2:34. Then I heard some noise in the hallway. And it was the chef.
See, this is
Steph.
Okay.
And we got a thing going now.
You do realize.
Episode 2, next year we'll do it too, right? But as the Masters, as the playoffs approach, we go on site. You, me, him, Evan, and Raymond and
you do realize
Tim Jordan
that he
and Nahegan.
He wants to be made aware anytime I'm in the building.
I'm laughing.
There was no chance, none. He was skipping out on us yesterday. None.
Oh, okay. So you never once
Not one time.
Okay.
Not one time.
All right.
You know why else he did it? It has nothing to do with me, obviously. Because he made a commitment to do it.
Zeus Chromis on YouTube. I wonder how Goo would be around LeBron.
Oh, I know.
I've been around NBA players. I lived the lifestyle. Eddie House was in SAC. I went to the games and the parties, man. Mario Ellie is my friend. I know what it's like to be around and how to act. My friends used to rap. I done been around entertainment. Y'all act like, oh, it's tiny. I'm skinny.
I think they're just confused because they say you're 6'4".
So he had a hat on.
Okay, but you're 6'4".
6'3".
That's why when you're 5'3" when you're with LeBron because you're on your knees. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't appreciate that. We could be in trouble, but good Lord. Ron is just a man.
Here's a little Steph Curry story from yesterday that tells you what he's all about. So yesterday, the Warriors practiced from like 11 to 12, I think. And then they had a Players Association meeting, and it was going to be about an hour and a half. And Raymond Ritter was trying to get a couple players to pop in for 10 minutes. So Raymond Ritter, at the very start of the meeting, goes up to Gary Payton II and says, look, it's probably going to be cool. It's okay. Can I get you downstairs, do an interview with Steinmetz and Guru for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
You know what Payton says?
He told us.
Payton says, I got to check with 30, meaning Steph Curry. So In other words, Peyton wasn't comfortable saying, yeah, I'll skip this meeting to go do it. So he goes over to Steph, and Steph goes, yeah, go ahead. Go do that interview.
Man.
And what Raymond Ritter said is like, well, he didn't say this, but you did, I think. You think James Harden would have let somebody go to the, like, that's who Steph is?
Yeah, no
like,
doubt
go
about
do
it.
that interview.
Yeah.
Like, anybody else would have been like, no, we got this meeting. Sorry.
But the fact that Steph knew it was you and I, that had a lot to do with it. Had it been Mike and Mike, Steph probably
How
would
thirsty is this guy?
Thirsty for what?
For anything.
Oh, please.
You're just thirsty.
We're folks.
I mean,
like, I know you don't mean that. I mean, keep going. You're laughing.
I am laughing.
Right. Spadoni, stop
It's
this
just-
guy.
just-
Evan.
it's just-
Evan know I was on good behavior. I've been
Oh,
around.
my God.
Yeah.
he
That's for a
Go ahead,
snapshot.
Evan.
Yeah.
You were pretty excited yesterday, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt. So
That's
was
all I'm saying.
everybody else.
Nobody's making fun
Look
of
at
you.
Evan looking at Steph while we're doing the interview.
I
If
could not
could-
take my eyes off the fact that his arms look.
Dude, he was
number
young.
one, they're big, but they are so many marks and scars
Look
and
like
claws.
Jesus. That's what we
I mean, the
didn't get to
Wolverine
ask.
Steiny.
Yeah, you don't get that whistle up here, all them marks. Show
Huge.
Steiny. We would have got into that too, Spadoni. That's what but yeah, we didn't
By the
have
way,
30
everybody
minutes.
told me he doesn't think he doesn't get calls.
See, now people don't, because you've been on Material Island today. Is that true or you
It
just.
doesn't matter if it's true. I want Warrior fans to start believing it.
Watch yourself. Dude, he looked like Jesus, man. He had webs. Evan saw what he saw.
I wonder how much weight he's put on since rookie year. Gotta be like 25
And it's that good
pounds.
weight, no doubt. 2016, I believe, was the last year, or when he said, I'm done with this crap. I'm going to remake my body and get muscular. Remember, the great Kobe Bryant did that, then kind of didn't like the muscles he had added on and kind of, left the weightlifting alone. But Steph Stein, he's a big dude, man. Up close.
He is. He is. And you know what? As long as we're making fun of Goo, I may as well make fun of Evan.
Excuse me?
So,
these people think
Evan,
you're
you have
being
no
for real.
Evan, you can't say anything about Guru because just to let people in. That was about Monday. Remember Monday, we're doing the show out at the Chase Center, and you said, Evan, are you going to be out there? Or do you have to stay back in the studio?
Yeah, that's
And
my
he's like,
teammate.
I think I'm going to have to stay back in the studio.
That's your Evan. I'm going to give you a 2.
I don't think I'm going to be able to go to Chase.
Evan,
Tuesday,
you
you
want me
asked
to
him again. I don't know, guys. I think I got to stay here.
I like that it's somebody else. That's what I'm getting off on.
Hey,
Somebody
can
quit fronting.
Somebody can do it to me. I don't
You got
care.
Uncle
That's 'cause I'm a
Jeff
team
on
player,
YouTube
Stein.
thinking that you're being real.
About what?
Guru act like you've been there, so he's falling for your bit. Steiny's running material.
Is that the YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, because I got a bunch on the Comcast business text line about you.
Don't lie, Steiny. Yeah. When Mike Dunleavy Jr. threw it back in your court,
that
You know
was
what?
the
yeah,
best.
sweating a little bit.
Steiny was.
Sweating.
What happens when the puncher gets hit? The boxer. He ain't knocked out.
I don't mind
Stunned. Yeah, you backed up a little bit.
What's the word?
And I let you two at it.
See, and I'll be honest with you. One of my personality characteristics, I can be oblivious, completely oblivious. So I swear to God, when you guys say, it's a little awkward, like I wasn't feeling it. I was just trying to get the right word.
No doubt.
By the way,
And it wasn't bad at all. But he wanted to smoke. He wanted to know why you think he couldn't do something or be good at it. But I'm telling you.
He called me today.
So it was a real scrap. It was something, Evan.
Be honest.
Yeah, I started it asking
I
him
go
about
further
his
back with
future.
Dunleavy than Curry.
You called him?
Wow. That how it
First.
went down? You called him?
Huh?
You called him?
Yeah, I called Dunleavy.
Oh, okay.
But you know what? I didn't even have his number.
So he goes, hello, and then what?
I got his machine.
Oh, you left?
Yeah, I left a message.
Wow, Steiny.
He called me back. I haven't had a chance to get it yet.
So what was the point of the call?
Just to clarify, I told him, I said, hey, man. I said,
Just to clarify, you
I
are
said-
Larry David.
I just said, hey, Mike, Matt Steinmetz, about yesterday. You name me Hey, Mike, name me one son of an NBA coach who played in the NBA who then went on to be a head coach. And then I hung up on him.
925 says, what is this, the 90s? You left a voicemail. That's pretty good.
That is good. That's totally good. We're getting off the rails here.
Because they got San Antonio tonight. Ain't no fear. They should win this one going away. We should see PBJ. Yeah.
All right, I want Evan to play this because I want to dissect this one.
Yeah.
Steph Curry on the young guys.
We have a core that's been through the ringer and has shown that we can win at the highest level, but we do need those guys to take those leaps to keep us in that conversation. And, my message to everybody is, it's all worth it. And, everybody's going to shine if you bring, your best effort to, do what coach is asking you to do, understand how we play. There's a little bit of sacrifice involved, but the benefit at the end is worth everything. And you'll be well suited to understand what winning basketball is like for the rest of your career. A lot of guys don't ever experience that. So it's kind of whatever you kind of buy into.
You can't tell me.
All right.
You can't tell me that the Steph, at least, boy, how do I want to say this? That there is something there to the young players not going 100% all in, if you know what I mean. Like he was saying that you have to make sacrifices, you have to do it, and there will be a benefit at the end. Like he's almost like they've spent a lot of time trying to convince the young players that that's what it's about. And they're trying, but it doesn't sound like they're all the way there yet with how they play. I'll just say how they play.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that assessment, but I do know, and you talked about and pointed it out, I don't think Kuminga is ready to start on a every game basis. So I don't think Curry's talking about or referring to Kuminga. But Jordan Poole, you could say what you want, Steiny, but he's been there every time you need him. And that what I'm talking about is if you need him to start, and you think that gets overlooked. If you need him to come off the bench, he's there. So what if I told you I think that's for everybody, that message? And when we talk about young guys, Stoney, one guy is gone. The Three Musketeers. I'm like, I should ask Curry, do you consider Jordan one of the young guys?
Of course.
Or one of the OGs now that he's been here 4 years and won a chip?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. And that might be one of the reasons why some things have happened this year. He is not, maybe he considers himself part of the big three, big four.
Right. I know I would if I were JP.
Why? You're sixth man on a championship team.
Okay, but I can do a lot when one of the big three is out. You call me and step in, I can ball. Curry, when you got hurt, me and Clay was making good music. You know what I mean?
I understand both sides. Yeah. Jordan Poole ain't the big three. Let's just put the rat on the table. Jordan Poole ain't one of the big three.
And I'm not. I hope I don't sound.
But he ain't no chump.
And there you go.
And so,
but you are a guy that's going to. You're not a starter, Steiny, and you won't be for the foreseeable future.
He'll be a starter for half his career for his foreseeable future.
Yeah, well,
because Steph's going to miss 25, and Clay's going to miss 20-ish, probably. Yeah. And I'm dead serious.
I was just talking about here. Yeah,
I'm dead serious about that too. It's like I think that's not part of the problem, but one of the reasons the Warriors need Poole. And everybody says, well, they might be able to move Poole. I think they could move Poole if they wanted. But you've got a backcourt that's aging, and you're going to get rid of Jordan Poole, like your third guard right now. That, to me, is a little bit dangerous when Steph and Clay have missed so many games in the last, 3 to 5 years. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They play the San Antonio Spurs tonight at Chase Center, and it's a game. Look, they should win tonight.
But Stephen A. on line one, you better be careful. Yeah.
I don't even think that. You know what?
No. Dude, I didn't check the line.
This is one of those games, believe it or not.
I'm checking the line as we talk.
And I'll tell you what, I don't do this a lot. Very seldom. In fact, I was talking to a buddy of mine about how one of the things that I won't make a. One game doesn't mean a lot to me.
This is a legacy game.
But if the Warriors somehow get beat tonight, to me, the mere loss to a team like this would mean they've got issues that we can't even comprehend.
Wow.
That's
all hell would break loose.
If they can't beat this, like tonight is a game, you're at home, you're playing the Spurs, there's 5 games left. If you go out and play hard, you will not lose the game. If you go out and play hard and can't make a shot, you're still going to win the game. The only way the Warriors lose tonight is if they don't play hard.
No doubt. And
that's all they have to do tonight. Be conscientious.
Yep. And if you do it right, you guys will be sitting in the fourth quarter. Can I get the game show music, Spadoni? Evan, can I get the game show music? Because I believe you have looked at me, Steiny, and you don't know the spread tonight. But your life's on the line. You get one guess. What do you think Vegas, how many points do you think the Warriors are favored over the Spurs tonight? And I'm going to go to the guys in the back when you're done. You get one guess. And if you ain't ready, I'll go to Spadoni or Evan.
No, I'm ready, but I'm going to put a qualifier on it. I wish you would do more of this.
Okay.
See, this I like
feel like
this.
that was real.
I like games and stuff. It feels like a lot of times I ask all the questions in the games.
Like
I like to be a participant. 12 and a half.
Okay.
That's my
you're
guess.
wrong, Evan.
All right.
I'll say 15.
You're wrong, Spadoni.
I will go 18 and a half.
Spadoni plays the ponies a little bit, so I know he wouldn't lie to us. It's 18. But Spadoni, you just guessed that off the top.
I did. I literally told Evan, I was like, it's going to us.
18.
So I won't go on Bet
Dallas
Rivers.
last week this time, was favored at home by 16 over the Hornets, and they lost. 18. Damn.
The Hornets stink, and they make the Spurs look even worse.
18. Who's going to lay that?
Wembanyama. Wembanyama.
Better watch out for Trey Jones tonight.
I like him.
He can play.
Yeah.
Mick who?
Man, that's
Nicky. Well, it's Nicky Jr. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Don't forget the Warriors Spurs tonight. Just like I said, 7 o'clock at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, Warriors Live. And that'll be coming to you from Chase Center with our main man, John Dickinson.
Who made an appearance at the company function.
He did.
We had a good time. They hadn't been there before, the rooftop. Not like the rooftop, seeing the bay, beverages.
How was that? A lot of action? I wasn't there.
I didn't win. They had bingo. Dickinson won. I did.
Oh, how much did you win?
100.
Wow.
I was kind of mad.
It was pretty good.
Swimming in cashier.
It's a little fun.
Interesting.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah. Had some hors d'oeuvres.
It was about 32% attendance.
Now, why would you put a number on it?
It's a guess.
32.
It's just like you making a bet. I'm just guessing.
Magic Johnson. I would say more like 60%, Spadoni.
Yeah. You're not going to get in trouble. All right?
I guess if I can. Like, who would I get in trouble from? Stacy?
Yeah.
Matt?
All right. We're going to be back on the other side on 95.7. Well, you know what? Let me do this. You know who we're my friends over at Chilton Auto Body. Mike Chilton Auto Body. They are sponsoring this segment and next on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident?
know what? He gets it. He gets it. By the way, I got to tell you a story. Everybody who talked about baseball yesterday and today, except John Dickinson.
I feel like you're blowing it out of proportion.
I'm not. Let's go to Kendale, though, first. Yeah. He's in Oakland. What's up, Kendale? How you doing, man? All right. That'll do it for Kendale.
Yikes.
So, can I tell you a little story?
Man, we got 2 hours. Yeah. Thank God.
Back in 2001, the Warriors were playing, and Gary St. Jean was the coach as they embarked on their season.
Hey, fellas.
Opening game. The Warriors that year was against the Phoenix Suns. 2001. And the Warriors, oh, man, they clawed. They scratched. They played D that night. And at the end of the game, Vinny Del Negro,
who I always loved,
knocked down a game winner. And the Warriors beat the Suns 98-96 in the opener that year, 2000.
Yeah, let's go.
They went 17-65. Oh, he stinks. My point is this.
What is it?
Stop acting like yesterday means anything. You did it, and many others are doing it. Like all of a sudden, so what do you think? Giants are going to go 0-162? Is that what you think?
No, are they going to strike out 16
times? That's the way you were talking yesterday.
No.
Oh, they're pathetic.
No.
They're going to win 48 games.
We got it like a pitcher and a catcher. We got our signals crossed. I was with Shasky, who put up the video about he was disappointed the Giants didn't throw at Judge. I know it's just 1-162. It's like I'm in first place in my fantasy baseball league. Guess what? I finished last the last 2 seasons.
But my point is you went gallivanting around here for 8 minutes talking about being in first place, knowing full well there's 161 left. So that's all I'm saying.
The days that I think you complete me, that's where we need improvement. I'm going Dibley. That was material. And Bonte was even no real human thinks he's going to brag about one game. But the Giants, Stoney, they're boring. I'm not going to say they're not going to be a competition.
You don't know that
Last year, they were boring.
That was a 500 team.
They got a dude that got slapped in the face on a baseball diamond, Jock Peterson, and didn't do a damn thing. This is your king?
You know what?
And you want me to sit down and watch this?
You know what?
Please.
You know
Giants
what?
are soft. SOFT.
You know what,
Get slapped in the face. And then we found out he was running from him from beeping.
See, you know what, Gil?
Boy, if I was in charge, you're out of here. You're out.
So you would cut a guy for not fighting.
I'd go to my GM. Yeah. He can't go with, what is it, foxhole?
You know what Jock Peterson not getting in a fight with Tommy Pham means? Nothing. 0. And you wouldn't cut him.
There was not a fight.
That's right.
A man slapped him over something ridiculous. Just take an ass whooping, but fight back.
Why? What if he knew? What if he knew he had it coming? Why?
I've never known somebody can come just slap me in the face and I just do nothing and say, "Goo, you knew you had it," except Norm.
All right, so hold on a sec.
Yeah, not no other grown ass man.
Hold on a sec.
We gonna wrestle.
You're wrong. Let's say tonight I go to the Warrior game.
Okay.
And I see Mike Dunleavy.
And
he looks at me and he shakes his head and he smacks me in the face. You know what? I'd be like, I guess he was pissed about yesterday. I wouldn't throw a punch back.
But you would have those thoughts on your way home after you tell Susan, I slapped him back.
No. Again, sometimes maybe you see something coming and you just got to take your medicine.
I know. See, it's payday. I will not bite.
I know you. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you.
I will not bite. This, you do not believe that. That man don't have the license to come slap you because he disagreed with you.
Forget the Dunleavy one. That's an example.
All right.
Nobody cares that Jock Peterson didn't fight Tommy Pham back.
I think you're.
Nobody cares.
I believe his own teammates care.
And I'm going to pull one. I'm going to pull one of you though.
Pull out a shank or go gang warfare. Defend yourself because you're making us look like we're soft.
No, they're not.
That's how you look at the world. I look at it differently. I'll tell you what, partner, if you're with me and we're somewhere out and somebody came up and slapped you and it was just one person and you didn't defend yourself and we drove together, I would cuss you out all the way until I dropped your ass off and said, you know what? That's it. We'll work together. I can never kick it with you outside because if you won't defend yourself, I don't want you nowhere around me. And I ain't Tupac. I'm being real.
So I am too.
Yeah.
So you're telling me if I'm a pacifist.
Okay. I know what that is.
You cannot be a friend with a pacifist. Somebody who just does not want to fight, does not like violence, doesn't think there's any benefit in violence, and so they don't participate in any kind of violence.
This is a great question.
I'm dead serious.
I got many friends like that. My point is, I would not, and I would know not to go out with you. Because if you're not going to protect yourself or stand up for yourself, Lord knows what you're going to do if something were to happen to me. So you would never I would never put myself, you know how you got friends for certain, I'm not calling him because he acts too crazy. I want to have a good time. I don't want to fight, but you got that one friend, I'll go. This ain't, you sit this one out because you know how they get. Yeah, Snotty, you and I would never go anywhere to where you being a pacifist.
Where the hell would we go where I have to be on the lookout for getting smacked in the face out of nowhere?
A baseball diamond like Jock Peterson who didn't see it coming.
Well, that's the other thing. Sometimes if you don't see something coming, you're so surprised you don't even know what to do.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that. You may as well.
So let me, honestly,
you know what?
Do you think some of his,
I just don't believe it's always appropriate to throw a punch back.
But when somebody hits you for some ridiculous, like the Jock Peterson over
about
fantasy football.
Jordan Poole didn't do crap. Jordan Poole let a guy put him down.
And we're putting the rats on the table. You are being so for real with that example. But Steiny, I don't think Jordan, it was so bad and on camera that people intervened. So Jordan didn't even have time to do anything back. Now, I don't think lesser of Jordan Poole, but I know that was part of the, I don't want to call it, Steiny, it was somewhat embarrassment. A guy takes off on you, hits you, and you don't get to retaliate. So you're right. That was a great one, but they intervened. That was at work. That was like a work. Dre took off on him, and he had, I wouldn't say.
Okay, I don't want to be a jerk, but it
Jock
sounds
Peterson's was just, I don't want no
It
smoke.
sounds like in your book, why didn't Jordan Poole punch Draymond the next time he saw him? Would you have?
There's no doubt I would have.
You would have punched Draymond Green the next time he saw him.
And I would have took an ass whooping.
And I'm going to be honest with you, that
I'm being so for real.
We grew up in different places, and I'm not saying you wouldn't.
Now, I'll tell you what. Hold on, Snotty. Let's put a rat on the table.
Okay.
What if somebody, you and I got into it at the job? Okay? Because we've had some episodes, not you and I would know that my job, like Jordan Poole, I would know not to come in here with the same energy as if we were on the street. Because now my job, if they say, hey, this can't happen again, you know what I mean? There's some stipulations. So Jordan Poole really his hands were tied. He couldn't really do anything.
You know why his hands were tied? Because, see, this is what I believe. Yeah. Let me use the Mike Dunleavy, Matt Steinmetz, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green.
I love you called him.
So, see what I think, and I don't know what happened, but I think Jordan Poole got smacked, okay?
Yeah.
And let's say I got smacked by Dunleavy.
All right.
Okay, that happened. I believe Jordan Poole left the facility that day and had an idea why Draymond Green leveled him.
All right.
I think he's got an idea of what made
some people
Draymond
say Jordan
upset.
pushed him. It's my wife. Remember? Oh, he shouldn't have put his hand.
Well,
anyway.
Draymond Green did not punch Jordan Poole because Poole started pushing him away.
Right.
He was good. There's a reason he was punching him, and I believe Jordan Poole knows what the reason is. He may not agree with it. Same with Dunleavy. Dunleavy smacks me in the face, then I'm like, oh, he must have been pissed about yesterday.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
That's all. But
to each his own. And again, Guru from the Xfinity Mobile text line, Comcast Business text line. Guru, aren't you the one that said you're a lover, not a fighter?
No, he can be Malcolm X when he wants to be.
Yeah, and I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's why what Jock Peterson didn't do was so It's not even embarrassing. It was so weak. Nobody's asking you to go Tyson. But if you're going to get slapped and not try to retaliate, that's worse than getting slapped 20 times. But hey, if that's what you chose to do, you chose to do. So please, people, don't think I'm up here acting like I'm Mike Tyson. I'm just saying, you slap your boy, I'm going to, hey, Steiny, knock my two fronts out. I'm going to go down trying to get mine. That's all. And you're telling me,
I'm just saying,
you got the ability to kind of turn the other cheek.
I'm just saying, I don't consider it wrong that Jock Peterson didn't fight back. I'm not saying.
Okay, I don't want to.
If he fought back, that was right. But I don't live that way.
You know what? I'm gonna put it this way, and you could say, and I know you, and for the people out there, because I know what Dibs would do. So my question to you is: do you think? Forget that part. I can't take that from you because that's how you look at the world. But do you think, in a crazy way, in regard to manhood amongst your brothers, the teammates, that you lost something there? Or if you did lose something there, you don't care about it?
Don't you understand?
That's what I'm saying, Steiny.
This is the way I look at it. Well, Jordan Poole would have gotten his ass kicked.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so you really think Jordan Poole should have thrown some punches?
I never came at
he
you
would have come back like, why? So
I've never told you Poole should have did. It was Poole could do nothing after it all popped off.
But you want him to go after Draymond the next time?
I'm talking about Jock Peterson, who was in the outfield and could have handled his issue in the outfield.
I'm sorry.
That's all. These are two different things. The Jordan Poole thing, I get, and I never once told you, he needed to do this or that, please. I'm talking about Jock Peterson in the outfield on a guy that you thought was your friend, and over some cockamamie trade or whatever, waiver wire, this dude slaps you on a diamond?
I would rather walk away than get my ass kicked.
Oh, see, yeah, that's where we.
So you would rather show up to work the next day with a black eye, a bloody nose, and a broken hand?
Yes, I would. I would have, Stoney.
Well, to me, that's crazy.
And if you're gonna get your ass kicked, you ain't having none of that. Well, you know, I mean, your hand ain't broke because you ain't hit nothing. But the respect of fighting back and standing up for yourself, to me, is greater than the wounds I would take. I would take those wounds.
If you came
rather than say, hey, that guy Daryl Johnson from Union City, you can just do whatever you want to him and he won't stand up for himself. I'm not advocating violence or fighting. And I teach my sons and daughter this. When somebody puts their hands on you, it's all the rules are out the window, Steiny. Protect yourself.
My goal between now and the time I die is to not get punched in the face. If at 88 I die,
I get that,
and I haven't been punched in the face,
so like this is great. Chris Rock,
I'll take that.
He got slapped.
He was totally stunned.
Yeah, but Steiny,
what's he supposed to do?
No, my point is it was like Jordan Poole.
No, that was like Jock Peterson to me.
No, that was on national. The world
Chris
was
Rock
watching.
didn't go down.
No, but it would have been so much uglier for everybody involved, mainly black folks, had he gotten to a tussle. So he turned the other cheek.
Right.
It was power in that. Because he knew the greater good was two black men fighting in front of the world. That it was already bad. That's different.
Wait,
Peterson
being white is a factor here?
No, Peterson being on a baseball field rather than a damn tuxedo.
Don't yell at me. I don't understand.
It's different. One is a jock, and the other is trying to do a job in a tuxedo in a professional environment. A professional athlete. I'm not even hype. What word am I looking for? A jock, a professional athlete, adrenaline flowing, muscles, shape. You should stand up for yourself. I'm not saying being a gang. Chris Rock is different. He was in a sanctuary of performing while they're being filmed in front of millions, tuxedos, giving out awards. That's different. There was power in him not retaliating. Jock Peterson, a dude slaps you in the face over something so stupid, and you walk all the way back and not do nothing? I don't care if you can't fight at all. Stand up for yourself. That's all.
The other thing about that slap was it happened like in the outfield near the fence. There were like 2 or 3 guys around. Nobody was around.
Yeah. Yeah, all the more, again, so it's not Chris Rock who was around, Jordan Poole, you didn't get an opportunity.
And it's not like they're all amped up. It's batting practice.
And I'm not playing to the crowd here. I'm just saying, Steiny, to your point, I would take a busted lip trying to
just a busted
stand
lip.
up for myself.
You get your ass kicked, you get more than just a busted lip. You come in with black eyes.
But he got slapped. Chuck Peterson, he didn't get his ass kicked.
So,
the
but you
worst
wanted
part
him
of
to
the
fight-
slap was you didn't do anything about it or try. That's
Right,
all.
and guess what? It de-escalated. Nothing happened after that.
Oh,
when Jock Peterson walked away,
I think so
go to
many
Joe.
of his teammates lost respect for him.
And okay, and I'll use this one. How'd that manifest?
Yeah.
Like what came of it? All right, let's go to Joe wants to jump in here. What's up, Joe? We're fine.
Hey guys, happy Friday.
Payday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just got to say, yes, everybody needs to be able to defend themselves, but I'm hearing strong, like, honor fighting vibes coming from you, and that gets people killed. I'm not saying those guys would have killed each other, but didn't the good Lord say that when someone slaps you, turn the other cheek? Just saying, giving you that opportunity to consider that something different. My male ego pride is when hurt, so I got to throw down. That gets people in trouble. Hopefully, you're not. Is that what you're saying? Jock should have done.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the call. I think we know.
I'm just advocating. Stand up for yourself.
We have coming up in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We've got Keith McPherson, radio host, WFAN fan in New York, 660, and he's going to talk about yesterday's game. Giants went into Yankee Stadium, got beat.
The Cathedral.
5-0. Peterson, not Peterson. Peterson struck out 3
Webb
times.
Webb was okay.
4 earned runs. Yeah. It's not about strikeouts. I'll tell you what, anybody can strike anybody out. More than half yesterday's outs
would help.
More than half yesterday's outs were strikeouts.
And welcome to the new MLB. It's been that way for a while, but to that point, run support would have helped whoever was on the bump.
650. You hang up on the caller when he speaks the truth. Listen, he agreed with me, and that's one of the reasons I hung up on him, because we knew where he was coming from. The subject has run its course, is what I'm talking about.
Pitch is swung on and hit in the air to center field indeed. Back goes Yastrzemski on the track at the wall. She is gone. Unbelievable. Aaron Judge in his first at-bat of the year hits a home run to dead center. It is a Judgian blast. All rise.
Oh, my God. So sickening. I mean, seriously. And I know he was on, and I know he's a legend.
Come on,
makes me want to put my finger down my throat.
It is gone.
What part? And they had his back when he messed up. That's what I love. Okay,
play it one more time.
In the air to center field and deep. Back goes Yastrzemski on the track at the wall. She is gone. Unbelievable.
Well,
Aaron
that bothers me.
in his first at-bat of the year hits a home run to dead center.
Fine.
It
Fine.
is a Judgian blast.
Gratuitous.
All rise.
Gratuitous.
Here comes the Judge.
Gratuitous.
All rise, Steiny.
It's all gratuitous after home run.
Dude,
God, I'm glad the Giants
the
didn't get
team
him.
that they thought that. See what you didn't get. Subliminally, he was saying he did it against the team we thought we might lose him to.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was it.
I don't even think there's a Yankee fan who knew he was out here.
I love how you really believe, maybe like Judge was.
I love how you
about it.
I love that you think everything revolves around the Bay Area.
He came here in an airplane to do a visit, Steiny. And remember, Crawford talked about, they made a pitch. Now, maybe he knew he would never leave New York, but he made a pitch. He came out here. Tell me what you got.
You know why they didn't hit Aaron Judge? Is because the organization, Kapler, Farhan, Bear, they knew they never had a chance at Judge, that they were just making a run at him to appease the fans so that they could say, we made a run at Judge. We came in second. But as far as the like Larry Bear wouldn't, and Kapler is like, Gabe Kapler's not saying, hey, Logan, he stiffed us. Go throw at him. No, Kapler's like, we didn't think we were going to get him anyway.
So you don't think there's, here I go.
No.
You don't think there's any disappointment on Farhan and Kapler for that matter, thinking, that, as it was going and we were coming to work every day, Guru, could it happen? I remember I was doing shows with JD and yourself, like, it wouldn't be so far-fetched if we found out he was picking the Giants.
He picked the Yankees.
No, but there was disappointment from the brass here with the Giants, I got to believe.
Okay.
And maybe Brandon Crawford. All the guys that were in on the pitch.
I mean, I don't.
Throw it Farhan, not Judge.
In all of Aaron Judge's press conferences, at any time did he say he gave the Giants significant thought or serious thought or had real reservations about re-signing with the Yankees?
I don't know. I just know when I was single and had multiple choices, and told the person that I chose,
I
didn't go in on who was runner-up. You know what I mean? I just focused on, hey, you know what? I think you and I can get lost.
So in other words, if you were the runner-up, you would punch the girl who actually got the boyfriend. Yeah, I know. We've established that.
Dude, I'm a lover,
you are
not a
some
fiver.
Kind of
is who I am.
vindictive.
Please, you're mine, man.
Rots, and I'll explain this, Rots, to you and to Guru. 650. How are the Giants not playing today?
Oh,
strange
I got
scheduling.
mad.
No, it's not. Rots, you're killing me, buddy. They always have they play that first game, then they take a day off. Like the Reds usually used to play on the first day, then they never played on that Tuesday after.
You got to Google. But one of the most, you'll give me this, the purest.
Last year,
things about baseball is it's every day. So you give me one, and then you say, no more games.
They have off days.
Who needs an off day after working 1 day a week?
They were on all spring training.
Hey, it works in your world, dude. And I'm irritated. There's only a couple games.
And I'm
today.
pretty sure last year,
I
don't know if it was during the Bay Bridge series, not at the beginning of the year either. I'm going to say the Yays or the Yankees or the Yays or the Giants were off on a Friday.
No, you're right. You are right.
Come on, Rotsy. Steven in San Jose. What's up, Steven?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey guys, first time caller. I listen to you guys every week in my little Amazon truck. So
right on, baby.
Thank you, man.
For my call. I just wanted to. I know this probably sounds a little far fetched, but let's just say the Giants organization made that move with Judge just to get into the the Yankees' pockets, so to speak, to just make them spend that extra $100 million or so, whatever it was. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I guess they could have.
Hey, can I handle that?
Well, he's off.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to you.
We got 20 seconds.
Giants got bigger problems to worry about than making sure the Yankees spend the extra. You know what? They got their own backyard to worry about.
Coming up next, we're going to ask WFAN's Keith McPherson about opening day in the Bronx. It was the Giants and the Yankees. Aaron Judge, he didn't get hit. He hit one. That's coming up next. Talk a little baseball on 95.7 The Game.
It is gone, but caught.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs.
But for a while, they had a good conversation.
I believe he's 84 years old.
If we could play drops in our own life at home, my wife would have, what did I do wrong? And it would be my voice. It's like, you got the wrong stuff from the store. What did I do wrong?
I'm going to prove a point right here.
Oh, brother, you've been in the lab.
You think the A's are going to win more than the Giants this year?
What if I told you I wouldn't be shocked?
That would tell me that you proved my point.
That I've given up?
That one game makes you change your mind. Because you said the Giants, they might win 87.
Right.
Hey, see? You see what I did there?
No, it's about the game of baseball.
Up to opening day, Giants were going to be better than the A's. A's beat Ohtani. Giants get shut out.
Yeah, you're talking.
And now the A's are going to be better.
Not me. Yeah.
No,
I told you what state of mind I was in yesterday, Snotty. But I like the A's. They're a bunch of unknowns. They're playing hard, taking nothing for granted, but good win. But it's not because of that. And I just want to see the Giants tap into, maybe they don't even know where it's at, Stoney, because they would have broke it out last year. How the hell did you shock the world to win 107 with the likes of Darren Ruff? But you had Buster Posey.
It's a lot went right that year.
No doubt, man. A lot
went right that year for the San Francisco Giants. I mean, gosh, I wish I could remember offhand what their well, I know they were 32-6.
That's their 18-2
against the Rockies and the Diamondbacks. 32-6 that year, and then they also had an amazing stat in one-run games.
Let me ask you this.
Why? Because tight games bring out the best in Kapler.
Do we take his bit that we had when we were all together around the league? I like that.
Bonte and Shasky took it.
When?
It's called Around the Diamond. Oh! It was actually really good.
Well, we could do our own.
What do you mean?
Like go around the league. Like the dibs, that was, dude, I love it.
So like it. Every other show.
But I like it. That's how you cover everything. Yeah.
What are we doing? Why
that would be the bed.
You'd go around the league to Green Onions, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he did to it.
Coach Jim. Coach Jim's in San Francisco. Jump on it. It's a free-for-all Friday.
Coach.
Hey, I've never listened to you guys before. Obi is a friend of mine. I started listening when he was on the air.
Who?
But you two are hilarious. I love how men can make fun of each other and love it at the same time.
I love this guy.
But two comments. One thought is Draymond. Why I would love to see him try out for the Niners as a tight end or a wide receiver. He missed his calling.
Coach Jim.
Another is when teams are away and they lose, there's a reason for that sometimes. Like the Giants losing in New York. How many fans do you think they made happy by losing? And other teams, when they're away, they know that they're better or whatever, and they lose. The fans that are at home when they win are paying the bills.
Good call. That's Coach Jim.
Who was Obi?
Obi Toppin.
No, he said Obi here at the station.
Obi.
Yeah, that's how I thought I heard it.
Maybe
Good call.
Maybe OC. We had an OC.
And that is our relationship. I think he defined
Somebody's
it. I make
saying
fun of
Obi,
you.
LOL. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's what he said.
I don't know what that
But
means.
we do make fun of each other, and it's love at the end of the day.
Well, and that's why people are jealous of us.
No, I'm starting to sense that, Stoney.
It's true. They're jealous of, not jealous. That's a little thing. They're envious.
Yeah.
They're envious.
Your mom gets us. She knows the core of what we are.
Although she said a couple days ago you went overboard.
Mary!
Yeah,
oh my God, I got a direct message. Stoney, you're playing, right?
I am playing.
Okay. See, dude, you've been lying here lately.
But I always
Last week really hurt me when you said the Ayuk one. That I got to tell you, partner, if I could just walk out when you read, I was out of shape, thought I was Jerry Rice. Dude,
that's pretty good.
I said, this dude's the luckiest SOB I've ever met. And he made it up, Evan. You can't lie, Stoney.
Yes, if you make it clear right after the lie you were kidding, it's okay.
But you do gain something by lying for letting it marinate for
Put
that
it
quick
out there.
second. I hate it.
What is it? A lie travels in a set. I don't even know what that one is. Somebody text line will be great on this Comcast business text line. What? A lie travels around the world in a second, and the truth, I don't know, to deliver.
I kind of get it, even without. Yeah, the lie goes faster.
Even with me,
travels faster,
butchering it. So,
that's the all time.
We're waiting on Keith McPherson. He's a radio host at WFAN 660 in New York.
That's a big station.
Bigger than
the fan.
It's the big.
They got the fan. We got the game.
And I'll stand by what I'd said earlier about New York and Guru. It would swallow you up. New York City would swallow you up.
Those are the rats. Because when
no, just the whole city.
All right.
It's too much for you.
Let me just say something. We had the great Ron Adams, who's from New York. No, it's Kenny Atkinson, who's from New York,
He's
Jersey.
from Westchester County.
He lived in New York. He loves the Bay. Like, that's all I was trying to remind you. Just when you cross that Bay Bridge or Golden Gate Bridge, take a look around. Oh. We are second to none. Go, oh gosh, dude, this is the most beautiful place on earth. One of them.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah, your car get broken into, but yeah.
Go ahead, Lucas.
Mark Twain once said that a lie will fly around the whole world while the truth is still getting its boots on.
That's why Twain was so clever.
Now, what airline would they use?
That's a 5.
Hey, but this goes back to yesterday, me telling you I'm thinking about doing stand-up. You didn't like it. Evan gave me a 5. Get it? It would fly. What airline? United?
I don't.
You won't be coming to any shows.
This is like, and this gets back to a long time ago. The boss told me, I'm just a little concerned. Sometimes you guys, you guys are clicking, but sometimes you guys, some dead air once in a while. Some dead air.
He ain't been saying that lately.
I'm like, dude, have you ever worked with Guru?
Now, see, that's what type of team. We got Steph at 1 again.
No.
We're going to re-air it at 1 p.m.
The point is
but
that
your first thing is to throw me under the bus. Have you worked? Oh, go ahead. Let's hear this. Let's hear this.
No, you're just quicker than me. So you'll jump in with something very clever, and then it'll. I don't know how to respond. See, I'm different than you. Again, I think about what I say before I say it, and so sometimes when
your
you're
Wi-Fi's a little slower than mine.
Acting crazy and you just throw something out there out of left field, I am, and I don't use this word often. I am literally without speech.
Wow. All right. But your mom, you lied. I thought she said I went overboard.
I love
Steph at 1.
I love her 650. Look, dead air.
Yeah, he's the greatest.
Oh, that's pretty good. 1 o'clock, Steph Curry. We're going to rerun that interview. If you missed it at 10:30,
our friend.
You can jump.
Steiner, we had something good. Come on, man. Just tap into it. Nobody's being a groupie. He gets down with us, and he said he listens to the show. That's what we should be playing.
He did not say he listens to the show.
He said he hears everything.
See, this is where the journalist in me really clashes with the.
Well, that's how I took it. He says he hears everything. No, then said, okay. Did you take the field? Yeah, I know you felt small.
What?
When he said he knew you weren't betting on the Dubs. I was like, oh, boy.
Don't you get it? It's just a game. It's just a game, man. Guru, let me give you a piece of advice, and you're not too old to hear it. Steph Curry, he's just a man.
No doubt about it.
Like you or me.
No, we all put pair of pants on.
That's right. That's right. He's just like you or me. So why you were breaking out in a cold sweat when he came into the room, I don't know.
Stop. It's not. That's the third time we've been with him. Remember at the Lake Merritt when the parade was in the town? You, me, and Townie. Uncle Townie.
You kind of did interrupt him that one time.
Oh, I did. Hey, I did. I have.
And it was my question. Like, that was really.
Well, it's kind of like you and the Jeff Garcia thing.
No,
dude,
that was just
I've never seen you go Westbrook on an interview.
Yeah, well,
you act.
I'm going to do it Tuesday.
You were like, you got it. What's our guy's name?
You know what? I don't want you to be in on that one. What if I said that?
To be honest, I kind of didn't. I ain't excited. But
nobody's going to be excited.
You did go Westbrook. I called Bonte after. I go, no, I wasn't talking about you, but I said, hey, I've never seen Stoney. He was so into it.
That's
he
because
has 4 straight questions.
That's because Nahegan told me to take control of that.
No,
interview.
and then I had the highlights with the one question that I got. I hit a 3 and got fouled.
Next,
he's playing. He stepped in it. That's all I could get in that interview. You were good, though.
Okay, of course, I had something I was going to say, and I completely forgot. See, this is when, if you were truly a great partner, that you can jump in. What the heck was I going to say? Go help me!
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Oh gosh, this is bothering me now.
Baseball?
No, here, just let me play some. Hold on,
McPherson in 4 minutes.
No, we got him.
Hey, fellas, I apologize.
I apologize for.
What is the radio etiquette of when a guest should be here? How many minutes do you give them to still make it?
Depends who the guest is.
Right, I got you.
Our guy
McPherson made the cut, though.
McPherson's from the Big Apple.
No, W the fan.
Plus, he's finishing up a podcast.
Now, how did you know that?
Because Evan told me.
Oh, okay.
Golden State Warriors, San Antonio Spurs tonight, 7:00. Warriors live at 6:00. Right here on 95.7 The Game. I'm so mad that now I can't remember.
It was about Nahegan in the interview with the Jeff Garcia. He told you to take control.
Oh, no, I know.
You been on your tippy toes?
No, the Tuesday.
Dude, that
no, it wasn't.
Quietly didn't. I'm mad that
No, it
we didn't
wasn't.
get caught. You got away with it yesterday.
I see here you lost. I
Evan
lost my
did it.
train of thought.
Yeah, Evan did it.
I lost my train of thought, and I was going to tease the Tuesday interview. Why don't you just lay out? Go ahead and turn your mic off one time for me. Just one time.
But you act like you got the president of the United States.
I
on the
almost did.
show.
I got his
The
chief
way-
of staff. All right. Let me tell you something. On Tuesday at 1:30, we're going to have a guy on that I am super excited to have on. He's untraditional in terms of being a sports guest. He's not a sports figure.
Yeah.
He's more of a political figure, but he loves sports.
Gotcha.
Particularly baseball.
All right.
So I reached out to him and said, let's try to get this guy on after opening weekend. That's right. And 669. You're
Okay.
right. Steiny, you're the only one excited about it. You know what? That's right. I'm the only one excited about it right now. But I think what you're going to find is as you feel my excitement over the next few days for this Tuesday interview,
Right.
you're going to want to listen just to see me act like goo acts around Steph.
Oh, please. Oh,
All right,
man.
so let me get
Seriously, though, who will you stargaze at, Sonny? Is there a person?
Steph?
This guy's like, who am I in awe of?
But he's a big boy to you. No shade at him. Like, the average cat doesn't know who this guy is.
I disagree. Well, the average hardcore sports fan doesn't, but anybody who's got any balance in their life will know who this guy is.
You got a little giddy with Rod Carew.
That's true.
Kevin McHale, who was your favorite.
That's true.
Yeah. What did you get wrong with him? Not bringing up
The
Aston.
year.
Yeah, right.
I said
See,
something
that's
was
the stuff that-
1987. It was 1988.
Yeah. I hate to bring that up.
All right. He's from 1989 to 19. You know what? Give me the bed, baby. Give me the bed before McPherson gets here.
The bed.
The game show.
Oh,
bed.
right. You got to call it that.
He was the chief of staff to the vice president of the United States from 1989 to 1983.
Please don't ask who the president was. Please don't ask who the president was.
It's vice president.
Mick who?
Look has come into the studio.
Yeah, I like this.
That's
Reagan was commander-in-chief.
His politics are conservative. They are conservative.
He just had a Steiny moment. Look over here.
He's lost.
No, look at this one, though. The
Does this
mic's
even
next to
work?
me.
Yeah, there
Does
you
this
go.
work?
All right, there you go.
Let me
I
introduce
never come in the studio
Let
and
me
talk.
reset. This is the boss.
It is
Look at this, Mike
unbelievable.
Steiny.
I've known you for 5 years.
Yeah.
I've been here for 5.5 years. This is the
long
first guest you've ever booked, and you won't stop talking about it.
And it's like
It's just
Jay-Z.
unbelievable.
That's like
This is the greatest thing that's ever happened. It's like
it's the second guest. I booked Steve Elkington, major
Jesus.
winner at Riviera.
That sounds riveting.
Dude, this guy, man.
You asked for Rod Carew, literally the next day,
That's
Rod
true.
Carew. That for me.
I appreciate that.
But yesterday he was finishing up the touches of securing the interview and the energy that was oozing like it was a big
so
look at
excited.
me. Look at me.
I
I'm
got
like,
the big
did you
account.
get like?
Hey, we got Keith McPherson.
Sorry. You booked him too?
Turn
we
the
don't?
mic off.
You just wanted to get Nahegan out of the office, the studio.
Damn it. No
Do we or don't
McPherson? Oh,
We don't have him yet.
That was the banana in the tailpipe. Steiny, your lies are a little too
my
much,
God,
man.
The 510. Did you guys interview Steph yesterday?
1 o'clock.
Yes, we
We'll play
did. We're going to
again.
play it again at 1 o'clock, 510.
Well, you were a little giddy yesterday. I hate
Hell
to keep-
yeah. You
keep
guys
putting
don't
it
get
on
it,
me.
man. You guys don't get You know what? When you're around sports greatness, year after year, decade after decade, sports guys don't do it for me. Steph Curry don't mean anything to me. All right? I was around when Michael Jordan played. They're just guys. They're just guys. I'm well-rounded. It's other people that get me excited.
I'll tell you this,
He founded the Weekly Standard. He founded the Weekly Standard. Bum, bum, bum.
What is that, a book?
It's a magazine.
All right, that's what I thought. Which is a book.
Da, 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 da. All right, we got Keith.
All right.
All right.
Baseball, baby.
I got to go with the Dibley. That's a tease, people. That's Tuesday's guest at 1:30. Right now, Keith McPherson. He's a radio host, WFAN 660. You can follow him on Twitter at Keith_McPherson. Keith, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Glad I could figure it out. Glad I could make it with this off day that we build in New York.
Gosh.
It's always inclement weather out here. It usually snows on opening day or rains on opening day. I'm booked today doing podcasts and appearances and stuff like that. So,
Hey, Keith, I'll tell you what. I don't know if somebody has put you up to this or not, but my partner, who's going to talk in a second, heard that yesterday, that one of the reasons the days off were because of rain, and you said he was wrong. Do you want us to tell Keith McPherson he's wrong by saying the day off is weather-related?
It snowed in 2018. I was on the bus on the way to the stadium. I heard WFAN say that the game was postponed. I had to take the bus back home.
See? Yeah. Because of weather.
They do that for a reason. I don't know if they do that in any other city, any other team ballpark, but the Yankees have learned from, the past that, hey, in the Bronx, it could snow, it could rain, and you can't play baseball. And they also just refuse to put a dome over Yankee Stadium. So it is what it is.
Hey, let me ask you this. And we're talking to Keith McPherson, radio host at WFAN 660. Has Aaron Judge, since he, re-signed with the Yankees, has he ever addressed how close or far he was from the San Francisco Giants?
I think he's done some interviews here and there, like Jimmy Fallon and some other hits, where he talks about it. And what I got from it was that him and his wife made the decision, and his wife being from out there, they, I guess, had a thought that they wanted to potentially go home, but they didn't fully see themselves becoming San Francisco Giants. He said that him and his wife would go over everything and keep coming back to the fact that we're Yankees. That's their words. We're Yankees. And now Judge is, in line to be one of the richest Yankees of all time and maybe one of the greatest all time.
Keith, let's talk about the manager there in the Big Apple, because we know in Philly, my partner's from Philly, New York, they don't play. The fans want winners. And I got to be honest with you, at different junctures last year, I was like, Aaron Boone, he's done, because the fans, they want a World Series. Talk to us about the relationship between the fans and Aaron Boone.
Yeah, I was in there yesterday for intros, and when they announced, New York Yankees manager Aaron Boone, you heard half and half. Cheers and groans, boos and applause. It was just one of those weird sounds in there, like, instead of like, yeah. So I think the fan base is 50-50 on Boone. He never managed anywhere else. And we know that he's in lockstep with the organization. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I think that Aaron Judge loves him. When Aaron Judge had his press conference to be announced as the 16th captain, they gave us a little window into their relationship. And we've heard Brian Cashman say that he hopes he has as much time to be the manager of the Yankees as Joe Torre and Joe Girardi did. So that would mean Cashman hopes for him to be here 8 years, and with this second contract that he got last year, he's going to be here for 7-8 years. We need a World Series, though. I will get back to one. And I don't know if it's Boone's fault. I don't know if it's Cashman's fault. I would blame the players, but there's definitely some people in Yankee land that are not big on the manager.
Keith McPherson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a radio host at WFAN 660. That's where the Giants are right now at Yankee Stadium. I'm going to just tell you something that I heard yesterday on the radio out here in San Francisco, and I just want you to react to it or not. So there was a segment of fans out here that were very disappointed that the Giants didn't throw at Aaron Judge for leading them through the process and then going to the Yankees.
You don't want to throw at that guy. The whole stadium, you see people rush the field. You don't want to throw at him anyway because he's 6'7",
right,
250. But that's funny. I understand. I saw a guy in line for one of the bars out here. He had the Arson San Francisco Giants jersey, 9-9 on the back with Arson over the numbers.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy because when that tweet went out from John Heyman, Arson Judge appears headed to the Giants. For about 4 minutes, every Yankee fan's heart dropped out of their chest. And I remember where I was. I needed to check everything. Hey, is this true?
Right.
And I think for 4 minutes, we started to think about life without Judge and opening day, him coming back in a different jersey. That's hell for a Yankee fan. This is our whole team, our whole franchise, the face of baseball. What he did last year, breaking the AL home run record, like every little kid has a 9-9 jersey. He is the modern-day Yankees. We couldn't fathom it. So, yeah, it's now just like a joke now. It's now like I saw someone in the bleachers with a sign. They printed out Heyman's tweet, Arson Judge appears headed to the Giants. We feel like we dodged one for sure. It should have never gotten to this point. They should have extended Judge probably after his rookie season where, he won the home run derby and he hit 50 home runs and, kind of burst on the scene.
Keith, it's incredible, and a lot of Giant fans are envious of the Yankees because you got that Judge, you got that star. Here in the Bay, we got Steph Curry for basketball, but the Giants 2 years ago won 107. Buster Posey was kind of at the end, but he's gone. And I criticized him, and I wanted them to get Judge because the Padres got stars. The Dodgers got big boys. When you sat down, wherever you watched the game yesterday, what was your first initial thought about the San Francisco Giants team?
Who are these guys? Who they all got over there? Is that Michael Conforto? The bleacher creatures were chanting at Conforto, Mad, reject.
Wow, man.
Like, I'm looking at the team, I'm like, oh, I forgot about Tyro Estrada. He used to be over there with us. A couple years back, he was playing in the summer camp 2020 COVID season, hitting home runs in Yankee Stadium with no one there. I was like, who else is on this team? Yaz? Other than that, I'm like, man, the Giants used to have Kung Fu Panda and Tim Lincecum.
Barry Bonds.
Yeah. Barry Bonds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different out here now, trying to get back on track. Hey, Keith, thank you so much for joining us, man. I appreciate that you made time for us, and enjoy the season.
Yeah, good luck the next 2 games. Don't get swept. Let's go, Yanks. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
I love it.
Keith McPherson.
That was telling.
Don't get swept.
Who are these guys?
Steph Curry joining us at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
After the 1 o'clock break, Steph Curry joining us at 1 o'clock. That's in 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
So, just back to the Giants.
You think that's their slogan this year, the Giants?
No.
Don't get swept?
No, we don't have a star. So you've admitted that.
What?
Just it's bad for business that not that they can't win and shock us again, but don't stop it.
I don't care about business. I care about wins and losses.
They don't have a Steph Curry. They don't have a Klay Thompson.
I'll tell you what,
don't have a Draymond
that
Green.
Is unreal radio.
What?
The Giants don't have somebody like Steph Curry, one of the most iconic players in the history
you know what I mean,
of,
Sonny.
as somebody who once worked here said, North American sport.
Let me ask you this then. Who's the best San Francisco Giant?
Right now?
Yeah, not you can't no picture. No pitcher. Dude, the silence is deafening, man.
No, it's like they have so many candidates.
Oh, but you're right.
All right, Steph Curry coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game. That's right, Steph.
Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. That was Steph Curry. We had an opportunity to talk to Steph Curry yesterday, and here's how the interview went. All right, everybody, we're joined by Steph Curry, the point guard of the Golden State Warriors.
You see what I deal with, Steph?
And he has been for over a decade. Steph, it was a year ago we came in here and talked to you. You guys obviously went on a championship run. It's been a little different this year, but I mean, do you think you guys got a run in you?
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, this has been an interesting year. A lot of some highs, a lot of lows, and just trying to figure out who we are, what our identity is, and we obviously have maintained confidence and faith that we can peak at the right time, and if we get into a playoff series with whoever, that we're tough to beat. And then it's just about who can play and get the 4 wins and then do it over again. So it's always been the recipe. Last year was an amazing journey, an amazing run. This year we've had guys in a lot of different roles and some newcomers, and for us to be the champs and have to take everybody's best shot all year, and some self-inflicted wounds that we've had, games that we should have won. So with all that said, absolutely, we feel like we are a team that's a force when we're locked in on a specific task of trying to beat a team 4 times in a playoff series, and obviously we need to get there and finish this year strong and hopefully stay out the play-in, but that remains the same.
Now, Steph, last time we saw you, we talked about the Jackals. You said you keep receipts. You shut everybody up. And I know it's a team game, but do you just sometimes think about if you win this one, if y'all get it done, you from a personal standpoint would have 5. That would put you past LeBron, up there with Kobe and Duncan. How do you not think about that?
I mean, that's why we work. It's not that you think about. You definitely understand the list that it puts you in every time you get another one, and understanding like the historical context of it all. But that it's the motivation is always just how much better can I get individually. It sounds cheesy as hell, but it's like literally how much better can I get? What is the challenge of this season? And, to that first question, do we have a belief that we can do it? And until proven otherwise, absolutely. So, whatever that comes with that, hopefully a potential accomplishment, and, the greats that have, been, champions over and over and over again, and the 5-timer list or whatever it is. You imagine what it would feel like, but the motivation is just always what you can do. So that's why continue to try to play at this level and be grateful for the opportunity that even at 14 years in and the level that I'm trying to play at, that is a really realistic goal.
Steph Curry joining us on 95.7 The Game. One of the themes this year has been the old guys meshing with the young guys, and then there's the word disconnect has come up. What I want to ask you is, when you, Draymond, and Clay came into the league, you were lucky in a way because you got drafted by a team where you could play right away. Young players now get drafted by the Warriors. They can't play right away. How difficult is it for a young player, both coming onto a great team, but also coming onto a team that plays differently than any other team in the league?
Both difficult challenges, but then I would ask myself, and I mean, you can ask those guys. We all have different journeys, and how we got here. Me, Draymond, Clay, and I guess me starting with some rough years in my rookie year, second year dealing with injuries, all that type of stuff. If you told me I was coming into a team that legit could be in a postseason and was chasing a championship, I felt like I would have that same adrenaline rush and excitement about what it would require of me to do that. I know it's not easy. I'm not saying that. It's just, if you think about playing basketball at the highest level and what you're playing for and having realistic chances to chase championships, like that to me is all that really matters. I know, human nature says I want to prove myself, and, some guys have different motivations and goals, and our young guys have been amazing in terms of their approach and dealing with, the struggles of championship expectations and aspirations and growing up in front of a fan base that has, extremely high expectations because, we've been in that environment for, the last 7 years. So it's it's interesting to live in that space because it's what's required right now. We have a core that's been through the ringer and has shown that we can win at the highest level, but we do need those guys to take those leaps to keep us in that conversation. And, my message to everybody is, it's all worth it. And, everybody's going to shine if you bring, your best effort to, do what coach is asking you to do, understand how we play. There's a little bit of sacrifice involved, but I think the benefit at the end is worth everything. And you'll be well suited to understand what winning basketball is like for the rest of your career. A lot of guys don't ever experience that. So, it's kind of whatever you kind of buy into.
Steph, let me ask you this. He kids me every day because I come in. We got a saying on the show. I react to new information. If it's a good day or a bad day, I'm just going to keep it real. And he's like, nah, you can't do that. But I'm like, I'm human.
Right.
So let's just say there is no Wiggins. Jordan Poole. He gets, I think, overly criticized. And then I give him his flowers. Like last year, he was phenomenal. He did a great job. But he's so, like, the fan base is torn. Do you ever put yourself in his shoes knowing that, okay, here's a young player, he made the strides, and there you are, the Splash Brothers, two of the best shooters. Do you ever, pull them to the side to kind of guide them? Do you see any young Steph Curry and Jordan Poole? Because he gets a lot of hate when it's bad and a lot of love when it's good.
And all of that is a part of the experience because what I try to tell him is, you're on in this stage because you helped us win a championship last year. I know Clay the other night pointed at a banner.
I love that.
And that's real talk, but it's also, people talk about you because they think you're great, and either the attention that you get or Clay, hyping you up in that type of press conference is because we all feel that, your value, whether people rock with you or not, whatever it is, and how volatile it is on a day-to-day basis. That's all a part of the NBA experience. Me, Clay, Draymond, we went through all of that before we were champions. Mine was, injury based, or could I be a point guard, or could I lead a team, or was I strong enough, and this and that. And you show little bright spots, and then you fall on your face, and you show some bright spots, fall on your face. It's just now with championship, flavor around here, it's magnified, 100-fold.
Yeah, no doubt.
And so, again, in his first 4 years, he's had an unreal experience. He's been, first round draft pick to G League to coming back, helping us, finish out that condensed season 15-5. He was a part of that rotation, was playing amazing, to becoming a starter the next year before Clay got back, to being a reserve and having to figure it out, to then helping the championship run. That's a crazy experience in 4 years. And this year's been tough for him. Emotionally, trying to, manage his expectations and getting to that next level. And it just comes with the territory. Thankfully we got the contract done, so he's taken care of on that front, and the expectations continue to rise because of that. It's all a part of it, but how he responds, and you've seen the way he's been playing all year, that shows you who he is. And there's still got to be growth, because we all, feel like we can all get better. The way we think the game, the way, we physically show show out there on the court. So it's all a part of it.
I love it.
And we've all been through it.
This is like the first time in a long time that you guys have had a little bit of uncertainty that is coming up, whether it's Bob's contract, whether Draymond's going to opt out or not. I'm not asking if you know or not. What I'm asking is, if there is that uncertainty, how does that play into? Are you conscious of that during this season? That there might be some changes going into next season that at least will be more dramatic than any in the last 10 years.
I think we can all acknowledge and keep it real that had we not won a championship last year, it might have been a little bit. Those questions would have been a lot more. Every day, I guess. Yeah. But, when you prove that you can win, then you kind of can hold off the dogs in terms of, how hard it is to do what we've done and keep this together for as long as we have. And I still feel like we can. I still feel like, obviously we understand how important Bob is. We understand how important, Coach is, our core, Draymond, Clay, myself, Andre, even though he's had a rough year with injuries and whatnot, he's been extremely valuable behind the scenes and helping, maintain our culture. But it's proven that it can win, and you don't really mess with that. So I feel like as long as we can continue to prove that, it makes the conversation a little bit easier. But we know, it's a business. We all, that I'm not the first person to say that or acknowledge it. So it's just a matter of making sure that there's trust and a singular focus on what we need to control now, or what we have under our control now in terms of trying to win at the highest level, and then let the rest kind of settle when that time comes.
I got to believe each season is its own entity.
Absolutely.
And last year, you guys started off 18-2, no matter where you at, home or away. But, Steph, talk to us about the road woes. Is that something that you guys talk about while you're on the road? Is that like been the biggest title of the Jam when you think about and look back on this regular season as it comes to a conclusion?
Honestly, I'm still confused about it. I don't really
What
understand.
happens and what's not happening?
Yeah, early in the year, we had, I think the expectations from last year to this year, and you realize, we had 4 guys who were a part of the rotation in the playoffs that weren't here. Belly, Otto, GP at the time, and D-Lee, Juan. So we had guys that, knew the system. You probably didn't even have to have a training camp, and we could have rolled it back and understood how we were supposed to play. You add some, guys that were taking another step in their early careers and being a part of rotation, and things just didn't go our way. We had, mixing rotations. We had, guys in different combinations early in the year, just trying to figure out what worked. And usually you can learn through winning through that. But for whatever reason, like I said, we were getting everybody's best shot because we had a championship target on our back. We were trying to, figure out who we were. And to your point, this season, this team, this identity. And that kind of set the tone where you started, 0-8 or something like that, until you finally got a win. And for us to be defending champs celebrating a win in Houston like it was a playoff win was kind of hilarious. But I honestly don't know. But it also doesn't give me any fear going into a playoff series that we can win. I really feel like that both can be true. But just for whatever reason, it just. What are we? I don't even know what our record is. 10-9 and something.
We got a test for you coming up.
Unbelievable. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, boy.
I have no idea.
All right, so there's a joke between Guru and I.
It really ain't a joke.
He's like, Steiny, they're playing Minnesota on Sunday. If they lose, Minnesota jumps over them. They drop to 7. I'm like, they don't know all that stuff, the players. And he goes, what are you talking about? They know exactly. I'm like, look, when we go in there Thursday, I'll bet you if I ask these guys their record, where they are and who they would play, they wouldn't know it.
Looney was 3 for 3.
Looney's the only guy. Looney knew it. Looney knew.
GP got 2.
Looney knew. You guys were in 6th or whatever.
So, I did know we were in 6th.
40-37.
We're 40-37. So we have 10 wins on the road. Is that right? 9. See, I overshot it.
9.
I had no clue.
You know who you'd play if the season ended today and all?
Sacramento.
Oh, see.
Yeah, I do know.
There we go.
Would that be like a benefit to both you guys in a way? The travel, like Draymond said.
What they said was absolutely right.
Wow.
If you can nitpick a part of like playoff preparation and, maximizing rest in between games and just the familiarity of, our bus rides up there and all that, like that would be ideal. It's not saying anything about, Sacramento as an opponent, but he went through the whole thing.
Yeah.
The travel that we had to go through and back and forth and even starting on the road, most likely because we probably won't have home court advantage. Like, it'd be nice to start as close to home as possible.
Yeah. Have you ever thought of the magnitude of like what you guys are actually trying to accomplish this year? And what I mean by that is your first title was 15. This would be 2023, and you have the same core, essentially. Now, KD came for a couple, but it's still the same core. Any dynasty that you look at, there's always an iteration, a next kind of iteration. Like, that's why I'm so skeptical that you guys can do it again, because you're trying to win back-to-back titles at the back end of a dynasty. Like, it's never been done before.
What we did last year, I don't think it's been done before in terms of, taking, for good reason. We had 2 guys that were, Clay had his injuries. I was hurt for a year, but we were the worst team in the league,
right,
for whatever, 50, 65 games, whatever it was. Missed the play in the next year and then ran it back with me, Draymond, Clay, Andre, and a very talented cast of characters that helped us win, and the pieces fit and it made sense. So, until we get beat, we take the skepticism and we run with it because
that's not hating.
No,
and it's not slander.
No, look at you.
It's somebody say this is what I say.
They might. The camera's right here. When you said skeptical, I was like looking. My eyes might have squinted down a little bit.
No, here's kind of where I'm coming from. Sometimes I think the fans have gotten so accustomed to you guys winning, and they're just saying, "Oh no, they're going to repeat." And all I'm trying to do is say, "Do you realize how hard and historic it would be if they can pull this off?" Absolutely. Like that's all That's where I'm
think about it. Though, that I guess when you ask the question about do we realize what we're trying to accomplish, winning a championship is hard. Like it's supposed to be just winning one, let alone whatever the narrative is on trying to add to that. So. I guess my question, are you still taking the field?
You know what? How about this? First of all, how do you know that?
I know everything.
Look at
Okay, so I'm gonna be
have my money on this.
I'll tell you what. I mean, you could be my best friend right now and bail me out with every Warrior fan who can't stand me. So, yeah, I bet him 100. I took the field. Absolutely. But you know what? I called it off last week.
Oh, you did?
I did. He gave me the 100.
I put $100.
I said, oh, yeah.
I still got it.
You know why? And here's why. And I'm serious. Like, I don't have to root against you guys. Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be you guys win around and then I'm like,
you're pissed off.
Because I'd rather win the bet than see you guys win. Because I'm that competitive.
I respect it.
So now at least I can watch you guys. All right. Objectively, without any kind of rooting interest. By the way, it's I think it's the 40th anniversary of Keith Smart's game winner in the 1987 National Championship.
My guy.
Yeah, your guy.
Steph,
I was like you were, you stuck it to me early.
I didn't have many opportunities to hit game winners under Coach Smart. So
and people are getting on. No, you didn't. People are getting on Jordan Poole and his turnovers, and I'm like. And Steph was a turnover machine early in his career, especially at the top of the floor. Keith Smart used to hate that.
He hated it. I still throw those same hook passes. I'm just a little stronger. I throw them faster.
The other one last night or the other night was pretty nice to Clay.
Oh, that was nice.
That was nice.
Steph, he gonna call me a groupie, but I'm married. You're married. I got a wife and daughter. You only live once, and I know you got commitments. But before you dip, we got to get a photo of me, you, and Stein.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Because if I go home, if you didn't do it again, I didn't get it. Is that cool? And that's okay.
No problem.
He gonna be on you groupie.
You could have asked him that after the interview, so not everybody heard it. But that's all right. That's all right. Thanks, Steph, man. Appreciate it, Steph. Good luck the rest of the way, man.
Right on. Like I wanted the people to hear me to ask the chef. It wasn't, I mean, just
you know that if let's say you go to a baseball game,
right,
like a real game, and you're a real reporter or a real journalist,
gotcha,
or you go to a basketball game, you have to wear a credential, and on those credentials, it says, "Do not ask for autographs and do not ask for photos."
Mm-hmm. Right. Please,
I'm just saying.
I got a special relationship with the chef. Yeah. You do
By
too.
the way,
what you got now?
Was that you blowing your nose in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you all right?
No, I think all of a sudden I'm getting some allergies. Remember I used to do...
Hey, man, okay, good.
I'm wondering, can you get allergies as you age?
I'm glad you didn't think I was trying to make a
I was
D
out
out of you.
sick and you guys laughed at me.
No, I didn't laugh.
And since then, I'll be talking to you and I'm like, oh my God, I got to blow my Steiny. I went and got some stuff where you put it in your nostrils and you sniff it. So I'm hoping that, come on, people, medicine. But yeah, dude. No, so you were gauging the Richter scale on my blowing.
What, Aaron? Evan?
What kind of medicine, he asked.
Oh. I was in there washing my hands, and the next thing you know, I thought we're having a little earthquake. Little shaker.
Oh, boy.
You're just
Thank God I wasn't doing number 2. You're one of those dudes like that.
Yeah.
Where the guys at?
What guys?
Willard and Dibbs.
They usually come in at 142.
Or Willard and Wibbs. They had a guy called and said their name back, You had to be listening.
It's a
Willard,
drop.
Stuck it in me.
I think it's Willard, Willie, and Dibbs. Dibbers, and I don't know.
It's Dillard and Wibbs because the D is on the Dillard.
Hey, you know what?
No.
What you got? You shook his hand yesterday, Steph's.
Yeah. So did you.
No, I just gave him the fist.
Yeah, he put the hand out.
And you're sick.
Who's sick?
You said you were sick
a
just
month
now.
ago.
I tell you what,
dude. Now
you better not get sick.
Dude, a month ago.
Could you
when
imagine?
I missed it Thursday, just
could you imagine?
Don't go Shaq on Larry
Curry's
David.
questionable
where he
on
slips,
Sunday.
He trips Shaq and he gets hurt.
Flu-like
Please.
symptoms.
Yes.
You guys are bad. That's who you really are at heart, man.
Non-COVID illness.
Look how Steiny thinks. Oh, act like I'm just a regular guy from Reading, PA. But you really you're writing that yeah.
He's listed as probable. There's a chance.
He said he thought there was an earthquake. Wow. Pretty good, man.
How you holding up today, though, by the way?
I'm hanging. I'm fighting for my life. It was a long day yesterday. We had a party to go to after. Then I went to another one, the Pepper Tree. I was day drinking. Oh, good Lord.
Are you,
Rutherford said hello.
Well, we're coming out to Payday Friday today, baby.
Oh,
excited?
not me. Oh, boy. Your boy is.
Wait, what?
I am done. I am headed straight to the Heezy. Yep, the hut, the palace, the lab. I'm not looking
Are
at
you serious?
I am done. I was with you all day yesterday. I am Evan. I
no,
love
you weren't.
dude. I went
No,
hard in
let's
the
talk-
paint last night. I went in my horn. Speaking of that picture,
Yeah, so
Oh
you don't
my
play back-to-backs?
no, not today.
So you're Clay?
So, yeah, Clay's playing back to back.
Seriously, you're not coming out today?
Yeah, Stoney.
my
Yesterday
God.
was. Yep.
See?
This
See,
is.
you were
I don't
so
even want to
giddy.
talk about it.
You were so
I
giddy.
am leaving here. That's why I asked for Willard and Dibs early. I'm hanging, but you would never know because I give you my all.
707 Steiny and Guru. Is there some reason why during the Curry interview you didn't ask him about the punch and the impact it had on the team?
I think I said
6
that might have
months
been
ago.
off air.
No, you were afraid.
No, I brought it up. I said, "What you got?"
I mean,
well, let's be honest. Tell the people we didn't have the 30 minutes that we normally get with him.
What would the question be? Did the punch set you guys back?
Oh, I would have. Oh, I asked Looney about the punch. I asked Looney
I know,
about
he
the
didn't
punch.
like that at all.
Stop.
He was hot.
What about I told him his hair long? He used to be weighed up like goo. He got long hair, man.
This is Kevon Looney.
There you go.
Oh, we also told Looney about how we say he changes flat tires and makes change for $1.
Like, when did you get that? Was that off the top? Of course. Or did you? I think you write stuff down. I'm going to start with this joke.
No. I mean, I used to early in my career.
A good comedian, I'm
I'm a pretty good ad-libber, I think. I can ad-lib.
But now sometimes the Wi-Fi is shut off, and we have dead air like we did today a little bit.
Dead air is dead air. But what I'm saying is, I remember kind of way back in the day being a little like you, in awe of professional athletes. But that, I can tell you,
because I
the
say
good
the
news
chef.
The good news is,
That's a bad boy.
if you stay in this business for another decade, that should wear off. You're fawning.
Dude, please. Guru on that interview, LMAO. What's that mean?
LMO?
LMAO. Laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
What did you say? LMO.
I know what it is. Don't try to change the subject. You, in the middle of his answer, said, the chef!
That I did.
And he recoiled.
That's our guy, Steiny.
Nah, he's a great
Should
guy.
do a barbecue something. We throw
Somebody's
something.
saying, Steiny Guru, you guys should do an interview with Steph every 3 months.
It's becoming a thing, though. Yeah, it's becoming
that
a
would
thing.
be nice.
Next
Yeah,
time,
he's
maybe
been
at
the
his
best
crib. We'll come out.
He's got another thing or two to do, though.
No doubt.
He's got some other commitments.
He had commitments yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Raymond, you didn't see Raymond do the wind-up, wrap it up, so I had to go in for the picture. I was like, I had to go in.
I wish you wouldn't have done that.
Well, the cameraman, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah, look.
Everybody relax.
All right.
Yeah.
We got to get to break. Willard and Dibley coming in next. I got to believe. Oh no, they're not coming in next. See, I blew it too. I butchered it. We got a 10-minute segment. Yep. Then they're going to come in, and I'm sure they will give us bad grades on yesterday on 95.7 The Game.
Lowe's MVP's bonus days are back for pros. Right now, buy a DeWalt 20-volt Max Power Stack Battery 2-pack at $199 and get a select DeWalt Bear tool free. Plus, earn 3 times the bonus points on all Metabo HPT tools and products. Shop even more savings and bonus points offers during MVP.
only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
I know everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Changeover coming up in 10 minutes with Dibbs and Willard. Man, do we do anything right in Dibley's eyes?
Yeah.
Anything.
What about Willard sending the text message? Do I say what he said?
What did he say?
Guru had a Curry-gasm? Why would you laugh?
That wasn't me.
I needed you to have my back.
I didn't see that.
And Evan with the 4.
Oh, there he is. No, he called it a Steph-gasm.
Steph. Of course, I'm messing up.
By the way, I did. People were incredible. And
Willard said, Dib said we went soft.
I know, he can.
Okay.
He can say he's got 4 hours.
You talk to Kerr. We'll handle the shit.
Evan, so these guys thought I did something incredulous and crazy yesterday.
Who's they?
You, the young people, and Dickinson and Whitley.
What happened?
So you know me. I try to live the right way. I do right by people, be fair, be honest.
I'll sign off on that.
But there's some things that are harmless in life, and all right. So
where is this going?
We go into the party yesterday, and as you're walking in the door, it was a company party. They gave everybody an envelope.
Yeah,
and in the envelope were 2 tickets, 2 drink tickets, and a Starbucks.
I'm not in the group you're thinking of.
Or at a Starbucks, $5 or $10 card.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, wow.
So everybody gets 2 drink tickets and a...
Yeah.
All right, well...
I used mine.
Yeah, well, so did I. I used mine in about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And so I just walked back to the front and said, my buddy Daryl didn't get his envelope when he walked in.
On you. Wow. So that's me at the movie theater paying for 1, watching 5.
Yeah, can't give it to Daryl.
Oh, man.
That's harmless.
Nah, for you, but the real Steiny with that was you cheat the system yesterday.
No, I did not.
And you told a full-fledged lie.
Now that may be true.
Wow.
Wait, what is a full-fledged lie?
That you're getting it for Daryl.
Actually, I said JD.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, I'll tell you what. So we got the drink tickets. What's that tell you, people? The drinks are free. But there's this fishbowl right there on the counter where you get the drink. I looked in it. 1s, 5s. Guess what I put in there?
50 cents.
20. Your boy put a 20 and Steiny on my kids.
Let me guess.
Put a $20 bill.
And let me guess, it was part of my 100 that I gave you on Monday.
It don't matter where that's at.
No, it matters.
Steph asked about it. Do I still have it?
He did.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe it.
I was like, hey, Steph, get off my pocket. Is that what you got from that?
No, he told me after.
Listen, anyway, I put the 20 in there because I knew I was coming back. You know what I mean? Wasn't just going to be the 2 tickets. Other people offered me free drink tickets. I helped them out.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm a big tipper, man. I'm growing. Yeah, we know.
I told you about my big tip, right? Stop.
Did you put something in the bottle? Did you tip?
I didn't.
For dangling and getting
actually, I did throw 5 in.
Yeah.
But it was a nice party. It was a nice party.
JD was a little disappointed in a lot of people.
Why? Because we didn't drive an hour and 15 minutes to go with him back to Walnut Creek.
He wanted to treat his He wanted the bingo $100. He wanted to treat.
Okay.
I said
that treat would have included.
I'm your boy's hanging.
Okay, I'm going to need an Uber ride to Walnut Creek and an Uber ride back to Oakland.
Cost you $300.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
JD.
Oh, this show is. We have been off the track, Jack.
See, the boss came in and broke a mic. I'm snitching. There goes my raise. 11 stitches.
11 Kings have played in the postseason. Mm-hmm. You really think you want the Kings?
What if I tell you this? Not the important ones that I wish they had it. Like De'Aaron Fox, this will be his
Harrison
first.
Barnes. He has no role.
The Black Falcon.
He has no role for the Kings.
He made an appearance yesterday.
You know who else? I think they just demoted him to the 12th man. A guy named Sabonis.
Oh, I love Sabonis.
Oh, it's funny. He's got playoff experience.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're saying watch out Kings?
I'm just saying the idea that they're going to be wide-eyed might be a little overstated.
I cannot wait, Matt. And I can't
why?
wait.
What can't?
I want the card, the bracket to play out. I want to know. I want everybody to know where they're at, and I know you do too.
Well, there's a game tonight.
And it'll be a game tomorrow night.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Next Sunday, it's over though.
By the way, I got a question for Warrior fans. Where's that Minnesota LA game? It's in Minnesota.
Minnesota, yes, tonight.
The Lakers at Minnesota.
Man.
At Minnesota, who do you want if you're a Warrior fan? Lakers at Minnesota.
I think they're two bad matchups for the Warriors. Minnesota's got size, and the Lakers, obviously.
Well, then you want one team to fall out completely, don't you?
Which is not going to happen. Both are trending up.
Well, let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Stoney, those are two thorn. Like, I don't want.
See.
But the Warriors, I don't think are in danger of playing either one of those teams in the first round.
Well, they might have to play one of them in a play-in.
Ooh, you going there?
Right now, the Lakers are 9 and the
half game behind,
and the T-Wolves are 7. But Lakers win tonight.
This will be the first time all season they're one game over. They're looking good, Steiny.
Man, here's sentiment. Here's some sentiment I've never heard before.
Text line or YouTube?
Text line, Comcast Business. One of the worst moves the Warriors ever did was get rid of the Black Falcon. I mean, one of the luckiest things that ever happened to the Warriors was Harrison Barnes turned down a 4-year, $64 million contract before the season, before the 73-win season.
That's heavy. What are you saying with that?
I'm saying they don't get Durant if Harrison Barnes would have re-signed. Mm-hmm. Harrison Barnes became a free agent and was like, oh, God. How's he gave up 64? And I think he got 90.
Yeah. And that was from who originally? Where'd he go as soon as he left here?
Sac, I think, didn't he?
No.
I thought it was Dallas.
Dallas, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, he's been on good job, E. Young Evan.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me ask you this. Just try to take recency bias out of it. Who'd you rather have? Actually, they're Harrison Barnes or Andrew Wiggins?
I already got my answer, and I'm being real.
Back to Wiggins.
Yeah. Andrew for me.
Of course, because he's a Warrior now. Evan?
Dude, that's pretty good.
Do I get Andrew Wiggins from the finals of last year?
You get their whole career.
The whole career.
So in other words, 7/8 of underachieving.
Come on, E.
No, I'm taking the guy who's been a number one. I'm taking Andrew Wiggins.
No doubt. And I think he's better than Harrison Barnes, Donnie.
Harrison Barnes might have got him in college, but not in the pros.
Okay.
The Black Falcon.
Because I think, what if I would have asked you that question the day before Wiggins was traded to the Warriors?
I still would have took Wiggins.
See, I don't know if I would have at that point.
I think there's a big segment of fans that would take Wiggins just because of how Barnes finished.
You're holding his failures or Minnesota not doing anything
against him?
Yeah.
Why not?
But just as a player, though, I think he's got more skill set.
No, I'm not
Harrison.
disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying, at the time he got traded, maybe Harrison Barnes. Like, before Wiggins got to the Warriors, I think if you asked 10 NBA people, who's a better defender, Harrison Barnes or Wiggins, they would all say Barnes.
And I don't deny that.
The year before the Warriors.
I don't deny that.
The year before the Warriors.
I don't disagree with it.
I mean, people were killing Wiggins' defense. But yes, I would take Wiggins.
Hey, how serious are you taking the Clippers if they get Paul George back?
I'm assuming they will get Paul George back.
I'm telling, they ain't gonna be no easy out.
Let me tell you who you want. Although
I can't wait for this answer.
The Dallas Mavericks are just fish right now.
Well, they're a game out of OKC. There's one game above.
I don't care.
We need Luka and Kyrie in the play at least.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Give you what?
Like, Giddy?
You act as though they're draws.
Giddy. Give me Giddy.
They're not draws. They're not exciting. Dallas is a snooze fest.
The 3-pointers they shoot.
Oh,
and
boy,
Luka,
that's exciting.
And Kyrie is just Uncle Drew.
Monte Ellis or Jordan Poole. That's actually a really good one. I'm not going to answer that. Who's the Warrior now? Jordan Poole, then. He's better. That's how you answer questions.
Wow.
Because
I'm a Pastani.
You know what I'm talking about.
It's one of your other friends.
No, it's you.
Monte had a lot on his shoulders, though.
He had everything on his shoulders. But he had a Warrior tattoo.
He ruled the world.
That man.
Shout out now.
I was so hurt when he left.
He didn't leave. He got traded.
But he left. Right. He was gone.
Why do I do that?
Yeah. What's in your name?
You know what? I am an ass.
Yeah. I just can't believe you in the drink tickets, though. Like,
why?
I'm rubbing off on you straight.
Well, then I went up to what's her name? Up in HR, Karen, who I know doesn't drink. I got her. I asked her to. I got her.
Well, I had 3 young ladies come offer me their tickets. I'm like, what would make them think I drink? Seriously.
Who?
I don't want to. I don't snitch.
I know,
but it was nice gestures.
Oh yeah, I know.
Took all 3, well, all 6.
All right, we got to go.
Yeah.
And what? Change over next. I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy.
Hi, Sarah. I'm sorry I'm late. The traffic is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And it doesn't help that gas prices have skyrocketed. I can't believe how much it costs for gas now.
Everyone's talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price.
taking the field?
You know what? How about this? First of all, how do you know that?
I know everything.
Look at Okay, so I'm gonna be. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Why would you do that, Goo? Why would you do that?
I'm so tired of being misunderstood.
Well,
I just really am.
It's not really being misunderstood. It's being a little bit insensitive.
You complete me.
So we can throw it out to the listeners and welcome Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Yeah, I'm not feeling welcome.
Hi.
But go ahead.
Well, no,
Don't bring up company party.
No, that's the point. These guys
the point.
unfortunately had
Y'all had to
2
work.
to 6. They work, obviously, and they didn't get to the company party.
There was one?
And they have
the rooftop company
They take
party.
3 steps into the studio.
Steph!
And Guru's telling him how many drinks he had at the party.
Right.
Like, dude.
Free drinks. Yeah.
It didn't
Actually,
go
the
down
food
like
was
that.
there.
But anyway.
Actually, the food was good,
I had
too.
one for you, Dibs.
thanks,
I
Sonny.
swear I thought about both of you. I said, this is wrong. I'll take a margarita.
That's a damn 5. That's a rare 5 right there. This is wrong? Yeah. Make mine a double. That's so perfect. That's so great. I mean, I was surprised that you were able to like pull yourself together after the Steph-gasm or the Curry-gasm, as Mark called it. It's Jesus. How are you able to pull yourself together? I mean, after the Curry interview, oh my God.
I get being starstruck. It's happened to every human being, right? I can, and Steinmetz, you're right too. Like, you get to a certain point in your career where it's like, okay, we're lucky enough where we're in the same room with these people every now and again. I can remember being at a Stanford USC football game, and I was like, I used to do sideline, and I was just down there. And I didn't even realize what was happening. Just walking around with a microphone, you're looking at things, and I just stood in a certain spot. And I looked to my left, on my shoulder, Tiger Woods. And I was like...
Tiger Woods,
right, when you're around...
It's Eldrick.
That level, like you all were yesterday, that level
For the
of
second time.
international superstar, there's a minute where you're like, poof, like your breath is kind of like, what's going on here? So I get that. The reason I called out your Steph-gasm,
because I'm just excited.
I know you are. I know you are. So it's one thing to be starstruck, but to just like you had Warriors Tourette's. You just started yelling Steph. He'd be like, I'm gonna. So this is how we go through.
Jeff!
And he just like boom, his name is just flying out.
So
my
good.
gosh!
He listened to the show. He knew Stoney had the field.
I know.
Okay.
They listen to everything.
They're the petty kings.
The petty kings.
Everything.
Oh, brother.
That's actually kind of, from a selfish perspective, that's one of the things I took away.
Yeah.
I better watch what you say.
I was actually
feel like
a
the
little surprised,
Warriors
too.
have a party and sit around and listen to our shows all day, every day.
But
damn,
We might be the
Warriors.
reason they were so motivated last year.
Hi, Warriors.
Welcome.
Welcome to the show. Willard and Dibs starts in 7 minutes.
But can I
Thanks for being here.
clarify? Because you're the king of material. I've learned from you.
Yeah, thank you.
I bomb a lot. The picture on air, Willard, was on purpose.
Awkward.
No, he
Awkward.
loved it. The chef loved it.
The chef?
He's got a wife and daughter. They wanted to pick a daddy coming home with the chef.
Yeah, because he needs a little emotional pick me up. He needs to know that there's somebody out there who wants a picture with him.
Do you notice when the picture was taken, he didn't say,
I'm mad
hey,
at the
send one of
person
those
that
to
took
me.
that.
Oh, he didn't. Yeah,
Of course not.
He didn't want to give
And
his
if I may
cell phone
do
number. He would have called him every day.
I'm not going to come across as being a hater or jealous, but when you're in a picture with Steph Curry, you don't need to point at Steph Curry. We know that the picture is about Steph Curry.
Actually, it would have been amazing if you had pointed at yourself.
That would have been way better.
Look at freaking me. I'm sitting with the chef. That's
And
me.
this is
I told
surgery.
you.
Listening
I mean,
to
we'll
this.
get to Steiny in a minute, but dude, Steiny, act like you're not miserable.
But
What are you talking about?
What you
in
mean?
that picture, did your goldfish just die? Did you just get news?
No, there were
Crack
a couple
a smile,
things.
dude.
No, there were
I
a couple
thought
of
he
me
smiled,
smiling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe an arm around Steph. He's the best thing that ever happened to me.
You know what? I actually thought about that and was like,
You got to
just-
throw around
I
an
probably
arm around
should've.
the chef.
Yeah. But no, Nahegan,
Dude, we're
Eddie Lee,
don't start me on Nahegan.
Let's put it that way. And he
Willard.
picks the wrong pictures.
Willard.
Nice guy, means well. But
dude, he just paparazzi'd me at a local sandwich shop.
What? You know what?
You saw it on Twitter.
I don't look at Twitter during the show.
You should.
He's weird. He's got some weird tendencies.
He's a clout chaser, is what he is.
Wow.
When you're the boss, you can't be a clout chaser, can you?
You can when you only have 4,100 followers on Twitter.
You know what? I've had enough of all your crap today. Especially you, Steinmetz. Like, why are you doing it? I'm sitting at Chase Center getting you coffee, getting you salads,
you got me no coffee.
getting me whatever you want.
That was James Kincaid.
Wow. Yeah, but I asked if you wanted water throughout the whole
You know what?
damn
Do me a
thing,
favor.
too.
Kick me out right now. Tell me to hit the bricks.
No, you are
You get
not.
another 15
You are
minutes.
not. You are not.
I dare you.
No,
I dare you to tell me to leave.
He's about to go coach
Don't
Norman
be
Dale.
gutless.
No, do not throw him out. Do not. He wants to get thrown out. No,
I want to be run.
It's Friday
I want to get
afternoon.
run.
Show meeting today.
Yeah, these are your ratings for 5 more minutes, and we will dead air this sucker if you leave.
Oh, God.
What about? He
so
said
great.
we went
Hey,
soft. We didn't go soft.
for
Willard.
real,
we
for
asked
real,
the hard
for real.
Dude, it
No,
was Jenny Finch radio.
For real.
Stop,
No,
man.
no, for
It
real.
was not.
Oh, Staff the jumper. Tell me how you do it.
For real.
That didn't even come up.
For real.
That's a 4.
For real. For real.
Yeah.
I thought you guys did a great
Oh,
job.
right on, Will.
I thought you guys
He was
did a
having,
great job.
I believe, fun. That ain't about making him fun.
Listen,
Yeah,
I love when people do this. There's certain listen. If Farhan Zaidi were on the air right now, I think there are some hard hitting questions that need to be asked.
Yeah.
Why the hell would you go hard hitting with Steph Curry? What
would be the hard hitting thing?
The hard hitting
Jordan Poole, we asked about.
Thank
You
the
asked
Wow.
about Jordan
I asked
Poole.
about him.
You didn't really ask the Jordan Poole question.
The
which
hard
was-
hitting. So the hard
The
hitting
hard
question
hitting
about
question
Jordan
is the
Poole
hard hitting punch.
would be the relationship between the young guys and the old guys. However, what's he going to tell you? What's he going to tell you if you ask that? He's going to tell you it's fine.
And
He's
Steiny
gonna
asked
tell-
it, actually, and I thought you asked it in the right way.
Yeah,
which,
he's gonna tell you it's
hey,
great.
there's a,
That is a good question. That is a good
the way
question.
you asked it, I thought was good.
great
Because
question.
you
When did he
talked
ask
about the
that?
vets. He asked about like the vets and the young guys, and I think the word you used was disconnection.
Yeah.
And you asked him to address it, and I thought Steph did a good job of addressing it.
And you know what I heard? I heard a little bit of everything we've been talking about. Like, because he said these guys got drafted on a championship team. But the one thing he stressed was, they're pretty lucky. And these sacrifices, we tell them the sacrifices you make pay off and everybody will shine. That in and of itself tells me they're trying to uplift these guys. Or that
and you
there's
framed it
something
right
there.
when you said that, you guys were lucky to kind of get drafted into a situation where you could just play. And these guys don't have that same ability. They have to go out and win.
Okay, now, just real quick about my question about Poole.
It wasn't a question. It was a statement.
I told you guys that meant something to me. Steiny dismissed it.
Oh, sorry.
When when Clay had Poole's back and pointed to the champions, he didn't have to do that if it was toxic, as some think. But Steph, when I asked about Poole, to me had his back again regard of, I asked, could you put yourself in his shoes, looking at you two on a daily basis, then having to be available. And I felt like that wasn't just radio talk. Like, okay, there could be, it's little brother, big brother stuff, but there's more love than anything else.
Nobody's wrong here, is what I would say. And what that means, no.
Back to Farhan.
Truth of the matter is, Farhan's got some wrong. The Giants have had
Gary
some wrong.
Sanchez, we'll get into it.
We will.
It's a big signing.
It
was an F.
Listen, we have been attempting to tap in to whatever this dynamic is all year. And there's no way you can tell us that something's not going on. Someone got clocked in the face.
Yeah.
So don't tell us something's not going on.
I asked Looney about that.
However, in a world of we're not in it and we're just seeing sort of the result of it, when we say things like they don't like playing with each other, there's a chasm between young and old. There is a little bit, but that doesn't mean that they're over there at Chase Center hating each other.
All right, there we go.
They're still a team.
Yeah.
They're trying to work through it. They're trying to figure it out. They have each other's backs, and some days it doesn't work. I think that's all fair. So we're not wrong, and they're not wrong to come out. And it's not like, I hate Jordan Poole.
Right.
No, I don't think they hate the guy. I think he drives them up the wall sometimes.
No doubt.
And then they love him when it's over, right? I mean, that's the way it works.
I think that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I think it's something where you coexist, and if it gets a little chippy, You work it out, and then you still don't really. You're not really crazy about each other, but no harm, no foul at that point.
Well, and at this point, it had better work because you got 5 games to go in the regular year. Tonight, San Antonio in town.
18 minus 18.
You got 4 games left.
What?
The spread is minus 18 tonight.
Yeah, tonight's a cookie.
Nahegan said he'd stay away from it. Because I could see him getting up 30. You put in PBJ in the rest of the game, and they win by 17.
Nahegan stays away from every bet. That's what he'll tell you no matter what the number is.
And I hate bringing it up. Yeah.
But the Spurs are not playing basketball. Yeah. There are a few teams, and by the way, I actually think Warrior fans, we should look at it this way. And this is not to jinx anything.
All right.
But if we all believe they need to win 3 of their remaining 5, they actually only need to win 1. 2 of these are bunnies. You have
Portland,
no excuse whatsoever
20,
to lose tonight or to lose in Portland. You have got to win one of the other 3.
Yeah.
But my God, if they lose one of those 2, I don't even know what to say about that. Those 2 teams aren't even playing basketball. So that's why it's 18.
When can we get personal?
Right now.
Whenever.
Are you still holding his 100? Oh, it's breaking.
Breaking news.
What the hell's going on?
Gutsy. According to Jason Dumas,
sure,
Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. He'd spent the most recent of his weeks out of town. Do with that what you will.
Okay.
I mean, Dibbs and I both said yesterday we think he's coming back.
Yeah. Steve Kerr said he's been working out.
I think he's playing basketball.
Yeah.
Wow. Why else would he be back? Whoa.
Right. And why else would he be working out every single day? And that's what Steve Kerr said. He's been working out on the regular. So you don't work out on the regular this time of year unless you're coming back.
So what was that? Why was that report a little bland in regard? Like, are we wrong to assume he's going to be playing?
No. The reason that's bland is because you want to make sure you're right on every single sentence
that's all
you say.
You're right. That's all
he could really be here.
Word for word, I'll read it. I've been told that Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. He had spent most of the recent weeks out of town. That is word for word.
Wow.
That's it.
Yeah, you would. Okay, there's a sighting.
You know, I actually, and we didn't have a changeover, but I think I said this yesterday. I also think, and I don't know if he did it purposely or not, but
wow.
By saying Wiggins is working out, I actually, I thought that's just in and of itself a good sign.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about you, but when I got crap going on, I can't work out. I
heard you guys talk about
the other way, dear.
So the fact that he is...
I'm more like Steiny. I'm paralyzed.
Exercising.
No way. That shocks me.
Like, it's not just, maybe he'll come back. It's like, that's good for his well-being no matter what.
All right, so cynic's take. Yeah. And...
you don't do cynicism.
Here we go.
I don't, but we're going to get there on this one because the timing of this is interesting. And the Warriors now, every year, one way or another, what do? They get ready for April.
There you go.
They get ready for April. And so I am not, please understand, that is not in any way, shape, or form minimizing anything that Andrew has been through or is going through. But I could see the 2 of those parties, Andrew and the Warriors, getting together as recently as 2 or 3 weeks ago and being like, dude, just here's the plan. Take all the time you need.
April.
Relax. Get your mind right. Right? And
April.
Then April.
April.
And here comes the report on March 31st with how many hours? We got 10 hours to go till April.
Wow. Yeah, 3rd payday today in the month, these are always the great months.
How are the donuts, by the way?
He didn't even notice. No more donuts.
No donuts.
Yeah.
How good was the payday?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
You really are.
KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco. Steiny, it's an Odyssey station.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Always live on the Odyssey app.
Yeah, right.
No. I caught you guys earlier on the Odyssey app as I was getting my stuff together, listening to the chef.
What about Myers?
Yeah.
He opened up about I'm still from Chasky, the Draymond experience. I thought that was profound.
Willard was loving that yesterday.
I missed you guys. Well, I was drinking.
Which part?
I was day drinking.
Draymond smells fear.
Draymond
was that great?
Fear.
Was that great?
Well, but I did eat it up.
I was looking around
No, because I related. I had a boss like that one time in my life.
What?
Like just...
Oh, come on.
At the restaurant.
Intimidator. Just an intimidator.
I hate that
and
stuff.
it would be the
back down.
Mental
employees-
warfare.
Right. That's right. You're damn right, Steiny.
And he gained respect from the boss.
That's right. And I was the only one. And they would be like, how the hell
You
does
heard
he,
that story
why does he
yesterday?
not come down
And
the
his
road?
co-workers were a little envious of Mark.
No
because he
doubt.
ended up with the special
Now,
relationship.
you
with the
made
boss.
up that part.
Yeah.
But it's not untrue. It's not untrue.
I got
didn't
a
say that,
confession,
but-
man.
What's
This
your
personal
confession?
before we get out of here.
Oh, yeah. You asked if it
So-
could get
yeah, no,
personal.
if
And
we got
someone-
breaking
and then
news,
someone
Wiggins
did
might be
breaking
back.
news. That was
So-
weird.
Listen to me now. It was body envy left and right. Ron Adams, older, everybody coming in looking thin mint like you, and almost to say you dibs because you're thin. And you're a vegan, or were. So listen to me now. I know I still go up and down full court, so I don't feel big. I don't feel like I can't move or play center field softball. Yesterday when I asked for the picture, I felt like in my mind, I could trick the camera. So Nahegan, I'm mad at him. We all are, because he took the picture. And Whitley was like, Guru, I should have took it. But I'm the person you should be mad at, because the camera is just picking up what it sees. So when I saw myself on that intermittent fasting, I got a date with my trainer tomorrow. But I don't feel big. But the camera yesterday, I can't be mad at nobody but myself. Sugar's over. I had one today. But the sugar's over.
I was about to give you a suggestion,
Give
and
it
then
to
you
me.
beat me to it by saying what Whitley said to you. There's a very simple rule in life. Have women take the pictures.
And Steiny's mom gave him some criticism, what we should have did.
Women know about the angles.
That was the
Men do
angle.
not know
Dibs.
about the angles.
Matt took it off fast.
Right. You and Dibs took a day off 4 weeks ago. Steiny and I did a show. Steiny sat in your seat, and he looked like he was 417 pounds.
Oh, he's fat.
A little better.
Because
Steiny, you did have
all
rolls
of it,
that I know
right?
you don't have.
And it was just angles. It's just angles. So Whitley's
I got some
right.
marbles in the cheeks,
If
though.
Whitley would have taken that picture, you'd have looked like Steph Curry. You'd have looked at that picture and been like, I don't know which one's the warrior.
Don't lie to this man.
Truth.
You put in the work.
Whitley knows.
Do the hard things, and then it doesn't matter what
no
camera.
doubt, no doubt.
And the whole thing about this camera is a bunch of bull
No,
crap.
it's not.
Steiny
Dude,
I saw one.
please.
Go, me and you. I'll tell you a quick story.
You
Okay?
on it?
Never mind. I was talking, but that's fine. Go ahead.
We're
Go
getting
ahead.
personal over here.
Yeah, Captain Skinny over here giving out advice to a man who's a little chubby.
But I'm still
No,
a
go
man.
ahead, Mark.
I'm still a man.
Go ahead.
Lovely Christy and her two daughters asked
Hey.
me in December, we need a Christmas card picture.
Okay.
So we'll go take the Christmas.
I love this.
And we got all the backdrops and these trees and these flowers and everything's going on. And I'm just like, pow, with a cell phone.
Yeah.
Pow, pow,
Right.
pow, pow. Right. And then they all look at it and they're like, nope, try again. Pow,
That's me.
pow, 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 pow. They're like, no, try again. Do it here.
I know
Pow,
what
pow,
the
pow,
feeling
pow.
is.
One of her daughters finally grabs the camera and goes, give me the camera. And just like one
One
selfie.
take, Jake.
One selfie.
See,
Pow. There's
Steiny,
the picture.
that's all we...
Because
like,
the
back
women
up.
know the
Let
angles.
the camera lens breathe.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it either.
I
don't know how
mean,
to do it.
Diz. I mean, I'm mad at him, but the camera don't lie and pick up.
The camera don't lie. Whatever.
But it can
And
add. But I hear
Camera
you,
lies.
If you want to throw,
laugh,
if you want to
dude.
throw Willard over here on this camera, he's not going to look like Jabba the Hutt. It's
Okay.
not the
Wow.
camera, it's us. So I mean,
Oh, you ain't in there.
I'm
And
totally
Steiny
in
ain't
there. I am absolutely
You look
in
good.
there.
I'm looking at you.
I'm a house guru, and I'm a quiet 3-story.
No, did
I'm a 3-bedroom,
I need to do what
2-bath,
Low Neal
and
did.
it's
Low lost
fine.
about
you.
30, 25 and 30.
Yeah,
YouTube
he
doesn't
lost
know
40
this.
and gained about 22 back,
no,
and so
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
yo-yo. You can't play with my yo-yo.
Wow.
Exactly.
But when I'm
Dibs is
hooping, I
actually
don't
20.
feel
He's
like I
26
don't
years
feel
old.
it.
The YouTubers just don't. It's because of
Exactly.
that seat over there.
What do you say to that?
To what?
When I'm really balling, I'm going by I'm playing. I don't feel it's like, oh, you know what I mean? I don't feel sluggish.
It's the sugar.
All right.
It's the carbs.
And they say
it's,
sugar is the devil.
It's the carbs,
and
yeah.
it's cancer's best friend.
Yeah, exactly. No doubt. No doubt.
All right, now
But
Willard, I feel better. Maybe if I had a better picture,
that's all
it
you
wouldn't
need.
be. It wouldn't be
Telling
so
you,
bad.
If
All
you're
right.
cruising around at
Right.
the wharf and you want a picture with your family, this is not sexist. Find a woman
Okay.
to
There
take the
you go,
picture of you.
Steiny.
Period.
I tell you what.
Cheer up. You look good.
Steiny barely
Well,
made
I
it
just
through
wanna
that
let you-
conversation.
No, you can feel that extra hour that we're working when you're on
Extra hour. Man, I'm working an extra
You're on
hour.
one. Goo, you're on one right now. It's unreal.
What does that mean?
It means he's on in Fuego.
He's on fumes. He's on happy fumes.
Yeah, it's just
he's got that Steph Curry adrenaline.
But he insinuated that the caddy is on E. I'm
no,
having a great
the
time.
caddy's not on E.
Okay.
No, it's
the
more...
caddy is empty, but somehow there's still fuel in the engine, and that's like, oh my God, this tank should have been empty an hour ago, but it's not, and it's because of those Curry fumes. This guy, when Steph Curry walked in, his pulse went from 52 to 53. The only time he got excited was when he said on the air, "Well, of course, Steph Curry would never blow us off because of me, because of me." Steph Curry's out there getting excited to talk to me.
Yeah.
That's what he said, this guy.
14 years I've known the young man. 14 years. I ushered him into the Bay.
I'll tell you what I did.
I love this man.
I will tell you what one of the things I
believe it.
It's so great.
One thing I took from
Steph Curry joins us, not live, but at 5 today. Steph Curry, 5 o'clock today. Yeah, I'm going to fawn over him like Guru. I'm actually going to take out the Guru questions.
He would tell you I didn't fawn.
Oh, you're going to go Lee Hacksaw Hamilton? We should do that.
We should totally do that.
Put our own questions in there.
Yes.
Let's do that. Yeah. Can we please, Lucas?
Can
we
record our own questions?
When you do that 2-ball dribble in the pregame, I gotta get water because I'm about to pass out. No.
And I'll just be in the background. Steph!
Steph! I said the chef.
I'm not going to help
I did say the chef.
And I'll do the Steiny part too, and I'll just say, Steph, you were nobody until I shamed you, and you're welcome.
It's amazing how there were many parts of his game that essentially I crafted. What's up?
I know. I was going to tell you something I actually, like, Warrior related, I actually took out of your conversation.
Oh, go ahead. This is not that fun.
Don't talk about that.
Sorry.
This is less fun.
Did I ruin everything? What did I do wrong? No, I took this, and you guys asked him about sort of the dynamic of this particular year.
And the road.
Yeah, the road. And he talked about last year and how this wouldn't be like this year if they hadn't won last year. And he very much focused directly on himself, Clay, Draymond. And by the way, interesting that every time he brought those three up, he added in Andre. He adds in Andre. To him, this is a 10-year picture, and it's him, Steph, Draymond, him, Clay, Draymond, and Andre.
Okay.
All right? So that is the dynamic in the room. And he insinuated if they do something special again, you damn well better believe they get to do it again next year. And you know what?
Right, gotcha.
And I agree with him.
Gotcha.
I agree with him. With all of the discussion, I know Draymond's the one who can opt out. With all the discussion about
do you think he is, Willard?
What about Bob?
Well, that's up to Bob. I think that's up. I mean,
what if it's not though, Willard?
Well,
exactly.
Then Joe Lacob deserves a lot of criticism.
That would be his first Jerry Jones.
That deserves a lot of criticism. But I guess my point was, I am firmly ride or die with these three players, and they don't, in my opinion, if I'm running that show. Well, Andre's retiring. If I'm running that show. Nobody is going anywhere.
I got you,
until you lose.
All right.
I mean, it's
period.
And he insinuated had they not won it last year, there would have been.
It already would have happened.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I heard.
Yeah.
By the way, you know how great a guy Steph Curry is. Like he you know why he mentions it? Like Iguodala is to Steph like Goo is to Steph. You know, like Iguodala he just wants to ride his Curry's coattails. I just think he's Jesus Christ. Steph Curry this, and Steph's still nice to him. It's incredible. You know what I'm saying?
Steph values
that was unnecessary.
Andre Iguodala.
You went out of your way to crop dust the Goo
he was Charlie Sheen in
on
Major
a payday
League. You
Friday.
Well,
that's because you know what?
I'll give you a 2 for that.
Yeah. He's stiffing me. Not coming out.
Well, what about
you're not going to the cafeteria on a payday Friday?
Well, how many drinks do you expect him to have after all the drinks you had during our show yesterday?
And I thought about you. I was like, if I could just beam him up here.
Oh, I thought about
such a liar.
I thought about you
such
too,
a liar, dude. Did you bring me back a lukewarm, ice-free margarita?
I talk about.
Did you bring me back some finger food?
I tell you
that
what,
you like to talk about
if
so much.
I was coming this way, I would have dropped it off.
Brought me nothing, bro.
Willard, I get off when the guy when I was growing
this
up.
This guy.
I'm not the guy. Hey, how'd the club go? You couldn't go. I'm the guy that like, man, I won't even tell you how it went.
You good?
Even if it went great.
You good?
I wanted you guys to be there.
Don't say that.
Yeah. And what about when I told Curry? I said, you got a wife and daughter. So I bonded before I asked to pick.
Yeah, it's almost like you're the same guy.
You got to be thinking.
You both have a wife. You both have a daughter.
Oh, come on.
You're both razor thin. It's unbelievable.
I asked him for $20.
I did a replay at 5 o'clock.
When I walked in today, I was like, why is Steph still here?
Actual questions that you asked is 1.5.
Oh, my God.
A lot of statements.
I asked Looney about the fight.
Chef.
I asked it. Now I did 2 times. I asked Looney about the fight. Now I did do that, and he kept it real.
We're not talking about Looney.
I can help you with trying to keep your questions a little more brief. Sometimes it prompts a better answer.
Steiny's bag is on
When
his
did we
shoulder.
start putting the pitch clock on the questions?
I know.
Oh,
He's been doing that for years on you. You know that.
The bag alert.
We gotta go.
Okay.
We got a major bag alert.
You got a show meeting?
I love these guys.
Yeah.
See you Monday.
I'll take the over on drinks.
You only live once, and I know you got commitments, but before you dip, we got to get a photo of me, you, and Stein.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Because if I go home, if you didn't do it again, I didn't get it. Is that cool? That's okay.
No problem.
He going to be on you groupie.
You could have asked him that after the interview, so not everybody heard it. But that's all right. That's all right.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Now you got to lay off, though, right? Like, let's have a happy Friday. They did fine. They did a good job. You're not mad at them.
Are you telling me?
You're right?
Let me ask you this,
Thanks,
because
brother.
this could set the course for the whole show.
Uh-oh.
Are you telling me how to radio?
No, I'm not telling you how to do anything.
Okay.
Good Lord.
Okay.
Good Lord. I've been trying for 1.5 years to get in that head of yours. I can't. I
Right.
don't know. You make your own decisions.
No, and I do it willfully.
You dot Aaron Judge and Guru.
Oh yeah, because not dotting him worked out. And Logan comes out after the game. Oh, he's a really good hitter, and boy, we wish we had him.
Now, why does
That's
Logan
even
Webb
worse.
have to sound like Sally Struthers? He didn't, and Aaron
For
Judge
just
is a good
one pitch.
No, I found yesterday and today
Infuriating.
Really?
The post game was even worse.
Oh, you're talking about Giants still. I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, just while we were there,
I'm talking about the
you
Warriors.
mentioned Aaron Judge.
I'm talking about the Warriors.
Yesterday it was awesome.
I found
and
yesterday.
I give Steiny and Guru a hard time. They did great.
They did a great job.
And I would be like Guru times 10 if I ever had a chance to interview Steph Curry.
I like from Bob Myers to Steve Kerr to Steph Curry yesterday, all in a 24-hour period right here on 95.7 The Game. I thought it was fascinating stuff. Can I throw the one out at you that stood out to me most?
Sure.
Of all. And yes, you will hear the Steph Curry conversation in its entirety at 5 o'clock. Our buddy Rob Parker's going to join us in an hour. He can scream about baseball, basketball. He's actually been one of Steph Curry's greatest detractors on national media. He's going to hop on in an hour. Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, is about an hour and a half away, and the Giants made a move today in signing Gary Sanchez. To me, it officially ties Joey Bart to James Wiseman and Trey Lance. I'll explain. We'll get to that in a little bit, but take a listen here and tell me what stands out to you, the potential offseason to come for the Warriors. This is from the chef.
I think we can all acknowledge and keep it real that had we not won a championship last year, it might have been a little bit, those questions would have been a lot more every day, I guess. Yeah. But, when you prove that you can win, then you kind of can hold off the dogs in terms of, how hard it is to do what we've done and keep this together for as long as we have. And I still feel like we can. I still feel like, obviously we understand how important Bob is. We understand how important Coach is, our core, Draymond, Clay, myself, Andre, even though he's had a rough year with injuries and whatnot, he's been extremely valuable behind the scenes and helping, maintain our culture. But it's proven that it can win, and you don't really mess with that. So I feel like as long as we can continue to prove that, it makes the conversation a little bit easier. But we know, like, it's a business. I got that. I'm not the first person to say that or acknowledge it. So it's just a matter of making sure that there's trust and singular focus on what we need to control now, or what we have under our control now in terms of trying to win at the highest level, and then let the rest kind of settle when that time comes.
Woo, there's a lot there. I think there's a lot there. First of all, that was one of multiple times that every time he goes through the dignitaries, if you will, with the Golden State Warriors, he throws in Andre Iguodala, which I thought you would find humorous.
Well, no, it's not humorous, and I get it. It's for good measure. It's for good measure, and I understand why he does it. He sees Andre every day, even though Andre doesn't play. As a fan and as a commentator on their flagship station, I get to think what I want to think, because I don't see him in the locker room. I don't see him on road trips. I don't see what he does for the culture of the team. Steph does.
Yep.
If Steph says that he's important to the culture and the inner fabric of the team, what am I going to say? Steph, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You don't know anything, Steph.
So
of course not.
Here's the main thing that I heard, though, and I don't know that we've been thinking about it this way. We all know that this offseason could be a landmark one. This could be the end. This could be the end of the world as we know it. And I don't know if I feel fine. But
REM.
We know that could be coming. I think he framed it in a different way. And maybe it puts a little more juice and intrigue on these playoffs coming this year. Do you understand what he just said? Win or blow it up.
Right.
Essentially, it's not that black and white, but he tied this whole picture to the success they ended up having in the playoffs last year. And now, essentially, he's saying we got to do it again. Does that put a different sort of a window into the Andrew Wiggins situation? Are you literally telling me that either this guy comes back and helps, or else we can go ahead and just write off the era? I mean, in a way, that's a little bit of a firm way to say it.
But I like it.
But it's not far off.
No, because I don't know who out there says, if Wiggins doesn't come back, I still like their chances to win the championship.
They can win it anyway.
Right. I mean, who is that person out there? 888-957-9570. I'd love to hear from you.
Other than them. They, of course, are going to say we can do whatever with anyone.
Of course, but they would not say we can win this without Andrew, in terms of we don't even need Andrew. We hope that Andrew spends another 2 months dealing with whatever he's dealing with, because we don't need you, Andrew. They're not going to say that. They know they need Andrew. And by the way, they needed him last year.
Yep.
You don't win last year without Andrew, or without Jordan, or without Gary and all the rest of them.
I found that to be very, very intriguing with the way he sees it, because it's almost like, okay, let's say, and let's be honest, I loved the conversation Steiny had with Steph about his skepticism. Skeptical that you can win it again. And Steph kind of gave him a little bit of like, hey, now, like, yep, that gets me a little juiced up. Even after 14 years, players will still use that stuff. But then I thought Steiny circled around and said it the right way. He goes, understand what I mean by skepticism. I'm honoring how flippin' hard it is to do what you guys do.
Yeah.
It's insane what you guys have been able to do over this last 10 years. Can you imagine if you do it again with a 40-37 record?
Right.
I mean, insanity. And I agree. I think we're all.
And he agrees.
Right.
Steph Curry.
We all have a healthy skepticism for where this is going to go. So let's honor that. Let's say they're out in the second round. That's it.
Is that it?
We all go home.
Do we all just pack up our things and leave?
It almost sounded like he was acknowledging that is how it's going to go.
Well, if it's Bob who is unsigned and Draymond who can opt out, well, that would be enough to make it to where you can't run this back. I mean, more Draymond than Bob, because Draymond plays and Bob doesn't. But if Draymond decides in a second round ouster in your scenario, if he's like, man, I'm frustrated, this didn't work out, Jordan Poole and I, we can't get along, and now Bob's leaving too, and Draymond opts out, then that's that. That's the way this goes.
Yeah. It's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Good afternoon. Willard and Dibbs every single weekday, 2 to 6 now. Thank you so much for hanging with us. If you're still getting used to the show, thank you for giving us a try. We're going to make a habit out of it. I promise. Twitch, YouTube, good afternoon and hello. Same with the Comcast Business text line. That's an opportunity for you to communicate, and then we're open for your phone calls. 888-957-9570. We got to get a little bit further into the breaking news. Jason Dumas, who we know very well, reporting about 25 minutes ago that Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. He had spent most of the recent weeks, his time away, he had spent that out of town, but Dumas says he's told Wiggins is back. We know he's been working out. We know, as we discussed yesterday, the Warriors had not said that Andrew's out for the year or any of those things. They were holding out hope. What's your read on this latest report?
He's coming back, and he'll be back in the course of a week. I don't know if it'll be, like I said last week when we talked about this, or maybe it was earlier this week. I thought 2 games in the regular season is all he needs, and if it's Sacramento and it's Portland, those last 2, Portland's not going to try anyway. So go out there, Andrew, play 34 minutes and just run up and down. We don't even care if you go 2 for 18. Just play basketball. He only needs 2 games to get back into shape to be ready to go for the playoffs.
Well, he's been working out, so I don't know if shape is necessarily even going to be the issue. It's more sort of
basketball shape.
Right, getting into the flow, or just, finding your shot, whatever. I don't know that he's going to be back. We're not going to take this report and run with when exactly he's going to return, but I'm with you. Obviously, he's not playing tonight. I don't think he's going to play Sunday in Denver. Right. But after that, who knows? Who knows? And especially if you are going to end up playing Sacramento in the playoffs, might be interesting to get a little time in against Sacramento before the playoffs start. And the Warriors, in theory, don't have the option to ease into the playoffs the way they have in the past because they're going to start on the road. So they're going to have to do it on the road. They're a terrible road team. They're going to have to be ready with their best punch right out of the gate. If it is Sacramento, they'll be down 2-0 before you can even blink if they play the way they've been playing. So, if he's going to come back, it's a week from today that they're in Sacramento, or maybe Tuesday night at home against Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, one of those makes a lot of sense.
One of those, and I think it might be more likely Sacramento because the report from Jason Dumas, friend of the program, today is that he's back in town. That doesn't mean he's back at the facility, and I'd be surprised if he actually was on the bench tonight. I doubt he will be, but if he is, that tells you that maybe Tuesday he'll be ready to go.
I feel like that would be the wrong way. The Warriors would not reintroduce Andrew that way because that's such a distraction in the middle of a basketball game.
Not against San Antonio.
I think so. You're right that I think they'd win it.
84-51, and maybe he sidles out of the tunnel. It might be a thing.
888-957-9570. We can get into all of this. What did Steph say with regard to Jordan Poole? What did Steph say with regard to his belief in this year's team? We're going to have that for you coming up next. The news that the Giants made a couple of hours ago, which has a ripple effect for sure, is coming up later on in the show as well. Hang with us this afternoon. Happy Friday. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Back to Wiggins.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details,
What did I do wrong?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So we just want to let everyone know right out of the gate, and if you're just joining us, good Friday afternoon to you. Our good friend Jason Dumas with a tweet about a half hour ago that said he's been told Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area and that he had spent the majority of his time away at a different location, an undisclosed location, somewhere outside the Bay Area. You know, like, I don't know, Linden or something crazy like that. Maybe that's where Andrew was. That is where people go quiet. I don't know if you know that, Dibs.
Linden, yeah. It's hard to
Nobody talks in Linden.
And you can't get a signal out of that town.
Can't even get a damn
They
burger.
probably don't even know that Aaron Judge hit a home run.
I don't even know if they know that they're in Linden.
Totally.
Yeah. That actually is pretty funny. We should call Linden today. Call the mayor of Linden and find out if they know that opening day happened yesterday.
Right.
And let's get some reaction.
They're waiting for a teletype or the Pony Express out there. I'm just kidding.
We called Jason to see if he would like to hop on, and what Jason is saying at this time is that the tweet is the tweet. That's the information. There's nothing beyond that. So we don't want to turn it too much into an insinuation sensation.
Nice.
However, thank you. However, it's impossible not to read some things into that. Andrew is reportedly back in the Bay Area. I don't see how that can be anything but a good thing. And that's literally all I can say about it at this point. No idea what that means for the Warriors in their season. I'll stick with what you and I have both said for a number of days now. If you make me guess, I think he's going to play.
Yeah.
I think he's going to play at some point this year. Call it a gut feeling. Call it reading the tea leaves, if you will, of the Warriors. But now add to it that Andrew is reportedly here.
Yes. Steve Kerr said he was hopeful. They said that he was working out, and now he's in town. So next stop is Andrew Wiggins is back at the facility. And then after that, it'll be Andrew Wiggins is going to play on X date. That's how this goes. And if the report from Jason Dumas was, man, Andrew Wiggins, not only is he out of town, he's in the Maldives right now. He's decompressing in the Maldives. He's got no basketball shoes with him. He doesn't have his sweatbands. He's got nothing. That would be a problem. The fact that he's in town, according to reports from Jason Dumas, friend of the station, co-host, frequent guest, that fact tells me that he's closer than ever to returning.
It's actually kind of wild in today's day and age that this didn't turn into a hashtag, where is Wiggins? I'm in a way, I'm sort of, I don't know if proud of is the right phrase to use, but I think for the most part, and we've talked about it before, like if Andrew Wiggins was a Sixer or a Knick, would this have gone differently? Like the Sixers are competing. The Sixers are the 3 seed in the East, and it's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If he were a Sixer, would this story have gone differently? I think it probably would have,
We talked about it. They'd be hiding in his hedges. They'd be trying to get him at the grocery store. They'd be hounding his significant other, thinking that maybe that's the reason why he's been out.
Yeah, and part of this is the cachet that the Warriors have built, the relationship that they've built with their fans. I don't know if any organization that I've watched in my adult lifetime has ever matched it. Has anyone, like in your lifetime, just not success, relationship with fans? I mean, think about all of the stuff beyond they've won 4 rings. But go past that. The way, and I know that some in the East Bay will be like, I'd like to raise my hand about my relationship with the fans because I understand there was an arena change and there are mixed feelings about that. But you and I, in the position that we're in, where there are a number of times throughout a year where we get to either go to a show over there or we're working directly with the Warriors, there's no group classier than the Golden State Warriors. And I think as a fan, you can feel that. They really do have this connected feel to them at all times. And it's because of that, and because we live in San Francisco, Bay Area, California, that when a story like this happens, most of us are like, okay, I don't like it, but I accept it, and we will patiently sit here and and wait.
Well, you accept it because of their success. They've won 4 championships, and you accept it because of the relationship that we all have with the GM and the head coach, the president of the basketball ops, and the star player, and all the rest of it. It feels like, as a fan, they're transparent, and it feels like they actually care about us, the fans. And those things are very important. They've won, they're transparent, they're regular guys, and Bob Myers is from here. It feels like Steph is from here, even though he's not. He's been here 14 years. These guys have all been here a long time. Steve Kerr's been here a long time. It feels like they are a part of the fabric, and because of that, we're willing to give them a pass.
Well, this is kind of, by the way, what I was getting at the start of yesterday's show with regard to what bothers me right now about the Giants. I'm not going to change my thought on a baseball team because they lost one baseball game. What bothers me about the Giants right now is that they feel disconnected from their fans. I mean, compare the two. That's what I'm getting at. Like, the Warriors could not be more connected. I think the 49ers, for the most part, it's different, I think, the dynamic within the Bay Area because they are down in the South Bay.
Right.
And so it's a little bit different in terms of the connectivity within the actual city of San Francisco. But when you make big swings for big players and succeed year in and year out like the 49ers have, I think that relationship is in a pretty good place. The Giants have not embarrassed themselves in the standings since Farhan Zaidi got here. It's not been embarrassing.
No.
There's been a little disappointment here and there, and then there's been one year that was incredible. But their connectivity with the fans, the reaching that hand out across the aisle and being like, yeah, we're like, we see you, we hear you, we feel you, that is really missing right now. And so with that, when you have that, like the Warriors do, I think just comes a benefit of the doubt.
No doubt.
That's all.
Absolutely. And that's why when they hired Gabe Kapler, when the Giants did, they faced a litany of questions about what happened in L.A. with Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler and that incident that was untoward, at least. It might have been a crime. What was it? What happened? And they got absolutely pilloried. And if that had happened, say, 2015, let's say they win in 10, 12, and 14, and then 15, that's when Bochy's like, I'm good. They forced out. And at that point, they get a whole much more level of leniency than they did.
Right. Yeah.
And if you look at what this team has done since Cell Phone Gate, and I go back to the ownership change when Larry Baer fought with his wife over his cell phone in Hayes Valley, March 1st, 2019. So that's now 1920. That's 4 seasons of Giants baseball.
March 1st, 2019?
Yeah. I just Googled it.
It was 10 days after I started back here in the Bay Area.
Wow.
10 days.
Did you talk about it? Did you lead with it? Did it come up at all, Mark? Because I know we did it over here.
Yes.
I know you were over there.
It did.
I'm here, and you're
There's a great story that's never been told about what was what I was who I was talking to.
Before you get to that,
yeah, go ahead.
No, that's coming up in 1 minute. But before that, I think my point in bringing that up is not to shame Larry Baer 4 years and 30 days after the fact, but in terms of the ownership change that has happened.
Yep.
And the Giants are no longer getting the pass that the Warriors get. And Jed York, come from behind owner of the year.
No joke. This is a great point.
Winning with class.
Lakem too. They both started.
Yeah.
You both started way out there in right field.
Oh, God. And we booed him so hard.
Right. Come on, people. They've rehabbed the hell out of their image.
What a night. I only wish I was there because I would have been, know me, I would have been in full boo. Not because I was anti-Lakem, but because that thing took 37 minutes.
Oh, my gosh.
That was the longest halftime ceremony of all time.
Think about
I've got people to introduce.
Like decades.
Thanks, pal.
What takes place in a decade? I mean, the Warriors are out here with Joe Lakem. Come on, people.
Oh, so good.
Jed York was thought of as this snot-nosed little rich kid and that needed to get out of the way.
We're winning with class.
And meantime, Peter McGowan is over here with the Giants, and everyone's like, man, I mean, just restaurant quality, golf clap. This guy saved us from Tampa, found us Buster Posey, and look at us now, built a dynasty. A decade later, it's all flipped. It's all flipped. The Warriors, I would contend, from an ownership standpoint and a connectivity as a show for their fans, I would contend are the 1 seed in pro sports.
The Warriors.
Not the NBA. In pro sports.
I would have to really think long and hard to find a team.
Give me
that's
someone.
better.
Right. Give me someone.
I mean, in terms of ownership, fans, and you have to add in success.
Of
because
course.
Success
Doesn't work
is
without
everything.
it. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
without it. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs would
I
be.
mean,
I don't know enough about their ownership, and their fan base is still chopping it up in a racist fashion.
Like the Patriots. Even throughout that, did
Right.
you ever feel like, the Patriots, man, there is just...
No, that would be the comp, though,
nothing-
because they love. Robert Kraft went to Florida and got involved in some Deshaun Watson activity, and it was like, oh, Bob, you crazy cat.
Well,
you've won so many Lombardis.
Boston is different than here.
Correct.
Would be one comment that I will make.
That's the point. That's the point.
But I've never
Market,
felt,
fan, success, connectivity.
I guess, but you've
they
never,
would be the comp.
But the Patriots have never had the feel, and this is because of, in some cases, their head coach. Their face is Brady Belichick. It's not this warm, fuzzy, inviting. Steph Curry is in the stands before games, throwing balls through a tunnel to try to make a shot, and people are getting in their seats an hour and a half before games. And here's Steph, who's just never had a blemish of any kind in any way. Like, he throws a mouthpiece, and people are like, oh, my God.
Shocking.
He threw a mouthpiece. I mean, that's who we're dealing with. It's so milk and cookie. Let's bring the kids. Belichick's over here. Well, no days off. I mean, so I get what you're saying. That's the comp.
Yeah.
But in no way does that feel as fan-friendly as Golden State Warrior basketball to me.
At least right now. I mean, if you want to go back 4 years from now, when Tommy was winning his last one there.
Yeah. No, they loved it. They won.
Yes.
But they weren't as much of a show. They weren't as much fun.
They were.
Their star.
They were.
You think?
Yes. And when you win that many over that long period of time, when you are one helmet catch, Tyree, away from going 20-0.
Oh, I get the success.
The pinnacle of that dynasty, that fan base, that owner versus this dynasty, this fan base, this owner. It's very comparable. And I'm from here.
Yeah, I wonder, because we're not experiencing that one up close. We are experiencing this one up close. So maybe I'm showing a bias here. Maybe. But I also just feel like Tom Brady and Bill Belichick and Steph Curry and Steve Kerr, those are two different entities for a fan. They're as successful as one another.
Right.
But my God, one of them is much more accessible than the other. Couldn't I contend that?
Yes, but Bill Belichick and his lack of accessibility is part of his charm. In terms of, what you think if you're a Patriot fan.
That's one word.
And the length of that dynasty versus the length of this dynasty,
it's crazy.
It's not even close.
It's crazy.
So and if you want to talk about who's more of a GOAT, Rob Parker joins us at 3:30. He's the GOAT. Brady is more goatish than Steph Curry is.
Actually, that'd be a great question for him, because his whole deal is whoever is called a GOAT, I'm going to call them fake. He hates Brady even more than he hates Curry.
But forget Rob Parker for a minute.
Let's do that.
Whose coach has been more successful? The Patriots. Whose star is more goatish? Brady. And whose owner is more connected to the community? That might be Laker, but that's close.
Okay, I get what you're saying about who's more goatish. Like, yes, Tom Brady.
He's the GOAT.
Right, but who's more beloved? Who's more beloved? Tom went and already won a Super Bowl now with another jersey.
Well, Steph Curry hasn't had a chance to go to Charlotte and go 28 and 54.
I don't think he
Sorry,
will.
Steph, I know you're listening.
I guess I'm sitting. Yeah. Hey, Steph. What's up, bro? Anyway.
But I don't think that Tom Brady is hated.
No, I
think
don't
Bill
mean that.
Belichick is hated more for Tom leaving and winning than Tom is.
I don't mean that at all.
You know what I mean, though?
I do. I just know a Warrior fan, a Patriot fan loves Tom because success. A Warrior fan loves Steph because success and because Steph.
Right.
Just your Stephness, right? Guru can't even be in the room with Steph. It's just, Steph? Right? Like that dynamic of the accessibility, the smile, the tunnel shot, the performance before the game, all the things we've talked about through the year. As Steiny called him, the greatest face of an organization that has ever been in American sports. I agree with that. I agree. I don't think you can touch it.
It's Brady.
Yeah, I don't.
Brady.
I don't see it that way.
So
from a success standpoint,
if Steph Curry is going to win the championship as far away from his first as Tom Brady did, do you know what year that will be?
The game show music. Say that again. If Steph were to win a championship as far away from his first one as Tom did, are we talking Patriots?
Patriots only.
Patriots only.
Patriots only.
I would say that it would have to be like 2029, 2030.
Keep going.
Really?
Yeah.
2032.
Brady won it in 01. Brady won it in 16. So that's a 15-year gap. That'd be 2030.
Yeah, 20, okay. So you made it sound like I was way off.
You were way off.
I said 2029.
Which is 365 days off.
That's true. Well, actually, the finals aren't on the same day every year.
So that would be 7 more years. Steph Curry would be 42.
I feel like you're getting a little bit more locked on the success angle, which is certainly a huge part of this.
No, those were your parameters.
Well, no, the parameters is also it's the success and then it's the access. Like Steph Curry, the statement I made was I think that Steph Curry is more beloved by his fan base than maybe Brady is by his. And I can't really speak to
That's an interesting one.
The Boston fan base. But Steph Curry, if I just say you're not part of either fan base, who's more fun? Who are you buying a ticket to watch? Tom or Steph?
It depends on, well, football's different.
I think that's an easy answer. Like, Steph is way more entertaining of a product.
Is there any more entertaining athlete than Steph Curry?
I'd say no.
You would put him on the short list of Tiger Woods?
No, I'd put him at number one.
Ahead of Tiger Woods?
Steph Curry is in every youth gym in America, and you know that better than anyone.
Tiger Woods empowered a generation
but that's golf.
People with color to play golf. What he did to golf, Steph Curry can't even sniff.
I'll agree with that.
In terms of basketball.
I'll agree with that, but it's golf. It's also not as mainstream of a major sport.
Yes, but golf is now, think about if there was never a Tiger Woods. Do you think that we would be tinkling the piano, hello, friends?
No, we wouldn't.
No.
But also Tiger Woods as, an accessible star, not so great.
Don't steal my bit. No, you already stole Guru's.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Steph Curry.
Guys, my father taught me to play when I was very young. And,
400.
I just happen to strike the ball well. My clubs feel good.
Steph,
of course, is good.
Right?
I feel great. I like my chances.
Steph as an entertainment product beats these dudes, right?
You're a freaking thief.
What are you talking about?
You should do a solo show.
I used to.
I know.
That was the other story I was going to tell you.
Which led you over here. No, tell the story. You got time.
It's not even.
Anyway,
I can
what? Larry Bear fought with his wife over his cell phone.
All I was going to say real quick is
thank you.
There's somebody who may well be listening, and if you are, my man, you know exactly who you are. I was having coffee with him when this story broke.
I was in need of a coffee.
I was in need of a latte.
Thank you.
And we were sitting there at a Starbucks right over there by Moscone Center, and we were sitting there having coffee, and what were we talking about? I had been here for 12 days.
Yeah.
What show was I doing? The night show that was surrounding San Francisco Giants baseball. So what advice was I being given by this Bay Area media professional? He's telling me all about, look, here's kind of the stuff you got to, here's what you want to do, here's what you want to watch out for in terms of talking around Giants games on the radio in the Bay Area and who you need to think about. And, hey, the phone will ring sometimes if you're getting a little bit too much on this or that. So he's given me the ones and twos of advice for that, right? What used to be sports phone, all of that stuff.
Oh, look at you.
I mean, I grew up listening to it, but
all did.
Right? He's given me now the inside out. Like, here's what I want. As I'm getting that advice. No, it wasn't him, by the way. As I'm getting that advice, here go our phones.
Yeah.
And we're looking at each other like, you got to be kidding me. Because all of the advice that was being given suddenly changed.
Right.
In an instant. So it was a memorable moment. Memorable moment.
Yeah, I was, I had to be doing mornings over here. And my guy who was leading the show, Joe Low and Dibs at the time, I believe you could actually see the drool coming down the side of his mouth, licking our collective chops. We did 4 hours on it for sure.
I did not quite feel that way, especially since, again, look, I grew up here.
I felt for him, of course.
No,
but so many angles.
Listen, I'll be selfish for a sec. It was like 12 days in, I was terrified. I'm like, what the hell? What do I do tonight?
Right.
The hell do I say?
Especially on that station.
What do I say?
Where you're supposed to, because, Larry could pick up the phone at any moment and shut you down.
Shut me down. Are you kidding? Have my family eliminated.
Yeah.
I mean,
honestly. Good guy, though. I love Larry.
Yeah.
Good guy.
I agreed across the board. So
talk about Larry Beal, right? What happened?
Aloha means goodbye to this conversation.
It does.
The Warriors are back in action tonight.
This guy's so good.
And that means Warriors Live starts at 6 p.m., brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Okay, I did want to throw this at you. We promised it. Steph Curry, with regard to his belief in this 40 and 37 team.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, this has been an interesting year. A lot of some highs, a lot of lows, and just trying to figure out who we are, what our identity is, and we obviously have maintained confidence and faith that we can peak at the right time, and if we get into a playoff series with whoever, that we're tough to beat. And then it's just about who can play and get the 4 wins and then do it over again. So it's always been the recipe. Last year was an amazing journey, an amazing run. This year we've had guys in a lot of different roles and some newcomers, and for us to be the champs and have to take everybody's best shot all year, and some self-inflicted wounds that we've had, games that we should have won. So with all that said, absolutely.
Yeah, and with all that said, could they once again, like clockwork, be getting all right and ready right at the right time?
Yes, and hopefully they are getting right and ready, because that's what they did last year, and it worked out. And part of getting right and ready, Andrew Wiggins, back in town.
Willard and Dibs is presented by
a Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Okay, so coming up in just about 20 minutes, our buddy Rob Parker. About 20 minutes after that, our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich. Coming up next, how the Giants just made a move a couple of hours ago that should resonate with every Warrior fan and every 49er fan, too. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs. You know who one of the people I'm thinking about today is?
Who?
This will surprise you now. Our boy Larry Kruger, that is.
Ah, gotcha.
Have you seen Larry's social media over the last 48 hours or so?
I'd have to look. He might be on team mute.
Yeah, of course he is.
Along with half the staff here.
Me included, right? Be honest. Be honest. Am I muted?
Let me check. I'll get back to you.
Check it. No,
I don't think you are.
Oh.
But
I am now.
Well, I can Google it. I can tell you that look is on team mute. No, you're not muted.
Okay, good.
Currently not muted. And you
actually,
know why,
that kind
Mark?
of bums me out, actually.
No,
that means I'm not being compelling enough on social
media. It's not
media.
about compelling.
Okay.
This is why you're not muted. Your last tweets, 57 minutes ago, 22 hours ago, and March 30th, which is yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I can deal with that.
Yeah.
What I can't deal with
tweeting
is
48 times a day.
That's what I can't deal with.
Okay.
I can't deal with that. And
Yeah.
also, the people who go to the Warriors game and tell me, end of the first quarter, Warriors down 34-28. And I get that tweet 17 different times.
Well,
I get it.
But they're beat writers. What would you, I mean.
Not all of them are beat writers.
Okay.
And we are all watching the game. Now, if you want to say, hey, 37-28, thought, take, look, then I'm in.
But they don't know that you're watching the game.
Which is why they're muted.
But why are you on Twitter if you're watching the game? Maybe you're stuck at one of those stuffy dinners.
Maybe.
And you need to go to the restroom and bring your phone with you and look at it while you're at the urinal. And it's much quicker to just see on Twitter what's going on rather than searching for a box score. What about that?
Well, I see like 12 or 13 different people all with the same score, same thing. And by the way, this is a moot point because this is the end.
It's a great point.
It's over.
Yeah.
Twitter's over, bro.
Yeah, it might be. So
I've had a blue check mark since you were probably in junior high, babe. Okay.
No, there was no Twitter when I was.
No, there wasn't. But I've had a blue check mark for probably 12 years.
Yeah.
I got a blue check mark early on, back when it actually meant something. Well, and now starting tomorrow, you got to pay for your blue check or you lose it. So I'm going to lose
internet crap.
I'm going to lose mine, and you know what?
I'm losing mine too, and I
fare thee well.
I don't care about that, and quite frankly, I don't think even anyone listening to us necessarily cares about that. I tell you why you should care. Do you enjoy being on Twitter during, I'll just use it as an example, NBA free agency?
Oh, boy, do I.
Have you ever heard of a Woj bomb? Well, somebody tell me how the hell we're going to do that now. Because, in other words, you literally, starting tomorrow, Woj himself maybe will not have a blue check.
Right.
But Joe in Nebraska, thank you,
the Joj bomb,
who wants to impersonate Woj, and change his name to Joj, and grab Adrian's picture and purchase a blue check. He can be. Draymond Green has opted out and has signed a 3-year, $68 million contract with the Los Angeles Lakers, and we're going to be like, for real? No, not for real.
No,
sorry. How are we going to do sports Twitter anymore?
It's going to be brutal. And I got famously duped. This was about, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. It was a full PD ago. We had a different PD.
Oh, that's...
And,
that is
Canada. So I'm sitting in the bullpen, minding my own, and I'm doing updates at the time. This is before Jolo and Dibs was a thing. I had just gotten rehired, and I'm doing updates in the midday.
This is when
You'll
updates
talk when
were
I
still
say
a
you
thing.
can talk. No, this is pre-tick. This is way pre-tick.
Okay.
The boss comes running up to me. You got to tweet this. You got to tweet this. You going to break this? You going to break this? And I just glance at it, and it's from Rap Sheep.
Rap Sheep.
Matt. It's a tweet from Rap Sheep saying something about some football player who did something or other.
Right.
So I immediately, of course, hey, what's trending now or whatever we did back then. And I break the news, and my Twitter's like, duped, idiot, stupid. That was Rap Sheep. So
did you go on air with it too?
I went right to air. Because the boss was like, you got to break this, You want to break it,
Well, at least he couldn't blame you. You can only blame himself.
It was my fault for being
my fault.
A sheep, but
you were a rap sheep.
I got beaten by Rap Sheep.
Yeah.
So starting Saturday, starting tomorrow, Mark, all of us.
I don't know. Yeah,
it's over.
It
was my fault.
It would seem. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do it. So anyway, more on that coming up in a little bit. Rob Parker is going to join us in about 10 minutes. I don't know if y'all saw this. There was an interesting piece of breaking news for the San Francisco Giants about an hour or two ago. And former two-time All-Star catcher for the Yankees, Gary Sanchez, has been signed by the San Francisco Giants. Now,
of course,
we get a minor league contract, but I think we all know where this is going. We know where this is going, and for me, here's kind of where I think this ends. And I think where it ends is that the Giants no longer believe in Joey Bart. I think that this is where that ends.
Bartolays is what you're saying?
And the next part of that is, because we've done this before, and I think it's never been more relevant than it is right now. And the reason I brought up Larry Krueger's Twitter feed, by the way, is because over the last 48 to 72 hours, he has been pounding a drum, which is to say, he has listened very closely to everything Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have said about the quarterback position in the last few weeks, and he firmly believes that by draft day, the 49ers will trade Trey Lance. I don't, but I could be wrong.
By draft day?
By draft day.
Wow.
Soon. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but here's my point. My point is that the organizations cannot be taken at face value over the last few years with the way they speak about James Wiseman, Trey Lance, and Joey Bart. They are all insanely similar. They were all drafted in almost the exact same spot.
Right.
They have all, in one way or another, been told they were the future. They have all, in one way or another, been given the reins for at least a moment or two, and all of them have not done wonderful things with that, short or long. And then they all get shoved over here to the corner, and the organization finds a microphone and goes, I can't tell you how much we still believe in that guy.
Totally.
We believe in that guy. There's nothing to see here. We're just putting him over here in the corner for a second. We're going to play a bunch of other people, but trust us, we still love the guy. No, you don't.
Well, who did the best of the three? And let's just say that Gary Sanchez is now the new second string, third string catcher, and Joey Bart is done. And let's just say that Trey Lance does get traded before draft day, which would mean he doesn't play another snap for the 49ers. Which of the three, and you can forget draft position and based on like who they should have taken and all the rest of it,
tough
who had
question.
the best career in the Bay of the three? It's tough, huh?
I'm going to eliminate James right away because James never had what I would consider to be a significant minute of action in Warrior basketball.
His rookie year, he had some good minutes.
Yeah, but
early October, November basketball. You're right.
But for what? Like they didn't. I mean, it didn't matter. Trey Lance. I mean, sure.
Big win over Houston.
Big win over Houston, and started 2 games in what was an eventual NFC Championship appearance, although he lost the only one that he finished of those 2 games.
Yeah.
I know he gets credit for winning the start against Seattle in week 2.
He gets a ring, an NFC West championship ring.
Joey has had the most time, and I think has probably had, I think it's Joey Bart. I think.
By process of elimination?
Totally. But they've all been massively disappointing.
Joey Bart, 11 home runs in 370 at-bats, a batting average of .222, and 155 punchies.
Yeah.
So that's a punchy for every third at-bat.
A lot of strikeouts.
Every third at-bat.
I thought he was a good defensive catcher last year.
Boy, could he frame.
No, but I thought he was. I thought he was a good defensive catcher. He had some hits that were, game-winning type hits, the one in Arizona, whatnot, if you think back to last year. But they've all been wildly disappointing. And I know that some of you will go, wait a minute. All 3 of them. Mark, you're giving up on them too early. Sure. I'm not here to tell you that any one of them are not going to have a great career. That's not what I'm saying. The organizations are moving on. They're moving on. James Wiseman's a Piston. Read Mike Silver this week. Kyle Shanahan has decided that Brock Purdy is his future. And his source is Kyle Shanahan.
Trey Lance might be a Piston too.
And the Giants look like they are trying to sign any catcher they can. Rule 5 guys can catch. There was opening day yesterday, and Bart was not in the lineup.
What did Farhan do immediately when he took over? He drafted a catcher.
That one didn't work out either.
No,
not yet.
Exactly. But you had a catcher. You had a first-round catcher.
Another great point.
And Farhan said, I need a catcher.
Yeah, we're going to get a catcher.
I'm in need of a catcher.
13th overall pick, Patrick Bailey. Yeah, he was. I mean.
Yes, Mark, yes.
All three of them. It's been stunningly similar. It's all brought to you also by Chilton Auto Body. You can weigh in on this, 888-957-9570, but Rob Parker's going to join us next. Alex Pavlovich about a half hour away. Tell you what, Rob is not only on FS1 and Fox Sports Radio, his opinions on Steph Curry have been hard to listen to for years. He is a great baseball writer and has some new projects going. I want to talk to him for sure about what he sees with the Giants and beyond. All of that is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, my man. Here we go. Willard and Dibbs, 2 to 6 every day, 95.7 The Game. Glad you're with us on this Friday as we head toward Warrior basketball tonight against the Spurs. The 95.7 The Game Twitter account, and it's the final day of Twitter, so enjoy it. There is a poll out there right now based on the conversation we were just having. At this point, who had the best Bay Area pro career? Trey Lance, James Wiseman, or Joey Bart?
I like it.
And it's a close matchup between all three. Only about 150, 200 votes in right now. Small edge for James Wiseman, which is funny to me.
Okay, yeah.
This is James Wiseman.
All right, James, you're winning. You finally won something. So, anyway, all of that, and then our good buddy Rob Parker as well.
He's the GOAT.
Yes, he is.
The greatest guest of all time.
FSR, FS1, and America's next great baseball writing teacher.
What?
That's the word on the street. What's up, Rob? How we doing?
Man, guys, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure. Yeah. I mean, I got a little news you can use, but yes, Mark, my class, I'm an adjunct professor at USC, and I proposed a class and developed one on baseball writing, and it got approved for the spring semester 2024. So I'm thrilled. I'm excited. I can't wait. And we're going to start for people who, need to learn a little bit about covering the national pastime, and I'm expecting to have some great guests. The best part of it all is we're going to expand it to 10 or 12 other schools around the country, including some HBCUs.
There you go.
And do it on Zoom, and then I'll travel around the country teaching at least one class on campus for every school.
Will you now be the GOAT, the greatest professor of all time?
There we go. That's perfect.
I'm here for you, Rob. Yeah, I'm the GOAT.
Well, listen, speaking of all that stuff, Dibbs and I were having a conversation about a half hour ago that was literally tailor-made for you. We didn't even set out to have this conversation, but we sort of ended up talking about dynasties in sports and who was most connected to their fan base. I would make the case that the Golden State Warriors are right up there as the 1 seed in sports today. But then we started talking about the Patriots, and then this led to a sort of which fan base is more in love with, feels accessibility with their star. And the two examples were Tom Brady and Steph Curry, the two people you hate the most in this life. So I thought maybe you could weigh in on who's the better GOAT between those two.
Well, first of all, I don't hate anybody. I just don't think that they're as lofty as you guys might want to put them.
Uh-huh.
So there we go. There's a difference. I have no hate for Steph Curry, no hate for Tom Brady. I would probably have to pick Steph Curry because at least he didn't cheat his way to some championships as Tom Brady and the Patriots did. I'm just calling it like I see it. And I don't remember Steph getting suspended for letting the air out of the basketball. So I'm going to go with Steph.
I appreciate that. And you realize that deflating a football is not worthy of a 4-game suspension, right, Rob?
Yes, it is. When you hamper an investigation, Tom Brady could have easily said, put it on me. I asked the ball boys to take air out of the ball, and I didn't realize it was underneath the specification of league rules, and get a fine and move on. But he lied. He had 100 text messages between him and the ball boy, and unless he had some sort of secret relationship with the ball boy, who he claimed he didn't know, obviously there was something going on there. So he got what he deserved. And that's why he got suspended, for hampering the investigation.
So, Rob, while you're sitting here being so nice to the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry, allow us to ask you about this season that they're having at 40-37 and just trying to scrape into the playoffs. And what do you think about their viability as an actual contender again this year?
Well, I mean, you always have to consider them to be in the mix. They had, to me, just an awful display on the road. I mean, just for a team that good, coming off a championship, to be as embarrassingly bad as they were most of the season. I know lately they've won a couple of road games, but they almost had the identical reverse record from home where they were very good. That said a lot about the team because they can't be that good at home and then be that awful on the road. There's something missing there. So I know everybody's on the Warriors bandwagon after a couple of lately wins, and they're going to win the championship again. But I'm not on that boat. I'm not there. So we'll see what happens, but I'm not there.
On what vessel in the West will you then set sail upon, Rob? What team?
I'm gonna set sail with the Clippers. I'm going to set sail with the Los Angeles Clippers.
Really?
Yes, I am.
With Paul George out for the year?
I'm going to set sail with the Clippers.
They're the GOAT, the greatest chokers of all time.
Did we see them go to the Western Conference Finals without Kawhi Leonard? I'm just asking.
Did we? Not last year we didn't.
No.
Not last year we didn't.
Did.
No, we didn't.
Talking about
the Warriors.
Dallas.
The Warriors beat the Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals. I had tickets, Rob. I was at the
2
arena.
years ago.
Yeah, 2 years. Well, how's 2 years ago relevant?
No, but they went without Kawhi Leonard. Don't you remember? He was injured. That's all I'm asking you.
Yeah. I mean, they're different Western Conference, different time, different team.
Okay,
Russell Westbrook is on this team.
They didn't have their best player. They went. Now they have a healthy Kawhi. I'm going with the Clippers.
Hey,
okay, I appreciate the answer.
Yeah, speaking of the availability of players, we've been batting this around a little bit. There was some breaking news right when we took the air today, Rob, in that Andrew Wiggins, who has been missing for 20 games from the Warriors lineup, and we don't really know why, and the organization is giving him his space, but Wiggins is reportedly back in the Bay Area, and he's been working out. We don't know anything beyond that. But this market and this team has been very, very understanding. With all the markets in which you have worked and performed, Rob, what is your perspective on this kind of a story, and would it be different if it were in a different market?
Absolutely. In New York, where I worked, as you know, both covering the Knicks and the Nets, and as a columnist in New York, people would have been digging, and there probably would be some stuff out there. It's surprising that it's been under wraps. I mean, I've heard rumors myself, stuff that I would never repeat because that's all they are to me, and that's not what reporters do. But, I'm sure you guys have heard some stuff as well. But it's definitely shocking that a guy could be away. And and personal life does come into play when it does affect whether or not you play. Like Tiger Woods getting hit over the head with a golf club and not being able to play, and his marital issues became news because all of a sudden he couldn't play anymore. So it's a slippery slope. But when guys don't play, I think people have their own issues. But when you stop playing, people kind of want to have an idea of why you're not playing.
I appreciate your restraint, considering you are a professor now and you're giving back to the future journalists of America. And so it's refreshing to hear you not wanting to teach your kids to hide in bushes and try to get the final story. If the Warriors are able to flip the switch and somehow make it through the West again, what does this say about the regular season in the association?
I mean, it's always up to debate anyway. I mean, you would look at it. But it's always who's playing best at the end. So it's not really a knock on the regular season. I just think there are too many teams that make the playoffs. You make the regular season irrelevant. 20 of the 30 teams make the playoffs. Why not just put everybody in if you're going to go that route? I think that's where the NBA has a misstep, and people don't tune in like they used to to games. When I was covering and in Detroit in the early 2000s and went to every Pistons game or watched every game, because they mattered. And now, it's passing. If it's on, you might watch it, and you might want to see like certain matchups. Every time you turn on a particular matchup, both stars aren't playing. I just don't understand how people are supposed to get up for that. It happens way, way too much.
Rob,
disappointing where the league is.
Yeah, Rob Parker, FS1, FSR, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Rob, you're probably in tune with this. The San Francisco Giants have a pretty angry fan base out here right now to start a year. Very disappointed in the way the offseason played out, even though they, in theory, kind of got Carlos Correa for a moment, but then that all fell apart. And so the fan base, and I think fairly, feels like this team is not offering anything with pizzazz or pop to its fan base even though there was a very successful season 2 years ago. What would you say to the Giant fan base about the way that this thing is being constructed?
I don't blame them for they got a beautiful ballpark. They got an unbelievable fan base. People in San Francisco love baseball, and they should have a better team. They're one of the top 5 teams in the game. I love that they went after Aaron Judge, a San Francisco native from the area. I love that they went after him. That fell through. He decided to go back to the Yankees. And the Correa thing they tried, that thing also kind of blew up. So they did try to get a star there. But that city and that fan base and that ballpark, they deserve to have marquee players. When you look at what the Padres have done with the players they picked up, and of course the Dodgers do it every year, the Giants should be right neck and neck with them. I think they make the 5th most money in baseball, or the 5th most valued franchise, but they're not acting like it.
Yeah, they make the 5th most money, but they're not spending the 5th most money. You mentioned they went after Aaron Judge, but Rob, then they didn't go after Aaron Judge, meaning they face him in the opener, and instead of throwing at him and sending a message to Aaron Judge and the entire Judge family, they threw him a cookie on the outer half. What kind of baseball is that, Rob?
That's baseball 2023, the one that they want to be over in 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, man, soft.
Yeah, if Bob Gibson was pitching, it might have been different.
Thank you.
Things are different. You know that. They're not throwing at people.
I long for the halcyon days, Rob.
Yeah, those days are long gone. But it was, I give them credit. I mean, they tried. They put up big money for Aaron Judge, and it just didn't happen. But the Giants deserve better. I mean, 2 years ago, they had a nice run and won the division by a game. That was awesome. People down here in L.A. were sick to their stomachs because they were so out of nowhere. But I come to San Francisco every summer to go to one game, sit at the ballpark. I love going there. I love an afternoon at the ballpark. So I'm a little disappointed, though, where the Giants are. They're like the Red Sox. I don't know what they're doing either.
Yeah, same two kind of fan base vibes right now. By the way, Rob, my man Dibbs here, I know he sounds like he was like poking fun and sarcastic. He's not. He actually thinks the Giants should have thrown one at Aaron Judge's head. Not
his head.
Do you?
Not his head.
That's what you said yesterday.
I never said his head. I said between the shoulder blades and the midsection.
Okay,
Mark.
do you believe that when someone does not take your free agent offer, that means you should be thrown at first opportunity the following year?
Absolutely not. I mean, come on. I mean, he stayed with his team. I would be mad maybe if he took less money to go play for the Devil Rays, or the Rays, I should say, rather than the Giants. That might piss me off. But to stay in New York with the Yankees, I mean, I don't know how you could be mad at the guy. He was drafted there, he developed there, and that's where he felt comfortable. You can't be mad.
You don't have to be mad at him, but you can send him a message and let him know that what he did to the Giants fan base, Rob, he came out here and he clowned them. He was the goat. He was the greatest clown of all time. He came out here and he clowned the Giants. He needs to pay for that.
Wow.
Rob, what happened to your edge? You used to have this great edge, but now you're a professor.
I said the same thing yesterday, Rob. At the start of the show, I'm like, wow.
Hey, I still have my edge, but I think it has to be in the standpoint of like being fair to people. To say that they should be mad at Aaron Judge because he stayed. I just can't. I can't get on board. I get it. You're in San Francisco. You're mad. You got to watch that baseball team all year. I'd be mad too.
Yeah, let's just throw him a 91-mile-an-hour cookie on the outer half instead. And you know what? They should have just carried him around the bases. That would have been better. What happened to you, Rob? Where'd the old Rob go?
I'm the same guy I've always been. Wow.
Well, see, Rob, so now you know, by the way, is it on your calendar? What game are you coming out to see us here this year?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Look at it. You know, I always try to reach out to you. The last couple times you haven't been around, you know, you're big time.
Big time.
Yeah, totally.
You know, he told me, he said, hey, you know, I can't catch up with you. He told me to go get some rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat for lunch. Because,
and Rob, and so now you know the rules, courtesy of Dan Dibley. When you see me, you need to send a message.
Yeah.
You need to throw a hot dog at me the next time I see you at a ball game.
I got it. All right. I got it, Dibs. I understand how you roll now.
Yeah.
So I will be prepared. I do want to say one last thing. Are you kicking me off? Is it over?
Yeah, we're kicking you off. Yeah, we're done with you.
Okay, real quick. You know I started a baseball website called MLB Bro, MLBBro.com.
Yep.
MLB Bro, because you need to know, where we cover black and brown baseball players. Take a look at this site. We have a partnership with Major League Baseball. We do some great stuff on there. So please, check it out.
I love it.
It's awesome. I just pulled it up, and nice picture of you. You're looking good, Rob.
Have you done a feature piece on Lamont Wade yet, Rob?
Of course. We love Lamont Wade.
Okay.
Are you kidding? When he hit that home run, what was that, 2 years ago or last year, over in right field, over his mother's head?
Yes. Yes, that was a great moment. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's a great moment.
Yep.
His mom is in the stands. They got a camera on her.
Yep.
And the ball comes over her head. I loved it.
She's looking up in the sky going, my baby! And there's waterfalls are flying everywhere. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. Rob, it's always good to hear your voice,
Thanks,
man.
Rob.
No doubt. Hey, I'll talk to you guys soon. Have me on again.
We will.
Dibs, next time I'm coming for you, okay?
I appreciate it. That's what I expect. I expect nothing less, Rob. Thank you.
There you go.
MLBBro.com.
MLBBro.com.
Awesome. I'm just looking at it right now. Profiles of many of the African-American players in MLB. There's gear in there. And nice picture of Rob up top.
Of course. He's not going to. He's not going to shy away from a little self-promotion in the process.
No,
as well.
for sure. There's highlights and there's all kinds of stuff on here. It's great.
All right. Our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, is now going to join us here in a little bit less than 15 minutes. And there are questions to ask. Here's one thing I'll throw out there just to sort of set up this conversation. And Gary Sanchez is on the way. What does it mean for Joey Bart? We're going to ask that question. I just feel like looking at the way this has now gone, and again, this has nothing to do with the fact that one game has been played and we don't necessarily like the way that it's gone. But for me, Farhan Saidi is almost you remember the other night when Draymond Green was going crazy, right? He's screaming at everybody, and he wanted them to review it. And Bob Myers came over and said, okay, you've made your point, and you were probably right. But now we need you to go help your team. And what did Draymond do? Click back in.
Yeah.
Went right back over to the team. In an odd way, I feel like that is exactly what's going on with Farhan Zaidi in a completely different way. What Farhan Zaidi seems to want to do is prove to everybody how smart he is. He wants to prove to everybody, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way. You can call it that. I mean it in a way of Farhan actually, he is, and the history and data will show this, he is good at finding diamonds in the rough. He is good at finding value. He is good at finding...
backfilling the roster is what he does.
That 107 wins was unbelievable. And
players 13 through 40 on your 40-man roster, he is elite. Maybe the best to ever do it.
And there have been guys who are even the ones who are up and down, the Yazes and the Wades of the world, who aren't really your cup of tea right now, but they've had moments as Giants where other teams were completely ready to give up on them. So yes, Farhan, you're really, really good at that. But don't you feel like maybe Bob Myers needs to now come out of the stands and head over to Farhan and go, Farhan,
knock it off.
Okay, you've made your point, and you were right. Now, go help your team. Go help your team. Because Giants baseball seems to have just turned into every day waking up and finding out what odd transaction we did today. It's almost like it's become a habit.
It's an addiction.
Right. Like when you wake up, how long until you look at your phone?
Usually first 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. For a lot of us, self-included, we roll over.
Yeah.
And I can't even see yet because everything's still blurry. Phone. Did anybody text? Did anybody call? What time is it? Are there new emails? What are we dealing with this morning? It's a terrible habit. And I feel like we've maybe reached that spot with the Giants. They get this habit Every day we wake up and find out who's on the Twins AA roster that we might want to acquire for cash considerations. Meantime, your lineup just looks completely inept. So you've made your point, and you're right. Now go help your team.
Go help your team.
Go help your team.
Well, and part of go help your team is, and he said this year going into the season that they were going to try to, or not that they were going to try to, they were going to have a lineup that was not so platoon dependent. Let's have a lineup where you can look at it in the morning and you can say with certainty what that lineup is going to be.
Everyday players.
And maybe those 9 guys, I don't know, Mark, maybe you'd have a game where all 9 hitters get to bat from inning 1 through inning 9. Because as it is right now, that never happens with this Giants team. Oh, here comes the lefty. Got to go to the righty. Here comes the righty. Here comes the lefty. And I understand the matchups and the math and everything that it tells you in terms of the better matchup in that moment. But what you do is you turn off your fans, you alienate the fan base, and you also have players who don't get into a rhythm in terms of, all right, I'm starting. I'm gonna play today. I'm getting 4 or 5 at-bats, and tomorrow I'm going to start. And I know that I'm not going to play on Sunday. That'll be 3 in a row, and I know I'm going to sit, but for the next 2 days, I'm going to get 8 cracks at it.
I'll take it a step further than that, though. I think it's actually even bigger than that. It's one thing, that's a very normal feeling from Little League all the way up. I want more playing time. You know that. We've coached. We talked about it last week.
Right.
Every kid comes up to me every inning. Can I pitch? Can I pitch? I want to pitch
Even
now.
though you have it up on the board where it's
on
like,
a piece of paper, and
it's already been
actually
posted.
you're on the bench this weekend or this inning because you can't throw the ball more than 3 feet. And we've got a game to go play. So, no, you're not going to pitch, even though I love you and I'm here to help you develop. It's a very human feeling. I want to play more. I want to be in the limelight more. My concern for the players on the Giants is them looking at this taxi squad nature, the constant in and out, the Bryce Johnsons of the world who earn a spot and don't get it because someone in Kansas City with glasses who you met before showed up available. That kind of dynamic really ticks players off at the core. There's I feel there might be a workplace morale problem.
Sure.
Going on with the San Francisco Giants.
No doubt.
That's what fans are tapping into when they turn on the TV and it looks like everybody's just sort of like bored and going through the motions. I think there's a morale problem.
Absolutely. And you have Brett Wisely, who was going to be on the Major League Club, and so his parents were all set to fly to New York, and then the word comes that you're not going to be on the Major League Club, and so his parents don't go to New York to watch him make his debut, and then turns out he is on the club, and he actually makes his debut, and they don't get to the game because they got the old okey doke by Farhan Zaidi, and just the roster shuffling. I get it if there's an injury or if there's a prospect that you want to bring up and actually showcase, but this constant up and down, the backfilling, and the sense that, you know, certain guys aren't on the club because we don't want to start their clock, because we want to get that extra year out of them in 2032, it turns fans off.
Willard and Dibs presented by
Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
So all of those questions, is Joey Bart on the way out? That is among the things we will ask our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, coming up next on Willard and Dibs. And do not forget, Steph Curry in full with Steiny and Goo earlier today. We will have that for you at 5 o'clock. My gosh, a fantastic window into everything going on with the Warriors, direct from the face of the Warriors. If you missed any part of that interview, be with us at 5 o'clock. You are going to want to hear it right here on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left, using my phone for a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What did Alex Pavlovich do wrong? The answer's nothing.
What did I do wrong?
Thank you, John. It's Dibby and Willie here on 95.7 The Game. Glad you're with us on a Friday. We will take you on home and also take you right up to the coverage of the Spurs and the Warriors. And speaking of NBA basketball, America's foremost NBA insider, Alex Pavlovich, joins us now live from Barclays Center for a Brooklyn Nets game. Okay, multiple choice. You're actually a big hoops fan, or choice B, you're just incredibly bored on an off day, or choice C, you're actually doing another episode of Alex Eats and you just wanted to do the hoops version.
I think it's a little bit of all of the above.
Okay.
I don't know that it's going to be Alex Eats here because I'll just tell you the drink prices start with a 3. They were like, "Welcome to Barclays." So I don't know what food is here, but no, I'll eat something here. The actual reason is Grant Lippman says hello.
Oh,
he's a friend of yours, and he works for the Hawks, who are in town tonight. So.
I did not know the opponent.
Okay, now we're living in that fat cat life. I see how it works.
Make sure that the fighting Liftmans are ready to go tonight.
Yeah, so he came to see him, and he knows some people.
Yeah, he does.
Apparently.
And a big game for both.
Friday night.
Can he not get you a free drink? I mean, he obviously doesn't know the right people.
I walked in here, I know prices everywhere are insane, but Brooklyn, NBA, new arena, I've never seen anything like it. So,
well, when you
starts with a 3,
unbelievable.
That's crazy.
When you got great players like Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, I get. Wait, no, never mind.
Yeah, they're handing out Nick Claxton shirts tonight. So
that's always fun.
Oh gosh,
yeah, you got that going for you, which is nice.
Our Giants insider live in an NBA arena with us here, Alex Pavlovich on 95.7 The Game. Good to have you, my man. Listen, let's ask the question of the day. The acquisition of Gary Sanchez, in your mind, means what for Joey Bart?
Not great. I mean, I think, first of all, for me, you go back to yesterday. They can say what they want about Roberto Perez and being a calming presence and being the veteran, but this is a guy who they weren't sure until 2 weeks ago if he'd be healthy enough to catch a lot. So I think you can even go back further to the start of camp when they put Joey on notice, when they kind of didn't do similar things with David VR or other guys who are not very experienced. So they've really made it clear, he's not the guy, I don't think, for this regime. And just because I don't think it's a little bit about what he's done, but I think also it's a little bit like he was not drafted by this regime, and I don't know if they quite see it with him. And you look at what happened last year, and obviously it was a rough year for him. But for me, still a young guy, and I think is still their best catching option right now. But they feel a little bit differently. I've always thought all along that Patrick Bailey's going to be the catcher here, maybe as soon as the second half. But it seems like there's a little bit more urgency for him to move quickly here.
So what's the route then for the Giants and Joey Bart? What's the end game? Is it send him back to AAA, or is it try to trade him as soon as possible and get something back for him?
Well, I think the end game is you hope he figures it out pretty quickly. And, for me, he's still their best catching option. And I think he still provides by far the most upside. And they hope he can figure this out quickly. But it's just kind of telling you they're not going to go through another year like they did last year, and they're going to bring in other options. And guys who maybe have a little bit more upside than what they turned to last year. No knock on Austin Wynns, but Gary Sanchez has a different kind of resume. So, yeah, I think this is just the last 48 hours. It's not just this acquisition, but it's the last 48 hours and going back to the start of camp where they've kind of put Joey on notice.
Alex, speaking of the last 48 hours, can you speak to how players within the organization feel about all the up and down and the back and forth, and a Bryce Johnson who earns a spot and at the last second doesn't get it because someone else in Kansas City suddenly becomes available? How does that sit with the Giants clubhouse?
Well, I think they've gotten used to it. So it's just, it's just been years of this now, so they've gotten used to it. And I don't think there wasn't really much of a reaction yesterday. I mean, I feel for the kid because he had a good camp, and Sean Jelly had a really good camp. Both of them earned jobs. it's a little reminiscent of 2019, just making a move at the last second and bringing in somebody else. And it's not that you don't need it. It's just that they thought they were past that, and I think that's the disappointing part. Like, they really thought the solutions were in house, and Farhan Zaidi said that a week ago. So the fact that they don't feel as strongly about those guys, or just don't feel as strongly about keeping them up and letting them have that opening day honor, I think that's part of the disappointment.
Is part of it, too, the idea of options and preserving guys' ability to still go up and down as many times as possible?
No, Bryce Johnson's not even on the 40-man, so it's not a concern with him. And I think with Sean Jelly, it just ended up being a math issue for him. But it's Matt Beaty's somebody they liked and somebody that they've been after for a while. I would just go back to, again, like, kind of felt like this was the year when solutions were going to start coming from in-house. And Sean Jelly is drafted by the Giants. Bryce Johnson was drafted by the Giants. Blake Sable is a player development success story potentially. So, you didn't want to really see the roster churn that we've seen the last few years. And somebody joked yesterday in the dugout, they're like, I guess we're going for that record, like which they set last year of 67 players. So, they're off to a good start. I think it felt like it was going to be a little bit different this year. So for that to happen a couple hours before first pitch, when we thought we had a pretty good idea of what this team was going to look like, was kind of surprising.
Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, with us on Willard and Dibs, 95-7 The Game. Alex, what about some of the things that they think they do know? In other words, players that had solidified spots, but now you're starting to wonder if that's going to play out. Like, let's talk about what's going on with Mike Yastrzemski. What do you see, and how long is that leash?
Yeah, I think it's pretty long with Mike. I mean, I know the overall numbers, and I know, honestly, just the way it looks when you watch it, but he's one of those guys who over the course of a season does a lot of little things, which is playing good defense, running the base as well. Has long at-bats. They're not the most productive at-bats, but I think he does a lot of little things that make him valuable over the course of the year, and that plays out even when you look at his batting average or the strikeouts or things like that. So I do think that's part of it. And then the second part of this is like, look, there's nobody else in center field right now. So Austin Slater's hurt. Johnson did not make the team. There's nobody else who can play center field. And, I mean, they hope he can figure it out and get back to who he was. But for now, I think if he has to hit closer to the bottom of your order and just play center field and do a good job out there, they're going to go with that.
Who can hit in the middle of the order? Because it seems like this Giants team has a bunch of bottom-of-the-order guys, but is it as easy as relying on Peterson, Haniger, and Conforto to really produce for the throughout the year?
Yeah, those are the obvious choices, and then just the way they do things. I mean, Wilmer's right in the heart of the order yesterday. I think J.D. Davis will be at times, and they'll try to find the right matchups where they can, and those guys on certain days are more than capable of being a 2-3-4 for you. But in general, you kind of look around and you look at some of the other lineups they face, and you're like, that guy's going to hit second, that guy's going to hit third every single day. They don't have as many of those guys, especially with the injuries and the fact that Jock is not going to face left-handers. I mean, Conforto is probably their best bet at this point.
Alex, I know that for fans, it feels like the pressure is really ratcheting up this year, especially after the disappointing offseason. However, Greg Johnson, I know, spoke just a handful of days ago and really insinuated that with the regime, their plan is to just keep on going business as usual for at least the next handful of years. How would you describe what kind of pressure is on this regime right now?
I think probably more than at any point since they've gotten here, just because it was kind of weird early on. I mean, Farhan had to get all his people in place, and then Gabe comes in, and the pandemic happens, and then they win 107 games. So that buys you a lot of rope. And it should buy you a lot of rope. But I do think this is a year where, and for me, I look at the division as well. Like, it's not just the top two teams. Like, if you finish behind the Diamondbacks, then you really start to look around and go, like, what are we doing? Because it's not, I think the farm system is better than people think on the outside, but it's not a top five system. And so if the team's middle of the pack again, I do think it becomes a pretty pressure-packed year for those guys. And look, even if they do pick up the option, and Gabe has another year on his contract after this one, you start getting closer to the end of these things. There's more pressure inherently than maybe last year when Gabe has just gotten a new 3-year deal and Farhan's more in the middle of his initial deal. So as they get further along here, there will be more pressure to win.
When people ask you what the strength of this team is, what's your answer?
Starting pitching. I think, just the fact that 5 days a week, they should feel pretty good about who's out there. I mean, it's not going to be a lot of big names, but some of those guys are much better, I think, than what people think on the outside. And then the other thing I'll say is Taylor Rogers looked outstanding in spring training. And the fact that you can have a guy like that who's been an all-star closer in the past and a really good left-handed reliever in front of Camilo Duvall, who, throwing warm-up pitches at 100 miles per hour now, that combination at the back end of games is really strong. But as we saw yesterday, you have to get there.
Alex, the Hawks are -1.5 tonight. What do you think?
I have promised to be a Hawks fan tonight.
Okay.
So all aboard.
There it is. Hawks by a bucket, live from New York. The breakdown from our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich. Good to talk to you, my friend. Hope to see you soon.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, there he goes. There's Pavs on the road in New York, doing what you do on off days in New York.
You spend $30 for a drink is what you do.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a fun city to have an off day in. And I don't know if I would choose going to a Brooklyn Nets game, but he has an in with Grant Liffman, his former colleague at NBC Sports Bay Area, so that makes sense. But otherwise, I would think of about 285 things I'd rather be doing.
Well, I tell you what, New York's got no shortage of them.
Right.
One of the few times I've been there where I had that kind of time, like you're going to go there and you're not just passing through, you're not just there for a day. I was out there covering when the Lakers played the Nets in the NBA Finals. Yeah, go ahead into the drip drop. It was a crazy
Kerry Kittles,
week.
Right?
It was Kerry Kittles, and it was Kenyon Martin and Jason Kidd.
Oh,
and all them cats. So
Richard Jefferson in net at that point?
You may remember this was at the height of the Barry Bonds home run chase, and the Giants in interleague play were at Yankee Stadium.
Oh, wow.
We had a week where you're out there for whatever it was, games 3, 4, 5. It only ended up being 3-4. The Lakers swept them. But we were out there for a period of about 5 or 6 days. And, they post you up right there in Times Square, and you got Lakers playing the Nets. You had Barry Bonds in town playing the Yankees. U.S. Open, Bethpage Black, height of the Tiger Woods reign. And you also had, I think the horse's name was Real Quiet, going for a triple crown at the Belmont. This was all going on in 1 week.
Man.
In 1 week. And I took in a Broadway show, walked down the street and did that. Yeah, man. I mean, when you got a day off in New York and you're right there in the middle, you're right. You got options.
Tons of options. But from a sports standpoint, and that was 2002, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds right.
Sounds right. June 7th, apparently, the Giants were there to take on the Yankees, which makes sense because the Belmont would have been right about that same time.
Yep.
The Derby is always the first week, the first Saturday in May. The Preakness is 2 weeks after that. The Belmont is 3 weeks after that. So it's usually that first Saturday or second Saturday in June in New York. That's an incredible confluence right there.
And Tiger was there. And by the way, if it was indeed 02, that was a Giants team that, became, they were a breath away from winning a World Series. And it was the worst moment in the history of my sports fandom ever. And it will never, ever not be. All right. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Thank you for those of you who are with us here on Twitch and YouTube every single afternoon. We really, really appreciate it. It's fun to interact directly with you. And we love that on the Comcast Business text line. And your phone calls certainly welcome here at 888-957-9570. Circling back on a couple of things Warrior-related as we get you ready for the game 3 hours from now. Steph Curry was on with Steiny and Goo. We'll have that for you in full in an hour. Steve Kerr was on with us yesterday. Bob Myers on with Steiny and Goo yesterday. And then also add in the developing news, courtesy of Jason Dumas, right at the start of our show today, which is that he is reporting that Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. I earlier called this a potentially cynical point. I don't think it's really cynical, but I do think it stands to reason that the Warriors and Andrew Wiggins have very much been in touch over the last 6 weeks. So the idea that the Warriors are, quote unquote, giving him space and Andrew can come back whenever Andrew's ready, and we're not going to talk about this. We're going to respect Andrew's privacy. I think they've done all of that perfectly. However, the tone set by the whole thing has suggested the whole time that they think there's the possibility of Andrew coming back. And if you look back at the history from Klay Thompson's recovery to Steph's injury at the end of last year, the Warriors always do it a certain way, which is get ready for April. Forget strength in numbers. Their motto is be ready April 1.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we're getting a report today on March 31 that Andrew Wiggins is starting to circle in the area and might be within a stone's throw of Chase Center as the Warriors go into their final 5 and very likely the top 6 in the playoffs, man, it makes me shrug my shoulders and go, of course.
Right.
Of course they're going to be ready to go come playoff time.
At full strength, minus Andre Iguodala, who I don't know if he'll be ready, although he's going to be out 3 to 4 weeks with his surgery. He could play his way back into being available at some point during the postseason. We don't know that, but Gary Payton II now ramping up to full minutes, and if Wiggins can come back, you're already in a spot where you're just a couple wins away from being a playoff team, and maybe you can rest up. And if you're not in the play-in, you're going to have about a week off anyway to get ready. Things are shaping up pretty nicely for this Warrior team.
Well, and especially because wouldn't you agree they need 3 of the last 5? They just need 3 of the last 5. We've always targeted 43 wins, right?
Yeah.
40 and 37, they need 3 of the last 5.
I think 42, you're probably safe, although with the tiebreakers, the way they've gone.
That's nerve-wracking.
42 is definitely nerve-wracking.
Although, I'd say maybe the most nerve-wracking team behind you right now would be the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? With the tiebreaker scenario.
Yeah.
How did the news of Naz Reid grab you today? Major injury,
huge,
broken wrist.
It's a shame.
I mean,
it's a shame because he's a fun player.
It is. He's a fantastic player.
He was part of our all-league pass team this year. Naz Reid was a big-time league pass guy.
He actually got too good to be on the league pass team. Because if you don't know, at least on this show, the league pass team is made up of players you've never heard of that torched the Warriors this year. And he was one of them.
He was early league pass before they even played the Warriors.
Yeah, now we're like, no, we know who that guy is. I still want to know who that Nugget dude is. Who's that Nugget dude?
Chanchar?
Yeah, Chanchar.
For me, the League Pass team is guys that Bonte would talk about that he watched on League Pass, and I'd be like, yeah. And I'd be, Googling him, and like, Jesus Christ, who the hell is that? And then I would go and watch him on League Pass and be like, damn, Bonte, you watch a lot of League Pass, don't you, bro?
You got to Google it.
Totally. You do. I'm Googling it right now, but I know who Naz Reid is, and he's out. And so it is fascinating. Because let's be real now. Can I keep it real with you?
Keep it real, Mark. Let's go.
Keep it real. We criticize this team for this stuff all year long. We do. Load management. Those are cuss words on this show. And we don't like when it feels like the Warriors are coasting. We don't like it when Draymond technicals his way to a day off. We don't like the lack of effort seemingly sometimes in 4 quarters. And then we arrive here. We arrive at March 31st. And Naz Reid is out. And, hell, Edwards and all of the top, Karl Anthony Towns, they just got back from injury. Durant just got back from injury. Ja Morant's been having his issues. The Clippers have lost Paul George for the year. LeBron saw the LeBron of feet, and maybe he's going to arrive.
Right.
Maybe I don't know what's going on here. The Warriors have what it looks to me, they have an internal philosophy that while it frustrates you in the regular season, boy, it's hard to argue with it when you get to the playoffs.
When you have everybody healthy and everybody rested and everybody ready to go. And that's why when you talk about, they need 3 out of 5, and I don't think you're wrong. Tonight would be one that you would imagine you're going to get.
They're going to get this one.
They're favored by 18. Is that the number? Is that what Guru said?
Yeah, I mean, I'll get you the up. Yeah, they're favored by 18 tonight.
18 and a half, according to ESPN now. Jesus. So I would imagine you get this one, and then you start to look at, the Denver game. That might be a tough one, although Denver may not be that motivated. They're probably going to be motivated to play you. You haven't done well on the road. That probably, if we were going to play the game, you would put that down as a loss right now.
They got it handed to them at home last night by New Orleans. Denver did.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know. Motivation is going to be an interesting word the
Warriors
rest of the way.
are 9-29 on the road.
I know.
Denver's 32-7 at home.
Right.
You're talking about a 23-game difference between the two. But in terms of if we're going to play you need 3 and 5, you would put that one down as one you probably won't get of the 3 that you need. And then you're left with what? Sacramento and Portland.
You have a road game in Sacramento and the home game against Oklahoma City next Tuesday.
Oklahoma City, yeah. That's the swing one for me.
I mean, honestly, the tonight's game and the game in Portland should be bunnies.
Correct.
Those two
Can you
teams
win one of the other 3?
Those two teams are not playing. You just got to win one of the other 3. And I think that Oklahoma City, obviously being at home, is the most likely. But I don't think any of them are off the table for the word that you just said. I don't know how motivated Denver is going to be to win this game.
Right.
They're going to be the 1 seed. I don't know if they're going to feel like they absolutely need it. Oklahoma City, yes, that's a home game, but they're playing for their lives.
I'm fighting for my life.
They are at the very back end of the play-in tournament right now. They are going to be motivated. Sacramento, somewhere in between. I think the Kings do not need the game. The Kings are going to be the 3 seed.
Right.
But I think the Kings also are going to feel a little brother energy in that game, and they're also going to want to put a stamp on a potential matchup that's about to happen. I don't think the Kings are going to lay down and sit people out. You got Mike Brown going against his old club, and Sacramento's going to want to send a little bit of a message, plant a seed, if you will, with the Warriors, especially if there's a chance they play each other in the playoffs.
Yeah, and there is a chance. And, Sacramento is not yet out of the race for the 2 seed, despite what you have constantly said. I mean, Memphis has got the Clippers tonight. Clippers at Memphis. That's a game that is losable in terms of Memphis, and Sacramento's at Portland. So if Sacramento beats Portland and Memphis loses against the Clippers, well, now that's down to a 1-game differential in terms of those two teams. And I don't know where the tiebreaker lies as far as head-to-head, but the Kings have a better conference record. So the Kings are still with a chance at the 2 seed.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I just don't think they're going to get it. Memphis is a fantastic home team. They're going to, I almost just think whenever they play at home, they're going to win those games. They'd have to have something really go crazy, and Sacramento be perfect in order for them to go up there and take that. It looks like it's starting to take shape. Does it not?
A little bit.
Denver's 1, Memphis is 2, Sacramento's 3. I know the Clippers have actually, without Paul George, they've been surprisingly effective in winning 2 in a row. So they are right clipping on the Suns' heels. But the Suns, who are a game and a half clear of the Warriors and now have Durant back, I think they're going to get the 4.
I don't know, Mark. You got tonight, Phoenix is hosting Denver.
Yep.
Denver in a bounce-back spot. So let's play with this for a minute. If Phoenix loses and the Clippers lose and the Warriors win, well, hold my beer and call me Stumpy. We got ourselves a race for the 4 seed.
Yeah, we do. I will tell you, Phoenix is a double-digit favorite against Denver tonight. I know you're talking about it being a bounce-back spot. I don't know if Denver is playing all their people. They're on a back-to-back and now on the road side of it.
Yeah.
They got handed to them just last night in Denver. This might be a good spot for Phoenix. And the Clippers are big. Now, they might lose because they're at Memphis, and Memphis, as we just said, is fantastic at home. So the Clippers and Warriors, that's an interesting thing, but we know the dynamic there. How hard do you want to work to play the Suns in the first round?
Right.
So if it does feel like the Suns are going to get the 4, there's a little deal there between the Clippers and the Warriors for the 5 and the 6, especially if the Warriors, when they win tonight, they're going to be a game and a half clear of New Orleans. And actually, I'd say this is a pretty interesting play-in tournament if it involves the Lakers, the Wolves, the Pelicans, and then we'll see who gets that last spot. Thunder and Mavericks are the likely candidates for that. So finally starting to take shape just a little bit. Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Your phone calls are ready to fire away. 888-957-9570. In less than an hour, 5 o'clock. If you missed it, you're going to want to hear Steph Curry in full on 95.7 The Game earlier today with Steiny and Goo. And coming up next, we'll let you hear a little bit of what he had to say, including his thoughts on the off-season to come. That's next on Flibby and Dibby.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
What did I see wrong?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to play for you what Steph said, but seeing as you just mentioned a little, John Sterling was on the station earlier today, right?
He was this morning.
I didn't get to hear it. How'd it go? Did it go okay?
Yeah, really great.
I like John. Thank you. I like John. I really. First, I met him one time. Nice man, but also, thank you. I don't you think sometimes when broadcasters kind of have a thing, they got a hook.
Yeah.
They get kind of criticized for it.
Well, it's a gimmick, is what it is.
But it works like it's a hook. I mean, I don't know. The adios pelota, is that a gimmick? I mean,
yes,
it is.
But he's a Hall of Famer, so it works.
Is out of here.
Home run calls.
Is that a gimmick?
Home run calls are. I'll just say they're a little bit different. Some work and some don't. Some broadcasters have gotten rid of their gimmicks, and I will point to Jim Nance, who used to, at the end of the national championship game or the Masters, he would have like a sign off, sort of, so to speak, or
Right.
he would have a catchphrase, "Rock Chalk Championship," and he's kind of gotten away from that,
right?
And I think it's for the better. And whether it's John Sterling with the I'm sure, yes.
Do you have to
You have to.
Do you? I think you can. But see, you do it. It sounds just as good.
No.
Dibs
You gotta,
shakes his. What
you
is
gotta
this?
grab
Your little waddle there. What is that?
It's my Jalen waddle is what it is.
I think it sounds the same even if you don't do that.
No. It helps to get the vibrato in there.
Yeah, I don't know. Get that.
And so
here comes the judge.
I mean,
all right.
His whole shtick, if you're a Yankees fan, I'm sure you love it. An A-bomb from A-Rod.
Well, that
so
was
stupid.
See, but you know what I've learned?
The Grandy man can.
You're on the mark, Teixeira.
It's just awful. And what does he say for Glaber?
It's Glaber Day. He did it yesterday.
I'm sure he
it's
did.
Glaber Day. I like that one.
It's
That's
March.
funny.
It's terrible.
So you're sort of. I'm glad you're reacting to this the way you are. Like I was listening.
Is John Sterling a Ford C Frick Award winner? Has he won the Frick?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Like I'm listening to Steiny and Goo earlier, and Steiny he's a little turned off by Sterling's, as you'd put it, shtick.
Yeah.
And he's not the only. I guess that's my point. Like we're turned off by Sterling, but who's the voice of the Marlins? Who's the voice of the Rangers?
It was Roxy Bernstein for a while.
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank you.
True. But even a good team. Who's the voice of the Astros?
I don't know
Nobody
announcers
knows.
like that.
Right, so
I'm not seeing Sterling on the list of the Fricks.
All I'm saying is let's give the guy, and I know part of it is just because it's the Yankees, but how about if we give the guy a little bit of a nod for creating a brand? It's pretty good.
It's good that he's created a brand, yes, but I don't necessarily like the brand. His stupid, cheesy puns for a guy when he hits a home run, like you mentioned it yesterday, no si parlo prostro, predo, or whatever, for a guy who's named Mike from Sherman Oaks. The hell is that?
It's Giancarlo, no si può sto parlo. That's what it rhymes. See?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Does it mean anything?
I don't know. Let's put it in the Google Translator that led us to the great news earlier this week that the Giants' slogan in Spanish is "Nobody likes us." It's not true. I'm kidding. It's close. But
Can you
anyway,
say the Stanton one again so we can look it up, please?
no si può sto parlo. I don't know how to spell that. And you can actually pull up John Sterling's Stanton calls. It is my belief that John thought that because the guy's name is, when he was acquired, he's like, well, Giancarlo, it must be Italian. And he worked with people who knew Italian, and he came up with something that meant something and rhymed. What I don't think he realized is that Mike Stanton changed his name to Giancarlo. He's from Sherman Oaks, and the name Mike Stanton doesn't sound Italian to me. I mean, he's got olive skin, and his first name's Giancarlo, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't think Mike Stanton's Italian.
Giancarlo is his birth name.
Okay.
So
here's a story
But
from
his last name is
2018.
Stanton. Doesn't it need to be Stantoni if he's going to be Italian?
Doesn't have to be.
I thought it did.
Many people's names changed when they got to America.
That's fair. All right. Sorry, Lucas. What's up?
All good. Here's your story from 2018. The headline reads, John Sterling isn't changing his controversial Giancarlo Stanton home run call. I don't mind. Quote, I don't mind if people don't like it. And it is Italian. It loosely translates to, quote, you cannot be stopped.
Loosely.
You want to hear an example?
It actually means nobody likes us. No, go ahead.
And the pitch ripped down the left field line. Fair, it's gone. It's fair. It's gone. He hit a bullet, an absolute bullet inside the pole. It's a Stantonian home run. Giancarlo. No si può stopparlo.
It's just ridiculous. It's hysterical. You got to look. By the way, Lucas, do me another favor. Take John Sterling off of our guest list. I thought we could have him on this week.
Controversial.
With what you're saying.
Well, he's already been on the station.
I know.
Are we going to go back to him?
I don't know.
And the Yankee series will be over.
What if the Giants play the Yankees in the World Series this year?
And we'll have him on.
No Stoparlo for us.
Right. Because at 84, I'm sure he's locked in right now. And he's probably at the Brooklyn Nets game.
Hey, take it easy. Are you saying that people in their 80s are not lucid?
I'm saying that John Sterling in his 80s is not lucid. Just listen to
what did I do wrong?
I mean, how many calls has he botched?
But caught.
Right. I mean, last year he had more errors than the Giants outfield combined. And that's fine,
It's
Work
great.
as long as you can.
I love it.
I don't have to love your shtick. And I think that his shtick it's not very good, in my opinion. I like a straightforward announcer.
It's fine.
Big fan of Ken Korak. Ken Korak, very solid professional broadcaster. John Miller, great. Dwayne Kuiper, excellent. Vince Cotroneo, solid. Johnny Dosco, on the rise. Dave Fleming, elite. They call the game. They don't rely on these crazy, crutches and cringeworthy puns.
I'm with you. It's not that I'm not with you, but I've realized that I'm more turned off by the Sterling call when it's a player that I don't like or a moment I don't want. Like the Judge thing yesterday, I didn't like because it was against the Giants. But Aaron Judge does not bother me one bit. An A-bomb from A-Rod, I don't like A-Rod. I'm not an A-Rod fan.
Right.
So that one bugged me. The Stanton thing could not make me laugh harder because it makes no sense. It's hysterical. It's in a different language. Nobody knows what it means. But he's like, I'm not changing it. It's just funny to me. What else do
What was his Gary Sanchez home run call, I wonder?
Good question.
Because we may have a Kuiper or Miller or Fleming version coming up here in the near future.
We could. I'm sure he's going to be called up by, 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, it has to be by May 1st is the deadline.
Okay.
Apparently.
Yeah, he'll be here. What else we got, Lucas?
I was just going to follow up one last piece on this story. Apparently, they were asking John Sterling what his home run call was going to be when they signed Giancarlo. And he didn't know either. He called up Berlitz, which is like Rosetta Stone, apparently.
Okay.
Never heard of that.
Okay.
And he said to this is a quote from him, I called up Berlitz, and I said to their Italian master, a gal named Linda, and I said, I would like an Italian phrase for Giancarlo that rhymes with Giancarlo. It took Linda a few days, and she came back with no si può stopparlo, and I thought, gee, that's great.
Oh, my God. How do you not love that?
Oh, it makes me hate it even more.
So ridiculous.
Right. Like we said yesterday with nicknames, nicknames should be organic. And home run calls, like John Miller's Adios Pelota, I don't think came out of him researching many languages and going on Babbel, Babbel, and figuring out what would be the most appropriate way to call a home run in Spanish. John Miller's a Ford C. Frick Award winner. He's a professional broadcaster. He doesn't allow his broadcast to be cheapened by some foreign language kitschy garbage like John Sterling.
I think that we should ask John next time he comes on.
Would love to have him.
What's the background of Adios Pelota? I mean, listen, every time we do an indication sensation, what do we got?
It's an homage.
I know, and we got our boy Kevin Dana, who comes in with his different thing, right? Cash me out one time. I love it. Gucci.
Tim Roy is a great example. Every single time somebody dunks, it's not an elevation sensation.
That's right.
He saves it for special moments. And
what if he did something that rhymed with each player that was dunking in a different language?
As an homage to us, giving him homage, I would love it.
I don't know. What rhymes with Wiggins?
It's a ringer from Kaminga.
Willard and Diggins. I don't know. I mean, I'm having fun with this stuff over here. That's all.
I'm not having fun with it. I'm not having fun with it.
You might have fun with this. Guess what we got?
John Sterling?
Doing a Gary Sanchez home run.
Let's go.
The 1-1. Swung on and hit in the air to deep left field. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. Sanchez homers deep to left. Oh, that Gary is scary. He homers his 18th of the year, and now the Yankees trail 3-2.
I mean, really? He missed an opportunity. Oh, it's a dirty Sanchez.
Don't do it.
And it's gone.
No.
See? That's so much better. Oh, that Gary is sure scary. Get out of here, dude.
Sign me up for something that's in between Sterling and Dibley. There's got to be something in between those two.
Oh, it was filthy.
Most milk and cookie thing I've ever heard in my life, followed by edgy dibs.
I mean, is there a reason why I only lasted 1 year with the Earthquakes? Tell me you lost your gig without telling me why you lost your gigs. And thank you, the YouTubers. They're with me. The YouTube audience is with the Dipper. Thank you. Thank you, Golden State Lakota.
Oh, that Gary.
Filthy. Honestly, I can
listen to it all day, except for when the A-Rod home runs. What did he used to do for Jeter? I don't even remember. What did he do for Derek?
Oh, Jeets. He's so neat.
That didn't work.
It worked for him. I mean, that's not any less.
Didn't even rhyme. Jeets and neat.
He hasn't scored like that since last night. I mean, yeah? No? Minka Kelly is blushing.
Oh, that Gary. And Derek's with Mariah Carey. He could have done that. He could have done that. Yes.
They're loving it in the back. Drew down on YouTube with an, Captain, my Captain. It's so good.
Oh, boy. Well, long live John Sterling. Butt caught.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
I'm sorry I missed the interview this morning. Luckily, I do have the Odyssey app downloaded.
Yes, you can.
I will be going back to
all
that.
of our interviews.
Oh, that Gary is scary.
Stop it, Grandy.
Butt caught.
Stop it.
All right. So here's hoping there are fewer John Sterling home run calls this weekend. And we're also counting you down toward another Warrior victory. I'm so confident. We can go ahead and just jinx this one. The Warriors are winning tonight, so they'll go to 41-37, and you can hear all of it unfold right here on 95.7 The Game. Coverage in 90 minutes. The game is 2.5 hours away. Coming up in a half hour, if you missed any of Steph Curry with Steiny and Goo this morning on 95.7 The Game, my gosh, sure, we use must win and must listen maybe more often than we should. This is it, okay? This is we call Bonte the king of Bay Area sports. I'm pretty sure it's Steph Curry. Steph Curry is the king, and he was on right here on 95.7 The Game. And if you missed any minute, you're going to want to hear it. And all of that is coming up at 5. But we'll start playing around with a couple portions of it. For me, when listening to him talk throughout the entire thing, this was the one that grabbed me the most, talking about the offseason to come and what may take place.
I think we can all acknowledge and keep it real that had we not won a championship last year, it might have been a little bit, those questions would have been a lot more every day, I guess. Yeah. But, when you prove that you can win, then you kind of can hold off the dogs in terms of, how hard it is to do what we've done and keep this together for as long as we have. And I still feel like we can. I still feel like, obviously we understand how important Bob is. We understand how important Coach is, our core, Draymond, Clay, myself, Andre, even though he's had a rough year with injuries and whatnot, he's been extremely valuable behind the scenes and helping, maintain our culture. But it's proven that it can win, and you don't really mess with that. So I feel like as long as we can continue to prove that, it makes the conversation a little bit easier. But we know, it's a business. We all, got that I'm not the first person to say that or acknowledge it. So it's just a matter of making sure that there's trust and a singular focus on what we need to control now, or what we have under our control now in terms of trying to win at the highest level, and then let the rest kind of settle when that time comes.
When we talked about this earlier, there's so many things that sort of popped to mind in listening to that, and there's one we didn't get to the first time around, which is that when he's talking about potential changes in the offseason, and I know he ended up going through all the names, but he goes, of course we know Bob's important.
Yeah.
And then he goes, of course. And in my mind, I go,
Draymond.
He's going to say Draymond.
Nope.
That's not what he said.
Steve.
He goes, of course we know Coach is important. Man.
Coach is important.
Go back to Bob Myers with us before the season and talking about enjoying right now. I would just like to bring it back because that happened before the year even started. And now here we are with only 5 games left, and who knows what's going to happen after that. And whatever is left of this season, I really want to soak every game in because it feels like this offseason is going to bring some predictable changes and maybe some unpredictable ones too.
But the Steve Kerr change would be unpredictable.
Yes.
If that is a change that happens.
Would be surprising.
I mean, Bob Myers is becoming somewhat predictable. If the Bob Myers change happens, if Bob is no longer the president of basketball operations, you could look back to our conversation with him and say, he kind of told us to enjoy this year. He was going to enjoy this year. He kind of signaled it, and he hasn't had a deal, and we've talked about it, and we've gotten to this point, and if he doesn't return, you wouldn't be broadsided or blindsided by it. You'd be disappointed, but you wouldn't be blindsided. If Draymond opts out and signs elsewhere for 3 years and whatever $1 million, you wouldn't be blindsided. He punched Jordan Poole in the face. Before that, he wanted a max. He didn't get it. And if this season ends without a championship and you realize that maybe the run is over, you wouldn't be blindsided by him going elsewhere. If Steve Kerr decides, you know what, I'm good, Bob's gone, Draymond's gone, I'm also gone, that to me would be a very unexpected change.
Absolutely. But what is Steph saying to you there? It's almost as if he's saying, and I don't think he's necessarily not saying this in black and white, but he's saying, look, if we don't win, you should expect changes.
Absolutely.
In fact, it almost sounds like he's backing that up, like there should be changes. And if I'm Steph Curry, I don't think I want that. I also listen to that clip, and I go, man, you know what? Like, he's essentially backing the idea that as long as this core, and he named 4 players, himself, Clay, Draymond, and Andre Iguodala.
Yeah.
Andre's going to leave. He's going to retire.
He might become a coach.
Whatever.
He might not leave.
He might be around the team. Yep. Sure. Who knows what's going to happen there. He's certainly going to be welcome there whenever he wants. But as long as they win, there should be absolutely no breaking those guys up. And I agree with that. I agree with that completely.
But if they don't win, and Steph is right, Steph actually said it himself, if they don't win, then you absolutely have to break it up. That doesn't mean break it all up, but that means you can't just run it back. If they finish the year as the 6th seed and they beat the Kings, great, and then you go out, you lose to Memphis in the second round, and that's just the way that goes, you can't just run it straight back, I don't think.
You're saying it almost like conceptually and emotionally, and I agree with you, but let's not forget financially. And Steph understands that. Joe Lacob is already on record. We can't keep everybody. All right. So why are we being unreasonable, even thinking that this is possible? How would they keep Draymond? They've already signed up for Poole and Wiggins and massive extensions. Clay and Curry are under contract. You've got to fill out the rest of a roster. Steve said to us that he badly wants Dante DiVincenzo to stay.
Right.
Doesn't sound likely. I don't even know what the Warriors could offer him. I mean...
Well, his offer is an opt-in. A player opt-in, 4.725.
He's going to opt out.
Draymond Green's opt-in is 27.6.
Yeah.
So if you include Draymond's opt-in and DiVincenzo's restaurant quality opt-in,
You're at $211.685 million already.
Yeah.
That's before you even go in the draft, playa.
Right. They saved a little bit in future years with the Wiseman trade, even though they got Gary Payton's
Not a
contract.
ton.
It was north of 30. It's north of $30 million.
With luxury tax. And that's assuming that Gary doesn't opt in next in 2 years.
Well, no. Over the next 2 years, the rest of this season and next, the number with salaries and taxes was, I think, 30. I want to say I read $37 million that they were saving.
Seems like a lot because Gary's making 8.7 next year and James was only about 12.8.
I don't know but those escalators go fast, brother. They go.
I guess. So is that $4 million, $25 million in taxes?
But also the rest of this year. What were they making differently this year and next year? And those escalators go fast. Anyway, that's so they save a little bit there. But what is the option for the Warrior roster next year? I don't even know that. And they wouldn't answer it if we asked them.
Well, they have two options, in my opinion. Like 3 options. One, run it back, which is
that an option?
It's an option.
It is?
Sure. You can. Draymond Green has a player option. So if Draymond Green opts in and DiVincenzo opts in, let's just say hypothetically, you're at $211 million plus luxury tax. Your payroll is going to be about $450.
But who else is playing? More. But who else is playing? Like they
Steph, Clay, Draymond.
That's 6
Looney,
players.
Wiggins, Kuminga, Poole, Moody, Baldwin Jr., and Rollins.
Oof. Okay. So
I mean that right there, you've got 12 guys under contract.
Yeah.
Plus you've got a draft pick or 2. There's your team.
That's pretty young.
Option number 2 is Draymond Green is dealt in a sign and trade, and you're able to replace his salary spot with a person, and you're going to kind of run it back with another veteran in that spot. Option number 3, begin the teardown. Draymond opts out, that salary spot goes away. And maybe you figure out something to do with Jordan Poole because you don't want to pay that.
Option 4, Draymond opts in and there's a major trade anyway.
With Jordan Poole.
Or, whoever.
I mean, who else are you going to trade? If Draymond opts in, you're not trading Steph or Clay.
No.
Or Wiggins.
No.
Or Kevon.
Yeah, Kuminga would be another piece.
Yeah, he's only making $6 million. Team option next year at 6 and then 7.6.
I don't, look, I'm like every Warrior fan. I don't want anybody to go ever. I don't want anybody to leave ever. But we're getting fed information from multiple directions that's just not possible. I mean, even last year, you come off a championship and you mourn the loss of players who didn't even play that much. GP2 and Otto Porter and Bielitsa.
Man. Can we get him back?
Whatever. So what does that look like if those names you just put out, which is filled with homegrown players and players who are now making major, major dollars, especially if something were to go well in these playoffs, I don't want any of them to go ever. But aren't we being fed with that's not possible? Doesn't it seem like from Lacob saying we can't keep them all to Draymond wanting a max and then playing on a lame duck year?
It's possible if you win it again. And that's what Steph said in that answer.
I mean, it feels like the Warriors are turning themselves into the Cleveland tribe of the movie Major League. We got one option. Win the whole damn thing.
And thank you, Skip.
Yeah.
But I think that's where they are. And Steph said it as much about last year. If they didn't win the whole damn thing last year, you think the roster would look the way that it does right now? I don't think so. So if this team doesn't win the whole damn thing, does Joe Lacob really want to spend $470 million total to try to run this back?
Willard and Dibs is brought to you by...
It's Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Coming up next, Steph Curry in full at 5 o'clock. You are not going to want to miss a minute. And also coming up next, not Rap Sheep, but Rap Sheet.
Oh, man.
Oh, this was underplayed. He said something about the 49er quarterback situation for this fall that has not been discussed enough. And we'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Oh, that Gary.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
I thought Steph Curry said on 95.7 The Game today that he knows everything.
Yeah, it doesn't miss anything, that's for sure.
He doesn't even know my name.
Man, it hurts. That hurts.
Damn. That far down on the list, man. That's tough. It's a tough beat for your boy. So remember when Ian Rappaport, and coming up very shortly, if you missed any portion of that Steph Curry interview, we will have it for you in full earlier today on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of Steiny and Goo. You're going to want to hear everything he said. Man, there's a lot of good stuff in there. But do you remember a few days ago, I think Ian Rappaport was on Pat McAfee's show and sort of insinuated like, with all the injury stuff and what the 49ers are doing, like, yeah, it might be Sam Darnold week 1. And remember McAfee's group started making all them noises at the end of it? In fact, Grandy, if you can find that clip, we played it a couple days ago. No
Trey
rush.
Lance,
but
what about Trey Lance?
Yeah, right? Right? Like, Rappaport says it on McAfee's show, and then McAfee and his crew all sound like, contestants at a game. Like, like everyone was making all kinds of weird noises at the end of it. And it was like, okay, we heard that. And then we talked about it a little bit. And then there's this that's courtesy of Ian Rappaport with some further comments on NFL Network. Quote, we do not know what Trey Lance is going to be if he continues the trajectory that he's been on. And I think certainly it seems Sam Darnold will more likely than not be the starter going into the season. But there's an opportunity for someone to step in there and start the first couple of games of the regular season for the 49ers. Then David Carr jumps in on the conversation. Quote, Trey Lance is still unproven in this league. And so you can insert Sam Darnold, who I think belongs in this system. I've actually been saying for the last couple of years, he would be great in a system like this. He finds himself with a great football team. I would even argue that he might have a little bit more ability than Brock Purdy. Although Brock, again, played great and fantastic as a rookie, Sam has a little more down the field ability, a lot of the same ability to move, ability to buy time, delegate the football, end quote, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So if this is what the insiders in the NFL believe, and I'm not talking about their opinions of Sam, but that if Brock Purdy's not ready for week 1, Sam starts, not Trey, based on where things sit right now. Gosh, it's at least a conversation changer, isn't it, with regard to what the 49ers should do with Trey Lance?
It's big time, I think, a conversation starter. I don't know if it's a conversation changer. And you know my feelings about quarterback in terms of the San Francisco 49ers. If you have 2, you need 3. If you have 3, you need 4, and you might need 5 quarterbacks because your quarterbacks get hurt. This is not to assign blame. This is to look at the historical data that we have in terms of Kyle Shanahan's tenure as the head coach. Your quarterbacks get hurt for whatever reason, and there are myriad reasons why that happens. So for me, to just say Sam starts and you got to do something with Trey Lance, like trade him, that to me is not the correct way to look at this in terms of the long-term and the short-term success of the team.
Okay, here's the comment from Rappaport on Pat McAfee a few days ago. Come for the Rappaport comments. Stay for the McAfee sound effects.
49ers have been very optimistic about Brock Purdy coming back. Should be ready for the season. Kyle Shanahan kind of went through the timeline and was like, yeah, after 3 months out from surgery, we'll find out if it's like 6 months or if it's like 8 months. And I was like, oh, that's a big difference. These are like half-hour sort of interviews, and you go from topic to topic. And I heard that, and I'm like, that's kind of new. And, Shanahan has he just kind of says what he thinks all the time, which is why he's a great interview. And I thought that was pretty real. To me, it seemed more like Sam Darnold time, maybe to start the season, than it would be Trey Lance time. That's what it felt like to me.
Whoa. Trey Lance.
Trey Lance, man.
It's like watching Speed Racer back in the old Speed Racer.
It's like somebody hit a laugh track, but instead it was like a gasp track. I mean, ooh.
Whoa.
Trey Lance, bro.
Yeah.
Did you hear what he just said?
Whoa. Did you hear that? Wow. Whoa. That's a guy reporting from another guy who's reporting about another guy in March. Whoa. It's a gasp in March.
Yes, it was.
Now, if this is Tuesday and we're in week 1 in the National Football League, then maybe it's gasp worthy. But right now, it's just gas. It's hot air.
I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see. We will see.
Yeah, there's something
I'm
going on
here for the conversation,
here.
but
Yeah.
in terms of that's it, this is definitive. Let's put the depth chart out right now.
No.
It goes Sam, Brock, Trey.
No. Actually, there's only one thing, according to Kyle Shanahan. There's only one thing that's firm.
Brock's the guy.
When he's healthy, Brock Purdy's your starting
Yes.
quarterback, and he doesn't mean that for 5 games. He means that for like a couple seasons. And if that's firm, I don't want to have this conversation either. I don't want the guy gone. I don't think that they should trade him. I want to see where his career goes. But if you've decided, let me give you a 2-team parlay. If you've decided that Brock is your future, and you've decided in another, let's say after OTAs, you've decided that Sam Darnold is your best short-term Brock Purdy fallback option, convince me why you wouldn't trade Trey Lance as soon as possible.
Because you need 3 quarterbacks. Because one of those 2 might get hurt.
Go get another one.
And then what?
Go get another one.
Well, I mean, you invested 3 picks to get Trey Lance, and if you were to trade Trey Lance at the draft, before the draft, after the draft, in August, you're not getting even 1 first-round pick, and you spent 3, really 2, because you spent 3, you got 1. It was 2 firsts that you haven't gotten back. If you trade Trey Lance before the draft, you might get a conditional 3rd.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not getting anything for it.
But you're not getting that back. You're not ever getting that back.
But you have the player.
Right.
And if you are totally convinced that the player can't be the guy,
you're not going to use him.
You might use him. Who's to say they don't give him Taysom Hill?
I guess
Taysom Hill package.
Here would be my point, I guess.
You're just writing him off, and I don't think that the team is ready to write him off.
Stop it. I'm not writing him off.
No, if you trade him, you're writing him off.
Well, but if you're saying that Brock's the starter and Sam's your backup, you are writing him off. Like, remember the pitfalls that take place if you keep a guy like that. First of all, it's almost bad PR. It's bad PR because you're sitting there burying your 3rd overall draft pick on a depth chart when he's never played. That's a bad look. Secondly, the minute you trot out onto the field in September and deactivate him or list him as the QB3, his value is going to go down even further. And then lastly, when you have someone who's that high of a pick and then you never even give him a shot and then just let him rot over there, that player is going to become disgruntled. Even nice guy Trey, at some point, we might not even know it. We might already be there. He might already be working things with his agent behind the scenes.
He might not.
I can't think that he's pleased. I cannot think that Trey is pleased right now.
I can't think that he's that upset. I mean, the guy's been hurt.
He's been passed on the depth
but
chart.
What have they done? He wasn't passed. He wasn't passed because he was healthy and raring to go. He was passed because he got hurt.
Right,
and the guy who passed him went out and dominated, unlike any other rookie we've ever seen.
I totally get it.
So if you're Trey Lance and you're really that chafed by that, then that's a you problem. That shows a weakness of character.
I don't agree with that.
Because he's been hurt.
Yeah, but he hasn't been given a chance to play. So in other words...
Well, now he's getting his chance in OTAs.
Yeah, that's not playing. You know what I mean? Like when he comes back healthy, you get back healthy, in theory, when you've been given the reins like that, you would get your job back. So, but if someone else passes you, yes, I get tough cookies.
Yeah.
But my response to that would be like, fine, no hard feelings, but get me out of here. Like, this guy's got a career to conduct.
Sure.
This was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. You can't just let years in your 20s just fly off the page into the wind. Like,
well, sure you can.
A professional athlete's not going to do that.
Well, he's got no choice. So if the team doesn't trade him,
he does have a choice. He can speak up.
Of course he can.
And he can make things difficult.
And he can write a firmly worded email, and he can fold his arms and get real mad.
He can make things difficult. You
but
know
if
that
you're
he can.
Yes, but if you're QB3, hang in there. If you're QB3, let's just say he's QB3 when Brock comes back, and Sam beats him out. And when you get to week 1, Brock's not quite ready. Sam is QB1, Trey's QB2. Week 1 goes by, Trey doesn't play, and now Brock's ready. Sam goes to 2, Trey goes to number 3, and Trey's not playing anymore. Get as mad as you want. And if you want to throw a hissy fit, guess what? You're under contract for the 49ers, and your tantrum is not going to help you get a job anywhere else.
I understand, but you're sort of creating a scenario where it's like tough cookies, buddy, when he hasn't even complained yet. Trey actually, all of the 49er quarterbacks through an impossible situation the last 3 years have been amazing soldiers. Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Amazing soldiers.
That's why I'm not even putting out there that he would be disgruntled.
But my point is if it does play out the way that you're saying, I'm not looking at that guy and playing the tough cookies game. He would have every right to be disappointed,
of course,
and feel like he should be given a shot somewhere else.
Sure. And if you shop him and you get somebody says, yeah, we'll give you a 5th and a 6th in 2028.
But that's my point. Like you in theory, if you've already, and this is an if, I don't know, but if you've decided Brock's your future and Sam's your backup, then you should do it sooner rather than later. Because it will become a 5th or a 6th. I don't think it is right now.
See, I wouldn't do that, knowing that Brock Purdy's future is wildly up in the air.
I wouldn't do it now. I'm talking about if and when you've decided this. Maybe it's, I realize the draft is coming, and that's when people usually make deals. Maybe it's a training camp deal. I don't know. I don't know when the 49ers are going to decide that. I don't even know if they've decided that. But there are two aspects to a trade like this. One, no matter how far the deal or the value has fallen, you got to do it before it falls more. That was the Wiseman situation.
Right.
And two, I do think teams, when they decide you're not our guy, they try to do him a solid.
Good teams.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Niners have been very good about that.
Jimmy Garoppolo was a 49er because the Patriots did him a solid. They're like, dude, you sort of put yourself in a position to maybe play in this league. We don't have an opening at quarterback right now. Rather than saying, we're going to keep you, though, because we want a high-level backup. They didn't do that. And part of it was also because they were going to have to pay him pretty soon.
Yeah.
His contract was coming up. But they did him a solid. And, in fact, there's the famous old story that they were offered more by the Cleveland Browns than they were by the 49ers.
And they did him a solid sending him to San Francisco.
Didn't want to send him to Cleveland because they're a clown show.
And that, to me, is the big part of it. Yes, you want to do Trey Lance a solid, Steph Curry coming up here in 7 minutes, but at the same time, you owe it to your own organization to be as good and as deep as you can be. And I can't help but think about what's happened at the quarterback position here every year but one under Kyle Shanahan. You go through quarterbacks. Your QBs get hurt. And your boy Wonder is coming off major elbow surgery. His backup famously was seeing ghosts in New York. Neither of these guys is a slam dunk, 17 games, Justin Herbert, you're my guy kind of quarterback. So I want Trey Lance as an insurance policy.
By the way,
I need him as a policy.
I don't know that what you said right now is true, which I'll respond to that in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
What?
Well,
what's not true?
I don't know what Sam Darnold would look like in this system.
Nobody knows. They obviously think that he'll look better than he did in New York, and they're hoping that he'll be the same quarterback he was in Carolina when Wilkes was at the helm, not when Matt Rule was there.
I think they're hoping he looks even better than that.
Yeah, I hope he's
I think they're hoping he looks like he did when he was at USC.
Absolutely.
This is a guy who also was the third pick in the draft.
I think so.
Sam Darnold.
Baker Mayfield was up there.
I think Sam Darnold was the number 3 pick in the draft, if I remember that correctly. And he's played with the Jets, and he's played with the Panthers. And all I can tell you, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but there is a feeling around the league from people I listen to that Sam has never had what he needs around him. And let's not act like that doesn't happen.
Oh, and that matters a ton, too.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
Like this is maybe not the best example because this guy used to at least put up numbers, but he never won. Matt Stafford never won. He never won. What did he go to the playoffs, I think, one time?
In Detroit,
I think he had gone in his whole career, even though he put up what was called empty numbers. Our guest earlier today, Rob Parker, used to call him, because he worked in Detroit, he used to call him Stat Padford, not Matt Stafford.
Man.
Stat Padford, because all of the numbers were empty.
And you put him in the Hall of Fame already.
He's in. He left for 1 year. 1 year.
Super Bowl
ring.
Yeah.
He's the GMO. So let's not act like those surroundings don't matter. They do. I don't know what Sam Darnold would look like in a Kyle Shanahan
Sam Darnold
system.
didn't do anything anywhere near what Stat Padford did in Detroit.
He did not. But he's also.
And I'm glad that you discounted your own analogy before you made it.
Yeah, it's not
so
a
that I don't have
perfect
to
one.
spend a lot of time discounting your analogy.
But the larger point, because it wasn't an analogy, it was a larger point.
It was a comparison.
It's a larger point that that the surroundings for a quarterback matter.
Absolutely.
And you can get a different player in one place than you could in another. You can.
Well, that being said,
Kurt Warner
in
was
terms
terrible
of Trey
on
Lance,
the Giants.
if you're going to be a suitor for Trey Lance and you see the 49ers giving up on Trey Lance, wouldn't you be more hesitant to acquire this player? Because I totally agree with what you're saying. So if Sam Bradford, I'm sorry, if not Sam Bradford, Sam Darnold. If Sam Darnold comes here and is better, why would Trey Lance be here and then go to another situation and be better? He, in fact, would be worse. If Kyle Shanahan can't make it work with Trey Lance,
no, you're right.
Why would someone else?
Well, except for someone else doesn't feel that way about themselves, right? Like organizations aren't like,
That's
well,
true.
Kyle Shanahan's a way
and
better
there's a
coach
sucker
than
born
me.
every day.
Right, and you can speak to it. You're right. What you're making is a very fair point. However, you can speak to it. Look, Sam's a veteran. Trey, it's the same conversation you have with Detroit.
And Wiseman,
Look, we just can't quite find the time for this guy here. He needs to develop. We've got a Super Bowl roster, young guy. We'd really love to. And boy, gosh, he's a great kid. He just needs a shot. We can't offer it to him. Maybe you can. Your organization is in that situation. So, hey, is there a deal we can talk about? You can have that conversation and not sound ridiculous.
Yeah, it's certainly a sales pitch, and you're right about the ego and the hubris of the other 31 teams. They're not looking at it going, well, Kyle knows more than we do. If Kyle can't make it work, we sure can't because we're
a bunch of dummies.
Exactly. So to that end, you're right. But in terms of Trey Lance, if the 49ers are willing to give up on him, or if Sam Darnold comes in and just straight beats him out and he is QB3, that's a red flag for me as a potential quarterback needy team.
This is a difficult line to walk this summer. That's what in the end I'll say about it. This is a difficult line to walk this summer. You have a clock going against you. Clock. You have a clock going against you, and that's Brock Purdy's elbow. And so if he's ready, then everything's fine. But if he's not ready, and you're watching these two others perform in OTAs and training camp, and it's clear that the veteran is better than the young guy, and you've got a Super Bowl ready roster, y'all damn well know what's going to happen, which is that the 49ers will not choose to give it to Trey just because the draft 2 years ago told them that it was supposed to. They won't do it. They can't say that. They can't sell that to their own locker room. So this is a very difficult line to walk based on how this plays out. I guess they can hope that Brock heals quickly and Trey performs well in the offseason. That's option one. But if it doesn't happen that way, they got a difficult line to walk.
Well, option 1, too, is trumpet Trey Lance at every turn. Boy, does he look good in OTAs. Mini camp, I've never seen Trey look this good. Huh? Tell you what, Sam Darnold, you got your hands full trying to compete with this guy. We don't even care if Brock Purdy gets healthy because, my God, Trey Lance, the zip on his ball,
his feet, his ankle, and all the rest of it. So you're going to hear so much Trey Lance love between now and August. It's going to make your head spin.
This is Willard and Dibs, 2 to 6 every afternoon on 95.7 The Game. Glad you're with us as we're heading toward coverage of the Warriors game. Warriors and Spurs tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. And what better way to do that than to sit back, relax, and listen to a fascinating conversation that goes through all pieces of the organization with its face. That would be none other than Steph Curry, who sat down earlier today with our own Steiny and Goo.
All right, everybody, we're joined by Steph Curry, the point guard of the Golden State Warriors.
You see what I deal with, Steph?
And he has been for over a decade. Steph, it was a year ago we came in here and talked to you. You guys obviously went on a championship run. It's been a little different this year, but I mean, do you think you guys got a run in you?
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, this has been an interesting year. A lot of some highs, a lot of lows, and just trying to figure out who we are, what our identity is, and we obviously have maintained confidence and faith that we can peak at the right time, and if we get into a playoff series with whoever, that we're tough to beat. And then it's just about who can play and get the 4 wins and then do it over again. So it's always been the recipe. Last year was an amazing journey, an amazing run. This year we've had guys in a lot of different roles and some newcomers, and for us to be the champs and have to take everybody's best shot all year, and some self-inflicted wounds that we've had, games that we should have won. So with all that said, absolutely, we feel like we are a team that's a force when we're locked in on a specific task of trying to beat a team 4 times in a playoff series, and obviously we need to get there and finish this year strong and hopefully stay out the play-in, but that remains the same.
Now, Steph, last time we saw you, we talked about the Jackals. You said you keep receipts. You shut everybody up, and I know it's a team game, but do you just sometimes think about if you win this one, if y'all get it done, you from a personal standpoint would have 5. That put you past LeBron, up there with Kobe and Duncan. How do you not think about that?
I mean, that's why we work. It's not that you think about. You definitely understand the list that it puts you in every time you get another one, and understanding like the historical context of it all. But that is the motivation is always just how much better can I get individually. It sounds cheesy as hell, but it's like literally how much better can I get? What is the challenge of this season? And, to that first question, do we have a belief that we can do it? And until proven otherwise, absolutely. So, whatever that comes with that, hopefully a potential accomplishment and, the greats that have, been, champions over and over and over again, and the 5-timer list or whatever it is. You imagine what it would feel like, but the motivation is just always what you can do. So that's why continue to try to play at this level and be grateful for the opportunity that even at 14 years in and the level that I'm trying to play at, that is a really realistic goal.
Steph Curry joining us on 95.7 The Game. One of the themes this year has been the old guys meshing with the young guys, and then there's the word disconnect has come up. What I want to ask you is, when you, Draymond, and Clay came into the league, you were lucky in a way because you got drafted by a team where you could play right away. Young players now get drafted by the Warriors. They can't play right away. How difficult is it for a young player, both coming onto a great team, but also coming onto a team that plays differently than any other team in the league?
Both difficult challenges, but then I would ask myself, and I mean, you can ask those guys. We all have different journeys, and how we got here. Me, Draymond, Clay, and I guess me starting with some rough years in my rookie year, second year dealing with injuries, all that type of stuff. If you told me I was coming into a team that legit could be in a postseason and was chasing a championship, I felt like I would have that same adrenaline rush and excitement about what it would require of me to do that. I know it's not easy. I'm not saying that. It's just, if you think about playing basketball at the highest level and what you're playing for and having realistic chances to chase championships, like that to me is all that really matters. I know, human nature says I want to prove myself, and, some guys have different motivations and goals, and our young guys have been amazing in terms of their approach and dealing with, the struggles of championship expectations and aspirations and growing up in front of a fan base that has, extremely high expectations because, we've been in that environment for, the last 7 years. So it's interesting to live in that space because it's what's required right now. We have a core that's been through the ringer and has shown that we can win at the highest level, but we do need those guys to take those leaps to keep us in that conversation. And, my message to everybody is, it's all worth it. And, everybody's going to shine if you bring, your best effort to, do what coach is asking you to do, understand how we play. There's a little bit of sacrifice involved, but I think the benefit at the end is worth everything. And you'll be well suited to understand what winning basketball is like for the rest of your career. A lot of guys don't ever experience that. So, it's kind of whatever you kind of buy into.
Steph, let me ask you this. He kids me every day because I come in. We got a saying on the show. I react to new information. If it's a good day or a bad day, I'm just going to keep it real. And he's like, nah, you can't do that. But I'm like, I'm human.
Right.
So let's just say there is no Wiggins. Jordan Poole. He gets, I think, overly criticized. And then I give him his flowers. Like last year, he was phenomenal. He did a great job. But he's so, like, the fan base is torn. Do you ever put yourself in his shoes knowing that, okay, here's a young player, he made the strides, and there you are, the Splash Brothers, two of the best shooters. Do you ever, pull them to the side to kind of guide them? Like, do you see any young Steph Curry and Jordan Poole? Because he gets a lot of hate when it's bad and a lot of love when it's good.
And all of that is a part of the experience because what I try to tell him is, you're in this stage because you helped us win a championship last year. I know Clay the other night pointed at a
I love that.
and that's real talk, but it's also, people talk about you because they think you're great, and either the attention that you get or Clay, hyping you up in that type of press conferences because we all feel, your value. Whether people rock with you or not, whatever it is, and how volatile it is on a day-to-day basis, that's all a part of the NBA experience. Me, Clay, Draymond, we went through all of that before we were champions. Mine was, injury-based, or could I be a point guard, or could I lead a team, or was I strong enough, and this and that. And you show little bright spots, and then you fall on your face, and you show some bright spots, fall on your face. It's just now with championship, flavor around here, like it's magnified, hundredfold.
Yeah, no doubt.
And so, again, in his first 4 years, he's had an unreal experience. He's been, first round draft pick to
G League
to coming back, helping us, finish out that condensed season 15-5. He was a part of that rotation, was playing amazing, to becoming a starter the next year before Clay got back, to being a reserve and having to figure it out, to then helping the championship run. Like, that's a crazy experience in 4 years. And this year's been tough for him. Like, emotionally, trying to, manage his expectations and getting to that next level. And it just comes with the territory. Thankfully we got the contract done, so he's taken care of on that front, and the expectations continue to rise because of that. It's all a part of it, but how he responds, and you've seen the way he's been playing all year, that shows you who he is. And there's still got to be growth, because we all, feel like we can all get better. The way we think the game, the way, we physically show our, show out there on the court. So it's all a part of it. I love it. And we've all been through it.
This is like the first time in a long time that you guys have had a little bit of uncertainty that is coming up, whether it's Bob's contract, whether Draymond's going to opt out or not. I'm not asking if you know or not. What I'm asking is, if there is that uncertainty, how does that play into? Are you conscious of that during this season? That there might be some changes going into next season that at least will be more dramatic than any in the last 10 years.
I think we can all acknowledge and keep it real that had we not won a championship last year, it might have been a little bit. Those questions would have been a lot more. Every day, I guess. Yeah. But, when you prove that you can win, then you kind of can hold off the dogs in terms of, how hard it is to do what we've done and keep this together for as long as we have. And I still feel like we can. I still feel like, obviously we understand how important Bob is. We understand how important, Coach is, our core, Draymond, Clay, myself, Andre, even though he's had a rough year with injuries and whatnot, he's been extremely valuable behind the scenes and helping, maintain our culture. But it's proven that it can win, and you don't really mess with that. So I feel like as long as we can continue to prove that, it makes the conversation a little bit easier. But we know, like, it's a business. We all, I got that. I'm not the first person to say that or acknowledge it. So it's just a matter of making sure that there's trust and a singular focus on what we need to control now, or what we have under our control now in terms of trying to win at the highest level, and then let the rest kind of settle when that time comes.
I got to believe each season is its own entity.
Absolutely.
And last year, you guys started off 18-2, no matter where you at, home or away. But, Steph, talk to us about the road woes. Is that something that you guys talk about while you're on the road? Is that like been the biggest title of the Jam when you think about and look back on this regular season as it comes to a conclusion?
Honestly, I'm still confused about it. I don't really
What
understand.
happens and what's not happening?
Yeah, early in the year, we had, I think the expectations from last year to this year, and you realize, we had 4 guys who were a part of the rotation in the playoffs that weren't here. Belly, Otto, GP at the time, and D-Lee, Juan. So we had guys that, knew the system. You probably didn't even have to have a training camp, and we could have rolled it back and understood how we were supposed to play. You add some, guys that were taking another step in their early careers and being a part of rotation, and things just didn't go our way. We had, mixing rotations. We had, guys in different combinations early in the year, just trying to figure out what worked. And usually you can learn through winning through that. But for whatever reason, like I said, we were getting everybody's best shot because we had the championship target on our back. We were trying to, figure out who we were. And to your point, this season, this team, this identity. And that kind of set the tone where you started, 0-8 or something like that, until you finally got a win. And for us to be defending champs celebrating a win in Houston like it was a playoff win was kind of hilarious. But I honestly don't know. But it also doesn't give me any fear going into a playoff series that we can win. I really feel like that both can be true. But just for whatever reason, it just. What are we? I don't even know what our record is. 10-9 and something.
We got a test for you coming up.
Unbelievable. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, boy.
I have no idea.
All right, so there's a joke between Guru and I.
It really ain't a joke.
He's like, Steiny, they're playing Minnesota on Sunday. If they lose, Minnesota jumps over them. They drop to 7. I'm like, they don't know all that stuff, the players. And he goes, what are you talking about? They know exactly. I'm like, look, when we go in there Thursday, I'll bet you if I ask these guys their record, where they are and who they would play, they wouldn't know it.
Looney was 3 for 3.
Looney's the only guy. Looney knew it. Looney knew.
GP got 2.
Looney knew you guys were in 6th or whatever. So,
I did know we were in 6th.
40 and 37.
We're 40 and 37. So we have 10 wins on the road. Is that right?
9.
See, I overshot it.
9.
I had no clue.
You know who you'd play if the season ended today in the
Sacramento.
Oh, see.
Yeah, I do know.
There we go.
Would that be like a benefit to both you guys in a way? The travel, like Draymond said.
What they said was absolutely right.
Wow.
If you can nitpick a part of like playoff preparation and maximizing rest in between games and just the familiarity of our bus rides up there and all that, like that would be ideal. It's not saying anything about Sacramento as an opponent, but he went through the whole thing. The travel that we had to go through and back and forth, and even starting on the road, most likely because we probably won't have home court advantage. Like it'd be nice to start as close to home as possible.
Yeah. Have you ever thought of the magnitude of like what you guys are actually trying to accomplish this year? And what I mean by that is your first title was 15. This would be 2023, and you have the same core, essentially. Now, KD came for a couple, but it's still the same core. Any dynasty that you look at, there's always an iteration, a next kind of iteration. Like, that's why I'm so skeptical that you guys can do it again, because you're trying to win back-to-back titles at the back end of a dynasty. Like, it's never been done before.
What we did last year, I don't think has been done before in terms of taking for good reason. We had two guys that were, Clay had his injuries. I was hurt for a year, but we were the worst team in the league,
right,
for whatever, 50, 65 games, whatever it was. Missed the play in the next year and then ran it back with me, Draymond, Clay, Andre, and a very talented cast of characters that helped us win, and the pieces fit and it made sense. So until we get beat, we take the skepticism and we run with it, because
that's not hating.
No,
and it's not slander.
Look at you.
It's somebody say this is what I say.
The camera's right here. When you said skeptical, I was like looking. My eyes might have squinted down a little bit.
No, here's kind of where I'm coming from. Sometimes I think the fans have gotten so accustomed to you guys winning, and they're just saying, "Oh no, they're going to repeat." And all I'm trying to do is say, do you realize how hard and historic it would be if they can pull this off?
Absolutely.
Like that's where I'm
think
at.
about it, though, that I guess when you ask the question about do we realize what we're trying to accomplish, winning a championship is hard. Like, it's supposed to be just winning one, let alone whatever the narrative is on trying to add to that. So I guess my question, are you still taking the field?
You know what? How about this? First of all, how do you know that?
I know everything.
Look at it.
Okay, so I'm gonna
have my money on.
I'll tell you what. You could be my best friend right now and bail me out with every Warrior fan who can't stand me. So, yeah, I bet him 100. I took the field.
Absolutely.
But you know what? I called it off last week.
Oh, you did?
I did.
He gave me the 100.
I put $100.
I said, oh, yeah.
I still got it.
You know why? And here's why. And I'm serious. Like, I don't have to root against you guys.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be you guys win around and then I'm like,
you're pissed off.
Because I'd rather win the bet than see you guys win. Because I'm that competitive.
I respect it.
So now at least I can watch you guys. All right, objectively, without any kind of rooting interest. By the way, it's I think it's the 40th anniversary of Keith Smart's game winner in the 1987 National Championship.
My guy.
Yeah, your guy.
Steph,
I was like, you were you stuck it to me early.
I didn't have many opportunities to hit game winners under Coach Smart. So
and people are getting on. No, you didn't. People are getting on Jordan Poole and his turnovers, and I'm like, man, Steph was a turnover machine early in his career, especially at the top of the floor. Keith Smart used to hate that.
He hated it. I still throw those same hook passes. I'm just a little stronger. I throw them faster.
The other one the other night was pretty nice to Clay.
Oh, that was nice.
That was nice.
Steph, he gonna call me a groupie, but I'm married. You're married. I got a wife and daughter. You only live once, and I know you got commitments. But before you dip, we got to get a photo of me, you, and Stein.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because if I go home, if you didn't do it again, I didn't get it. Is that cool? And that's okay.
No problem.
He gonna be on you groupie.
You could have asked him that after the interview, so not everybody heard it. But that's all right. That's all right. Thanks, Steph, man. Appreciate it, Steph. Good luck the rest of the way, man.
Right on. The chef.
The chef. One more for the road. The chef. I love Guru.
Okay, I got to admit something now. Now I got to admit something. We did the whole changeover, and the whole Bay Area is making fun of Guru for being a fanboy and talking to Steph Curry. When I heard it the first time, I didn't make it all the way to the end. I got to the parking lot, and I had to come up.
Oh.
I knew about the picture. I didn't realize he asked him in the interview for the picture. Boy, that's some pretty insecure stuff right there.
How he set it up, too.
I'm like,
I think it's genius because what is Steph going to say? Nah, Daryl. It's Daryl, right?
Well, but that's the
Daryl,
point.
I got to go.
Yeah.
That's why it's so genius because Steph has to say yes.
But that's kind of the point. Like, Guru wanted
different.
Yeah, he wanted the picture so bad that he couldn't risk finishing the conversation, and then in the process of trying to get it to the commercial break, Steph slips out of the room and heads down a hallway at Chase Center. Guru can't find him because, by the way, if there's any place in America where it's easy to get lost, that would be Chase Center.
Totally.
I mean, I've been there 58 times, and I still can find a way to be like.
Is this the way I came in?
I ended up.
Totally,
I am in the rafters inside a staircase, and all the doors are locked.
We're both married. We both got a wife. We both got a daughter. Can I take a picture?
Yeah, what is
genius?
That's the other thing.
The man is a genius.
What does the setup have to do with a picture?
Steph, we're both 6'3". We both have great jumpers. Let's take a picture.
Got me there.
Steph. There's an R in Curry. There's an R in Guru. Can I take a picture?
Wow.
You're talking to Steph. He's the nicest human being in sports.
Your name is Curry. I eat curry. Let's take a picture. I mean, there's so many more. We can do the whole rest
My
of the
name
show.
is Daryl. Yours is Steph. That's crazy. Let's take a picture. I mean,
You've got parents, and so do I. Let's take a picture. It's just so good.
You're at Chase. So am I. Let's take a picture.
I'm hella excited.
It's so good. By the way, Guru, I know you're listening.
Oh, I love the
and
goo.
all of this comes from a place, and I'm not going to say, it comes from a place of love. That's too cliched. Gosh, do you understand how relatable you are? I hope you understand, Guru. I'm talking directly to you. How relatable you are. That's all this is. The whole city has been poking fun at you for 5 hours.
5 hours?
Because, well, sure. For
9 years,
9 years.
bro.
Right, but today was on the Mount Teesmore for Guru. No? Pretty good day.
You'd have to look back at the
Pretty
annals.
good.
No, it's a great one. But what you said to start that is why he is you're the Curry of the team. I'm the Curry of the station. Let's take a picture. He is the Curry of this station. He really is.
Well, but anybody listening, what would you do? What would you do if you got to sit with the chef for 25 minutes?
It's funny you say that.
25 minutes.
We work with a guy. There's a young broadcaster with whom we work who was there for 25 minutes. And I asked this young broadcaster that very question. He goes by the name of Evan Giddings.
Okay.
I said, did you get a picture with Steph Curry? And he looked at me and he looked down a little bit, expecting me to be disappointed with the answer. And he said, nah. I said, Evan, you didn't get a picture with the chef? And he said, nah, Dibs, I'm in there. I'm in the locker room. I ask him questions in post game, and I didn't feel like I didn't. And he was trying to. He was having a hard time enunciating why he didn't take a picture.
He played the journalistic integrity card.
The journalistic integrity card. And you know what I said to him?
Journalistic integrity died about 7 years ago.
No, Mark, and you know better than that. I said, Evan, I don't know you, but I love you. That's what I said to him. And he looked at me and I said, Evan, I'm so proud of you because he's at
you're in your
at an
50s.
age. Whatever. No. And yes, Mark, because I'm at an age where I know I'm not a journalist.
Yeah.
I am a wisecracking radio talk show host.
You're a host, yeah.
Matt Steinmetz has been a journalist, so he knows. Picture. Guru is Guru. He's the most authentic human being I've ever met. Evan Giddings is in his 20s, barely. He still is at that fork in the road where one way goes this way. I'm a journalist with a capital J, and one goes this way, which is the dibber route. So he's not yet made that decision. So for Evan, he chose the high road of journalistic integrity, and I told him I have a lot of respect for you. And he also said to me, he's like, I'm not big on pictures. And I said, don't ruin it.
Yeah.
Don't ruin it.
Stick with it.
I love you, Evan.
Yeah.
I was impressed. That's all.
Yeah. No, and a lot of people who've been in the business for a long time would be very impressed, and the rest of the world don't give a care anymore.
I was in need of a photo.
Here's the thing. Journalistic integrity. Can we take a minute on
This
this?
guy gives me nothing.
No, seriously. Journalistic integrity. Well, I'm trying to be very integral.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I've got a lot of
When you
integrity
teach
over here.
at two different universities,
Well,
harumph.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Professor.
Okay.
You and Rob Parker.
When our show's over at 6, right, we're going to be counting down to Warrior basketball. Some point tonight, during a commercial break, I want you to turn on Fox News and then CNN. Tell me all about journalistic integrity. These are supposed to be the top journalistic outlets in America.
I was in need of a Cuomo.
I think. Is he still on there?
I'm going too hard in the bit right now. That was for Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know people in our industry want that, and the truth be told, it's been gone for a long time, and that does not mean, I'm not saying that anybody who's a beat writer out there can just come in with a Giants jersey on after the game everywhere. I understand there are still things that are frowned upon, but Guru's not a journalist. He's not a journalist. The first time I went to a football game at Notre Dame, do you want to know what's going on in the press box? There are people in green blazers screaming and clapping and cheering after every play. You're not supposed to do that.
Right.
It's like a big old no-no. But they do, and nobody really, it's circumstantial. Look, when I was working at ESPN in L.A., go ahead.
Whoop.
When I was working at ESPN in L.A., and Steph was just a wee little NBA pup.
He was already 6'3". Don't put him down there.
So am I. We were head to head. I got the picture to prove it, which is the story that I'm telling. Steph was in, I want to say he was in the Rookie Challenge at the All-Star Game, which was being held at Staples Center in L.A. And I'm over there doing a solo show for however long I was. I don't even remember I think it was on the weekend. It was All-Star Weekend, and I was doing an on-location solo show on a Saturday. And my producer is going out there, and he's getting the NBA people to come over and do the show. Well, who are you going to get? You're going to go get Carmelo Anthony? Are you going to go get, right? Are you going to go get Dwight Howard? Or are you going to get, look at this little, he's adorable. Look at the little up-and-coming rookie. How about if we get Steph Curry? And nobody's out there trying to get Steph Curry. We're not in the Bay Area, and he's not a superstar yet. So Steph Curry comes on over and sits down. Little does he know, he's sitting down with a die-hard Warriors fan.
You?
Me. And so we chatted for whatever it was, 8-10 minutes. What do you think the first thing I did was when that interview was over?
Hey, Steph, this is Mark. Can I get a picture?
Get over here, you adorable young rookie. I'd like a picture with you. And if you would like to go on an Instagram journey.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's going to take you. MT Willard, you're going to have to scroll and scroll and scroll down toward the bottom.
Lost a lot of respect for you today.
Me and Steph Curry, back when he had, that really tight, he had that tight fade going on. He had that tight thing going on. That was way back when he was just, like a Monte Ellis pup. But we got that picture. And I apologize for none of it.
Yeah, because you're not a journalist.
Not a journalist.
No, you should be.
Doing a show.
You're exploiting a young man who, and it's different when, Guru, I'm excited, I need a pick. I'm kind of
What's
more.
wrong with me?
I'm kind of more on the Evan Giddings side of it where, picture, whatever. I've taken some pictures and, it's very rare that you'll catch me taking a photo. I did take one with Terrell Owens at the Super Bowl.
Oh,
Jolo and Dibs, we had him on, and Joe wanted to have a picture with T.O. showing his six-pack, which is actually more of a 12-pack. It's a borderline party ball, that thing. So I had a picture with T.O. that I like. I've had a couple pictures with Jerry Rice. That from a golf. I'm trying to catch up here.
Yeah, you just turned this into a drip drop.
Seriously, Captain Drip Drop over here.
Freaking raining
telling
over here.
Telling a 5-minute Steph Curry story. I'm at least hitting it and quitting it.
The sun was out today.
At least my storms are quick. We're not getting steady rain for 8 minutes.
Yeah, Mark, you got an umbrella in there that I could use?
That's very rare. Other than that, I did take a picture of
I got no problem with it.
I took a picture with the What Happened guy when he came in.
The legend, James Draws.
Thank you, James Draws. So I got that picture, and I also have a picture that I took with a guy, and I can't remember his name, but he rescued somebody who had fallen on Bart. I don't know if you remember this, the Bart rescue guy. I bumped into him at Grumpy's, rest in peace.
I love that you're like, I did take a picture with a guy. I don't even remember his name.
The Bart rescue guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I bumped into him at Grumpy's.
John Taffer?
Was that his name?
Oh, no, that's the bar rescue guy.
Mark.
Oh, wow.
That's a 4. You set up your own joke. That was awesome. And he's playing
Number
hurt.
4.
That's pretty
That's
good.
a damn 4.
Oh, gosh. I'm scrolling right now. I got all kinds. Look, when I was.
Of course you do.
Yeah, when the Giants were leaving the studio, the on-site studio over there, I made every one of them take a picture with me. I'm like, I got the key to this room.
It's embarrassing.
You're not leaving
Totally.
until I take a selfie with you. Guru, there's nothing wrong with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. You know what it is? You know what Guru was today?
He was everyone.
He was adorable.
Oh, there it is.
He was.
There it is.
He was. He was absolutely adorable. I'm gonna scroll on this IG feed until I.
No,
find
I'm
this
looking
thing.
at my own IG feed, and I'm hard pressed.
I'm showing
a lot of pictures of my daughter.
I just saw
pictures of my cat.
I got a
Shout
picture,
out Cliffy.
Got a picture of me and Tony Bruno.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Look at Steph. Look at that picture.
Man, he's young.
YouTube audience, you see
Dude,
that?
you look young too.
Oh, I know.
What happened to you?
Fuzzy head. Look at that thing.
You had no kids and no problems back then.
You're damn right.
Oh, and here's one of.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of
Yeah,
problems.
sorry. Here's one of me from. God, I'm fat. Oh my God, I'm huge in this one.
No. You're just in that seat over there.
No. It's me and Ricky Henderson and JT the Brick from an NBA playoff game. I am a gigantic. Yeah. I'm a fat red pumpkin.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and cut that, Grandy. I was huge.
I didn't want to tell you. I've been
my God,
I've been being
dude.
nice for the last 18 months.
No, that was 4 years ago, dude. Your boy was gigantic.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to body shame you, but you could.
No. Oh, and here's one with me and Fred Biletnikoff. So yeah,
so much for you. Never.
Freddie B.
Every now and again, I take pictures.
IG doesn't lie.
Every single time I meet someone.
That's 4 or 5 years ago. You'd be hard pressed to find another one.
Oh yeah, that was back when you were almost in your 40s.
Dude, I was giant. Yeah. Here's one with me and Anna Kagarakis, former update anchor here at 95.7
Wow,
The Game.
Where'd you find her?
Wow.
At work?
Did I discover Anna? Actually, I did discover Anna.
Stop it.
We were looking for a sideline reporter, and I found her clip. She was 8 months pregnant, and I told my buddy, who was the producer, I said, dude, this is a perfect...
I think you better be careful with the rest of this conversation.
I discovered Anna Kagarakis. That's the story. She did her first sideline hit for the San Jose Giants, 8 months pregnant, and the rest was history. She became a fixture in this market.
Did you rip her performance the same way you did Rihanna's when she was pregnant?
No, because Anna could actually get the job done. She didn't mail it in.
All right, that's about enough.
Who else can I find here?
Willard and Divs brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. We promised to stop scrolling through our Instagram feed live on the air. We'll probably do, a radio show coming up next, including comments from Steve Kerr that also point to an interesting offseason ahead for the Warriors. And, of course, we got the game coming up tonight. Coverage will start here in 20 minutes as we count you down to Warriors and Spurs. This is Willard and Divs.
I'm a fat red pumpkin.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the clock says it says that we've got 10 minutes until we hand it over to John Dickinson as he takes you up to tip-off between the Warriors and the G League San Antonio Spurs.
I'm going to the game. I just accepted my tickets that were graciously gifted to me. And I'm thinking about walking down there, Mark. It says
walking from here to Chase.
About 2.7
you
from
can do it.
Battery and Broadway.
You can
52 minutes, so might be cutting it close.
You'll make tip-off. You'll make tip-off. For sure you will. Grab Shasky's flag and walk down the middle of the street.
There you go.
Woo! You go back and forth and really try to drum up some support for the Warriors as they go against the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah.
Tough one tonight. Tough one. Warriors
Every time
only
I walk by
18.
somebody with an open window, I will just scream, I want to go back to the playoffs and see what that does for me.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an odd one tonight. Look, the Warriors have to have them all. And it's the Warriors, so I could watch them play poker. Be honest with you.
Poker?
Right. Don't.
Tony Bruno. That's that was a Tony Bruno nod right there.
I can't believe you just brought that back.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
Well, you mentioned Bruno during the break.
God,
I think it might have been.
I had to listen to that every single time a word ended in ER for 5 years. Oh, poker. I'm not even going to finish the stupid sentence.
No. I thought I would, because we had a little bit of a flashback because we were going through our IG last segment, and you and I came to terms with the fact we almost worked together in 2015.
Almost at a different station in a different market
and in a different time.
That would have been weird.
Totally, would have been a good week.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
That station didn't make it.
No, it did not. Anyway, but yeah, this one tonight, they need them all. But there are 2 of the 5 remaining that I just cannot imagine the Warriors lose because both of the teams are trying to Wembanyama all over themselves. And that would be the Spurs and the Blazers. So the Warriors, I think, to comfortably be 6 or better, only need to win one of the other 3. Road games in Denver and Sacramento. Tucked in between is that home game next Tuesday against the Oklahoma City Thunder. But one of the things I think that we gathered today, and this is from Steph today, this is from Bob Myers yesterday, Steve Kerr yesterday, and also Steve Kerr on the TK podcast talking about this offseason and how much what happens here the rest of the way sort of affects it. And I know everybody knows that. Like if the Warriors don't make the playoffs, what do you do? If the Warriors make the NBA Finals, what do you do? Sure, that affects it. But I don't know if maybe to the level that we realize. The Bob Myers thing is sitting there. The Draymond Green contract is sitting there. But the more I listen to these guys, I wonder what else might be on the table, and it all is going to come down to how far these guys can go and if they lose at all at some point down the stretch. Take a listen to Kerr on the TK podcast, specific to Bob Myers' future.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the fact that he doesn't have a contract, the possibility is there that he won't be back. So I think that's obvious. I'm not breaking any news. I can tell you without a doubt that everybody wants him back. Bob is amazing at his job. His job goes so much further than, just drafting or signing players or trading for players. It's the overall management of the organization. The way he helps me navigate the season through his communication with our players is so valuable for me. Bob is a masterful communicator in every direction, and he's a great friend, and he and I have so much trust in one another. So I hope he's back, and I think everybody feels that way, and we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big domino, and quite frankly, this is a tough one to get a read on. You wish you could get Bob in a private room and be like, is this just even a little bit you're doing? Like, are you contemplating your future? Or are the Warriors contemplating your future? Because that's the answer we really want. If the Warriors are contemplating for some reason, I don't get it. This has to be coming from Bob, or else I just don't even understand what's happening.
If it's coming from the Warriors, then what would it be? Would it be dissatisfaction with Bob's job that he's done?
Can't be.
Is it Bob's asking for too much money? can't be. I don't think it can be because it doesn't. If you're going to spend all this money going over the luxury tax threshold and you're not going to give Bob Myers $8 million a year,
could it be disagreement on direction?
Could it be disagreement on Wiseman?
That's kind of the same thing, I think.
Could it be that he wants to hand it over to one of his sons?
Well, if it's that, then that's worthy of a lot of criticism, in my opinion. Bob Myers means so much more than as Steve just said. It's not just drafts. It's not just free agency. And then we got an actual glimpse of it in a game 2 nights ago with Draymond over on the bench. If you mess around with good people as a business, I think you're making a real, real big mistake. And the Warriors have never set the precedent of doing stuff like that. But I wonder, as we spent all this time talking about 2 timelines and whatnot so far this year, if there is a difference of opinion on direction. Think about it. Wiseman's not here anymore. We heard for years the Lacob loves Wiseman. Now he's gone. We've also heard Lacob say, we can't pay everybody. Well, if you can't pay everybody, is Myers sitting there going, you have to, or else this is going to get broken down to the studs, and I don't want to be here for that. I'm just guessing. I have no clue.
It's all guesswork because we haven't heard from anybody about anything.
It's one of those things from the outside, it looks so kumbaya, like, how did we get here? How? How is Bob Myers not signed?
Maybe it's just run its course. And maybe it's as simple as, and again, these are all theories and it's all hypothetical and none of us will know until it all goes down. What if it's as simple as Draymond Green wanted a max and Bob Myers was in his camp and the owner said, no, we don't want to give Draymond the max. And then Draymond said privately, all right, then count on me opting out. And if he's going to opt out and Bob is as loyal to Draymond as it seems that he is, and Bob is like, you know what? If this thing's going to break apart, then I'm going to be out too. And then maybe Steve Kerr looks at that and says, well, I'm out too. Yeah. And if this whole thing breaks apart in that fashion, and again, we've got still have a playoff run to go, hopefully, and all this can still change. But bottom line is, if you don't have Draymond, Bob, and or Steve Kerr, you better still be a winning team.
Yeah, you better. I wonder
or else they're going to face it.
I wonder if it's that, where it's like, look, there's a difference of opinion in terms of direction, and then both sides decided, well, let's wait and see what happens with the season. And Bob's like, if I'm wrong, right? If Steph, Clay, and Dre can't do it anymore, and I'm wrong, then we'll deal. That's one avenue after the season.
Right.
If they can, then that's a different avenue after the season. So let's just watch the season play out, and then we'll readdress it then. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. I don't
think
know.
that Bob needs a contract right now or else. I don't know. I don't get the sense that he's like not able to do his job or sleep at night because he hasn't been signed yet. You may be right about that.
Aaron Rodgers is not a Jet. Why? Because there's been no deadline yet.
Yeah.
There's no deadline yet. And there's no deadline yet with Bob Myers. So, and then same with Andrew Wiggins. That's the other big thing. Jason Dumas tweeting just before our show today that his sources are telling him Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay Area. He had not been in the Bay Area from the majority of this time, but he's back now. We know that he's been working out. Certainly don't know if Andrew's going to make an appearance tonight. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't expect it, but who knows? Who knows where this story is going to go next, but there is a renewed sort of optimism, if you will, that maybe, just maybe, something good is about to happen in the Andrew Wiggins story.
Maybe he shows up in street clothes and he sits in the second row. If that happens, if he's sitting next to Andre Iguodala, that would tell you everything you need to know about the if part, not the when, but if Andrew comes back. So quietly, Mark, I'm hopeful that Andrew, if he's in town, and sources say that he is, just show up to the game, Andrew, and get an ovation. The fans would love to see you in streets.
Great week, bud.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
What's coming up on the game is Warriors Live with John Dickinson ahead of Warriors and Spurs tonight from Chase Center. Thank you to all of you. Great week here on Willard and Dibs. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Lucas. For Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. We'll talk to you next week. Enjoy the game. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
It's March, and that can mean only one thing. The madness is here. Not in front of a TV on game day? Listen to every round of NCAA March Madness. Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
It is Warriors Live, and it is the Warriors and the San Antonio Spurs tonight from Chase Center. Final game of the Warriors' 4-game homestand as the Dubs come in at 40-37. Just 5 games to go on this NBA season, and a big one for the Warriors. More on that and all of the reasons why this game is so huge for Golden State, even though the Spurs come in at 19-57 and losers of their last 5. Want to let everybody know we're coming to you again from the Warriors Shop, located at Thrive City in the West Plaza. Of course, the Warriors Shop open daily from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., but we're well beyond 5 p.m. here in the 6 o'clock hour as we tip off Warriors Live, because it is a game night here in San Francisco, and the expanded hour on game night. And, of course, the Warriors Shop features the largest selection of Warriors